The battle for the big smoke reaches boiling point as only 2 spots remain at the Blast Open London playoffs. Semi-final spots are also up for grabs today in the final day of online play. Joining myself, FURIA.CEST, to find out exactly who's going to be making it through to No Bias, my favorite city in the world, is Pim and Dupree. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, to say the least, the past 5 days, and it's culminating in some very interesting games today.
Yeah, we have some cool matchup served for you guys today. Some top-tier Counter-Strike, but also a couple of surprises in that lower bracket, Peter. There's been quite a fair favorites that couldn't get the job done, and now we have 2 teams in Fnatic and M80 that we're going to see later that have the opportunity of a lifetime almost.
Probably 2 teams that did not expect to be in this situation where they can actually make the playoffs of this tournament, and we also see some of the favorites drop out of the tournaments where we've been thinking, where are they at now? And now we just kind of got the picture that they're still struggling. So it's been an interesting time of events.
God, it feels good in the neck, man. I don't have to stand like this anymore. Looking at Rue. It's been a rough couple of days.
I'm not that tall.
Why did you give me a look there when I said the best city in the world is London?
It's not even in top 15, so...
Jesus, what's your favorite city in the world? Copenhagen, of
Valencia.
course it is.
Valencia.
That's a
right.
crazy curveball. Bring back Valencia, man. Either way, let's recap exactly what went down yesterday. Of course, as always, we had 4 best-of-3s going down. Let's kick off with Fnatic versus Gamer Legion. That was touted to be a 3-map affair, but Gamer Legion couldn't get a job done on either map.
Yeah, I think Fnatic so far in this tournament have looked very solid, to be completely honest. It's a team that is growing on me. They've been kind of stuck in no man's land, tier 3, tier 2 land for a long time, but seemingly trending upwards. And for Gamer Legion, I said it coming into the game, it does feel like they play their best brand of Counter-Strike where they're the underdog. When they're supposed to win, when they have the favorite role coming into a game, they seem to underperform a little bit.
Exactly the point that I wanted to make, and I think that's like the story that just keeps repeating itself for Gamer Legion. And whenever they go up against the team they should be beating, they normally do it, not this time around, obviously, but I think Gamer Legion are still trying to work things out with Kersey as well. We've heard Ash talk about that he is now being implemented into the team, but he still had a lot of things to learn. So they are still, as with Gamer Legion has been for probably ever since they were created, a team that keeps developing and create talents. But yeah,
I think it's fair to say the biggest surprise of yesterday was M80 besting Na'Vi. Now, Maui, our NA representative, said it would be a win if M80 even just got a map off of Na'Vi. I don't think anybody foresaw them taking the whole goddamn series.
No, I agree with that. I think M80 so far in this tournament, every time they played, I've been very impressed with how they turned out to play. Vitality, the one loss they have at this tournament, was also a close and competitive game. So for them to get it over the finish line versus Na'Vi yesterday is arguably one of the biggest wins that they've ever had as a team, especially this current iteration of M80. And now, as said, they have a chance of a lifetime almost. Beat Fnatic and you get into the playoff at a tier 1 tournament. That is massive for M80.
A very big win for M80, and the hottest meme on the internet right now is if M80 can also make Na'Vi make a roster change, because they did that to VP by them benching Electronic. But in all seriousness, it's good to see M80 do a little bit of a proper work here. I think their individuals has actually showed up very well for this tournament, and now they find themselves in a matchup against Fnatic where it seems doable for them to actually, and maybe even be considered the potential favorite of actually making London.
Do you think Na'Vi should make a roster change? Are they going to? Do you want to put anything into the ether?
100% they should. The question is, I didn't...
Who?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think there's anyone safe within Na'Vi apart from Bit. I think you have 4 players who you, in theory, could look towards changing.
Even Alexi?
Even Alexi at this point, yeah. I think individually he hasn't really been performing at all. It's a curious one. I think they're going to stick together. We talked to Blade after the game yesterday, and he did say that they're working on it. He has a plan. He will see the next couple of events. So I don't think we get the roster change, but I think they should. Also depends on who's on the market, but Elish.
Either way, speaking of one of Elige's ex-organizations, they were sadly eliminated yesterday at the hands of Spirit. Liquid, see you later. Spirit, you know, they arguably had a chance in their first map, right? We saw it go to overtime where Liquid, they were looking good up until they weren't, sadly.
Liquid, once again, history repeats itself. They almost make it work. They play so well on those 2. They don't get over the hump. They actually just end up fumbling that lead. They lose 2-0 Spirit, with the show of Shiro being probably the main character of yesterday. Donk always seems to be performing, but obviously Liquid still in struggles, but good to see Liquid. Oh, sorry, Spirit moving on.
Yeah, tough to be a Liquid fan at the moment. They're trying, you know, and there's certain signs that it's getting better, but not over the finish line.
Yeah, very sad indeed. Final game of the day, that was G2 absolutely dumpstering FlyQuest. Like, there were a few moments where I thought, okay, the Aussies, they got their ducks in a row, things are going to change, but no. Nope, absolutely not.
FlyQuest is struggling a lot, you know, and I kind of lost faith in FlyQuest being a contender to be in the top 10, to be in the top 15 conversation. Whereas for G2, they excite me a lot. I think the bar was set very low for them, losing Monacy, losing Nico, losing your coach, losing Snacks as well. It was a complete re-ramp of this lineup, especially with Hunter coming in as an in-game leader as well. Every time I see them play, I feel like, okay, there's something to work with. And that win yesterday, yes, it's against FlyQuest, but it was very convincing and a demanding win, and I like that.
A lot of positive things out of the G2 camp in my books, and I just want them now to have more matchups against the best teams in the world so they can actually develop, because I don't feel like they developed at all against FlyQuest yesterday.
Well, they are going to have to take on one of the best today, as we can take a look at what exactly is on the cards. Of course, 2 seeding games going down, kicking off with Vitality versus FaZe. Later on, it's going to be MOUZ versus FURIA. But arguably, even more importantly, we have our final 2 qualification games. That is Spirit taking on G2 later on today. Not before M80 versus Fnatic to find out our final 2 teams who will be making it to London.
This is London!
Do you feel the pressure to be taking this opportunity to make it already to the semi-finals?
I don't think you have this pressure, but I think in our case right now we just want to play good as a team. So every game we want to take it as good as we can for now, and I think we want to show, like, even though we lost in Cologne or WC, we can still believe in us, and we're still capable of a lot of things, like really good things. So I think every game right now it's really important for us to show a really great face. So even though it's like we're already in playoff, I think it's already a quarter-final, to be honest, against FaZe. So anyway, we're gonna give our best, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Already guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Question is, can they secure top 4 today? I love that attitude from ZywOo, because sometimes, you know, we can be guilty of maybe saying there's not so much at stake when it comes to these seeding matchups. There really is for both sides of the equation today.
I think for Vitality specifically, they cannot afford another loss against an opponent that they should be beating. It's been the story that for Vitality coming out of the player break, they're not playing as good as they would like to. 3 tournaments in a row with semi-final losses, but it's the way and the teams they're starting to lose to. I think the Falcons won at EWC, where you got absolutely smacked on map number 2 and map number 3. That kind of stung Vitality a little bit. And if you now then lose to FaZe, who just made a roster change, it really starts to beg the question, Peter, is Vitality done for, you know, being the best team in the world?
I legitimately feel like this is painting a picture of a team that know that they do not have any time to lose. Like, we have no time to hesitate, because we are actually a little bit scared of what's actually on the other side if we do not turn this ship around, because they are at a state now where they know they're not playing as good as the previous season. So they just want to go in and they want to prove and go back to winning ways straight away, and they have no time to lose.
What's that like when you're in a situation like that? Because obviously we talk about the infamous Astralis era, but there were points during that where, you know, results would slip and things would maybe start to snowball. How do you stop them ultimately snowballing? It's
a very, like, two-edged sword in that department, because you always try and compare to what you did in the last season. You always want to go back to that. You always keep thinking, why are we not playing as we did in the last season? And sometimes it's just so difficult to return to that, because there's so many factors that you simply just cannot control in terms of the other teams, but also like what type of opponents you're facing. So obviously right now the things they can handle is the things they have on the server. How does their players perform? How are we approaching the game? What can we actually change? Because I feel like sometimes it's a very easy way of just saying that we should just be playing like we did in the last season, but that's just not always going to be possible. So there's a lot of difficult parts now for Vitality.
Maybe something that ZywOo specifically can control is his own individual form. I posed that exact question to him. Let's see what he had to say. Do you feel like you ever have to overcompensate when you see the team struggling in some of those moments?
I won't say I need to do more or anything, but obviously I'm playing worse than the 6 first months. So obviously maybe I was trying more things, maybe I wasn't thinking the good way as well. So I think it was in both ways. Obviously, when your team is not performing, I think it's hard to find a way when we are trying to play such as a good team, but at the same time I didn't play good as well individually, so I think it was in both ways. So it was kind of tough 2 months, but I think we are getting back with Vitality, so I'm pretty confident.
Now, the battle for #1 player in the world versus Donk, it's already a topic up here on the desk. Is it something that is already on your mind as we come into the second half of the year?
Not really. I'm not really thinking about the top 1 yet, or because we have so many tournaments, we have so many things to think about. Like we have so many games to play. So to be honest, I'm not really thinking about that. I'm not really thinking about top 1 already. It's in January, so we have time to think about it. It's not the time yet.
I mean, Zywu, it's fast approaching. We've only got a few more tournaments left. No, jokes aside, what's his form been like? You know, pre-player break, obviously, he was picking up every single trophy, every single MVP alongside that. After the summer break, what's the story been?
Well, he holds part of the responsibility, I guess, for why Vitality are struggling at the moment, only getting to semi-finals. Fair to say as well that he has been sick at EWC as well. The rumors were that he was not feeling well at all. And you can see Zywu not performing at a higher level is still career best for a lot of players out there. So he's not as good as he were pre the break, but he's still at a high level.
Definitely, and that's that caliber kind of player he is. Like, even if he's actually playing his B game or even C game, that is just a very high level compared to other players. And we've talked about why this could be the case for Zywu, that he's playing worse. And I've made my point that I think it's because of the space takers on Vitality that are struggling, namely in the likes of Apex and Flamesy, that just puts extra pressure on Zywu to actually bail him out of more like impossible situations.
Well, Peter, you've had an eagle ear out for some of the Vitality comms, and there seems to be some certain Danish phrases they're still using. Let's see what Matthew has to say about that. As you probably know, we have your former teammate Dupree up here on the desk with us. And he's noticed sometimes that Vitality are still saying a couple of phrases in Danish. Like, we've got some com news coming through occasionally.
Yeah, we can sometimes.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know. We keep this from the beautiful years we play with them. So of course we still have some words. We still have some huddle when we scream that, and it's kind of also motivation for us. So obviously we keep that for us.
Thank you so much, Zywu. Good luck versus FaZe.
Thank you very much.
You live in rent-free in their head, Dupree.
That's perfect. You know, I'm still motivation for Vitality.
Let's go.
Apparently that's what he says.
They call it cultural impact, I think.
You may have retired on stage, but never in their minds and hearts, you know, Dupree. Let's talk about FaZe on the other side of things, because it's pretty impressive to already see them making it through to the playoffs when they have a very unknown quantity in Jacob entering the server. What's been the kind of story of the two sides of Jacob that we've seen so far?
We got to see Jacob in his first match where he simply just looked uncomfortable. I mean, you can't really put it out there because he's obviously a new player coming into a lot of new things, and also getting into the likes of FaZe where he has to slot in and people have their idea about how he's supposed to perform. And he went out there, he did an okay performance. It was maybe a little bit under average, but then the second game he came into, that was where he actually changed. We could see quite a different picture of a player that felt a lot more comfortable when it came to the duels he was taking, the space he was taking. He slotted way better into that kind of team. So it was good to see that he actually, from the first game to the second game, had some sort of improvements.
I'll echo that sentiment completely. I think he was scared and probably had a bit of nerves in that first game versus Static. Also a game where FaZe didn't play good Counter-Strike at all. Whereas against Na'Vi, everything seemed to click, and you could definitely tell from the body language and the player cams that the FaZe players sitting at home, players who's won everything, players who's been in major finals, players who's been in playoff at every single tournament out there, they seem to find a way to motivate themselves to 100% playing online Counter-Strike. There seems to be a renewed energy within that lineup, and I kind of like to see that.
Well, let's get some words from Reynas. He had a few thoughts about Jacob ahead of this series. We've got to see two officials with your new player, Jacob, and I feel like we got to see two quite different sides of him in both of those games. What stood out to you so far about playing with Jacob?
I think what stands out the most is even though he says he's really stressed, we don't really feel it on him. His communication is always on point and very clear for a new player, and you don't really feel him being stressed or anything. So I've been very positively surprised by how well he's playing.
We saw obviously Carrigan tweeting as well after his first official saying, it's hard to be coming in on a map that you used to permaban, you haven't really got that much experience on. How has he taken up to kind of the new things that are, I guess, thrown your way when you enter a tier 1 team?
I think for now, like the start week, it's been a lot of it's been very overwhelming for him, I think, with all the new callouts and all the new protocols and all that stuff that we have, which I don't know if they had back in the his old team. So also the whole English perspective of it is gonna be very difficult to get right away. But it's something that everybody that's joined this team has been a part of, coming into an international team. So it will take a little bit of time, but eventually it's gonna be like very natural for him. So it's just gonna get better from here.
Hasn't taken you very long at all to qualify for a playoffs with him. Do you think he's ready for the big stage?
Yeah, I think so. I think with the support we give him, and as long as we're there for him and support him as teammates, he's gonna do really good.
I love the positivity coming out of Rain there in terms of that big stage that is beckoning for Jacob. I don't know whether that's so realistic though, like playing from the comfort of your own bedroom where he already said he's felt a little bit stressed, then going up on a stage, that's a totally different ballpark.
Well, he's got to get used to it at some point, you know, like it's like, why not just start from the get-go getting there? And I think that maybe FaZe is a really good team to actually do that kind of things, because that is where they just thrive. That's where they want to be playing. And I think this match specifically against Vitality now is very good for FaZe. Maybe not on paper, but FaZe has nothing to lose. Like, they've already qualified. They're going against a world-class team, if not the best team in the world. So for them to go out and see what they can actually pull off against Vitality that is sorely limping right now, I think FaZe is happy about this matchup regardless of the result.
I'd agree with that. I think it's a nothing to lose scenario for FaZe Clan. It's another one where we get to learn Jacob to know a little bit better, and we also get to see FaZe play without a leash. You know, I'm curious to see if Rain is going to continue trending upwards as he has been doing post the player break. Curious to see if Frozen is taking on more responsibility. There's a lot of question marks attached to FaZe right now, and I think we get some of those, maybe not answered today, but we get an indication of where we're moving.
I like that we've seen a little bit of an uptick from Rain, right? Obviously, pre-player break, there was a whole new baby situation, which you know, Peter, that can take a toll on some of the rest and relaxation time you have, but it's just kind of a face of the franchise for FaZe. It's always really solid to see him, putting work in on the server.
It definitely is, and I think that Rain has had an uptick in his performance since the last couple of months, and he was, and probably still is, like a little bit of a question to when is he gonna consider like retiring, or when is he, if FaZe is actually gonna make this like bigger change, is he gonna be part of that? I do think that FaZe is, and Rain is more in a position now that he's actually picked up a role that the team needed, and so far he's doing okay. I mean, there's still rooms for improvement, but he's not like gonna be this dead weight for this FaZe team as of right now.
I think it's been fantastic to see Rain play Counter-Strike post the player break, because I agree, heading into it, there was a lot of debate whether or not he could be one of the players you'd change, and maybe he would stop his career. But I think the way he's playing right now, if you can average a 1.12 rating in a time where you're not playing your best Counter-Strike as a team, that's more than enough for a player like Rain. So maybe he just found a bit of new energy, and let's be honest, was it nine years and 9 months he's been in FaZe or something like that?
So close to a decade.
A 10-year period within the same team in FaZe, I would just love to see that happen.
That would be amazing.
Just give it to him. Let's keep FaZe just for the 10th.
I mean, you've got to keep it until January. Either way, if he does keep up this performance, that is almost certainly a guarantee to be keeping on the side of FaZe. So let's get some thoughts from Rain on his own form. How would you compare where your form is right now compared to before the summer break?
I think it's a little better after the break. I think I had a pretty nice break from my mentality and to reset, and after a long season. So it was also it was a little hectic at home post break with the pregnancy and the birth and everything. So I feel a lot more relaxed and energized now after the break.
Final thoughts on this matchup, gentlemen. We do get Mirage, Nuke, Inferno. If it is required, do you even foresee us getting to 3 maps?
I think with the way Vitality is playing right now, there's a possibility of a 3rd map. It's not out of the question, but I have them as the firm favorites. FaZe is still a new project. There's going to be some humps on the road. So yeah, Vitality should be winning this game, and FaZe can come in with nothing to lose.
Yeah, buying into this one. The only card that I would give FaZe is that they have this no-care mentality, and I think this is a perfect match for them. So there is a case they could take a map, but I still believe that Vitality is going to win the series.
Very excited to be diving into this one, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we return, a seeding matchup to see who's going to be going through to the semi-finals, Vitality or FaZe. It all begins on Mirage.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you. Mr. Bloom, and that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on Nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality shot.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And
of course.
Starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But
Sure.
on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
I think Jacob now, I think it's also good because it's a young guy. I think he can bring some new stuff for them. I think new ideas. So obviously for Kyogan who would like to get new things, I think it's still good. I think enjoying more than before. So I think it's kind of scared to play FaZe when they're changing a player like this too, because they have new ideas, they have new fire inside of them. So is that gonna be a hard team to beat? But we're still pretty confident, to be honest.
From the outside, there's still Vitality. Like, even though they've had a couple of bad results from their perspective, in after the break, they're still probably one of the best, if not the best team in the world. So it's gonna be a tough task so early with this new lineup. But if we play like we have and the communication is good and we're here on the day, it's gonna be good.
These are the types of games us Counter-Strike fans live for, Hugo. It's a fire one, man. It's a matchup that we haven't had a hell of a lot either since Rops departed from this FaZe team and went to Vitality. They've played each other once since that happened. This is FaZe with Jacob now in the lineup. A new look roster already guaranteeing themselves a spot at the finals in London. They're looking to see if they can take it even further today, and to do that, they've got to beat world #1 Vitality.
Yeah, and it's been a shaky start to the season for Vitality. A couple of early exits from events in semi-finals and 4 losses in the few events we've seen. So Vitality, I think, have something to prove here, that they can still beat up on a new look FaZe, but this is a new look FaZe. This is a FaZe with fire in their veins and a new young blood in the form of Jacob. Let's see what FaZe have got today. Was Brokey life gaming against Na'Vi, or can he do it again?
I mean, already not disappointing in the pistol of FaZe Clan. A contact to run out through ramp. And as Vitality group over towards the spawn, FaZe make their move and take away this control at jungle. So they've traded places. Karrigan clashes with Apex to open up the pistol round. Jacob with one more onto ZywOo. FaZe hold the advantage in this post plant. They're doing damage.
Stick.
Defuse being held. They've got to get him off this bomb. One bullet will do it, and MOUZ falls. Rops at 1 HP. Not in a position to win this, and there's Rain with the close.
Got very scared there for Brokey when he sees that bomb's being tapped. He's stuck up in Palace, but so much control for FaZe in the post plant. It's so standard if you're going to play retake A to come in from CT together, and that's why FaZe take that jungle and that window control. It's perfect post plant position. Vitality can't get through them. FaZe just spamming players off that defuse. Nice shots for Rain as well. Looking for a resurgence from him in this new look FaZe. This is FaZe's map pick in the series. Vitality going for Nuke. And expect some chaotic rounds. FaZe in a honeymoon period. Vitality, no strangers to get wild. They've got the players for it, as we see Apex jumping out window. Flames not close enough to help out there. Brokey does pick another, and it's a bit messy in middle, but FaZe will stabilize. Nice early start here for FaZe. Going to get that 3-0. Does Vitality have an eco? I think we're all already excited, not just because we get this match, but because we get these teams, and more specifically FaZe, in an arena where they often do their best work.
In the way they play, guys, we will lose shit rounds, that's for sure. Okay? Yeah. Let's stay humble and
stay hydrated. Yeah.
Stay humble. We're gonna lose shit rounds. That's the FaZe effect right there. You know what you're going into. You know who you're up against. FaZe are gonna thrive in that chaos.
I mean, I think, you know, one of the captains that Apex has always had a good amount of respect for is Karrigan.
Hard to not.
Can't argue with what this guy's been able to do over the course of his career, but 2025 was supposed to be about Apex, and while the first half of it was, it's in this latter portion of the year that Vitality have had their biggest struggles.
That's a great little voice com grabbed, because it backs up everything we think, everything we've seen, and it shows that even Vitality, especially in their current form, are recognizing who they're playing and what they're playing. And at the same time, we haven't talked about Jacob yet, but you know, he's coming into interviews saying, yeah, I'm shaking, like I'm actually trembling in these, I'm playing online matches from home, from my bedroom. Like, this is the perfect way, I guess, to get into a new tier 1 team for a young player, to play online, to play where you've played your whole career. And yeah, okay, he'll be in an arena, that'll be a different thing to deal with. But if you're shaking already and still putting up decent games, decent moments, very exciting. All right, FaZe get the job done to start this game, but Vitality's 4-buy emerges. ZywOo's orb in that first buy round.
Apex with aggression. I mean, in every one of these rounds so far, it feels like Karrigan's just been a homing missile to go and find Apex. Two captains that quite like to get stuck in, and, well, Karrigan's done it again. He's got one purpose in this game, and it's to go and kill the other IGL.
Hey, if Karrigan's trading onto Apex every round, that's good for FaZe. That's a one-on-one that you are happy with if you're FaZe. Frozen was approaching B there, but it gets blocked. Robs came back from middle. Rain now has a bit of space. Flames in the connector. He's not being quiet about it either. Flashed in to try and peek top mid. Rain waiting down below. And FaZe are a bit constricted in this round, but B-Hit would be the way to avoid ZywOo. Not going to make it easier. Rob's aggressive back in middle, finding Rain. MOUZ in an unorthodox position, but still one to guarantee kills from if FaZe start jumping out of the window. So they begin to run. MOUZ, can he catch a kill? No, just info, they're out.
Well, Rob's dead straight away. And the spillover is not contained. Battling through FaZe Clan. They ready for the ZywOo warp. It fires off for one, and that leaves it just on Frozen. Has to go back for the bomb, and that's when ZywOo catches him. Finally, Vitality get on the board. And it's the ZywOo warp hitting hard that leaves an impression straight away.
Yeah, you thought you'd avoid ZywOo, but no smoke in the window, and the bomb back in apartments as well, so there's no getting away from that. Some clean entries for Jacob and Brokey. But ZywOo's able to pick him out of the play, and Vitality get on the board early. Not letting FaZe build a strong start. Not yet. Quick ladder jump for Rops. Carrigan, again, the 1-4. Throwing some util mid as his team get ready to exec this A site. ZywOo going to get smoked off. Might try and get cheeky and force a kill before that point. Can go through bench. But he doesn't have any HE to break this. The only one on MOUZ far away. So Vitality have to make up their mind. Do they abandon Flames? ZywOo missed shot as the flashes rain in. Flames in the middle of the site, needing something. He got flashed out there. They saw him. And so it's an easy clear for Frozen. Through the smoke comes Jacob. And ZywOo. Maybe they feed him here. Carrigan hears the shot rally off. He comes through that smoke. FaZe playing with ego. Vitality, stay humble.
Dude, you know, there's been enough time where I think I can talk about this. Back at EPL years ago,
okay,
right, Hugo, after Vitality lost in one of the playoff matches, I heard Apex talking to the rest of his team. He was doing, you know, one of their like post-series talks, and in like laying on kind of the criticism and the responsibility he was dishing out and trying to make everyone aware of what needed to change, what needed to be better, he was actually citing FaZe Clan and Carrigan specifically as examples of the kind of leader he's trying to be, the kind of trust that FaZe put in Carrigan in these moments. I don't, you know, this was years ago, man. But he was just saying stuff like, do you think FaZe Clan would play like this? Do you think FaZe Clan would make these mistakes? And it was interesting. I don't know if I wasn't supposed to hear it, but I think for a long time, Apex has held this guy to a very, very high standard. And like we say, this year was supposed to be all about Vitality. FaZe had largely dropped off the radar for a long time. And this new signing of Jacob, I think on paper felt kind of underwhelming. But here they are at their first outing with him. Already playoffs secured and in a great spot here on their pick versus Vitality.
Hey, sometimes things don't make sense as they seem on paper, right? The Elite signing seemed overwhelmingly good, and that didn't really click for FaZe, so it's very early days. Let's see what FaZe have got in this series. It's a good eye test to see if they can battle the best team in the world. Mollied out under. They really wanted to take middle there. Vitality now spread their wings and fly into middle. 4 players fighting for it. The flash under. There's an anti-player, and that flash didn't even catch Brokey, so he's ready to receive. Double entry out middle. Low health on FaZe. They're not out of the woods yet. But this will require them to make a mistake. They're not going to go B.
Yeah.
It's just ZywOo.
Feigning footsteps, and now they walk up through Con. Now ZywOo has low players in front of him. Brokey comes through first. Jacob is the second man. Caught out in the open. ZywOo with the double. Is that enough to entice Vitality? No kills in this game yet for Apex nor MOUZ. And they're the two left in this 2v3. Apex tries to make a move. Swing forced out of rain. Clawing a path back in, but a lot of times ticked off this bomb, and the kitten lower not picked up. So they don't have one to work with. You've got to be real quick here as a result, and with Frozen covering the one guy with HP, FaZe continue to demolish Vitality at the opener of Mirage.
Just a really strong start. FaZe playing mid-rounds super nicely. Karrigan bringing that bomb back round through Spawn. He's playing very 1-4 right now, and it's working out for FaZe. Letting this little pack roam into bomb sites, into middle. And Frozen winning a late round. That's what he's meant to do here for FaZe. His teammate is trapped out on default. Vitality have very little to show for this round. So the gap will widen. Or at least it should. Karrigan keen to get involved here through the top mid smoke every time. Even though Vitality have had the right ideas, had good stacks, fought mid when FaZe are coming through under, still been advantage FaZe most of the time. A stack now. MOUZ moves over with the scout. Ropsis FAMAS in the B-bomb site. And FaZe go for full mid control.
And we talked about as well how this wasn't a matchup. We got to see a hell of a lot. Oh! Wild for Brokey. Ready for MOUZ out there on ticket, and that there is the invitation to look for more space out on A. They'll run into the Flames 5-7, but a Brokey no-scope connects through the wall. ZywOo and Rops, I mean, these are meant to be the two to turn around rounds like this. ZywOo up close, gets cleared. Frozen looking just lights out. And only Rops remains.
Only Brokey would do that. No scope through the wood with the AWP. That's one way to clear that position. FaZe trading out efficiently. After a 5-7 catches them off guard with a couple of crucial kills. It doesn't make the round any more winnable here for Vitality. Just a save for Rops.
Yeah, talked about it. We haven't actually had this matchup a lot, right? Since Rops left FaZe, went to Vitality. The only event they dropped was the very first event of the year, Bounty. And then they started picking up wins at Katowice. And that was the last time we saw these squads play each other. An event that Vitality went on to win, as they did everything else in the first half of the year. And so FaZe only ever saw them once on their run to the top spot in Counter-Strike.
Well, FaZe weren't even close, right? They weren't scrapping in these playoffs. They weren't getting the chance to eliminate Vitality, and they won't here either. This is just for bragging rights for semi-finals. Good break on the smoke, but Karrigan somehow evades, and they go rushing towards B with Rops deep in middle. There's only MOUZ here. He needs a multi-kill in order to hold down this bomb site. Buying time works just as well. MOUZ gets out after one. Mollies don't do a thing. He hides out. 5v3 here for Vitality. MOUZ has done a great job, but Jacob forces that kill, forces a second as well. No right for Jacob to get a double. It's made this round interesting again.
Brokey and Frozen, two wildcard pieces, but Brokey's just left that angle. Could have had a chance of thinning out this retake even more. He's spotted the AWP boosted. They both tuck in over at bench. Frozen feels a little claustrophobic, goes a little wider. Smoke now fades, Frozen dead, and Brokey spammed out as Vitality, it's a slow, crawling retake there. But constantly keeping pressure on. That smoke proves to be a bit of a curse for FaZe. They get trapped in behind it.
Yeah, unfortunate. Brokey doesn't want to stay on any of those angles after he gets spotted, but I feel like he needed that kill. That smoke at backside lasted so long, and that wasn't helpful for FaZe. They needed a way to force one frag because they got boxed in on bench together. So nice hold here for MOUZ. Jacob does make the round interesting, but winning it is a bridge too far. Vitality pick up an important retake there on the B-bomb site to keep themselves in this half. FaZe playing with pace again.
Try another one of these contact plays out towards A. They've liked throwing them in. Util on the fly to now try and lock off some of these angles and give something over in a 3-on-4. It's Brokey up close. Oh, that flash! Peeks in after it, Apex dead. Swing from the spawn side, MOUZ mops up.
Yeah, Vitality are like, you want to play with chaos? We got the players for that as well. We're not going to let you get away with it. Flames hears them running. He just right-clicks a flash on the floor in front of ramp. And so FaZe enter full blind into that bomb site. It's not a typical anti-rush move, but it is exactly what Flames needs to find those first 2 kills. And so MOUZ just running out spawn as well. Vitality keep the pressure on. And FaZe might have to slow down. Deeg's out. Vitality warmed up now. FaZe no longer have this momentum.
Oh, Apex heard Carrigan and goes looking for him. Bit of revenge attempted for Apex. He'll have more chances with help from Rops and ZywOo over here in middle. No util to block window. This should just be a bit of a shooting gallery for Vitality. Some low players, sure. But you're not that worried in this round. A reflash over mid for Flames as they just trade out players based on HP to continue waves of fighting over in mid. Chance now to tie up the half for Vitality in spite of this slow start.
Yeah, it's a reassuring recovery here for the Vitality CT side. Down in a bit of a hole at 6-1, but FaZe full by now. Frozen top performer versus Flames the other side. Oh, if Brokey hang on there, he would have found that kill. Flames gets an info peek at ramp. He might have seen the bomb on the map as well. Vitality start to move close towards his position with many players. Util getting thrown over. FaZe come from under. They don't want to tick on the Molotov though. Flames buying time as much as he can. Rain in the window. The Apex low. Volley and kill force. There is a trade for Rob, so Rain can't get any more room. It's just down to this A hit.
Yeah, you lose the mid split here. Feels a lot more claustrophobic for FaZe Clan as they're left with just the ramp and Palace walkout. Hard for Frozen to even really make a move with the ZywOo warp bearing down on him. And Flames playing late on the contact here, going to be able to strike another from the tally for free, and then teed up by a ZywOo flash. Looking a lot more convincing for Vitality in these last few rounds.
Yeah, they started a little bit cold here, but warming up now. The comms are flowing. Util is really strong. And there was still like good moves being made from Vitality in those first few rounds of Phase 1. It's just that FaZe were hitting harder, finding the more important kills. Now Vitality starting to take clean, dominant rounds on the defense. And FaZe's lead evaporates in front of our eyes. We look to a final force in this last round. 1 AK for Rain. 2 rifles out middle. Vitality keeping it fresh, constantly swapping positions. Flamesy on short now. He's going to hear these footsteps.
Carrigan behind.
Whoa, where did that
Gets
come
up
from?
into the window.
What?
Apex and Rops both caught looking the wrong way, and so Carrigan has opened up this round in a very big way.
He's not done.
He's even taken himself all the way over towards CT, trying to lock ZywOo out of this A site, giving passage for that bomb. ZywOo round the corner, gets rid of Carrigan. Won't be able to stop that plant in time. And so a 3-on-3 in this post plant. FaZe trying to win out the half.
It's not for Rain. He's going to have to reposition eventually.
They finish what Carrigan started. Oh, will this retake take shape? Got some heavy hitters still in the picture, but Brokey nailing a dig.
Stick it.
Smoke on the bomb. Tap for Flames, but with 15 kills on him, you don't want him on that diffuser. Brokey and Rain pull up and finish the job. FaZe Clan win out the half versus Vitality. Stunning fashion, low buy round to close for FaZe Clan at the end of that first half, and it was a wild one. Started with this flank from Carrigan, getting it done on weaker weapons versus Vitality to win out that first half. Pressure now on for Vitality on FaZe's map pick. They've got to keep their heads in the game.
let's have better communication, guys, okay? Let's move on, let's go.
Not an easy game for Vitality here in this seeding match. Semi-finals await for the victor of this BO3. Both teams already qualified to the LAN finals. Top 6 playoffs in London. Rain down low over this pistol. The bomb is here as well. You've got to be very careful as what? Carrigan finds that flick one tap onto ZywOo. Zai who? Carrigan. 4v2 now. And even though they flush out Rain, it's Vitality down the drain in this pistol. That shot for Carrigan. He is feeling great today.
I mean, it's no secret, Carrigan, not always the highest flying fragger in the server. But when he does have games like this, it's such an X factor.
I mean, look at the bar. 8 and 9 kills on every player of FaZe right now.
Now, it's a very level playing field. Meanwhile, for Vitality, Flames has been hitting real hard, but some quieter voices. And it's actually the two struggling players kind of left up in this 2v4.
This setup is really strong as well. Jacob can rotate super fast. Got info gathering from backside. Brokey in a strong position.
Especially as now Mezzy spotted two players, just won't be ready for Brokey tucked in that corner. Apex has to do this all alone. Carrigan at a lights out double in this pistol. Let's see if Apex can take it any further. Time's running low and Brokey's playing with his food. Another pistol round secured as FaZe look to strengthen this lead.
I want to see this Carrigan one tap in case you missed it. Look closely.
Oh, that's so gross.
Just fade away.
It's ZywOo, one tapped on a fadeaway, and Flames, the guy nearly 20 kills deep for Vitality, dead at the hands of Carrigan in top mid.
And no bomb plant, not even interesting for Vitality, so they got to take an eco. FaZe going 9-5. When all is said and done, Vitality starting both halves from a disadvantage, significant as well. Oh, missed flash there for Apex as well. Second one will go through, but Brokey covered by the window, able to just fight. And so FaZe get through it without a dent, as they should. Is that buy for Vitality? Don't have a lot of breathing room here. Do you think this will calm Jacob's nerves? Beating up on world number 1?
You'd like to think so. I mean, you know, I like the whole him being nervous angle. You know, you're in a team with legends of the game. Biggest opportunity he's ever had. They've been very plain in talking about, you know, going from being essentially a tier 3 player to linking up with one of CS's IT teams.
Yeah, coached by a poll from the most accomplished team from his country. Vitality of contact here. Flames, good check. Gonna find Jacob in the corner, and Brokey, these nades are not gonna stop the split. From Palace, he falls. Frozen gets one, but his consolation kills here as FaZe have no control of the map.
Oh, Carrigan's clawed back a 3-on-3. Once more besting Apex in a head-to-head. Flung further forward by the util, forced into a fight versus Rops. Fight that Rain tries to avoid. Come on. Oh, bro.
You missed the nade.
Gotta clean their workshop.
Someone got the Roomba. And it's just exits here for FaZe. They know it's too far gone. Vitality contact into A. A little upgrade on the way out, why not? Buy yourself something nice. Ooh. Oh, that nade almost killed MOUZ. Vitality get on the board early at least, just with a nice contact play. FaZe opting not to fight for middle. No eyes, no info. And no round. Karrigan has bested Apex in that head-to-head, no doubt about it, but can Rops surely get activated here on the T side against his former team? Going to be a nuisance in Palace or these underlurks on the T half. Eyes on Rops for this Vitality recovery.
We've had a lot of just contact plays in this game. But this one, a bit more of a set piece util lobbed in from ramp. Vitality start to move in, and Rain never gets a fair fight. MOUZ nails him out in CT.
Still winnable, but this lurk, this is what I talked about.
Rops with the backstab, mops up the double. Jacob and Karrigan both caught out in no man's land. It's Brokey shifting forward, still looking like he's interested in this. It's a 1v4. Literally everyone else would be saving in this situation, but Brokey, is he like everyone else? ZywOo found. As he moves back around, looks like he does just want to save this gun, unless he's given a reason to go for it. And with Rops peppering shots through, Brokey will commit to this save.
Well, he'll try. Vitality look like they really want this gun out of the round. Apex up in apps, and Rops and MOUZ running. Good shots. MOUZ will clean it up. And no orb. Oh, they do take it last second for ZywOo. Rops, what a huge impact round coming in from under so late on that play. Vitality just have success on the entry, so he doesn't feel like he has to play first. Waits for FaZe to set up before he slips the knife in the back. Crazy kill for MOUZ as well. So FaZe can't get too comfortable here on the CT side, already broken.
Another solid read of the situation from FaZe, but they just don't have a lot to work with in this round. They know that Vitality want to come through with this mid control. Flashed into Con. Brokey's actually barreled out through the window. Karrigan gets away with a kill in the top mid, and so Vitality try and speed up at this B side of the map. They've spotted a lot of bodies out in middle, and another late lurk from Rops looks to ruin things for FaZe Clan.
Painfully easy here for ZywOo as he just locks in the round, doesn't even move off the balcony with the bomb. Let's FaZe peek in. So Vitality, one round behind, suddenly in control of this game again. And that was always to be expected here. FaZe could never let their foot off the gas.
Doing the right thing, so let's keep believing, boys, okay? Don't overthink these scenarios. There's small details in the end.
Karrigan trying to keep head in the game here for FaZe.
I do love a Karrigan voice clip, man.
Oh my.
Frozen with one hell of a catch. Extinguishes the flames mid-push. Messi's at least kept this even. ZywOo will take it one step further, but on the smoke walk, Broky's got cover. Quick turnaround required, though. They're already spilled out in towards A, and Broky's pinned in at the stairs. Karrigan left in this clutch, and it's relentless aggression out of Apex, giving them a taste of their own medicine to tie up this game.
Old school Apex entering, just running out A and assisting his team. There was a nice combo in middle there for FaZe. Good cover from Brokey, but one missed shot and a player gets close to him. And he's throwing nades. Not going to happen. Apex goes all the way into spawn and finds a triple kill in this round. Getting his revenge on Karrigan and leveling out the score as FaZe lose their money. So this strong start for FaZe to both halves, dissipating yet again in the second.
And I mean, you heard it from the voice comp for Vitality very early on, where they kind of anticipated, you know, you're going to lose to some of these FaZe BS rounds, but we haven't had one in a while. Usually it's in spots like this, something can come from nowhere for FaZe Clan. And well, Jacob's trying to provide. There's Flames to remove a lot of the pressure. It's only Rain left. ZywOo and Flames playing cleanup. Stop that round from getting out of control. They braved the stack.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what happened there. Rain pushed through the smoke and avoided everyone. Jacob doubled up on default, and yeah, Rain finds Rops, but after Palace is gone, Flames spams him through the smoke for a third kill in the round. So bit of a mess. Vitality into the stack, still survive. And so the lead taken, and FaZe's best chance to hang on, cling on in this game is here and now. New look FaZe, who have made this run interesting, who destroyed Na'Vi in the upper bracket. And it felt like we were buying into something similar against Vitality, but they've awoken the beast.
Yeah, it took him a while to get going, right? But this game was 6-1 in FaZe's favor at one point. And so safe to say, Vitality are back in a big way. Flames has been hitting hard throughout the entire map, and now you're starting to get more mileage just across the board, right? The ZywOo AWP has started to really leave a mark. Rops on some of these lurks is a problem that Karrigan just can't solve.
Oh. Okay. As he feeling like he had the drop on Brokey there, but repositioned after he got spotted. Brokey goes back and Apex comes through the smoke. Audacious move for the captain of Vitality into what is now an MTB bomb site. FaZe are scrambling, panicking. Karrigan on 5 health. They have no way to stop this, and Apex just tucks in. Karrigan's not clearing this. And so Vitality, that might just be the round. FaZe are too out of position to have anything to say. Brokey caught off guard on the repeak. And it looks a bit crazy for Brokey. I think the main issue is the smoke is poor because, you know, if he goes back and gives up all that room in apartments as the solo B player, he can just get split. FaZe are playing committed towards A. They didn't really have his mid control, so he needs something. But it's the smoke that gives Apex room to run through the right side. And so Vitality, I mean, in these last couple of rounds, Apex just has had enough. He started very quiet, 3 kills coming into this half. He has just been running face down.
I also just think, you know, this is a game where if you're Vitality, there is a bit of a fire lit beneath you. You've got history with this FaZe team. You know, Rops wanting to best his former squad, where he started to drop off before this Vitality move in what is referenced as one of the best roster moves of all time. And the fact that they managed to snipe it for free makes it even all the more impressive for Vitality. But on top of that, you know, you have the kind of GOAT IGL conversation. These are 2 names up for that candidacy, and you know, Apex knows that you're always going to be competing against the likes of a Karrigan in that field, in that conversation. So he's got a point to prove here. He's started to find a lot more impact. it's also just one of these matches with a very classic feel to it. And I think that always gets you fired up.
Yeah, I mean, 10 incredibly skilled players in different ways, but some of the sharpest shooters in the game right now in the server. Some old and some new. Roki gonna get mollied off, and Vitality have kept it pretty simple on these T sides. It's worked well. Just coming up connected together, trading out. Jacob gets one. Rain in the bomb site with support from Frozen, who needs to play off his teammate here. That bomb is loose. Vitality are committed. ZywOo over the top of the box, can't find that shot. Apex follows up, another multi-kill for the captain of Vitality as he looks to put them on his back and carry them through. He's even going to plant the bomb, and no one can stop that. Carrigan comes through the smoke. They've disappeared. Map point for Vitality. A 9-5 lead for FaZe in this second half disappears in a blitz. 7 rounds straight. And none of these particularly close either for FaZe. Even ZywOo's hunting.
Yeah, another round where they're going to look to remove this Brokey AWP. ZywOo and Rops both closing in. Brokey does not want to part ways with this gun. Rops does not give him the choice.
Shot him under the van. Classic. Worth it for Vitality. They got money for days. They don't buy up the AWP. They go full AKs as they just want to brutalize this finish. Look for their 8th in a row to end the map. FaZe is picking the series. A super strong start to both halves. But I think more than anything, as much as we want to watch this new FaZe roster and see the heights that they can maybe achieve, it's also reassuring to see Vitality recover in a game like this. When we hear very early in the voice comms, hey, stay humble, this is FaZe. And Vitality have had a string of skew-if results by their standards. 4 matches lost this season. 3 semi-final placings. It's good to know they can recover from this kind of scoreline, even in an online match. This is what Vitality were doing in their entire last season. You know, there were games where they would be down and they would just streak together every round and win it out. The hallmark of a great team, a championship team.
Carrigan got boosted up into the ladder room right at the start of this round, and it ends up coming back to punish FaZe. He's double mollied out into the open, but his teammates playing cleanup over here in middle. Never let Vitality get too comfortable. 4 on 3. ZywOo throwing up at this boost earlier on, waiting for his time to strike on mid control. Decides now's the right time, and that's right as Rain and Co move in to the window. Him and Jacob space back. ZywOo's play gets denied. It's Rops and it's Flames. An opener and a closer in this 2-on-4. Both topping the charts for Vitality. So don't count them out of this. Brokey needs to hit this first shot, and he will. Flames now gone. It's just Rops. Frozen on the line, play denied. No 2v4 heroics today. Double digits secured for FaZe Clan as they look for another push to try and drag this into extra time.
A 7-round streak broken there by FaZe, and it's Brokey back to B with the AWP that makes the difference. Finds the opener and shuts out any 2v4 shenanigans, which certainly feel winnable for Vitality in these moments. So maybe there's still legs on this game. Brokey playing extremely well today. 21 and 15. That con smoke falls a little short, but Vitality aren't pressuring yet. Apex coming out from under. It's very tempting, but he won't take it. Team prepared on B. These under grenades, always punishing. Go for the old jungle smoke from under as well. Apex trying to feign something on this A site. Karrigan tucked in short. Brokey back in kitchen. This is a suboptimal B site defense setup. Surely Brokey has to go through after one shot.
I think so much of it depends on how long Karrigan's able to stay alive. He's going to be in real hot water, and yeah, there's the smoke down. Karrigan and Brokey have got to combine for something special. Karrigan with the first, but gets overran, and now it's just Brokey in the site itself. His teammates a little ways away, and Market held back by the util. Brokey's left fighting solo. There's the push out from Rain. And a 3-on-2. Barrel spotted. ZywOo has the info on one of these two players, but time is running out. Apex only just arriving is cut down straight away, and ZywOo just doesn't have time to win this round.
God, they hide out so long backside. They give Vitality absolutely nothing. The respect from FaZe, and well-founded, bleeding the clock down. Brokey still forces 2 more kills from back pillar.
And the thing I think that's really nice about that is it just kind of runs counter to your expectations, right? When you think about FaZe, it's all about this chaos. Never afraid to take a fight, but that hold is anything but, you know? It's kind of so effective because Brokey doesn't move a muscle. And even though he's an extremely risk-prone player, it's his lack of action in that round that makes it so uncomfortable for Vitality. And he's now moved up towards top of the server, overtaking Flames right at the tail end of this game. There's one more round left to stand tall in for FaZe Clan, and then they've got that extra time. That overtime locked in.
Explosive A-pop is the call here for Vitality. Look how early they've gotten Flames in the window as well. Jacob is in a pivotal position where he can't afford to let them down, but he has no idea. Brokey holds his shot. Jacob deletes Mezzy in window. Or Flames rather, Mezzy. Flames comes from the window and backstabs. 2v4. Brokey still spinning around in the site, and FaZe force overtime somehow, some way. In a flurry of kills, FaZe hang on to this game. Brokey is just a turret right now. 360ing in the site.
What one article can do to an MFer, Brokey very much is trying to be the guy, the difference maker for FaZe Clan. Just outshining the ZywOo AWP.
Freedom of overtime.
Being the most oppressive force in the server. Aggression for Jacob. Rain also throws himself out in a top mid, and to the same result. Vitality rewarded for holding on to this control, and they're still expecting more. It's FaZe we're talking about. You're never certain. Even the timing of those two peaks probably felt weird to Vitality.
I mean, the flashes are the giveaway there. Vitality were out mid, then they get full blind, they run away, and they set up ready for FaZe to push. So very quick move back from Vitality, and they get what they wanted. You don't often get a 5v3 that easily. So Vitality need to make use of this, and they go back to just an A piece with Rops on under. FaZe make the right stack.
This is why you love watching this game, because even in these rounds, it's the right read here for FaZe Clan.
It's the only way this round can be interesting. 3 players in the A site. And nothing's guaranteed here. Rops' underlug should be the thing that saves Vitality.
Been enough in the past. 30 seconds though, they have to get a move on here.
Oh no!
Brokey, that's the lineup! and suddenly this advantage disappears before your very eyes. He's looking for one more.
Double under.
They won't be ready for Frozen. Karrigan just got spammed out here. They will never check this. Surely dropping in. Apex still does. Frozen now spotted, getting whittled down. Robs is going to finish it. Robs is going to seal the deal, and he doesn't get there in time. Frozen and Brokey.
No.
Never stop. And FaZe respond in a 3-on-5 to open up OT.
I need a synonym for bullshit. I'm running out of words. How did FaZe win that round? 3 players. Karrigan even gets full spammed. Brokey burnt out after his collapse. Frozen, a clutch of massive magnitude. Oh my goodness. The hot swap to find Robs as well.
Dude, that just feels so good if you're FaZe. It is one of your vintage BS rounds. You get the collateral on Brokey. You have Frozen stopping Robs, doing what Robs does best on a late lurk out through con.
Yeah, it needed to come through that smoke quicker. Frozen's able to pick up his teammate's rifle. It's the only reason he wins that round. FaZe.
I mean, this game is really embodying FaZe Clan at their best, right? Like, some fantastic stacks for Karrigan in desperate moments of this game. And even though they had that big streak of rounds where they couldn't quite find their footing, he's always had his pieces in the right place. Crossfire set up here between Jacob and Rain. And it keeps the advantage in FaZe's favor.
Good awareness from Jacob with how many contact plays Vitality have gotten away with. He doesn't let them take down his teammate that they were searching for. Rain in the bomb site, not going to make up for much here. 1 kill is all he gets. Smoke on the molly, they want to keep the pressure on. FaZe getting blocked inside of this smoke. Karrigan picks up the orb. Tries to put it to use in a 1v2.
I mean, he's really going to have to roll back the years. Here is Karrigan. AWP traded off. Now, the util can be punishing. This molly is going to force a reaction. Swing out from Rops as he tries to escape the fire. Gets brought down low. But I don't know if Karrigan ever saw MOUZ cross out of there. Doesn't have the info on this. And so that swing comes as a real surprise. Vitality cook up a response of their own. It's them in the man disadvantaged position there. And they come out with the round win. Going tit for tat with FaZe Clan to open up OT.
Nice to see them still find those entries with flames found early. Robs and MOUZ take the task for Vitality in last round of this half. ZywOo still quiet, 14 and 18. There's definitely some sickness in the server. I think it's spread to both teams. One hero round could change the tide of this game. ZywOo in a perfect position. He sees the barrel. He's got that info. Surely they can hard clear him on the left, so they go for the fight. MOUZ opens up. Force of the kill for Brokey. He's still in a susceptible position. ZywOo on the angle. Brokey forced in to the fight ZywOo wanted. 4v3. Double Palace with the bomb. Rain's got to watch out.
Push on a ZywOo denied. He just starts farming on this AWP, and so Rain, all eyes on him as he's got to be the difference maker. Wasn't ready for a second man out through Palace.
I like how Apex says, no, Robs, you go first. They'll expect you here. They won't expect me. Rain gets that 1 kill, then disregards the position. Apex knows how to use his pieces. Frozen 1v3 again.
Could be lethal, though. Doesn't fire off on the info flash. And so they never knew he was in CT. He's plucked ZywOo out of the round. Oof. Nades do a lot of damage. Frozen super wounded as he looks to try and clutch up. Can't catch Apex, moving back over. And so Vitality will win out this first half of OT.
Yeah, despite everything, right? Despite a quiet game from ZywOo, despite Brokey going nuclear, and some crazy rounds in the map for FaZe, a 3v5 to open overtime. Vitality still hold the lead. Nothing comes easy against world number 1. even on an off day. But FaZe is certainly playing up to the task. Who's to say they can't close this on T side, where it all began? They found 7 rounds in regulation. Oh, block of the window smoke from the ladder jump, from the short jump rather. A little bit of an accident helps Rops out here. He pushes all the way. Did he just spam? Lucky to be alive. For how long? Forever, apparently. Carrigan can't catch him.
Oh, Apex!
Oh, dear.
At least gets out with one of them. A lot of damage painted onto Frozen as well. Another one of these contact walkouts for FaZe Clan. But this time it gets punished. Bomb left back in spawn. Arain's going to get it while Brokey tries to maintain a bit of a presence over here in mid. Removing Rops levels the playing field. Brokey teetering on 30 kills. And he's going to match up against ZywOo here. The Orps crossed in, but wasn't holding this line. Brokey also didn't get that spot, and so ZywOo finds a favorable timing. Brokey knocked out.
Rain, timer ticking in his head. If he wants to plant, he's got to do it quickly. Flushes out the cubby. And fake, because ZywOo could be here by now. Rain doesn't know. He's going to have to just stick it, hope for the best. 1v2 for Rain.
Bomb has been planted. Got to be surgical. ZywOo rallying some shots through on the spam. Nothing yet. Rain with the spot. Now knows where they both are. He looks for the AWP first. Here's them closing in. Another missed shot for ZywOo. Rain's dancing around the bullets. MOUZ had to stand tall and deliver there. He's just dragged Vitality through that clutch and put them on 2-map point. Besting Rain with a hot hand as he deals with ZywOo in the back line. It's a high-pressure scenario. MOUZ up for the task.
Not an easy game for Vitality today, but maybe, just maybe, they can take FaZe's map here to start this series. Winning out these very close rounds, denying clutches from FaZe. Even with the ZywOo B game, still finding a multi-kill in that round. Makes all the difference for Vitality.
You're really not expecting that if you're Apex. The Brokey solo Palace lurk on the AWP.
30 kills. Shot above Flames. Shot above everyone. What a break can do. Now they're trapping on this A site, coming out from under. 2 players ramp side. Vitality with 2 players committed inside of A. Flame's gonna get flashed in.
Brokey and Rain with the openers. ZywOo AWP, that's what they're running into now. That's what they've got to stop. ZywOo, 2 kills to the good, leaves it on MOUZ. Looking to claw back another clutch round. London on the line. Looking to go to the semis, and MOUZ might be the one to try and take him there. Vitality hoping to steal away the FaZe map pick, but damage done. MOUZ brought down low. Frozen needs to land just one more bullet, and FaZe are still in Mirage. Slowing him down. Frozen denies MOUZ back-to-back clutches. And this one just keeps on going. FaZe still a fight left in them.
This game just brings a smile to your face, just getting to watch this Counter-Strike. So many close rounds. So many multi-kills. Cinema game. ZywOo takes 2. He didn't realize Frozen was also on ramp. He tries to jump out of position. I feel like if he scopes up for one more there, he's going to win the game. But Frozen puts on a clutch that FaZe require. With a map point against them, again, they look to drag it to another OT from a 2-round disadvantage.
And I'm just loving how much of this is kind of centered around Brokey.
This round just got difficult.
He's getting to have all the freedom he wants. He's got to go wherever he wants on the map. But here, brought down low as they tried to set him up for the mid pick. That's softened the Brokey AWP, and he might have to be a little more risk-averse now, and that's not what you want from him. 31 kills deep in this game.
Has that changed the whole round, that opening kill, or is it just going to make FaZe try it a little bit later? Rain coming back under, but it seems like they still want to go for B. It is a weakened bomb site with only ZywOo here. Rain's prerogative is to try and put pressure on the rest of the map. ZywOo dodging death, going back for a second one. Ooh, he misses that as well. Careful, ZywOo's the only man in this B bomb site, feeling the force of this push. FaZe now jump out the window. They've got control. This is a crazy retake to attempt, but you don't have a choice.
Apex on a lurk, while everyone else groups up on the market side.
They're blocking each other.
Trying to accomplish something with all this util they're left with. They bring down players, but no kills found. Flashes to signal the approach. Jacob with the lineup, and there's some support from Brokey. Rain with the turn. A stunning hold out of FaZe. Vitality chewed up on that retake. Jacob with some very high impact kills. The rookie in the FaZe Clan jersey ensures another overtime.
He's had some shaky rounds in this game, and who can be surprised against the best team in the world? But he's also had a couple of impactful multi-kills, never required too many resources, clearly just doing what is asked of him, and still finding value and input despite that. FaZe, again from 2 rounds down, pull us back into overtime again. Vitality have had 4 chances to close this map.
And you get a real, like, student versus the master vibe from the calling. I feel like FaZe have fairly accurately been able to predict where Vitality are ending up, where the stacks are placed. Even that last round, right? Dodging the 4-man Alien, playing into a solo ZywOo AWP at B. It's out-of-the-box thinking for FaZe. So many other squads would see that ZywOo AWP and think, well, we want nothing to do with that on these long sight lines of the apartments. And it felt like that's what Vitality were expecting.
This is scary right now for FaZe. They threw in a fake exec, but they're still going to go for it contact later, and Vitality still have the remnants of the stack in position. 4 players nearby, as ZywOo is alone on the B side again. It's the same setup. This time the backstab though. Rain comes in through the window, finding Apex. Force of Flames put down. There's still 2 more in the site.
Flash dodged. Good stuff for MOUZ. In a crossfire here with Rops, and as all the attention is on this CT fight, are they ready for Rops under? They play in tandem with each other. MOUZ on a push forward.
Hello.
It's left into this clutch. Rain at 3 HP.
He's low.
And that calm has made it to ZywOo. Pulls the pistol straight away. Spam's connecting though. ZywOo's also been brought down low. You don't want to... Oh! ZywOo!
Go home.
Drive by!
Get out.
Interesting for only a second. ZywOo does not let it get any more so.
Oh, God. Oh.
Pistol whips Rain out of the server.
All right, he's waking up. He's coming back into this game now. A late activation for ZywOo, despite the double overtime, is not what FaZe need. ZywOo just flick to the face, running and gunning all the way to a round.
I mean, to think a life game from Frozen, Brokey, and Rain all in tandem. You're still struggling to beat this Vitality team.
Yeah.
Walk through the spawn aggression. Frozen spots it and deals with it.
Okay.
No cheekiness today. FaZe deny that play through the spawn. A 5-on-3. They were in a similar spot in that last round. They got all the entries and it fell apart at the close. They can't afford to have it happen twice. They've got to deliver on this round.
We said FaZe have read the stacks of Vitality pretty well and put their players in the right place on CT side. How do Vitality fare in this 3-on-5? Of course, they just go together. It's their best bet. Moving everyone over towards A. Can FaZe find that out? Or will it be the hard way? Carrigan fell by Rops. Short player in connector should be a warning sign. So FaZe do make it up that position. Frozen spams him through the smoke. Nade's going to give a little bit more away, but it could come with a kill. MOUZ dropping Brokey. ZywOo in the right place with the wrong shot.
Forced out by the util, and he won't survive the crossing. Rain holding on for that late rotation. And so FaZe have the reply. They dodge the stack.
It's such a weird game because, you know, I feel like ZywOo has missed so many shots, right? He's missed so many standard shots that he never would. He's still looking 23 and 23. His numbers are good. He's had a lot of impact. He's won them some rounds. And that's just because we have such high expectations of him. Because he's had such a good first season. And I hesitate to even call it an off game here, but there are moments where if ZywOo just connected that extra bullet, this game would be over.
There's also just something so nice about seeing FaZe play with true freedom again on a lot of these individuals. It feels so much less micromanaged, and it's allowing just this huge degree of the kind of freedom of movement in the mid-round.
Seeing like little pairs, little buddy systems coming in. Lots of good trade work. Rain and Jacob together on CT sides. Right now they're coming in under as a pack. And FaZe sit outside the A site. Brokey's AWP. There's Rain true all game long. ZywOo couldn't have him in a better position. Flames hears the pop on ramp. Looks to commit.
ZywOo opens. There was that buddy system you talked about, though, so a second man on the extremity lurk. Flames just trying to buy some time here. Is mopped up straight away. Apex out on the spawn side, dead as well. The lower take's dealt with, but Brokey no scope. Didn't even need to take that risk, but Brokey's just feeling himself right now, and he's even ready for Rops on the wraparound. Right place, right time for Brokey, but not on the angle.
Careful.
Rops gets past him, and they know not to trifle with Rops in these clutches, not to underestimate him. No one quite knows that like FaZe Clan. And so as Rops moves in, they stay tucked. They stick to their guns, and FaZe win out this first half of overtime.
Ghastly from Brokey. Why would you no-scope in that position? He's not even looking at you. You have a free kill. You still no-scope. It's because it's just working right now. Everything is going to plan. And FaZe win out a half of overtime.
This was always the allure of Brokey, right? Like, and for the longest time, because you kind of live and die by his risk-prone style of play.
Not even a good nose.
But when he switched on, no one AWPs like Brokey.
ZywOo tried, he got double kill in that round. Unfortunate timing on that smoke push, but Brokey ain't waiting for you.
ZywOo might have better games, but Brokey is just the more exciting AWPer. Because he plays in such a... It's risk-prone play for Brokey.
4 exec here for Vitality. They need a flawless T-side.
Oh, Rain up and over, that leaves him in the prying eyes of the ZywOo AWP. Him and Rops come through with openers, and it just keeps getting sweeter here for Vitality. Kills apiece for everybody. And only Brokey left, 1-on-4. It's overtime, man. He can give this a little look in, especially with the game he's having. Another round where so many would just write it off and immediately be thinking about the save. That made lowers his chances even more so. And with nothing gifted from Vitality, Broky will look to bow out of this one.
Yeah, they're not getting ninjured here, though, buddy. Broky just... Oh! Just wall-banged, and now they know. And so it's a matter of time here for Vitality, who even out the score again at 17 apiece. First and 19. We need 2 in a row for either of these teams. We need a flawless T-side here from Vitality to end this game once and for all. Impossible to predict, but now with Apex getting to call the shots.
Let's go, boys. Got a good T side.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
Vitality, calm. Four-man A stack, Karrigan alone. And while he had a great start to this map, he came in swinging, knocking out Apex 9 and 9 early. He's definitely quietened down as the game has longed out. So Karrigan alone is FaZe hoping Vitality don't go B. Ramp push, contained by Messi.
Oh, not contained. Frozen ready for it. Bails Rain out of the danger zone.
Bomb's going B.
They're going into Karrigan. Now, Karrigan started this series off on very, very stable ground, but he has slowed down massively as the game's gone on. And in this moment, he will be a requirement. His team have kept applying pressure over on A. They've kept bringing the fight to Vitality, but this lives and dies on a Karrigan hold.
Look how much he's got to hold. He's even considering the flank. They don't have window control, so Karrigan needs audio to give it away.
Broky's making his way over. Karrigan a run at and dealt with straight away.
What a clear.
Broky's first point of contact, first man on the scene, and gonna catch ZywOo on the reposition. They weren't ready for him. Broky turns this back to the favor of FaZe Clan, and he's even looking for a little bit more. The nade of Rops gets him off to death, but Broky's done enough to tee up FaZe. Got to finish what Broky started. To do that, you've got to get past Flames. Overwhelm him. Now it's just Apex left in the hot seat. 2 low players, 2 bullets end this round, but Apex can't find them. FaZe pull up and they stick the landing on that retake. On to map point.
Another 3-kill round for Frozen. His multi-kills have been monstrous in this map, and he comes up with all the impact in that post-bomb. Broky walked so Frozen could run. And ZywOo thinking no one was here in time, thinking they'd perfectly faked the site. He had room to cross to a better post-bomb position. Broky punished it. ZywOo's the guy you want in that post-bomb. Broky removes him straight away. And FaZe a bit of relief as they take their first map point of this game. Is it going to be enough? Vitality, 4 chances to close.
We've had a
FaZe on
lot of
their
these
first.
contact walkouts. And this time, they're going into a 4-man stack.
Uh-oh.
Another well-placed gamble for FaZe Clan. Rain, double entry to kick things off, and it's all come unraveled for Vitality. FaZe in double OT take down the world #1. And they best them on Mirage. That's FaZe's pick picked up. Nuke up next for Vitality. That's where they've got to turn this around.
Absolute cinema to be kicking off this series. And for the side of FaZe, talk about resilience, because despite having such a hot start, they were tested by Vitality, multiple overtimes at that, but it's some amazing heroic individual efforts to pull them through.
I think that's what's the most impressive about this win, Peter, the fact that we have FaZe, you know, getting into a long game versus Vitality, getting into the game where you have to reinvent yourself in overtime, where you have to play some of the same rounds over and over and over. And you'd think with a recent roster change and Jacob coming in, him not feeling too comfortable, that the longer the game got, the more likely it would be Vitality winning. But that was not the case. FaZe just stepped up over again. Frozen had a fantastic showing, Broky had a fantastic showing, and some of the individuals we've been missing the last couple of months, they're showing up in their best form right now.
very red-hot start for FaZe. You know, they really came out swinging with a lot of rounds in the beginning of the game, and we thought to ourselves, or at least I did, that if they can continue like this is going to be a fast matchup. And as you just brought up, like they managed to actually, well, we did see that Vitality managed to bring it back, and now it was like a very long game, and that could have been a win condition for FaZe, that they would have closed it up because they just went out and just hit their shots way more than Vitality did. But they showed resilience, regardless of how Vitality struck back at them. We did see that they got back into the groove. They started having this very well orchestrated trading game that they're so good at playing, and then it just ended up having into overtime with multiple good individual plays and things just spiraling out of control for both teams at given occasions. So it was a very entertaining matchup.
I know there was so many rounds we could pick out, but it makes sense to go back to the beginning of this game and focus on one of the rounds that caused FaZe to have such a hot start. We got round 5. What was the tail of the tape in this one?
I think round 5 illustrates what we saw from FaZe in that first half. Simple Counter-Strike, out of spawn calls from Kerrigan at good timings. You see a simple A execute coming in here, a lot of utility being put down. You're not going to see something out of the ordinary, but the execution of it from FaZe is good. Creates a lot of space. You can see how the Vitality players are constantly flashed, constantly pushed out of position, and they play with confidence, getting a couple of entries right here and FaZe winning a round without having to put too much up for it. You even see a player going through a smoke. You have a 5v3, Peter, and you still up for the play where you flash a player extra through the smoke. It's a bit of a risk of doing that, but I like the confidence they came out with. They simplified Counter-Strike, they simplified the T side, but made sure it worked out.
I actually think this approach from Kerrigan was really nice, because Kerrigan and FaZe has always been very notorious for playing a game style where they just go out and defaults and that they let their individuals work and then get their openings here. I think this is one like he wants to get off to a good start where everyone knows exactly what we're doing. We can actually get off to a good start if we can just finish this execute. And it worked out wonders, you know, like we did see that ZywOo did not have any chance whatsoever. He was flashed off. He was put behind the smoke that makes Flamesy alone on the bomb side. And then they just scale up from there. But also the flash out and later into round, it's like the proactivity, even though they have the bomb side, because it is a trap that you can actually sometimes find yourself in, that we have the bomb side, we don't have to do anything else, but you also need to get that extra type of space, so the retake is not going to be as easy for your opponent.
A couple of uncharacteristic funny moments, I guess we get to say, from ZywOo. Hopefully that can improve moving on to their map pick. Either way though, Rain and Frozen, both firing on all cylinders. Of course, Rain, someone we were talking about coming into this second half of the season, having an uptick. And for Frozen, obviously there's been some positions moving around, namely overpass A. He gets that back. So I'm sure he's feeling good about himself.
Yeah, I think Rain, in particular in the first half, had an awful lot of impact. He continued for the rest of the game as well. 92 ADR over the course of a double overtime game by Rain. Again, trending upwards, getting back to his, dare I say, best, which is, it's crazy to think about, Peter. You know how it is, you know, with longevity and playing Counter-Strike and having these dips in forms and coming back to a level where Rain is actually a deciding factor for FaZe in order to win against Vitality. That's hugely impressive. And then, as I said, Frozen, he has to be the star player. Elise was brought in to be that, I guess, star player within FaZe Clan. He was brought in to be that X factor. Now that he's gone again, it has to be Frozen. And I think he's stepped up ever since Elise left.
I really like that point from you, Jacob, that now that Elise is out of the picture, it's actually probably Frozen you're going to go to when you have to say, like, who's actually the star rifle inside this squad. And sure, we've seen Broke the last couple of days have an immense amount of impact, but it's just Frozen has been this guy inside this team that you've just been waiting to just unleash, because we know how good he actually is. Rain has been doing this for years, and it's just good to see that he still continues doing it. It's like this change of role, the change of players, are just constantly giving Rain something else to be hungry about. And that's just what's great to see, because that is what you need when you actually get in the kind of age range.
Change of mood as well. I look at the player camps again in the FaZe Clan camp, and I know it's an online game, and I know they're going into the quarterfinal no matter what, maybe into a semifinal, but you can really feel the tension. You can see the reactions all the time. You see Kerrigan, you know, constantly going crazy, and Frozen the same. I don't know what it is, but it does seem like there's a new energy to FaZe, and that also helps out, you know, when you're playing close games, that you actually feel that everyone is in it to win it.
As we got to see from that stats graphic as well, Frozen 7-1 in openers, Brokey 7-0 in openers as well, whereas on the other side, you know, Apex was struggling a little bit more in that department, but a round where he didn't struggle to be mopping up on was round number 18, and this was one of the moments where, you know, Vitality starts to equalize the scoreline, and we have ourselves a much more competitive game.
I mean, they had 7 in a row on that T side, and there was a good T side coming out from Apex. Again, simple Counter-Strike, out fighting in middle, taking mid control. You have 2 players on the A bomb side as well, capitalizing on the fact that there's so much going on in middle. Even though Vitality are losing out on the duels, there's so much space to be taken on the A bomb side. And look at the timer right here. We only played 25 seconds of Counter-Strike, and almost everyone on the server is dead within 30 seconds. It was a very hectic game. It was a fast-paced game, but it was also two teams who had the same idea on the T side. They wanted to simplify it a little bit. Go for the duels, play the trading. If then FaZe would show a lot of manpower towards middle, you had two players ready to walk up to the A-bomb side. Same could be said for FaZe on the other side. They played MOUZ as it's supposed to be played, I guess.
I think you could just take this round and then you just like wrap it around the entire map, and this is how the game actually went out, because that is what we saw. Like the A-bombs that was constantly on the fire from both sides. It was very fast-paced, and it took 25-30 seconds to actually finish up around a professional Counter-Strike. That's not very often we get to see that.
Well, the individuals from Vitality certainly started to show up in that second half. Shout out to FlameZ, who had so much impact when we moved on over after that halftime break, as well as Robs too. Like, it was great to see them looking a bit more comfortable when you have a player like Zoe, who was a little bit quieter than maybe we would have liked.
Yeah, he's not playing his best Counter-Strike right now.
He's ill.
Not anymore.
Didn't seem ill to me. Didn't seem ill to me. I agree. FlameZ, it was good to see him play well, especially in the beginning of the game. He had an awful lot of impact. He was also one of the spearheads behind the comeback of Vitality in the second. Great bounce back from FlameZ. I think he was one of the players we pointed out during Cologne and the following tournament as well, the Blast Bounty, for not hitting his strides, but I think at EWC he did well. So far in this tournament he's doing well, so I don't think it comes down to FlameZ not hitting the mark anymore. It's more so over the line of Vitality. And I think they said it themselves, right? It does feel like they miss 5-10% here and there, and maybe that's a bit ZywOo, maybe that's a bit on the calling side of Apex, maybe that's a bit on Rubs as well, despite having a decent game. It does feel like they're lacking the extra 5% that they've had for such a long time.
FlameZ was above and beyond in this game. Like, he did more than that was needed of him, and what's more than expected of him in terms of creating that space, because that is his one go-to thing, and that is what he is just so good at, and that is why he is in this Vitality team. That is to create that space, his openings, his pacing, his very aggressive to clear angles super fast, to create that given space for ZywOo and Rubs to wrap up the rounds. That's exactly what he's supposed to do, and he did a tremendous job this game. But as you mentioned, Jacob, it was more about the team chemistry. The communication was also brought up by Apex in the halftime, that they were not communicating as well as they should. So there's still a few blunders that Vitality needs to be looking at to actually get back to.
Speaking of blunders, you have ZywOo getting an opening kill on the B bomb side at match point, I believe that is. With the AWP, he tags down a second player as well, and then he keeps fighting, being the only player with the up on the B bomb side. Unlike ZywOo to make such a mistake, had he gotten the first kill, fallen back, he was solely defending the B bomb side, he would have probably gotten one more kill, backup would have come in, and that would have been game over. ZywOo in his prime would not do that, because he would trust in his team, trust in his teammates. ZywOo right now maybe feels that he needs to force it a little bit, go for the extra duel, try to change the tide a little bit, and that's unlike ZywOo, and that's what I mean when they're not playing up to the best.
Orpa, on the other side of things though, Broky's back. He's so back, and I love it.
He is so back, and this is just, I think this is the third game in a row where I'm impressed with what Broky brings to the table, because he's been really good this turn, and it's good to see him back to his former self, where he makes these type of plays that sometimes you do actually thinking, what are you actually doing? But that is what Broky does, because that activates him to actually do it consistently. And he has a higher success rate of pulling off these type of plays than he actually fails. And that's what I like to see. He's so instrumental to this team in the terms of being unpredictable. And that is what I really love about Broky, because he makes crazy plays from time to time. But he's also just very, very, very accurate when he gets into these very close-up situations. Like, he constantly finds himself boxed in close to connect, the boxing on the A-bomb side or on the B-bomb side. He just gets multi-frag after multi-frag, even though he's on a very high pressure, but he can definitely also open the rounds.
I love Broky when he's playing well. Broky not playing well, he can be annoying. He can be a liability, to be completely honest. But when Broky's playing well, he makes FaZe a different team. The comeback he's made after being put on the bench has been very impressive. Now, Judge is still out, whether or not that's going to... The jury, I guess, is still out, whether that's going to be the new level of Broky, whether he returns to his absolute best, but he's showing that he still got it, and I like to see that, because he's a fun player to watch.
You know what I like to see? Round 25. I know it was from the first overtime, but Frozen getting away with murder.
Getting away with murder. Frozen, as we spoke about already, having a fantastic game. He is now the star player of this lineup. You think to yourself, Vitality coming into overtime, starting on the T side, getting a couple of entries right here, a 5v3 Peter at this point. If you're Apex right now, you're kind of mad that you're not winning this round, and I don't know what it is. Obviously, a nice double kill coming in for Broky right here allows FaZe back into the round.
I think the main thing for FaZe right now is that they realize that they need to stack to actually be able to compete with this round. And then you start find Frozen hitting on the balcony. He actually gets cleared and spotted. And at this point, you think this is over. But you have the guy, I think it's Rubs, coming from a connector that doesn't swing in time, which allows Frozen to actually run out of bullets, pick up another M4, and still win that round. I really wanted to have seen him gone through that smoke as soon as the guy in the sandwich was fighting. And it's this type of rounds that you just don't want to be losing when you're Vitality.
Incredible stuff from Frozen and the entirety of FaZe to be closing out map number 1. But the job is not done yet. It's Vitality's map pick of Nuke awaiting on the other side of this break.
Holding balance, dead.
Some shots.
Red.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
Nice, boys.
What do you think, Cooper? This
That's
is
what we
the
fucking
FaZe
do,
plan,
man.
That's us. 12-9. Okay, let's play some Counter-Strike again, okay? Good shit, boys.
And more Counter-Strike set to be played as it is Vitality's map pick up next. Confident words coming out of FaZe after that incredible overtime win. Can they get the job done on Nuke, though?
That's a good question. I think Nuke is going to be difficult for FaZe Clan. There's a reason why Vitality picked it. But we did see Vitality struggle on Nuke a lot versus Falcons at EWC, where they got absolutely smacked. So maybe there's still hope.
If they can carry out the kind of performance they had on Mirage, and specifically also the hype they have inside of the team, I think there's a case there for it.
They get to start on the CT side.
Yeah, that's an advantage, I guess some may say. Either way, it is time to be jumping back into the server. It's Vitality's map pick of Nuke.
Yes, and maybe there are some alarm bells to be sounded here for Vitality. We're heading on to Nuke. Hugo, how do you feel about their odds of kind of bouncing back? Obviously, Mirage, very, very close. Double overtime, FaZe just take it. They did take it at the first time of asking, though, and up until that point in the game, it had always been Vitality on map point with chances to close. It was hell of a bit of conviction from FaZe Clan. Do you think that translates onto Nuke?
I mean, even if it does translate, even if they bring the hype, even if they have all those other factors at the same time, there's still Vitality we're talking about. I know they may have, you know, enamored us all with that win on Mirage, but in terms of map pool, in terms of depth, in terms of experience, Vitality going to have that in spades here on a game like Nuke, on a map like Nuke rather, whereas FaZe have to fit in a new player into a very difficult to play map, their first time showcasing Jacob in this new map. So I love the idea, but I'm expecting Vitality to wake up.
I've been feeling a little bit nervous for Vitality's Nuke ever since the major. Really just more so for the close games that they've had. Even the likes of Tyloo fielding a pretty decent half against Vitality back at EWC.
There's obviously a world, there's obviously a way. Nothing's impossible with FaZe in the server, but I think it'd be more reassuring to see Vitality show up at this point in the series. ZywOo started really slow. He got better as the game went on.
Like, we're all here for the FaZe 2-0.
Vitality aren't. They've got other ideas. Jacob and Brokey backside together. Jacob's got that smoke in case he gets mollied.
Carrigan's had unshakable reads in this game.
It's true.
And it's another good look in the pistol as there is interest for Vitality in just a fast top site hit. They're going into the stack. FaZe have got everybody here. It's what they were expecting, and so it's a clean finish. Only MOUZ left, gonna try and duck and weave down the vent. Hoping to get a bomb plant here at bare minimum for Vitality. FaZe already giving chase, and Brokey is barreling towards the single door right now. There is so much pressure on MOUZ, so the best he's able to get out with is a bomb plant.
Still good, you know, when you know you've lost the round and just squeezing out a bomb plant to allow that early buy, excuse me. That's a far better look of things here for Vitality than just having to wait for the first rifle round.
Sound like you just sucked your tonsils down.
Yeah. I was hungry. We heard it in the interviews as well, some sniffly noses on a couple of these players. Vitality, can they get the Wu activated early because he's got an AK in the second round? Apex hands it over. And even Apex's AK has ZywOo stickers. Wall of smokes thrown by MOUZ. Rain, close main. Gotta watch out for Apex coming through these smokes. He loves to do it, but ZywOo beats the timing. Plays ahead of the bloom. Ooh, gets battered on his way down, but makes it nonetheless. 2 rifles in secret. Vitality aren't going for this lower site, though. Look, FaZe have got a good setup, all things considered. 3 top site, but ramp, that's just frozen. You would expect a trade. 4 players, moseying on over.
Entered a 3-on-3, but a lot of damage sustained for Vitality, and Carrigan just dropping down the vent. Looking for this space, wasn't ready for ZywOo. More players make it down though, and Brokey secures the trade and looks to open up this retake. Taking it one step further, it's only Flames left standing now, and he's low on health, boxed in here.
How do you win this?
What's Flames supposed to do? Jacob searching for him. They haven't been able to piece together where Flames is yet. Paranoid about the window, but they put it together. And so FaZe find success up against the 4 spy.
Look, historically, it's a great map for FaZe. They've had some of their biggest wins on it over the years, and all these players very comfortable in their positions, but also rejigging with a new player can be very, very hard on CT side. That being said, alright, Test is good right now for FaZe. Frozen holding his position well. Seeing some A stacks for FaZe, knowing Vitality's upper hits are very explosive. Jacob, all eyes on him in this second map. Vitality forced back. Bomb plant and 3 kills. They get a couple more AKs, so it's not a bad idea. Flames actually goes back to sell his AK to get utility. Apex again, close lane. This time Red out. Brokey cleans him up. If we're going to have another Brokey game, CT Nuke is a great place to do it, but ZywOo humbles him quickly.
Starting to pull a second player down. Jacob moving in to link up with Frozen. Going to be tricky, though, to stem the bleeding on this push. So Vitality break through in a lower. Rob's still late lurking, and you can see that Carrigan's suspicious. Decides to try his hand at the vent drop and just feeds Flames a kill. Unlikely clutch now for Rain, and he knows it. It's not even going to give it a go. Vitality stubborn on these secret crosses, stubborn with these buys. Finally break through, and this AWP in the yard. Robs is expecting Rain to go looking for it. He denies that save.
He's so good at that, right? Just realizing when a round is unretakeable or just unlikely to be played for, and thinking, what would I do? What's the best move here? Robs doesn't let you get out, especially not with a bounty.
I think, you know, this is like a very poetic matchup. Not just because of the history of Rops and FaZe, but because it's a matchup that we haven't had a lot. The one time we did get it, I'm going to actually say that like it was this last game between FaZe and Vitality at Katowice that was like the first sign of the Vitality season, right? It was actually the first top team they ever beat with this squad. Up until then, if you remember, in the kind of bounty run, playing versus lesser squads. FaZe were the first top dogs this Vitality roster beat. And then we'll go on to not play them again throughout the remainder of the season in which they won everything.
Yeah, how'd they do that?
And so while it served as a turning point on the uptick of Vitality, can FaZe be a bit of a bookend here in this period of trouble for the Vitality squad?
Ram stack. And that molly doesn't burn out Frozen's position. They don't know about Jacob either, so they just waltz into ramp willy-nilly, falling apart. 5-on-2. AK grabbed. And uncomfortable here for Vitality, as they've not only given guns, they've given the bomb. FaZe has come running to finish off the job, and Frozen has no problem in finding his third. FaZe on a force buy, do more with less.
That's just a crazy round to win, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's been plenty of these for FaZe.
Another good gamble here. I love how they just run in. 5v2, they just run lobby. FaZe keep the pressure on, and this economy is showing it. Vitality have, again, just one AK. They go, fine, you want to play ramp? Let's play ramp.
Oh my god. ZywOo! Insane kill to open up this round, and they just start spilling down lower straight away. Carrigan shot in the back as once more these Rops lobby lurks are proving to be annoying.
Yeah, these forces, man. Everyone's getting one. They should save. Look at Brokey and Spawn. Although he's going to get something from this, maybe. Okay. A tilting death, but not one that will open up the round here for FaZe. Where is it? So a decent save here, but still Vitality winning a round with nothing. I say nothing. ZywOo AK, that's enough.
Terrorists win.
Off angles won't save you there. Surprised to see Carrion get caught off by Rops in lobby like that. Maybe thinking he was Roof.
No spam on the wall of smokes. FaZe have 2 players down here, but Rain has just shifted away. I think that's only to replenish a smoke in at the door, and yeah, he's right back down. So still adamant that Vitality intend to do something with these cross smokes. There's a double swing. Rain and Frozen play in tandem. And ZywOo first to fall. Flames trying to re-clear some space here out in the yard, puts pressure on. Leaving a back door open, but that's a huge pickup for Frozen down here at lower. 2 kills to the good. And the B play denied. Vitality, their hands are tied here. They've got to use Flames to get into this top site. Him and Rops embarking on this Heaven wraparound. Carrigan's just spotted this. And so FaZe should have a very clear picture as to what's going on.
Oh, they didn't clear Brokey.
As it looked down, and so Brokey given free reign. Rops out late from the heavens. Desperate to recover lost ground, but he's quickly running out of time. Rain slipped up through the vents in the smoke. And Rops has no idea. Spotted now, off the bomb. Rops, he needs to plant. They can charge him. They can run at him. Numbers plugged in, and Frozen arrives. No clutch today for Rops, as he's left to the mercy of that clock. And FaZe continue building on this CT side.
No plant either. Really would have liked that plant there. Robs feels like he can just get 1 kill and still have time to stick the bomb, but Frozen is in a hot pursuit, sneaking up the ladder. And so with no extra money, Vitality, don't be surprised if they force, but it won't be as pretty. It won't be these full AKs. Vitality are getting kind of goaded into these buys right now on the T side. They keep putting money in. This one is still saving some for later, but FaZe are very happy about this opportunity to build up a streak early off the back of Vitality's aggressive purchases. And that's because FaZe's economy is so ripe to reset. So it's understandable. But Vitality feeling a little bit desperate at times here. Rush on that top side, Rainfall blind, Jacob back sight, and Brokey only hits a tag. There's no kills yet here for FaZe, and still Vitality just keep making these weaker rounds work. That's what FaZe have been waiting for all half.
Bomb has been planted.
With all these top site stacks. And Vitality win it out without even a dent. Arming themselves as well. That's why they buy. That's why they force round after round. FaZe are going to have to fight to get out with these guns. Vitality have less to lose than them.
There's even flashes here just to make it harder. Brokey blind. Vitality getting closer. He's got 1 flash of his own to try and slow them down. Combat AWPing required, and 1 missed shot is all it takes. Those guns knocked out of play. A punishing hunt there for Vitality as they take everything from the FaZe ranks. And they arm themselves in the process. These forced buys set to continue.
Yeah, we're seeing this type of execute become very meta right now, where you have two players throwing you to one top silo for a better combo of flashes, as well as these rafter mollies. It flushes out so many positions. FaZe extremely uncomfortable. No one even gets a kill on that top site. Rain full blind in the smoke. Brokey only a tag from heaven. And Jacob just gets closed on by the pistol while he smokes that Molotov. He doesn't have any sight lines. Brutal upper execute for Vitality. Finally breaks FaZe's money again. They have been here before and they have lost this round, but surely they don't just walk out ramp into this stack again. So as long as Vitality have learned their lesson, they should be good to start streaking rounds together. And that fear I had in the previous round that they were playing on FaZe's terms now should be somewhat alleviated.
It feels like they
are going to walk into the triple ramp stack again.
They could. It's not out of the question. They're lining up this util for top site. But with so many players up on the roof, are they really committing to this?
Okay, apparently
Fast drop down and out they come. No one here to resist. It's just Carrigan up in heaven, and he hears the site's been lost. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's in there with them.
What?
Tried to get weird with it. Back's turned, Rops. Still a menace on this lobby control. And so the force for FaZe Clan gets denied.
Hey, someone had to try, man. Yeah, I was scared for a moment the Vitality were going to walk into ramp, but yeah, they learned from their mistakes.
I do love Carrigan for that, though. Like, he's 0-6. He's not really done anything, but, like, no other player on this earth would...
Brokey, maybe.
Look, yeah. Even then, I don't think so. No one else would look at that smoke in the middle of the site and be like, that's where I want to be.
Just that you have to drop. They hear them.
Everything about it is so insane. But that's the way this guy's brain works.
This is where Vitality should start to run away.
Like...
They're A.
What else are we going to get from the sick, twisted mind of Finn Carrigan Anderson? This is Vitality's chance just to stretch their legs a little and waltz into the lead. FaZe BS round argument is a big reason as to why Vitality still take this one very, very seriously. FaZe carry a pretty unique presence. Because in rounds like this, you're always somewhat paranoid that something weird at any moment could happen. ZywOo chased down the back of the lobby, but he's got support, and so slow and steady wins the race for Vitality there.
Yeah, they just bleed out the clock, and FaZe feel like they have to make a move. They can hear players rapping Hellside as well. They don't want to just get stuck on A site, losing Heaven control, so FaZe go into the setup. And now we have the full buy for FaZe. Without it, they're going to be in a spot of bother. Got a glass orb for Brokey. Looking for the ramp pick. Or rather, going secret.
Fast rundown back at the top side. Vitality think they found a way into this game, and it's hinging on just these fast top hits.
Boom.
Jacob narrowly surviving, but will this be enough to keep you interested? Rain does have room to come up the vent thanks to these smokes. So he's kind of behind enemy lines right now. Rops going back to check for this. Will the timing be there for him? No. Rain slides out, takes the advantage, and now FaZe are on for this round.
Yeah.
ZywOo and MOUZ put a stop to it. Rain's left trying to spam, and that's when ZywOo swings him. Brokey on the AWP, glass cannon, does not want to lose it. Knows it's going to be a requirement moving forward. The best thing FaZe will have is this lead continues to build for Vitality.
Really nice try for FaZe to stop that top hit, but Vitality catch him off guard. FaZe starting to counter an outside round. They put Rain down secret, Brokey on ramp. Thinking Vitality will go for something more standard with smokes. Ooh, had a few of those. Vitality find very favorable entries, and only Rain adds intrigue to that round. So FaZe, another eco with Brokey feeling the burden. If anything's gonna happen, it's gotta be on him. Vitality playing a team game right now. Not looking for a star.
It's also just hard to know where to start if you're Brokey in this round, right? Like, they've been doing a lot of the top site hits, so justifiably, that's where he opens his round. But even now, it's like, where do you go from here, now that it's not a fast top play? They wrap around in the yard. Carrigan is about to confirm that no one's made it down secret, and so should have an idea about this possibility. It's just very, very quick from Vitality, and they might even just look to go ramp here, forgetting about the scale up. And so Frozen is dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
Brokey is down the vent. He says, hey, I'm going to try this. Hits his shot with the AWP. Do they bound out or do they commit?
He's counting on them reconsidering. He's counting on them leaving once that AWP is spotted. He's instantly looked to rotate away.
But no one's heard anything, so he's come back down to double door side. They are in the site. Flames has crossed in. Brokey could still get weird with this. Oh, the molly.
Burning. Brokey brought down low. Rain's Deagle did connect on a Flames right as that smoke plumed, and they don't know where the Brokey AWP has gotten to.
No way.
Plant found. Vitality still feeling uncomfortable here. The rotate's only just now arriving, and there's going to be a fight between Rops and Carrigan over at ramp that could have some serious weight on it. Carrigan's had a rough start here on Nuke, but looking for a timing while his teammates are making noise. Won't be able to get past Rops. It's down to the Deeg of Rain, the AWP of Brokey, and apparently the 5-7 on Jacob. They come through with one gun in the round. Just that AWP for Brokey, and FaZe get out with the win.
How the hell did they win that round? Rain's Deagle does him dirty. 2 kills on that lower site on the smoke fade. They're not looking his way. And even though Robs is in the perfect position, reads the late flank from Carrigan, there's just too many targets in that 1v3, peeking him together. Oh. Brokey doesn't go crazy either. He really wanted to open that door and challenge the plant, but he waits to play with his team. He has trust that they're going to pull their side of the bargain. And FaZe, a second eco win in this half. It's the only thing keeping them alive. This could be a 6-round CT side. You will not turn your nose up against that at Vitality. Brokey backside AWP.
Yeah, I mean, more paranoia of the fast top hits, right? It's been like the golden goose strategy for Vitality, and if they spot Apex out in the yard, you know that this is something Vitality like to do, these wraps.
Okay.
In towards A. Now Brokey offering up more resistance, getting aggressive on this AWP. He doesn't just want to stop the push, he wants to own the hut. Tag onto MOUZ, brings him down low. Spam's connecting, but Brokey's not taking the bait. Wants the straight up kill. They try to bait it out of him. Finally, MOUZ gets his revenge, but wounded our Vitality and left lacking in manpower. Rops and MOUZ have got to combine to pull back a 2-on-4, or else FaZe tie up this first half.
Rops has room if he just walks out right now. Jacob's cornered in main. It's limited coverage from Carrigan in heaven. Is he going to do some util on that top hard? Rob's hoping that flushes a player into his crosshair, but it's Jacob he's got to get past on his own. Rain rotating round. As Molly bounces back main, Jacob could be forced into the fight. That's what Rob's wanted. You can see how this could fall apart here for FaZe. A 2-on-4 attempt in the final round of play. Rob's missed shot, the spam does find MOUZ.
Dude, I want to draw attention to Frozen trying to get ahead of this on a reposition. Knows that with this smoke down, Rops can drop vent, and Frozen's already in the right place. Rops is coming back up. Looking to get past Rain, looking to get round them. He'll make it to the back of the site. 1 point of health on Rops as he looks to embark on this clutch. Surely not. 2 players right in front of him, and 1 bullet ends Rops' round. They're not ready for him. Oh! Rops, around only he is capable of, seals a lead for Vitality on Nuke.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives. You can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news from the downtown area. An active robbery is taking place at a grocery store.
The following footage was captured live at the scene of the crime.
Put the noodles in the bag. I want every flavor. Move quicker.
Scalpel. Batwing. Suction. Fork.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
This is a never-before-seen meteorological event. Please take immediate shelter. For your own safety, I repeat, do not go outside. You must shelter in place now.
I'm gonna have to pressure you for an answer now. What's it gonna be?
Is it pot noodle again?
That's correct. Congratulations, you're through to the final round.
We're getting word globally that pot noodles are raining from the sky.
This seems to be a global phenomenon, with chicken and mushroom appearing from the north, original curry flavor hailing from the south. Experts appear to be baffled by.
Il y a des nouilles partout!
Nadie esperaba esto. Creo que habiendo pot noodle.
Meine Damen und Herren, es regnet Pot Noodle. Das ist nicht gut.
Robs reminds FaZe what they're missing as he pulls off the most unbelievable clutch at the end of the half. FaZe may have won their fair share of ecos in this game, but Robs, a robbery, 1v2 4K clutch with a single point of health remaining.
I mean, at every turn, like, this is the moment. That's the moment that's going to haunt FaZe.
Yeah.
Rain gets him to 1 point of health. The risky reposition, the read on Frozen, in at lower, going back into the belly of the beast from Rops. It's just a marvelous clutch, and so much had to go right.
When even ZywOo is shocked, you know you've done something miraculous. That makes all the difference coming into the second half. FaZe were just fighting back, pushing back on every round win from Vitality, trading out really the whole half. Oh, it's messy on the P250. ZywOo holds the advantage, but he's boxed in right now. He's got nowhere to go. They're running him down. Finally finished. 3v3 outside. Flame's still here. It's so quiet. As Robs realize they are resetting. Even if he does, FaZe change their mind. They go back outside.
Flames in a very powerful position. Going to be hard to uproot him here. Head covered. And so he gets a couple of pot shots off. FaZe still make it past. Messi with the drop down lower, going to be the first on the scene. Start to pressure him and nothing done for Messi. Robs might have to have another huge round. He's got Flames still in this alongside him, and they'll pluck Rain out together. But Robs is now dead, and so Flames left in this all alone. Brokey and Frozen. Oh, dead is Brokey on that first jiggle. And Dooley's somewhere here for Flames. Oh, Frozen with the dink. But you've seen low health not come to matter in these moments. Can Flames now have his time with a clean tap? That's what's needed. Death by 1,000 cuts is not the way to go. Flames needs it clean, needs it clinical, and he can't get a beat on Frozen up close.
God, that's a terrifying 1v1. You just know that at every peak you're risking the round. One shot can come through. And finally, Frozen whittles him down. Nice try for Vitality with some sharp shots from range, but it's FaZe who mid-round their way to a B-side post plant.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Watching your teammate clutch. Not for the faint-hearted. Especially not with everything on the line here in this semi-final matchup.
This is also, you know, a 6th set of pistol rounds from FaZe Clan. They've won every single one in this series. And considering how tight these games have been, that really comes to matter.
Converting both as well, all three that have been played out. This one is not to be guaranteed. ZywOo's been watching Apex demos.
Yeah, he's been liking what Apex has gotten up to on the MAX 7.
And Apex has been watching 2015 demos because he's got a CZ75. Now ZywOo with the MAX 7.
Got to channel his kind of inner snacks. Lower drop on the shotgun.
Well, now they know. Do FaZe want to back out?
It's the saying, use the AWP like a shotgun. I've never seen anyone try and use the shotgun like an AWP, but that's what ZywOo's attempting there.
They're forced around the other route into this MP9, and so Flames finds Rain for free. Very important trade. ZywOo in the B-bomb site. And there's the lurker dead.
I mean, Robs has just had Carrigan's number all throughout this game on these lobby lurks.
Oh, unlucky. 14 in 1, Harry.
Classic.
Mag 7 moment. The flank down vent is in.
Jacob holding this, but tagged up earlier on is an easy kill for Messi to finish. So the advantage gets away from FaZe, but they have Frozen and Brokey getting in a strong crossfire here, and it's too much for Vitality to break through for Messi now. A very tricky round laid out in front of him onto the Galil so he can take these ranged fights. But all of a sudden, FaZe go from fighting you every step of the way to not playing their hand, leaving Messi in an unwinnable position.
Rare to say Robs has gone too soon, but Apex was not ready to jump out with him there and trade that kill. I don't think Robs is ready for that close position anyway, but the fact that he jumps around that corner kind of implies you need your teammate to trade the fight. And Apex was nowhere near, so able to isolate 2 more kills on ramp side for Brokey. And despite the complications throwing the way of FaZe, another Force Buy is put away. Say what you want about FaZe, they have not lost the pistols in this series. Actually, I say that there were, there was this back and forth early on this first half, but that was like AK, Galil, Tech 9 rounds, Force Buys. They've been good in their anti-ecos, shall we call it. MOUZ saving his gun. Otherwise, little intrigue here for Vitality. This should be a FaZe lead as we go into gun rounds.
Not where you want to find yourself if you're MOUZ out in the open. 3 players peeking him. And that gun gone. Flame's gonna go try and retrieve it.
ZywOo 5-7 rain from heaven.
Apex on this move up through Secret.
Oh, Flames is called. They've reset. Luckily, Apex is still here, but they don't know there's still 3 players close by outside.
Gonna be hard-pressed to get away with more than 1 here. Might have the element of surprise on the first, but they walk right past him. They're looking for Garage.
And the cool is, I checked outside, I didn't see anything, so FaZe's timing is really, really strong here. No one's playing for this. Flames does have an interesting position in Heaven that could go undeclared. But as FaZe scale after, they've got more than enough players to snuff this one out.
I know he only has 1 kill, but Carrigan is still calling a fantastic game, dodging the threat of Apex down in Secret, getting past Flames, and now having this very, very strong Heaven wrap. There's nowhere for ZywOo to run. Boxing in on Vitality. FaZe move back into the lead.
Just can't complain about that mid-round there for FaZe. The reset, and yeah, they don't even know that Flames gathered the misinfo and left, but FaZe still used it against Vitality in retaking all of this outside control.
Just the amount of times they've come close to playing into Vitality's hands, only to kind of suddenly veer onto the safest possible track.
Frozen v Rops in lobby might be a lot of fun this half as well, so let's keep our eyes on that fight. Frozen read the ramp push that round. Oh, Rain, big entry in this first gun. Frozen making moves, but Flames reads it down the ladder. They're just going to pop on this A site. Flames comes back up at least. Rain's ready to go through the main smoke.
Oh. Okay, that's a really, really big pickup. Frozen has been a menace across this entire series. And so you breathe a little easier with him dead to smoke spam. And the plan changed in the mid-round here for FaZe. They had that chance to go for the Vitality-esque, main split, Rain kind of slotting into the role that Apex would look to play in that round.
You're not ready for Apex still at 50 seconds. Back Garage holding your main cross, though, are you? They go down Secret instead, or Brokey finds his kill Heaven, and Rain already had this space, so they follow him into the depths unknown.
The flash got Carrigan across. I don't know if Apex saw that.
He's going to check it anyway. This in-game leader battle gets worse for Carrigan in this second map. FaZe are on the B site. Flames is nearby.
Back's turned. They haven't cleared this, but right as he swings the door, 2 eyes on the location, and Flames can't play in. MOUZ reclaims 1. Both players tucked in at dark. This is a claustrophobic post-plant for FaZe. They both just hold it together. This is unorthodox.
Oh, he thought about mollying it. Yeah, perfect.
It's going to force them both out into the open. You hear this if you're Apex. You've got them both right there. And so thin margins on this round, but thank God Apex threw in that molly.
Yeah, I mean, without it, I still think there's a really good shot there for FaZe. Side by side, able to likely take that door swing cleanly. And FaZe had all the room, again, in a strong position. But Vitality able to piece together the 2v3 on this B bomb site. One bit of util goes a long way. Thank goodness it's back garage for Apex, meaning he can't even throw his nades, so he has them for the post plant.
We all know Kerrigan's thinking about that highlight video. Are you ready? Let's go.
Oh no, not another. 1 in 15.
Well, he throws himself to the wolves. The rest of his team is supposed to get out on the ramp side.
Here.
Giving chase.
Oh my.
They bring Rops down. And Apex already here. This time Vitality are one step ahead of FaZe, and that's a notable change. They've been the ones getting dodged, pulled around the map at FaZe's say-so. They're now starting to call with a bit of initiative here. A stack assembled on the right side of the map.
Bomb is out B, so yeah, you're not mid-rounding your way out of this. You've got to fight. And sure, it's the top 2 performers here in the server alive. But rerouting only gets you so far. They just trying to save. It might be exactly that for FaZe, and not a horrible call here, given the situation. Apex, what's he doing down there, though? Already set up in the B-bomb site. Positionally outmatching now, even though his kill count was very low coming into the second half as well. It's the back garage round. Wins out the 2v3 on lower. And now pre-B as FaZe go for the ramp rush.
Counter-terrorists win. I can see it. The cinematic fly-through of Nuke.
Not been his game. Still time to save it, Harry, because at the end of the day, it's not your scoreline as an individual. It's your scoreline as a team. And FaZe need Nuke. Inferno's our decider.
All right, working with some very severe limitations here. Just the saved guns. Got this one smoke for Carrigan. That's lobbed in now. But Rops springing up, deleting one. It's none of the rifles found yet, but they're getting bullied by this util out in the yard. Smoke comes in, Vitality here to meet them. Carrigan, all right,
okay.
Hell of a catch.
Doubled his kills with the Glock.
He's just run out. Shot Flames in the back, trying to open up something here for his team. Brokey with the trade, Mezzy from the rafters. Even more damage from Carrigan on the Glock, but it's not enough. Mezzy, like a turret, stops that A split in its tracks.
Yeah, Mezzy on the top site is no one to get past easily here for FaZe. And on an anti-eco playing range, giving them nothing for free. It's a cheeky moment for Carrigan, but it was just Glocks with these safe guns. FaZe are going to have to dig deeper into their wallets. Rush on the lobby. Frozen's there to deny. There's still 2 more from the ramp. Vitality not being quiet about this either, so FaZe need to fight as a pack. 5v3, but they're not out of here yet. Frozen makes it so. 3rd kill to find 20 in the game so far. Vitality, an admirable call to crunch lobby, to catch FaZe off guard, to flex their advantage. But what it's done instead is allow FaZe back in. Vitality have the money to sustain that loss. But you don't want to give FaZe momentum. Frozen, dude, he's come alive today.
Yeah, stops the hot rush and denies the first man out the ramp side, buying enough time for his team to come in. This was a beautiful little sequence for Frozen. And winning that type of round, you know, that is Vitality, as you say, trying to flex on them, right? Knowing that the money's still pretty vulnerable for FaZe, knowing that they're lacking some of this early util, and that this is, you know, it was potentially like one of the last rifle rounds for FaZe, so you were expecting them to have a call, an idea, trying to disrupt it, trying to run interference with a lobby take. Stopping that is a huge confidence boost for FaZe, and it's brought them right back into this game. One round on it, money up for reset for Vitality now as well. This could be a real turning point.
Is that a round that could cost Vitality far more than they can afford in a very tight game where they are down a map?
I mean, something else that's been interesting is just how, you know, Yard hasn't really been much of a battleground in this game. Largely, you've been crossing and getting away with it on both sides. Even now, it's just Rain on a solo lurk. Once he's gotten this secret space, they're pulling everyone else back around. Catches ZywOo down at lower.
Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Frozen follows up topside. Now you know MOUZ will still be here. Rob's expected on the ramp.
I feel like you have to make a bit of a gamble, right? You've lost 2 players. You don't really know where this play is ending up. And so with everyone here out on top site, feels like Vitality might just be rooted in place.
This could still go wrong because Karrigan's got ramp, but they're not using it because that bomb is already so far outside. It's going to have to fight through main. Apex found after 1. Still this stack ever present. MOUZ at the back of the bomb site could have won the round right then and there. It's left to Robs. Flushed out his ex-captain on that ramp lug, but 1v3 for Robs, and I'm not sure he's biting it. FaZe get that plant, and Robs disappears. So FaZe is double digits. And nothing Robs can do about it. Hey, I mean, Karrigan did enough from position. I was scared he was going to try and slow flank, but him running there pulls Robs out of the A stack. That would have been FaZe 4v3ing into the top site, into everyone from Vitality. Instead, it's a 4v2. And they trade out both kills. So even Karrigan just dying there, look, I'm trying to find the bright side, but I think you can't discount the calling in this series.
No, not at all.
FaZe's T-sides have been strong.
It's taken a good individual effort to make up for it, but yeah, you know, like, he's got faith in his team, and he's the type of guy where even if he has 2 kills, he'll still be doing it so much, right? Not just the calling, but also he'll go and give his life away with the express purpose of teeing up the rest of the squad.
And now FaZe sit in a situation where they're not only qualified to the stage, to the finals in the OVO Wembley Arena, but they could be searching for semis. A deep run.
Their first outing with Jacob.
A guy who's only played 2 LANs in his career. This would be his 3rd, and it would be straight into an arena from your PC at home in your bedroom to an arena full of thousands. You don't even get that LAN warm-up time. You go straight into top-tier competition. And he was shaky playing online games. He was nervous. But he's done his job today. However, job not finished.
This is FaZe about to move into the lead very, very late in the series. Cleanly dealing with the pistols. Flames looking to get out with something, but they won't let it happen. Giving chase.
Brokey is just a laser beam right now, even on AK. Like, he is playing out of his mind.
And yeah, you know, I mean...
28-9, Harry.
It's worth talking about Jacob, but I think the thing that's felt far cooler here for FaZe Clan is seeing this resurgence from Frozen and from Brokey. And we were talking the other day, and a lot of folks felt like it was just a one-off, a Brokey life game in that Na'Vi match. Well, he's now kept it up in back-to-back series versus better and better opposition.
Yeah, 37 kills last map, 36 for Frozen.
And so, you know, if we're to the moon!
And comes crashing down.
A perfect metaphor, perhaps. The highest of heights.
Now this round is so hard for Vitality. Losing your first kill and not getting anything from it, and FaZe reset lobby. Look at the util. They have no kit. They use one of their 2 smokes. They have a Molotov on ZywOo. Flames has had to spread out to go secret. Mezzy's going to gamble with him. A site is open, boys. If FaZe run and execute, pack it up. Save your guns. There is no one here. And the penny drops, but too late. FaZe getting ready. It's a door smoke. It could be strong, but FaZe can just go through the hut with this commit. Mezzy coming up. ZywOo has bought him that time, bought him the chance. Mezzy and Flames have to dance with death. ZywOo is here as well.
Very quickly put together this old 3 strong, and it's all gone in an instant. A wash. A flawless round for FaZe to see them through on a match and series point.
And maybe you would have preferred the save, actually. Maybe you would have preferred, hey, look, we made the wrong gamble. FaZe want a top hit. Let them have it. We get to run our rifle round again. No, you don't. Rob's solo save. FaZe 5 alive. Match point for a semi-final placing here.
And even the hunt at the end, no save for Robs. The alarm bell ringing for Vitality as this one looks like it's reaching a conclusion. FaZe leveling up, having a comeback here on Nuke. On Mirage, at the first time of asking, they were able to walk it over the line. It had always been Vitality with the chance to close that map, the team with multiple chances. Will FaZe let them build back in, or is this one over? FaZe looking for those semi-finals.
And FaZe are 12-10 up against world number 1 with their captain 2-17. If that's not credit to the system, to the carry, to the vibe, I don't know what is. Brokey, monster. Frozen, so reliable. And FaZe are right there. Look, it wasn't a perfect day for Vitality. You can't say they're playing their A game right now. But FaZe exploiting it. FaZe leveling up. Honeymoon. And they are consummating this marriage right now. 4v5. Losing Rain on the main drop. Ramp open for the taking. Karrigan comes through and finds his 3rd kill in what FaZe hope, pray, is the final round.
Even that serves as a bit of misdirection. Vitality still sit pretty with a lot of players over on the top side. Apex down here at lower. He's got his trusty Mag 7. He's had some great moments with this, some rough moments with this. That's the nature of the gun, it's the nature of the beast, but can Apex deliver now? The molly makes him very uncomfortable. Dropping this smoke doesn't do much to make life easier for Apex. And there's Brokey with the cover. FaZe stake it all on this play. They get past Robs, but here's the backstab arriving. Vitality offer up resistance. Flames with 4. And they keep treading water. They keep themselves in Nuke. Full buys for both teams to close. Everyone has everything they need in this final round. No excuses for Vitality. They want to try and drag us in to another overtime.
And why not? This game is delivered on all fronts, and we're only on map 2. And FaZe, that was a great opportunity to close it. It's only going to get harder from here. Vitality get everything they need. They go from Mag 7s to AWP. Flames with a huge impact round right down the stretch. ZywOo has a wealth of utility, ready to break open a wall of smokes. FaZe are throwing them. Karrigan lets the wall down. Broky going over red.
Is he ready to do a second volley? Are they doing the 2 walls out in the yard?
Oh, ZywOo was holding for this, but he goes for the break, and that's when Broky peeks him. Best ZywOo in the head-to-head. 5v4 for FaZe. Vitality have to solve this puzzle, boost up into heaven. FaZe going around the world.
Jacob and Rain, buddy system. Scale up in heaven and control hell together. FaZe set their sights on this top site. Mezzi's watching on, but Flames has to hold the line if Mezzi is to keep watching the heavens. Jacob in with the first, Flames still resisting, but there is the rookie trying to bail FaZe Clan out. Even looking for Robs back at the spawn, but don't give this one away. Jacob steals himself away for a moment. Back on the line now, it's Apex through the vent, dragging us into overtime.
Oh, Jacob, it felt like that could have been the glorious close from the youngster, but forced into a fight with Rops that he couldn't escape and lets his teammate die to the vent push from Apex. Disaster strikes FaZe from a winning position with 2 match points. Vitality win a low econ round and close out a difficult top site split. It is Mezzi with a massive multi in the rafters. And Apex, who's gone through a roller coaster in this map, keeps this game going into an overtime.
Important trade. And do they just try and pick up the pace on this? Flashes have been really good. They've missed this window to hit the top site. Gonna ease back into a 4-on-4. Damage, put down range. Spot players on the rotate. You know you've shuffled around the Vitality setup, and so it's in this that Karrigan's gonna look to try find a way.
Yeah, and it's into an overtime where Karrigan's horrendous individual map does actually matter, and he will be called upon to get those, just get a couple of kills. Could be the difference between a win and a loss here with how tight overtime is. Can Karrigan find his 4th on this cross? Apex spots, lets him pass, he's 20 health. ZywOo towing the line. Gets here as they've crossed. Vitality surely aware. But no one tasked to stop this.
I mean, you can tell that Vitality don't have a super clear image what's happening here because they've dropped 2 players down towards lower. Don't know exactly where FaZe are hoping to end up. It starts to become clear now with the spot from ZywOo. There's Karrigan in the kill feed. Plant coming down with seconds to spare, and ZywOo forced out of position. Then climb up for Apex. This is usually a very risky maneuver. Broky actually got spammed, forcing him out from behind the CT vent, and that leads to him finding Apex in the open.
Vitality in the dark. These were going. They didn't read the heaven wrap. They gamble B. ZywOo's just going to give this a go. Him and Robs looking to close in a 2v4, and everyone is here. It can happen very quickly, but they need to land the shots, and they need to land them now. It's not going to happen. Karrigan onto 5 as FaZe find the first of overtime. A curious gamble in a game where FaZe have not opted for those B hits, those smoke crosses, those secret plays. They have been wrapping heaven round after round. And they do it again with info from Apex, and still Vitality read it wrong.
Exciting, no?
Yeah, buddy.
Like points, I mean, still fighting.
FaZe 13 to 12. ZywOo looking mortal with more missed shots.
I love that. Exciting, no? Dude, I don't know, the vibe of this team is very, very different. It's like a time capsule of a team. Like whenever you listen to Vitality, there's more modern day polish and professionalism on it. FaZe still hit like a rowdy LAN team from back in the day. Karrigan trying to make it entertaining for everyone. But in this round, they've lost Frozen early, and that is one of their two very heavy hitters. Karrigan trying to re-clear the lobby.
Yeah.
It's a tough time ever getting going, and going into this crossfire won't be any easier. Rain keeps the lower take alive and well.
Karrigan timed Flames. He got passed on ramp, but can they wait for him?
Apex seems aware of this possibility, and Flames is now starting to move back in on the lobby side.
Maybe they spotted him.
I think Karrigan might have pieced something together here. He heard a footsteps back at lobby. This is taking a lot of speed out of the retake, but he can't deal with Flames. It's just Brokey, one versus four.
Surely not.
He's had some great moments all across this series. In fact, in the last two he's played, but yeah, this is asking a hell of a lot from Brokey. First kill comes for free, and it's armed him with his weapon of choice. Nade in at the door. Oh, nearly the lineup. That was the collateral, just shy of MOUZ. And so the defuse in, Vitality breathe a sigh of relief. It's so nearly the Brokey BS.
He hit MOUZ for 81. He almost killed both players on that orb, which could have won the round into the 1v1. Good save for Vitality. They're just happy to get the round. It doesn't need to be that deep.
Here's the collab.
I don't know how it doesn't kill him, but hey, Vitality are not complaining. Towards the end, we had ZywOo wake up on Mirage after a quiet map. I'm still wondering if we're ever going to get that here. Top hit coming in, Jacob double entry. Just what FaZe needed to make this magic happen on the top side. Jacob finds a third, 4 kills for Jacob on A. Packs Vitality's bags.
And just what a time for him to do that, right? It was him who, as we were approaching the end of regulation, had that chance, was building into a round all of a sudden, looking to seal the deal for FaZe. Well, here in their last round of the T-side overtime, Jacob puts on a hell of a display. Super active on this routing, just charging at Vitality. He's spoken about his nerves, the pressure of coming into a team like FaZe Clan, but you get these glimmers, you get these moments where it feels like they found their man. He does bring a certain X factor to some of these rounds. Still with a lot of room to grow, but promising signs along the way.
I mean, come on, you're a map up and you're in an overtime against the best team in the world. Like, you know, wasn't expecting him to come through as the hard carry for FaZe in the first week of play. But I think even the results for FaZe speak to maybe a vibe shift, playing with a young, hungry player. Vitality, they've gone cold on us here.
Well, no, if you remember, it was topside hits. That was really what was working for Vitality in regulation. Their T-side was defined by these fast, quick plays out in towards A. They put Karrigan on the back foot early. They challenged his bomb site. And so they're going to look to open up OT much the same. Bit of a lean here as Karrigan and Jacob both find success. And Rain barrels up the vent. Vitality and the ace up their sleeve of these top site hits doesn't work in OT.
Well, you said Karrigan wants to make it entertaining. How about you make it entertaining for London? Semi-finals is just 5 kills away here for FaZe Clan. A 2-0 over world number 1. And FaZe are right there. It's for the taking. just had a monstrous game at a couple of these FaZe individuals. Brokey, 35 kills, looking to top his Mirage, and that was 2 overtimes. Brokey is back. Read the headlines. Rain dispatched down lower to block, but is Vitality just going to run it back on this top side? Do they want to try it once more? It is Flames' entry that opens it up. It's Karrigan stuck inside the smoke. Support from Frozen, spam onto Karrigan, rain up the vent again with another. Brokey, no more BS. Not here, not now, not never. Vitality demand more. In the face of defeat, Vitality do it again. And this time it works out.
I mean, when it was so plainly their way in on their T half to open up this map, you feel like they kind of have to keep going back to it. It was really where they earned the FaZe respect here on Nuke. The balls to do it twice in a row. When the first time went so horribly for Vitality. But this is where it will be decided, and it's not in a fast top site here. Apex lurking out in the yard.
FaZe's heights may be higher, but across the board, Vitality have had more reliable pieces, even with a very cold game from ZywOo. Flames and Rops closing rounds with MOUZ as well. Jacob baited down the vent by this outside utility. And Brokey backside starting as Vitality look for the same thing thrice. That's a shot for Brokey. 36 on the board. Vitality going in.
Oh, there's the lineup for Flames. Oh. Rain makes it up through the vent as he's been doing all game long, but Jacob won't be able to do the same thing. For now, Rain is alone and he's getting pressured through the back. MOUZ and Apex split him together. And so Jacob needs a Hail Mary of a play. Up the vent, held by ZywOo. More overtimes demanded as Vitality lock in one more.
All right, this is good for the calling for Apex. He knows they were all eyes on vent. They knew that they baited those rotates from the outside smokes. They know FaZe's reaction right now, and they've read it very well. These lower drops off the back of just utility, not even much of a fake behind this, because Vitality trust in Flames to find these entry kills, and he's done it once more. 3 top hits in a row to keep this game going for Vitality. Getting hyped up again. This series opens up with the opportunity of a win for Vitality. FaZe were in the same position the Vitality were on Mirage. Multiple match points. Brokey missed shot. Stuck behind the smoke. They spam Rain instead. And you heard the AWP. You know that's not Rain, so ZywOo keeps spraying.
Karrigan gonna try and slip in this little gap out in the yard. Finds good room. Deals with ZywOo, but now he's in enemy territory. And they're not gonna make life easy for Karrigan. Whoa. A second kill found.
3v5.
Support on the way. You're thinking this guy couldn't hit a bullet all game long.
No.
But here's Karrigan and Jacob bailing FaZe Clan out of a 3-on-5. They've put themselves in the advantage. The bomb even loose out in the yard. Is it on top of Silo or down behind?
It might be on top of Silo. Still savable. MOUZ. Kill right below him.
Karrigan's missed. Sorry, MOUZ's missed this timing on Karrigan. Oh, there's the spot. There's the spot. Finds him in an unorthodox position. The bomb right here. That was what Karrigan was trying to play around. The cheeky little devil on the creep out through the yard.
I mean, FaZe have no business. 3-on-5, and they're in a 2v2 right now with Frozen still alive in a late round. Jacob playing off him, covering his back, allowing Frozen to excel in this position.
I mean, you can see the fear, though, that Rops puts in you, right? You've only seen MOUZ. Rops could be anywhere. They are grouped. They're playing together. Out the heart on a walkout here. Plant's got to come in, and that's when FaZe are going to look to make their move.
No, not happening.
Play ahead of the util.
Oh,
Here, Jacob had to hit that as fast as he does, or else Vitality win the round to a Molotov.
My goodness, they both go together. That's the only way they can lose, getting caught up in the crossfire, but Vitality's so scared of main. Don't consider double heaven. That molly does not buy them the room they hoped, and FaZe went out from a two-man disadvantage.
Dude, that's so insane. Like, when they drop the bomb, your big worry all of a sudden is, oh god, have we just given them this? Like, Jacob had to kill Rops in that instant. This is what they mean when they say cinema. These are thin margins. Story of a late recovery for Carrigan, having some impactful rounds when we've gotten into overtime. He was the whole reason that one got interesting in the first place.
Staying at a 10-10, it's not too late to still save yourself in this series. Flames in heaven, and that is quick. Shadow could give it away. Molotov distracts, and FaZe look for this kill, but that draws him away. Wait, he ticked in his teammate's molly. Flames gives it away entirely. ZywOo's found outside, and Flames' position known by FaZe as they come in for the kill. The haymaker on this top site. Rops and MOUZ still making it interesting. Bomb is back in spawn.
Yeah, same position as last time, dropped down by the silo. So they've got to waste time going back to get this now. This could have been them moving in to a hard-fought, hard-earned top site hit. Instead, Rops trying to maintain this space while MOUZ goes back for that bomb.
Uh-oh, Team Molly, nowhere to go.
20 seconds. MOUZ needed open runway. MOUZ needed the ability to run in for this bomb plant. Losing Rops here is the worst-case scenario. And with two players waiting up in heaven, just playing around the tap of this bomb, MOUZ's about to get swung as soon as he goes for this plant. Here they are, out through heaven.
Oh,
no! Frozen's cratered. Brokey can't go. And MOUZ's given a chance. Damage done! MOUZ! Give him the runway! Give him an inch and he'll take miles off you, Frozen! With a horrible death and a 3v1 that FaZe can't find.
Frozen shatters on the ground. And this round thaws over for Vitality. How did he mess that up? And MOUZ makes up for it every step of the way. It's got shades of that Rob's clutch in the first half. But with big mistakes for FaZe. This was looking like the dawn of a flawless CT side of overtime. But this game's got other ideas.
And I want to quote Carrigan, actually, and say, entertaining, no, because it is.
For all the wrong reasons.
With the FaZe BS, it gives and it takes.
Oh my god. When have you seen that happen? Usually it's inconsequential, those kind of deaths. To lose a 3v1 in double overtime. And Frozen's just got to sit there in silence. Flames spilt a drink after that round. So I heard. Just missed the slide.
And that's the thing, like, I know the death feels silly on Frozen.
You're
but
right.
MOUZ is still, like, that's not an easy round, even in the 1v2, no. Even with one of the players just, you know, Control-Alt-Delete in their own life out of existence. It's still a tricky clutch. He's getting swung on two different angles of elevation. Player running up on him. He stops midway through fighting Brokey to flick back and kill Rain. Even though they make it easier for him, it's a fantastic clutch nonetheless.
What a game we're getting. And to think there could be more. Vitality fighting for Inferno. Flames mopping up his mouse pad.
mean, I'm going to say there's only so much like a towel or a tissue can do in this situation. You know how it is.
He's got a spare mouse pad. I'm sure he's got a spare mouse pad.
You hope he does.
Come on.
You really hope he does.
He's looking locked in. We're looking ready to go.
You don't want it sopping wet while you're trying to play, Hugo.
Depends what you're playing. If you're just joining us, both these teams already qualified into the Blast Open London Finals, a 16 playoff in the Wembley Over Arena just this weekend. This game is for semi-finals or quarters. A seeding match, but with a lot to prove. On a new FaZe roster versus a Vitality trying to reclaim form in the second season of the year. FaZe won the first map in double overtime. And here we sit in the second.
No nades to blow these smokes open. And if you get too curious, ZywOo's boosted up here on red. Karrigan trying to bait a reaction out of Rops. He gets it. And Rops provides that opening. An incision in towards A. Yard control taken and a 5-on-3. Powerful positions for Vitality here all across the board. You'd like to think this one is unlosable. You've got Apex wrapping Heaven, Rops securing the ramp clear, and yard control for the rest of Vitality. They have all the important map areas. Every reason to win this.
Yeah, just don't drop down, Apex. Stay here. FaZe go roaming, but they've missed the timing. Rops has cleared ramp as FaZe arrive. Bomb coming through main. Now FaZe's timing is good, but the position owned by Vitality, and FaZe don't even look up. They hear that now, right?
Oh my god!
Stab, don't lose this.
Rain with one. That's at least dealt with the powerful post plant that Heaven is. But dead on the swing. Jacob not long for this world as all three players looking on. The nades will find him. Vitality with 2 in a row to close out this first half of the second overtime.
And yeah, FaZe just can't think about that previous round because they'll be kicking themselves still. This is still a live game. Now got to get it done on the T side. Now this has been a T-sided series with 7-round halves in both maps on regulation. So that is some salvation for FaZe, but definitely a big opportunity fumbled in this second map. Vitality play on.
Ooh, double AWP in this first gun round. Rops donning his. Gonna take it over towards ramp. ZywOo getting aggressive in the yard.
Glad ZywOo's still willing to make plays, knowing that one good round here can take us to a third. And that's a great start. Rain picked outside. Broky tries to search the trade, but ZywOo gets out. And while FaZe may feel like ramp is a better option, Rops' AWP waits. Surely not for Frozen. Rops finds him as well. FaZe, the brick wall. They've run into it. 3-on-5 and potent position for Apex to clean up Karrigan. His woes will only get worse. 1 by 1, FaZe fumble.
As he should get this, right?
Yeah.
We'll have the trade at least. And now for Broky, a 1-on-3 where he's got no real room to work with. Gonna try and scale out here across. But Rops is giving chase through Secret. He's on a timer. Will he get into lockers in time? Yes, he has. Rops will miss this timing.
40 kills for Broky.
Oh, okay, that's a very Broky way to go about it. No one else would look to AWP ZywOo like that. And Brokey left it all to chance. And who can blame him with how this series has gone?
Hey, he's hit those already in this game, so unlucky. Rather unlucky indeed. But ZywOo, he makes his own luck. Him and Rops forcing opening kills. And a bit lapse on that top side, but it doesn't cost Vitality anything. They sit with map point, Inferno hanging in the balance. Can Vitality force it? Not live on this one. Crash on FaZe's side. So we have to wait one more moment to see where Nuke is going.
And I really like that first, CT round for Vitality. I like that they elect to get aggressive out in the yard, because that was largely a position that both teams have shown a lot of respect in. Instead, it's been like lower drops and playing over towards back garage, maybe dealing with like the spillover, but very rarely looking to fight through the smokes. Instead, ZywOo got involved from the get-go with that push out to red. Not really moves that we've seen yet in this game, and so that came as a real surprise to FaZe.
I feel like you let Vitality in this game and they're not going to waste that opportunity. That's the looming threat right now, that even with ZywOo on a off day, Vitality sit with map point with 2 chances to close, with good vibes, with CT side. More asked of FaZe to keep this series in their favor.
I mean, it's also, while we're in the pause, it's just nice to have a FaZe to be excited about again. I think there's no underestimating what they bring to the table in terms of just raw entertainment. This is such a good team to watch. And it wasn't for the longest time.
Yeah.
You start to feel sad, which is not an emotion you underpin to FaZe. Even when, they went on that streak and they were making finals and they weren't winning them, which comes with like its own kind of horrid feeling. They were always exciting. They were always enthralling games. They really do just play a brand that keeps you so invested. Regardless of the outcome of this, very happy to have them back. The idea that we get to watch them in London, whether it's quarters or semis, is a good thing.
Absolutely. I just think Brokey's resurgence in these few days of play has just been a marvel to watch. Multiple crazy games. The clutches against Na'Vi. Did it in first map here. Doing it again on Nuke. Reliable, consistency, and very high heights for Brokey. Who expected that?
Yeah, I mean, I also just think it's mad how they're stacking up in terms of like head-to-head in this game, right? Because you're up against Vitality. Like, this is a culmination of like 4 of the top 10 players in the world for this year, all on one squad. Meanwhile, FaZe have Brokey, who got removed from the team at what was one of their best events in terms of making it to the playoffs in Austin. Then gets re-added. That was supposed to feel underwhelming, right? Everyone kind of had questions. There's no way Brokey can get back to his form. What's a couple of months, you know, watching the team who just removed him, bringing him back in? How's that going to help? Frozen, who was struggling kind of the whole time Elige was in this squad. Rain, someone who multiple times over everyone's come for the head of whenever these FaZe woes start to happen, because he's been here so long. 31 years old, you're always willing to discount his longevity. Jacob, a Polish guy. You weren't even sure who he was when he got the call up into this FaZe team.
And I mean, people have been talking about it, so why not build on it? You know, Carrigan's wife, who was sports psychologist over for Jacob's previous team, able to maybe see this guy had a strong mental. Perhaps saw something there. Right now, off the early couple of games we've seen from FaZe, aside from some nerves, he seemed comfortable. Got a bit of a tech going on here. Admin's looking into it as we speak. So for the meantime, just hold on. 18 to 16. We'll throw it over to the desk to Phil.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, slight server issue going on. Hopefully will be rectified fast indeed. Either way, what an insane series this is turning out to be. I thought maybe map 1 was the pinnacle of the craziness, the chaos we were going to see. I didn't think Nuke was going to deliver on the same level.
I don't think anyone expected, probably neither of the teams. I think they probably saw it as an opportunity of Vitality closing out pretty comfortable. I think that FaZe has so far pulled up some very interesting rounds. I think Carrigan overall is just bringing in so many cool plays, and specifically the mid round is what's working out for them. And obviously we also just have the individuals continue to play well. I think Brokey is by far the standout player on the FaZe side. It's very crazy to watch.
It's a crazy game of Counter-Strike. Very, very fun game of Counter-Strike as well. Kind of feel for Frozen right now, not gonna lie. I'm sure we'll dive into round 32 at some point, where he unfortunately commits a bit of a Sudoku down from heaven. Let's be honest, that's gonna hurt a little bit, and now he's had, what, 5-10 minutes to relive that moment over and over again, at a point where FaZe, as you said, Peter, have been playing so well throughout the entire day of the game. We have it right here. It's a 1v3. It's unwinnable for Messi. There's 10 seconds left. There's no point to push the bomb right here. Frozen, unfortunately, a little bit of a misstep right here, and then I don't know what happens at this point. You know, it's just, yeah, unfortunate.
Okay, but
for Frozen.
like that in isolation, that shouldn't unfold to too much, right? Like, it isn't necessarily Frozen's fault that then the jewels are taken in isolation. Like, that's not a result that happens often.
I think some of the issue is that when Frozen actually decides to, because he wants to get the space whenever the bomb is planted, but by him dropping down when he dies, that puts the guy in heaven in a hold position. And the same thing with the guy coming from main. They're thinking, what should we actually be doing in this game? Should I just go out now, because now we actually didn't get that space that we wanted to, and they're both holding back a little bit. And Messi just gets two very isolated duels where the guy coming from below is not fighting with the guy above, and that's the issue, right?
Well, we are ready to be diving back into Nuke tech issue resolved. It's time to see if we can push this to the third map.
This really is old school cinema, because this was our intermission. You've had a moment there to go and get some drinks, some snacks, and prepare yourselves for the absolute gem that is Vitality versus FaZe Clan.
Well, an intermission wouldn't be right before the end, Harry. So are you saying that we're only halfway through this series?
We certainly could be. It's Vitality with a chance to close here and now. They've had a bunch of these in this series. Back on Mirage, they were unable to do it. Right until FaZe Clan hauled it through to another overtime and then went on to close at the first time of asking.
Jacob on the main drop, maybe. Where have I seen this one before? Apex in an electric position up close, forcing that kill, and Flames as well. 5v3. We've seen FaZe bail themselves out of these ones before, but this one does not look the same. It looks like Inferno loaded, locked, ready to go. Only Rain 1v5. All that break only for FaZe to fall apart at the final hour. CEST will be needing you. Don't go anywhere. Vitality, long out this series. They give us a game. We go to a third.
The fire of FaZe, unfortunately for them, is extinguished, and we do need the third map to decide who is going through to the semi-finals of the Blast Open London. High-octane Counter-Strike that, unfortunately, as we were just talking about in that brief intermission, was sadly cut short after the unfortunate antics of Frozen.
I think it was a clear picture that FaZe, they threw everything they had at Vitality, but they ended up with like too little things, and that just dictates a team that maybe has not put in enough hours. I think they got this many rounds because they did have some good calls from Carrigan in the mid-round, but also their individuals, specifically Brokey, just carrying a lot of dead weight, specifically looking at how Carrigan performed this one. I think they can be proud of this kind of performance, and the fact now they actually gave themselves a chance of going into the third map by winning the first. I think that's still a good picture for FaZe Clan.
100%. You know, there's many ways of attacking this game. I think one would be to say that FaZe definitely delivered better than we expected coming into Nuke. Another one would be that FaZe in overtime probably should have closed it out. They were having the leading position, had a couple of match points where they couldn't convert. Obviously, the Frozen accident as well. Not sure if that would have changed anything in this secondary overtime. And then, as you said as well, Peter, Carrigan, to be completely honest, he was nowhere to be found on the server. When you go 1-16, I believe that was at a certain point, then yes, he had great calling, you know, and he kept his team in it, but big credit to Brokey for basically keeping the entirety of FaZe into that one. You can only have a guy like Carrigan performing at such a low level if someone else is stepping it up massively, and that was Brokey keeping the game alive for a very long time.
It's been amazing to see what Brokey's put on the server since his return to FaZe. Fingers crossed he can keep that up as we move almost to that third map. But let's go all the way back to the first half, the T side for Vitality, because you noticed a couple of tendencies that they were going for time and time again.
They really like to attack that upper bomb side on Nuke, and it's a position that I have played so much in my career, probably the entirety of it, and it's so hard to deal with. And it was just like Vitality just recognized that FaZe had so many troubles hitting this bomb side. And the thing with the A bomb side on Nuke is that there are so many variations you can be pulling off, whether you want to go 3 through door, 3 through hot, if you want to dive down the vents. There's so many things that keep you guessing, and it's so hard to dive around all this utility flying in, the Molotov on hot, the Molotov backside. And then I have this round, the round 12, where actually FaZe being very proactive. They actually understand that they need to isolate the duels before the split is actually happening, catching the first guy outside, and Brokey being up close with the off inside hot, which is a very, very big counter for that given strategy that Vitality was running. So it was good to see that FaZe actually realized that what they were losing on to actually try and get back into the game.
Did you want to run that one more time, Jacob, to see the ending of it?
Round 12, I think we should run that round one more time, because I agree with Peter. It was great to see Brokey come in and finally change it. Robs finds himself in what's going to be an unwinnable position. You know, it's a nice first kill right here. There's going to be a trade. It's a 1v3 at this point as well. 20 seconds left. His position is known now, by the way, as well. All of the players on the server are well aware of where each other are situated. Now Robs gets a nasty little kill right here, drops down the vents, gives up the sound cue, goes up through the vents, through the smoke, and I don't want to blame, I believe it's Rain right here. It's a tough shot to hit and nail it on, but Robs is now isolated on the bomb side with 1 HP. You think to yourself, it is unwinnable. Instantly repositions, gets up close, well aware that he at least has to catch one player off guard. I'm not sure why Rain is not aware that this may be a possibility, but it's not really Rain's fault. Frozen obviously have to come in with the refrag, but Robs is just instantly hitting a nasty shot. As I said, I don't think anyone make a huge mistake right here. People at home may be pointing towards Rain and be like, oh, you should have killed him, or oh, you should have done something differently. Sometimes we just have to accept that when Robs is clutching like this, there's not a lot you can do.
And this is exactly where you want Robs to be in those type of rounds, because that is what he's really good at. I'm sure this clutch maybe is 1 out of 10. Like it doesn't happen that often that he pulls off these type of plays. But I just like the details from Robs. The whole thing that he plays with the unknown identity of the one. He knows where one guy is, and he drops down vents to give up the sound cue. He realizes when he also plants a bomb that the flank is not going to come from him, because then he would have been killed. And at that point, you know, he just isolates the duels and puts himself in that position where he actually is able to clutch out a situation with that amount of HP.
And it wasn't just a flash in the pan for Robs. That wasn't the only moment we saw him shining bright. We know it's a very comfortable map for him. He was showing up once again alongside Flamesy as well. And it was an interesting point you brought up the other day, Peter, when we were looking at, okay, you've got ZywOo, you've got Robs. They are the stars that should be performing. And as of late, it's been Flamesy. It's obviously been Apex as well, who's been a little bit, you know, hit and miss. Great to see FaZe coming up more consistently alongside Robs too.
Yeah, 100%. Like FaZe is always and has always been so important for this Vitality team, and I think there's a clear picture of him dropping off. But he does have a lot of very high impact kills with the fact that when every time he hits he had one of the rounds where he actually got out of door and just got a triple entry frag. You know, the way that he clears angles and the way that he just moves and is so accurate and doesn't stop. Like, he doesn't hesitate. He trusts so much in his teammates' utility, but also in his own abilities. Even though he's in a very bad period, he still gets the job done, and that is one of the things that I personally thought was a hard time. If I had a slump in that team, I would probably have slowed down just a tiny bit, but that tiny bit of slowing down would cause an impact on the rest of my team, and that's what Flames still keeps up regardless of his pretty poor performance.
That's the cool thing about this duo when you look towards FlameC and Robs as well. They're so different in the way they approach the game and the way they think Counter-Strike, and it's basically like having two different very sharp tools in your toolbox if you're Apex. They're not good at the same things, you know. They have each their speciality. They each excelling at one being very aggressive, entry fracking, as you said, and Robs being this phenomenal clutcher, you know, lurker, just constantly being annoying. And the best way to describe Robs is that he installs a bit of fear in the opponents, especially late round. You always have to check your back. You always have to be afraid that he's hiding behind a corner, etc., etc. So when you're Apex and you look at those two players, if you can get the most out of both of them, then that's a big part of why they were so dominant in the first part of the season.
Just to wrap up the conversation about Nuke, I know FaZe didn't win it, but I just want to give credit where credit is due to Brokey, because Dupree, you can probably attest to this as well. Like, taking some time out of a squad and then returning, that's no easy feat to return even better than we saw you departing the team.
100%. I think it all has only done something good for FaZe Clan. It's also specifically Broken coming back and now showcasing what he actually brings to the table, reminding ourselves how good he actually can be. And it also brings, you know, it brings some confidence back into majority of the team, but specifically more Karrigan and Neo, you know, probably the ones that made the case of actually cutting Brokey because they needed to make some kind of change and they decided to go for that one. And to then get Brokey back into this shape, that must feel really good that you actually feel, okay, it actually did something good for us. And I'm also at a place where I feel like the whole removal of Elish has done something to Brokey because it's like the last 3 or 4 games where he just exploded, and I'm still worried that Elish could potentially have a role of where he's saying, I don't want you to go for these type of plays. It does make sense. It's too risky. Like, you have the orb, yada, yada, yada. It's like he's been freed up. There's not this guy sitting behind him saying you shouldn't be doing this.
Elish is a comfort player. Elish is a player that only thrives when everyone around him is doing exactly what he's expecting them to do. We've seen that time and time again. Brokey is the opposite. Like, he's a player that plays on pure intuition. One game he has maybe one idea of what he wants to do. The next one is going to be completely different. That's something FaZe and Karrigan are used to working with. And I agree with you, Peter. I think when you have those two players working close together, it's the worst mid and match you can have.
Well, either way, we do need a third and final decider to see who will be going through to the semi-finals of Blast Open London. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be Inferno going down after this short break. Believe me, you want to be securing your tickets for Hong Kong if you have not already. But our eyes right now are firmly set on Open London because FaZe and Vitality have the opportunity to be advancing themselves to the semi-finals. It's got to a third map that is Inferno. Vitality decided to take us here. They had the choice between Dust 2 or Inferno. We were maybe a little bit perplexed as to why Inferno. Do you think there's any particular reason why?
I mean, the quick view at home would look towards Vitality and be like, hey, you guys have a 100% win rate on Dust 2. You haven't lost the map since April this year, so surely you're going to go with Dust 2. The caveat, though, Peter, is that Jacob, the new guy on FaZe, have only ever played Inferno twice in his entire career. So if you're Vitality, you're picking Inferno in order to make sure that FaZe are uncomfortable coming into the third map.
Yeah, and this is not the first time I get to hear this analogy that you have a new player in a team and you think, hey, what was his permaban in his previous team, and then you're gonna go and try and punish it when he gets to his new team. In this case, it would be FaZe. I also just think it comes down to Vitality looking at the recent results for FaZe on Dust 2. Like, they did beat Spirit, I mean, sure, it was ecstatic, but they did beat them 13-0. And I think with the limited time they've had and with Karrigan's playstyle, I think it's just a map that slots better in for FaZe. So I feel like Vitality has just gone with a more safer option and going for Inferno.
How tough of a task does Jacob have in terms of integrating on this particular map when you've, basically never played it in an official capacity before? Is it one of the more tricky maps to, be getting your hands on?
It definitely is. I mean, Inferno is a lot about understanding rotations and when to rotate, but it's also when you actually lose the advantage, when you actually, like, what kind of position can you actually take, what part of the map is open compared to, I mean, sure, that's going to be happening in all maps, but I think in Inferno is more complex that you are usually left in a disadvantage situation because you split up your defense so often. And if you are not familiar with what type of attacks you're going to get faced with and the utility coming in, what flashbang do you actually specifically need to dodge whenever you get attacked, I think that's tough. And obviously the banana fights where we can see him help sometimes can also be very difficult.
It's the CT side that's going to be so tough for him. Like, all over the map, you have banana fights 24/7. It takes months, to master that and figure out how do we dodge all these different nade combinations. You then put him towards the big bomb side, and there's all these crossfires, dodging, etc., trying to stay alive. So it doesn't matter where Karrigan is going to try to slot him in. It's going to be difficult the first month for him of playing Inferno. So I'm not going to lie, despite Vitality having lost us 2 in, what is it, like 4 months or 5 months, it makes an awful lot of sense to push this into Inferno.
FaZe won the knife. They have indeed picked CT side. So what are we going to be seeing from the Vitality side of the opposition in terms of going for those aggressive plays? What are you looking at?
I think they're going to try to bully Jacob a little bit or apply pressure towards him. You're not going to build a game plan around to target one player. Vitality is too big of a favorite coming into this game for doing that. But if the opportunity arises and if you have mid-round scenarios where you maybe lean more towards his bomb side than the other, then that would make an awful lot of sense.
Yeah, but just for my sake, for Vitality, they know they have the better Inferno and a deeper playbook. So just keep it quite simple, play the numbers, but also play the aggressiveness banana, get that type of control, then fall back, actually making the very structured A plays that they can make. So don't get too complicated.
I very rarely ask for predictions, but I want to. We've gone to a third map. It's been a barn burner of a series. Who do we see edging this one out?
I'm afraid that this game has been one of the best games at this tournament so far, but it won't continue on Inferno. I think Vitality is going to win quite convincingly.
I'll go the opposite, say 2-1 FaZe.
Okay, either way, we are ready to get this game back underway. Inferno, the third and final decider between Vitality and FaZe.
You don't believe that?
Yeah, and I mean, this series has been fantastic. It's had everything. We've had some sick clutch moments in there for both squads. Rops and MOUZ making their name for themselves back on Nuke, but then you've had Brokey and Frozen with some fantastic rounds for FaZe Clan. Everyone's hitting hard, and everyone's a little nervous now as we head to Inferno. For if this can keep up for FaZe Clan, who have been punching above their weight throughout the series. Is this where that ends?
Yeah, maybe. I think all signs point in that direction, but FaZe love to keep you guessing, don't they? So let's see what these first few rounds have in store. And safe to say, with some quieter moments for Vitality, we definitely do see the level up of Brokey and Frozen exploiting that. So just hoping that can keep up to a degree on Inferno. Brokey's always managed good mileage on this map, even despite it not being an Orba's paradise. So I'm willing to watch and learn here in this decider. FaZe Vitality for semis, for quarters, for entertainment.
Vitality are about to end up in the right place. They're going into Karrigan's bomb site. It's just him here alone. And he'll want to stay alive for the retake, slowing them down with util, buying a few more seconds. but ultimately getting pushed back. He's looking for one kill. He really wants that to launch this retake, but instead gonna fall at the hands of ZywOo. And this is awkward for FaZe now. Man down. That's some pressure alleviated thanks to Rain's pistol. Re-smoked in at the coffins. That's a big problem. FaZe were grouping there. And now head out towards the spawn. They've got one more flash. That's going to signal the push, the beginning of this retake, and maybe the end of it, as it's a quick cleanup out of Vitality, who all swing on first contact.
Apex bringing the hype because that is the first pistol win by Vitality in this series. FaZe converted on every single one coming into this third map. And so finally Vitality start things off on the right foot, and Apex knows that this is a game that Vitality can run over. FaZe's only track record in this tournament is a convoluted win over Ecstatic in overtime. Vitality, they may have lost it to Gamer Legion, but we know how high the heights can be on Inferno.
Obviously a lack of officials on this match, on this map for Jacob.
Only 2 ever. What is it with the new generation?
Well, I'll say this. Unlike Kiyosuke, who didn't play it in Go or CS2, Jacob in his free time has played a fair bit of Inferno, so should be better in terms of like the micro of the map. A bit more comfortable on some of these angles. Always keeping up with this ever since the Kiyosuke stat line of him having played it like 40 times ever in every conceivable metric. For Jacob, that number's a couple of hundred at least. Lacking the officials experience, sure. But you hope that Carrigan can bring him up to speed.
Still is just not very many unofficials with 240 maps played, only 2 of them being on Inferno. So FaZe, we'll be keeping our eye on the new addition. Vitality avoid the stack here, and that bomb comes in just with enough time. ZywOo being careful. That would have been a very FaZe way to do it, but not meant to be. Mezzy's here to shut the door on FaZe if they try and exit. But you don't really want to hunt with the AK.
This is what the Brits do well.
Yeah?
Ruin it for the rest of Europe.
And themselves. Well, nobody wins here. Apex may as well have a little jaunt here with the MAC-10. Just got to clear your corners. Not a bad hunt, 2 kills. Nothing more. FaZe definitely gonna have to work hard on this third map. Had their opportunity on Nuke.
Carrigan getting aggressive, charges in to top of Banana into the waiting guns of Vitality. It looked a little rough for Finn, but that's fine. Only a 5-7.
Oh,
Jacob with only a deagle. And it's thanks to this save that you're even able to make this round at all interesting. Will it get more out of hand than this? Because Vitality is setting their sights on the B play, and it's the right place to end up. And Rain just already knows who that is. Ugh. Doesn't want to go and fight Robs, and so he won't. Vitality hit the go button on this B play. Oh. No spam connecting, and a retake here with just pistols. Still a chance to do something. 2 nades for the bomb. Oh. They both fall a little shy. Smoke in at top banana, cut down some more of the angles here. And in come the FaZe pistols. They get that 1 kill, and it's the end of the line. The trades come through very, very swiftly out of Vitality.
It's young Jake who got a D on him. 2 kills already. No more. So here we go into the FaZe gun rounds now as Vitality converts on their pistol. Oof. That's crazy. Yeah.
Vin, more happy. Let's go. We need your energy.
Yeah, but I'm trying everything. I'm putting everything I can in. So.
Oh dear.
Oh, I don't like to hear that. Yeah, I think that's one of the hard things, right? Like, if Carrion's having a bit of a woeful individual performance, ends up focusing more on that than the calls that got FaZe this far.
It's going to be hard on CT side Inferno as well. Vitality playing the numbers game
again. Knows he's going to be under such a microscope, right? That any misstep gives up this B side of the map, and Inferno CT sides is the most punishing side for the CTs in this game. Every mistake, every error can lead to very decisive round losses. Carrigan on a push through, but needs a big heroic play. Only good for 1, and that might not be enough. Should just be a save for FaZe as Vitality storm the board.
Yeah, getting a 5v4 like that off the reflash really is a hard round to lose when you play things as safe as Vitality do in those positions. They wait, they re-exec, and there is almost nothing FaZe can do about it. So nice to see Vitality taking this one very seriously, by the book. After a difficult series, looking to restake their claim on this game. 4-0 lead. I worry we're going to have a reality check for FaZe.
I also just think, you know, they're the underdog. They were the team that got the first opportunity to actually close out this series, and they feel like they flubbed it on Nuke, so do have some things to be upset about if you're FaZe Clan, but you don't expect it to get under their skin so much. Feels like it might have, though. A listening kind of night and day difference to the vibe that we had on the other 2 maps.
Definitely. Yeah, and it's only 1 sentence, right? But we're extrapolating all we can from it.
What really set you right is if you can just repel one of these B hits, feel like you kind of find your footing a little bit early on in this game.
Smoke from the other side of the map comes down. FaZe gets some assistance. And because Vitality see the trajectory, they know there's likely more smokes in B. Smoke's way more valuable to the B players than on A, who have crossfires available. More manpower. Brokey, he's been the standout player in the server this series. It's not going to stop here. Great reflash. Jacob gets 1. Brokey gets out.
Trying to play this crossfire now. It's Rain and it's Brokey. Rotates a ways away.
Uh-oh.
And Brokey burns. Dead to the ZywOo Molotov. It means they can all focus their attention on the pit cross.
I want to see that ZywOo replay. Is he running and shooting the whole way? That's what it looked like. 3 kills for ZywOo. That third one just robbed back.
Hang on. Something could happen here. Carrigan brings them back in. A reason to give this a go now. Catching Robs out through the apartments. And this smoke that Apex drops in, used against him by FaZe. 2 versus 3 from the 2 B-side players. Carrigan opens it up. Frozen seals the deal. And that one comes out of nowhere. Vitality, that's the last thing they're expecting. I think you've already thinking you've won the round there.
Yeah, just off numbers, but I mean, FaZe have to win those kind of rounds if they're going to take this series. So a nice risk on the 2v3 retake. And yeah, ZywOo full running and shooting, but FaZe catch him off guard in Graveyard and make the most of the opportunity. It's a bit of an awkward round to lose there for Vitality. Success on every site hit, but the first host plant fumbled.
Well, I don't think it's going to take you take a lot to kind of bring the mental back for FaZe. That's a nice round to have picked up, and if they can start building on it, the CT side can get going. A shutdown at top banana. Ooh. Oh, Brokey just going to get out of there.
Oh,
more util. 1 health on Brokey.
Wow.
Very thin margins. The Robs lurk activated in the downtime. This round is still very dangerous with Brokey and Frozen so low.
Wow.
Important trade for the man that got away. Brokey at 1 HP. Keeps FaZe looking pretty.
Dude, Brokey still doing it in the third map is incredibly impressive. Hits the perfect timing to re-peek on Frozen, who's dead there as they come through the smoke. No Na'Vi moment at top car with that setup. Both players getting a kill. And surviving. Vitality's util is strong. No doubt about that.
I mean, I feel like this game is the embodiment of the bit of a boring player copy pasta, because that's how it's felt between ZywOo and Brokey.
I remember a Brokey flick.
I mean, he's also been the one finishing with the most kills, so maybe not an entirely accurate retelling if limited to this one series alone. Yeah, Brokey's just been so impressive on this AWP, so oppressive as well. Now a take at Banana. You can see the confidence getting instilled in FaZe a lot more in these early rifle rounds.
Even Jacob takes over B to help Frozen out, so Vitality take middle instead. Lost all their real estate. Brokey gonna get smoked off. Pulls the pin. Flash though, he can't really peek off that break, and so Carrigan has to hold his own. He does for one.
Carrigan having a bit of a rise in performance, couldn't come at a better time. I think that's gonna make everything feel cleaner for FaZe. He's going to start putting more energy in. And he's the type of captain where that will reflect down the roster.
Oh, that needed to hit. ZywOo's going to get closer now.
Oh, Rain still offering up resistance, though. In spite of the Brokey misses, they will eventually deal with him, but it takes a hell of a lot to get Rain out of pit. And it leaves Vitality with very little breathing room. They're getting encircled here. Carrigan wrapping through the apartments. 2 players up through short, and as Flames goes back, he's in a lot of crosshairs. Flames, head on a swivel, spots the 3rd man around the corner at short. Flames keeps this one alive, and MOUZ here to finish it off. Jacob dead, and that's the 2v4 from Vitality.
Oh dear, that's a reality check we were waiting for FaZe. 4v2, all positions boxed in a Vitality, but it's FaZe who play too fast on lane side. Frozen comes up with not only no teammate to trade, but Carrigan was just getting space in apartments. If they give him a couple more seconds, Carrigan can trade that kill. He plays as quick as he can on the walk, but it lets Flames isolate frags. And MOUZ shuts it down. Oh dear, FaZe. not the rounds they can afford to lose at this point in the game. They still have another bye. But Vitality's T-side building now. And winning rounds like that is so Vitality. FaZe had so much time. I feel like they really rushed that.
ZywOo tagged. Brokey. He likes the spam. He likes the crazy shots that no one else would even think about taking. And Frozen actually is going to full send this. That's wild. Crazy way for ZywOo to fall in an important trade out of MOUZ.
Carrigan committed. If he dies in this position, the round ends.
We had AWP v AWP. Now we have Unk v Unk. Apex versus Carrigan for the top banana control.
Oh no.
MOUZ plays first. And with Carrigan dead, the red carpet's rolled out over towards B.
Brokey blinded by the cameras. The paparazzi push him off. A flash into B puts Vitality up to 6. And the whole time, FaZe no Rop's luck likely. Big round for MOUZ. The trade onto Frozen and clearing Carrigan at the corner. Apex calls for a young man to help him out. Cross the road. And even one kill here has consequence. Robs knows the value of it. With 3 surviving. Oh, Jacob commits. Holds on to the guns here for FaZe.
Terrorists win.
It's a means to an end, but it may not matter if Vitality keep just winning the rounds off of 1-2 kills on this B bomb site.
Brokey playing ahead of the util. But not given a chance to get a shot off. Glad we get to see a bit more of a passive round over towards this B side of the map, right? Because the kills you're dead on have just been coming in over towards top banana, and that is where the rounds have been won or mainly lost for FaZe. But they're fights that Vitality only get if you give them to them. And so instead, going to sit back in the site here. They've also rejigged the setup. It's not Carrigan and Frozen, it's Brokey here on his AWP. They hold on to this util, trying to really get every second they can out of this smoke, but Vitality are calling their bluff. Sneaking up close, Frozen. Good cover from Brokey at least. Stops him getting punished there on the jiggle. There's more battles to win. There's more fights to take. Frozen darts out with 2 and keeps FaZe in position for a retake. Rops on a smoke walk. Closes the distance on Carrigan and looks for the double. Whew. Rain cut down as well as Rops takes it in his stride. Him and ZywOo cook in this 2-on-3. With only Jacob left walking into the sight of this ZywOo AWP. Not a retake he's cut out for. ZywOo nails it and the lead, the gap continues to widen.
I mean, that's a picture-perfect example of how punishing Inferno really is on the CT side. You feel like FaZe do such a good job on the hold. They get 3 kills for the 2. That's fantastic work for Frozen here up close. And still, 1 micro move for Robs through the smoke. It's a move Carrigan even predicts. He comes in to clear it. Robs Instant headshot, uses the audio to kill Rain as well. Perfect play for Rops. And a really hard round to lose for FaZe as this game gets out of control. Pit in their stomach here. Does Vitality just win every disadvantage round? Because is it really a disadvantage in the positions they're putting themselves in? That's a big pickup.
Good catch.
Brokey's bested ZywOo multiple times.
And in a game that's been defined on this top B control, Vitality won't have it in this round. If they do want to go back and get it, they've got to get past Brokey. Hell, even retrieving this bomb feels a little tenuous if Mezzi's meant to be the guy to grab it, and so Apex has come back.
FaZe are going to force these kills eventually at mid if they can. They've got 3 players short side, they just swing the corner on a timing. Jacob finds Robs. Bomb's still coming here, but you feel like FaZe might just over-rotate because they've seen so many players, and Flames is using the audio to his advantage. He does miss a shot. Rain follows up with the Mag 7, 2v5 now. Surely not.
Apex. Not nice when it's used against you, is it?
Look at Brokey. Oh, God. Look at Brokey, man. He's walking up the stairs with the AWP. Well, whatever gets them there. FaZe onto a third. And 5 would be fine. Vitality's money not perfect.
4th Mag 7 kill of the year, so it feels very purposeful to me that he's used a gun that Apex has been loving against him.
Money on the line, Vitality just gonna send it.
Yeah, this is your chance at a breakthrough if you're FaZe. A triple B stack as well to open up this round, anticipating that Vitality go back to what's worked so well for him.
That's a Vitality smoke. That means they're probably going through.
Made it open. ZywOo at the front, misses the first opportunity, but then looks to make up for it. Frozen 2 quick kills. And they realize now about this lean, this stack from FaZe. It's not enough to deter Vitality, who break through. On the Tech-9s, they get the openings. Brokey and Rain don't want to give this one up. They don't want to give this one away. They might be left with no choice. Rain reclaims one through the smoke. Now you're dead on. They have to give this a go. The flashes are so punishing, and Rops lines them up, knocks them down. Vitality break through the B stack on a low buy to sprint away with this half.
Robson a post spot on this map is one of the most enjoyable things to watch. I mean, flat fights, just aim duels, and he forces every single one here in CT. That's 2 massive multi-kills for Robs pushing through CT spawn. Vitality throw this top B entrance smoke to force FaZe back off the corner, and that's as FaZe wanted to fight with 3 players. That smoke stops them from doing so. Vitality pop the smoke, run in, and find 3 entries. This is their map. And there's nothing FaZe can do about it right now. Rain desperately spraying the smoke, does get a double.
Into the Brokey AWP. I mean, look, if one thing can make you believe, it's Brokey's AWP. There's one. Tagging to Apex as well, who's still coming at him with an alarming pace. Brokey decides to play through.
Get him.
Out the smoke. Trying to drop in along with the rest of his team. He's made it past Apex down here in the pit. Tightening the grip on ZywOo, but the nade finds him. They lose the man, flung further forward. Apex left in this clutch is silenced, and so FaZe managed to grasp 4 rounds. It's not a lot, but it's what they're left with. Will they be able to catch up with Vitality, or are Vitality destined for those semis?
I think minus Magisk plus Koyosuke is a no-brainer. Instead of mages, it's young blood and amazing firepower.
I'm not sure if it was needed that much for them. I think Magisk was a good option.
I don't think he's been playing his best, and I think that Koyosuke is just an amazing prodigy.
Koyosuke showed in the first tournament that he has the potential to be a really good player.
It's going to be quite tough for them at the beginning. You're dealing with a star, a star, a star. It's tough for the rest.
Honestly, Koyosuke is all aggressive players, so you need do some balance between this.
The problem is that CEST just switch on the anchor position, so it's a new things for him.
I think CEST has always been doing a good job, but I'm not sure if he's the anchor that they really need. I don't think they have that anchor presence like Magisk had before.
Obviously, Nico had to give up some of his roles, which is a big hit on him. Who knows, maybe he will become the best in his role as well.
You have to figure it out on your own. You cannot take a template of another team or FaZe 2018. It doesn't work like that. You need to slowly figure out.
Every player have the pressure, but he showed at the first tournament he makes silence a lot of people.
The moment they got Koyosuke and everybody expected them to fucking win everything, so I think it's also tough on the players to handle the pressure.
He finished 1.4 rating, so I think that he's a crazy talent.
On paper, it sounds like a very good change. We will have to see if it actually works out.
With Koyosuke's firepower, you only get better from this point, in my opinion.
Is time up for FaZe Clan. They had a resounding start to this series, taking down Vitality on their pick of Mirage, doing that in a double overtime affair, much the same on Nuke, but that time it spiraled and fell out of control of FaZe Clan. Was that their best opportunity? They're left trailing behind here on map number 3.
Oh, surely it was their best opportunity. I mean, we have Vitality take their first pistol round coming into this third map as well. First of the series converted, and Vitality go on an 8-round half with some 2v3s and a 2v4 in there as well, just to make matters worse. All these mid pops, these B pops, just Vitality feeling like the stronger squad on this third map, a map that Jacob has only played twice in officials in 240 maps on HLTV, so it was never going to be easy here for FaZe, and that much is proving to be the case. ZywOo, it's not exactly been his day in the office, but despite that, he sits top of the server here in this third map. Mostly offered the rifle. Waiting for a Rain PC restart before we continue in this last half. And regardless, we're all eating tonight, Harry, because both these teams are in the playoffs. Both these teams play in the arena. FaZe on a stage. Vitality searching for a semi. What's not to love about that?
I mean, also, you talk about ZywOo and how he's faring better here on map 3. And I think that's a good sign, because you can have a really, really sound start to a series. What matters is that you kind of power up as time goes on, and that's maybe what ZywOo's been looking to do. Felt a little underwhelming right at the start of the day. Vitality have had more than enough time to wake up, and they're now hitting harder at the tail end of this game. FaZe, meanwhile, feel like they're slowing down. They need to get back to their winning ways in pistols, right? You said it already. Up until this map, it had been every single pistol round for FaZe Clan and the conversions. They dropped it for the first time here, and suddenly it's made the scoreline feel that much more one-sided. They're able to find success in this pistol round, the game closes back up, and that has been their recipe to success all day.
What's been exciting in this game as well is it's been a game of T sides, right? And I think maybe somewhat helped by the pistols, but, you know, FaZe coming through with, well, every team coming through with 7-round T sides into overtimes, and even on this map, 8-round T side for Vitality. So not to say that's definitely going to be matched here by FaZe looking for a third overtime game, but, you know, in a very CT-sided meta, firepower has come through today. Clutches, 2vx's, crazy post plants. We've had the lot. Everything from the trolley.
3-man stack for Vitality over towards Banana. And a stack that will get dodged if FaZe follow through with this A hit. Not to say that getting into A will be easy. Right, Rops and MOUZ in a layered setup out towards shore. So FaZe are just keeping their options open for now.
Vitality rarely inactive. They reflash B, they get the info, they leave. Apex rotates round. FaZe hear that flash though, they could use it against them. Flames with full info. Won't hang on forever. But he's got another few seconds in him. This is risky for Flames. Committed, he could die, and that could be the round.
You have a lot of util if you're FaZe. I think it would be really ballsy to play this contact as a result, so they start lobbing in some of this util now. CT smoke in, 2 Molotovs to nullify positions as well. But one won't find its way to Flames, tucked in at oranges. Rain tries to open up a back door, but he's got to do a tremendous job of buying time, right? This bomb rotating in needs a clean path to get into the site, and Rain has secured that much.
Roki's got a resmoke as well. He's just going to put on the bombs, try and prioritize plants. Rain's got cover, they come in together. Rain needs everything. Only 1 kill. Roki nowhere to move, nowhere to hide. They hunt him down. Vitality keep the pace up, the pressure on, and the pistol rounds flooding as they find a second in this map. Bomb plant gives FaZe options, but they are running out of time.
Yeah.
It's just not smoke shot here.
Not a great sign, you know. Like the one thing you've had all day is the success in these pistol rounds. The games that have still been really, really close, and so I think, you know, you can attribute a lot of the FaZe Clan success to these pistols, and the idea that now you've even lost out on that both times over on the final map paints a pretty dismal picture of the hope of this comeback. They force up on the back of the bomb plant. But that leaves them, if they fall down here, with a very late rifle round, and it's got to be damn near flawless from then on out.
Robs didn't see that FaZe got very close here. They do it again silently, boost up into the apartments. 4-man mid-hold for Vitality, despite the lack of info. Rob's in position to wreak havoc. Flames tucked in as well. Impatient are Vitality, searching for answers. And the balls to stay in this setup the whole time. It's going to pay off.
Oh, they're going to fight ahead of the timing, ahead of the util. Frozen deals with one, and Rain trying to lurk out through the apartments. Could be onto something here. There's the backstab from Flames. The one that denies this round and keeps it safe for Vitality. Flames got to clutch up, and Flames has just kept being mobile here, so decisive in every move, from the smoke walk to the run around. Dink onto Rain, brings him low. And left scrapping for a bomb plant. Rain can't do a thing. He's boxed in by Vitality, who move onto double digits with no plant. There's no money for FaZe Clan. It's not till 11 on the board for Vitality that they're going to have guns.
Just a perfect round for Flames, decisive as hell. You can see the whole time Vitality are waiting to get any clue that it's an A play before they crunch middle and peek FaZe with nades out. And then Flames, decisive boiler walk. Doesn't let Rain refrag, and the paranoia stops the plant. Just pistols, as you say. Not bound to get better for FaZe. Carrigan's walked all the way in, but ZywOo never let his eyes off it. A passive setup in this round where they force a commitment from FaZe. But bomb back at ramp, banana taken. No avenue open. And everything Vitality do, they do it together. Double peek at long.
Rain trying to be cheeky, trying to be smart, knows that he has a bit of a window here. Sure, had to hang a teammate out to dry to get this space, but if you want to make something of this round, you got to be prepared to have some sacrifices. Bomb picked up, but they prepared for Flames so deep down. Banana, no. Frozen isn't. So another one of these kind of impossible clutches for Rain. The rest of Vitality should be moving around now. And even clearing Banana like this feels stressful. You don't know where Flames is. And there's the swing to seal the deal. 11 on the board for Vitality, looking for a comfortable finish to an otherwise chaotic series. And they're just one rifle round away from that goal. If they win this one, FaZe broke again, and victory almost assured for Vitality.
I think it's just reassuring to see that Vitality can just level up and show the difference of these teams, and really there should be a difference even with FaZe on a honeymoon and feeling good, and Brokey gaming hard right now this week. It's been a slower start to the season for Vitality, but at least in this game they're handling business, playing confident, got some bravado. They respected FaZe and their game in those first couple of maps, but here it is just a clinical showing. Crazy gamble. They can't sit here forever. They've got to move, so Vitality re-clearing. FaZe do have open runway. They're about to realize, but this is such an audacious gamble that FaZe will always expect at least one hiding out in the pit, back of the site, somewhere. They've got to clear every position manually. It's taking time. That time being used against them as Vitality creep up middle. And now the penny drops for FaZe. Now they should be aware that Vitality can be right on the border. So let's see what this retake has in store. Lots of util. 3 incendiaries, 2 smokes. Or 1 smoke, rather. Vitality have more than they need. They can burn out Jacob. They can burn out Rain.
And there's Rain forced to fight. Swings across in a mini pit. Has to have faith in Brokey to cover. And Brokey nails his. ZywOo out with the double. It takes Jacob to trade that. Very thin margins on this round. Far from comfortable for FaZe Clan. But keeping themselves in this, a much-needed win in their first and what could have been only rifle round in this T-side.
Yeah, Jacob triple to stop ZywOo doing the exact same. But it is a long way back in for FaZe. ZywOo's orb appears immediately. Oh, Apex, careful. Jumping MP9 now. ZywOo skewers one. Brokey meets his match. And FaZe, they freeze, no bomb. Vitality don't even rotate flames. He makes steps only to walk away. They trust in ZywOo back at the bomb site, a redemption in this third map. FaZe will re-exec. 2 smokes available. And a rotate coming.
MOUZ just getting flashed through on a Hail Mary play. That flash is fantastic. Robs the chance of the round from FaZe. Once more, they're left depending on a Rain clutch. ZywOo with a rare miss. Rain given a second chance at life, but he's pincered and doesn't know where to look. Vitality pull up. Match and series point, and there's worlds between them and FaZe Clan right now. Looking to be the cleanest map of the day in map number 3.
Yeah, we've had double overtimes in this series. Vitality finally show the difference.
I mean, you know, this is, for the Vitality squad, they have a bit of a connection to this this time in London, right? They want to do it for MOUZ. They weren't able to last year, if you remember, back at spring finals. Eliminated in the semis at the hands of Spirit, who went on to win that event. So they weren't able to do it for their British player last time. But looking to get to the semi-finals here and now, they're just 5 kills away from that goal.
Yeah, if ZywOo gets to lift a major trophy in Paris, I'd say MOUZ should get a chance at the silverware in London. Vitality, 5 kills away from those semi-finals. FaZe out middle, and 4-man stack. I mean, Vitality have just had the right read, the right setup every single time on this CT side, and it's not going to get any better for FaZe. They run into the meat grinder. They are ground down indeed, and Brokey, a stone's throw away. FaZe, regardless, will make it to a stage, but it's Vitality who split the difference here in this third map. They stand tall. ZywOo comes back, cold series ends hot here on Inferno, and FaZe shrink into their seats. We will see what they've got in Wembley this week.
Vitality earning that semi-finals berth in London. And as a matter of fact, that's where they finished the last time we did indeed go to the OVO Arena back in 2024. So already a nice leg up as we move towards that top 6, Jacob.
Yeah, is that a good thing or a bad thing for Vitality? Because the last 3 tournaments, they also have exited in the semi-finals. So they're going straight into a game where they don't have too much, you know, good experience as of late. A little bit sad that this is the end to a fantastic series. The first 2 maps, Peter, were great. Obviously, the nuke game was back and forth, and FaZe could arguably have won that game. They could have won this series 2-0. Now they find themselves in a situation where Inferno never got close. We saw the weakness, so it's well done on behalf of FaZe, but I'm a little bit disappointed that we had to go to Inferno because this series was so good up until this point.
There's definitely a case that FaZe could have won this one. I think FaZe, for the vast majority of this series, actually played really great. I think they ran out of steam on Inferno. It just seemed like they couldn't really get the things going. They lost a lot of the situation that they actually managed to convert on the other maps. So obviously going up against Vitality is tough, and I'm kind of surprised that Vitality, with the level they've showed this tournament, now find themselves in a semi-final. I think that's kind of crazy in itself, but on the other hand, I think FaZe are probably the one to be talking about. They made quarterfinals now, and they have been looking sharp. They've been looking better than they've done for quite a while, and it's good signs for them.
Okay, I was going to ask you, because sadly you won't be joining us in London for the playoffs. So obviously we don't know how the playoff bracket is going to look, who Vitality's potential opponents could be, but how is this as like a taste test before they return to LAN? Like, where are you placing Vitality right now?
I'm still placing that if they would go up against Spirit, Falcons is not here obviously, but Spirit, MOUZ maybe even, I don't necessarily have to put Vitality as my favorite. I think that Vitality is still showing a lot of weaknesses. I think that throughout the days we've been watching him now, there's a clear picture of a team that's still trying to get back to their identity, and they do have their individual struggles, and a little bit worried seeing ZywOo have such a down period. I feel like he's the biggest picture and the biggest player in this team, and he has been carrying the team for so long and putting out insane numbers. And obviously we have Robs, but also having maybe Flames and Apex playing a little bit under level, I think that's going to be difficult for them. So there's still a little bit of a question mark going into this one. Semifinals is great, but still a lot to do.
Well, we can breathe a sigh of relief as both teams will be guaranteed to play at least one game in the OVO Arena in London. This is exactly how the Group A bracket is now shaping up. Kind of makes sense, you know, one of the best teams in the world to be coming out on top of Group A. But this is where the heat gets turned up even higher, because we have a qualification game up next between M80 and Fnatic, where I caught up with Def ahead of it. Def, before I get into the game at hand today, I have to ask a couple of questions about that Na'Vi series, because it was so impressive what you guys managed to pull off. What do you feel like clicked for you guys during that series to allow it to go your way?
I guess you can trace it back to bringing in Hext, right? The only guys we played from Europe were at Fragadelphia, and that was Hex had just joined, so we had no practice whatsoever. So this is the first time we're actually playing Europeans in officials since Hex joined. So I don't know. It doesn't really feel like a honeymoon, but I feel like just the way we're playing right now, getting a new guy in really got the guys going again. And to be honest, I think we're playing some of the best CS that M80 have played.
I mean, it's been showing in this server, right? Let's talk a little bit about Hext and what he's brought to the team specifically. Like you said, you know, it's kind of brought a new lease of life to the team. Is that, you know, from things outside the server in terms of the practice preparation? Is that purely in-game? What is that kind of those kind of elements he's brought?
Yeah, he's playing really good in the server, but I feel like we were missing the vibes guy. It's very good to have a guy on your team that's kind of the glue guy. And I think we were missing that in the server. So he's not just playing well stat-wise, but he's also I don't know, he's just got a good energy about him. And I think it's going a long way with how the team feels.
I wanted to ask about Lake as well, because he's been on the team for just over a year, and I feel like he's had a lot of moments where he's caught our attention, but then kind of dipped off subsequently after that. Is there anything you've particularly been working with him on to, you know, be showing consistent form here at Blast Open?
Yeah, so I keep telling him, this guy needs a schedule. He's like the typical NA kid that's going to bed at 4 a.m. I was I've been recently trying to inform him that, hey, you should be waking up at better times and have a schedule for yourself even outside of our practice. And he's saying it's working right now. And I feel like in his gameplay, you can see a bit more consistency. So obviously he's still really young and he has a long way to go, but I think the consistency that you're seeing from him right now is something that we've been developing, yeah.
Fnatic today as the only thing that separates you from qualifying to playoffs. Are you surprised to see Fnatic, you know, making it this deep and being your final boss, I guess, of this online stage?
Yeah, I guess they've leveled up. They saw the VRS, their VRS, and not making it to the major. And the last few events, they've been playing really good. They just won the Draculan LAN or whatever. But it is surprising to have to play this team to make the playoffs. But the last time we played them was that grueling triple, quadruple overtime game. So it'll be fun to play them again.
Is there anything that, of course that was with a slightly different roster, right? Anything with this new iteration of Fnatic that you've picked out from what I imagine has been a lot of preparation?
Yeah, they definitely, the team that we're playing now is better than the one that we played at the LAN, but not really. We're just kind of approaching it, hey, we did a ton of practice, especially in NA, and we kind of just want to play our own game. So we haven't gone really deep into anteing, to be honest. For the most part, we're just playing on vibes and doing what we know works. So yeah, we're kind of just sticking with that game plan.
Two underdogs entering the server to see who will be qualifying for the playoffs in London. And this is where the map pool could get very, very interesting indeed. As you just alluded to, Jacob, there's Nuke immediately removed by M80.
Yeah, no one wants to play Nuke, nor does Fnatic, nor does M80. Overpass being removed by Fnatic, not too big of a surprise. They can play the map and have played the map, but we've seen M80 do wonders on that map so far in this tournament. Beating Vitality 13-3 speaks volume.
Yeah, I mean, removing overpass obviously is very is a comfort, not a comfort, it's more like a respect span in that department. I think the likes of M80 going for Ancient kind of makes sense. I think it's a map that they have played a lot. It's a map that they feel comfortable on. Obviously, picking this one, and then we go for Train on Fnatic. It's a map that we saw that Fnatic can definitely play this at a high level. I think it was against Furia they got to play it, where it actually, or we didn't get to see it against them. They actually decided to ban it out. I think it was.
Yeah, I thought Dust 2 was potential. You know, a map you could have gone for. M80 instantly capitalized on that move and gets rid of Dust 2. I think that would have been not necessarily a punish pick, but that's where M80 have looked weak, even against domestic American opponents. But Fnatic decides to go with Train. I respect that. Inferno gun, and that leaves us with, what would that be? Mirage. That's the third deciding map, yeah.
Okay.
I like that map pool. I think both teams are playing into their strengths, but the cool thing about a matchup like this, where they're both so close, right? You're looking at world ranking number 34 versus number 30. They share the same map pool. They share the same strengths and weaknesses, so to speak. So heading into all three maps, you can make the case for M80, you can make the case for Fnatic, which should make the case for a close game.
Let's talk about both of these teams a little bit more in detail. Start off with M80 for the interview's sake there. We obviously heard, you know, Hex being a new addition to the roster has brought some sort of vibe shift to the team, which is looking good when you can set up players like Lake to be much more successful.
Yeah, I think bringing in Hex was an upgrade compared to Rek, no doubt about it. Hex has been a forever talent in NA Counter-Strike. He's never really had the breakthrough that a lot of people would expect. So far in this tournament, he's done well for himself, but the big star is Lake. There's no doubt about it. I think Lake so far in this tournament has done a tremendous job. He is involved in everything when it comes to opening up the map for M80. I think he had a certain side where he's involved in 50% of all the opening duels on the T side. Overall, he's always the guy that is trying to create space. So I would say that the biggest win condition within M80 right now is Lake, without a doubt.
100%. And I think the first time I got to hear of Lake was when he was brought into this lineup, obviously, and
to replace MOUZ.
Yes, exactly. And he was brought in there, you know, to fill up the shoes of MOUZ, but also to put him in a position where he was going to be this new star of the team, a new NA hope that everyone was looking for. Didn't really live up to it in the beginning, you know, but I feel like he's kind of grown, like you mentioned, Jay. He's been growing in so many things, and now he's a vital part for this team, if not the vital part of it.
And when we look at the other side of things with Fnatic, it's been can we equate it to an Iron Man that they've done recently, Jacob? Because they not only competed in this discipline here in online Counter-Strike, they just went and won a LAN as well at the same time.
Yeah, they did it quite convincingly as well without dropping a single game. Went through the upper bracket, went into the final 1-2 against Monty, I believe, yesterday in a rather convincing way as well. So Fnatic are slowly but surely moving into becoming the team that I think most of us would have expected them to be. They are and they have been stuck in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike for far too long. I think when you look at the players, when you look at what they have to work with, in BlameF obviously being the big star, Yampo coming in as well from a good time in Passion UA, Fear being taunted to be this in-game leading that could also frag. So I think they have the pieces to do well, but it's first now that we get to see that, I guess, the tendency of them trending upwards. It's been very stale for a long time for Fnatic.
Yeah, and they've been playing so much, you know, like the fact that they play open with us and then they also have a LAN on the other side just showcases a team that are actually out there hunting the VRS, hunting the success of actually getting so many reps that they can actually continuously improve. And I think that is what we've seen throughout for Fnatic this tournament, but also when they play outside, is that they keep building. They have a map pool that seems very strong. They are very confident, but now they need to take that next step and to become a title. I wouldn't say title contenders, obviously, but actually become a team that actually can deal with the top teams.
Yeah, it's about getting more consistently into that top 20, maybe even 15 to 10th place teams. And it's funny when, like, I look at the pictures of kind of the motley crew of players that is Fnatic, because you've got just a legacy player in Crims, right, still wearing the Fnatic jersey. You got BlameF, who's trying to lead by example within the team, and then you've got kind of some of these younger, newer faces. It's an interesting dynamic when you're looking at all these different, paths ultimately to end up to Fnatic.
There's an awful lot of experience when you look towards Crims and BlameF, and a lot of awful titles in those two. And then, as you said, you have Fear coming in as an in-game leader as well. Relatively new to this scene. He's been taunted as an in-game leader that can frag well. Did in his previous team. He's been struggling a little bit in Fnatic, but seemingly it's coming together now. And then Cypher, like the forgotten talent from UK. We all remember the Blast Paris Major where he came out of nowhere and did a fantastic job. Ever since, it's been very much hit and miss, more so miss than hitting for him. But he's also getting a second chance now now in Fnatic.
Surely, like he was a force to be reckoned with at the Paris match. I got to play with him, and you know, his stocks just skyrocketed, and he got himself a way better offer. And ever since, it's just been, you know, as you mentioned, it's been hit and miss. But on the other side, I think Yambo is also, in my opinion, quite inspiring aspect in this team. You know, he was rumored at one point to be actually be picked up by Falcons before they could make this superstar team that they did. So it's a guy that has been rumored to go somewhere else and had a really good showing inside of Passion UA when he was there with Fear. So to see this lineup, you know, kind of blossom is good to see. And I still think there's a lot of things they can do better, obviously, but it's definitely moving in the right direction.
So much on the line as we head into this matchup. So let's see what Def feels about that. Just looking at what is on the line for you guys to be earning today a spot at the Wembley Arena in the playoffs. You played back in this arena way back in, what was it, 2018 at the FaZe major. What would it mean to you to get to go back there now as a coach with M80?
Yeah, my players have been saying that to me, and it would be like a really nice coming of circle for me. But to be honest, we're not really focused on that. We just want to play well today. And whatever you say about M80, sorry, my cat's in the background. Whatever you say about M80 is like, okay, there's rounds where we should be more consistent, but we're always fun to watch. So I think be ready today for another just crazy game.
M80 taking on Fnatic here as more Brits try to get to London, Hugo, which is always fun. You have Rory Jackson there, Def for the side of M80, and Cypher in the Fnatic jersey. Both squads having to grind their way through the lower bracket, both of them up against some overwhelming odds. It was M80's stunning victory over Na'Vi that left us all shocked just yesterday and set us up for an open run for either of these teams. This is a giant opportunity and one that you don't get every day.
Yeah, either way, it's the biggest underdog entering into London here in M80 or Fnatic. Both of them have proven good enough, but only one will be accepted. Only one more Brit, no matter who wins in Wembley. Ancient's been a lot of fun to watch from Fnatic. Like how the Des mentioned, the grind Fnatic have been on, playing a LAN at the same time as winning these lower bracket games. They do it without dropping a series in Romania. And so why stop there? As Fnatic look for more success, M80 want to say, hey, our hardest job is done. We took down Na'Vi. This game is open. Fnatic with a classic mid-clear as M80 set up for the execute. Smoke block.
Blown open, back in spawn, but no kill from it. They'll bring Swisher down low. Not a lot of time to get comfortable here, and so M80 might feel forced to make a play. That's exactly what Lake does. Smoke creep and the push through Temple. Also finding space, alleviating some of this pressure for M80. They're now a man up and in strong post plants at that. Fnatic having to waste time chasing these players back in Temple. Crimson blame F with kills apiece, but even now it's hard work for Fnatic. Gotta get on this bomb and no one's sticking it. So Sin's gonna take it to time. Pistol round secured for M80.
Yeah, I think part of you's thinking, like, there's no way they're going to let us get on this bomb, but Blame had to. Blame just had to stick it in the 3v2, and ironically, they might have even won if he did, because the cover was there. It was close, but no kits, little hope, and M80 with an A execute, get that pistol round locked in.
M80 being the third team in a row now to try and punish Fnatic on Ancient.
How to go for the others?
Not well, if you recall. Both times it's been picked against this Fnatic squad. Both times they've won it.
I mean, M80 beat Na'Vi on this map, so No surprise they've got a bit of belief in their T sides especially. Looking for another A execute here in the second round. Ouch.
Good nades, good util just to slow this one down, and Jambo keeps looking for even more. This force buy for Fnatic off to a flying start.
Oh dear, don't let them back in, and so trades are paramount. Fnatic get him. Bomb does get out. A mid opened up here for Slacks. But Fear hot on the reposition. Picks a very strong one. Oh, he walked out of it.
Oh my.
Though. He's let Slacks in.
Is this really happening? Bomb plant now for Slacks as he looks for what felt like an impossible clutch. He's made it all happen. Put himself in position to succeed, and he's just missed that timing on Cypher. So a damn good attempt, but snuffed out by Fnatic. Their force buy will prevail, and they immediately bring the heat on Ancient. We don't have to wait long for this one to get interesting.
Yeah, just trying to run back that A execute, and not ideal. The best gun in the round for Fnatic is in the perfect place. Plus some well-placed nades. Cypher has been playing out of his mind in these games to go to London. Really wanting the chance to not just, again, play on a stage, but to do it in front of his home country as well.
I really enjoyed I don't know if you caught this, Hugo, the tweet from Mytha about the Hell Days.
No.
But it was basically just a big tweet from him saying during his time with MOUZ, and they had to play online in the RMR, closed qualifiers, etc. It resulted in like loads and loads of games. And he said it was exhausting, but they would come out the other side feeling that they were playing the strongest and best CS that they had with the lineup. And that was when he introduced Hell Days, where you just scrim a bunch. There's no theory, you just play all day. And he basically said this reminds him of what Fnatic are going through, right? With playing at Dracula and playing here at Blast, the fact that they've been grinding all these events. And he says that he thinks they'll get to the other side feeling far stronger for it. Well, I think we have seen Fnatic displaying a very good level while on this grind of events, and they really have been grinding. Well, even if you look at the fact that Cypher's only been in this team a month, he's already played 8 events with Fnatic.
It's insane.
And so will that grind help them? M80 are trying to get these force buy wars started.
This is his 21st series with Fnatic in that month. Non-stop. M80, one of the remaining hopes of NA, with complexity recently dissipating from CS. They already ended VP's roster. They brought Na'Vi's under the microscope yet again. 20 seconds for M80 to make this B hit work.
Oh, Cypher out of ammo, down to the pistol. Can't get a beat on them, but his teammates here to lay down the support, the cover and fire in from Blame F. And so Fnatic find their conversion. They break apart that force buy. No bomb plant for M80. They've got to give respect. They've got to eco. It's going to be Fnatic off to a good start.
very interesting to see if that third time punish pick comes up again for Fnatic. That third Ancient CT start begins strong, as it has so many times. Fnatic not afraid to take this B lane. Blame coming in from heaven. Swisher tagged.
I feel like, you know, the other thing I've liked is, like, for Fnatic, their games on Ancient have always been close, right? They're always just barely winning them, but they are winning them. It's down to some very fine margins, but I think it also speaks to the resilience of this team. Crims on the push up. Won't be able to deny the bomb plant, but the round is won. Crims looking good. Didn't even seem aware just how successful his push was. In that match versus Gamer Legion, Crims ended it, the highest rated player for Fnatic, so no he can just roll back the years. And I feel like here at Blast, unlike at Draculan, we have yet to have one of these games where it's BlameF stepping up and really taking over. But he has had maps and games like that at the LAN they've been playing.
Yeah. Well, he started this one very strong, 7-1. Roaming in red, M80 get out middle. It's been a really slow pace T-side for M80 so far. They've been playing a little differently. It's a team that's usually loved the quicker rounds, sending Lake in on fast entries, but M80 coming in careful, cautious. B lane flash gets control. Cypher is alone. Mid re-clear again for Fnatic. Look, 3 players. Eyes on middle. But with nothing seen here from that spot in red, they send Fear back to support B. Bomb is in A main while this fake happens. 2 smokes, and Fnatic, they do love to play retakes, so they've lost all info here. Jambo and Crims, eyes on the prize.
Jambo's orb, you know, it can be real scary. Swish has made it past into the red room, but not in time to stop these rotates, so Fnatic are able to pad out this other side of the map, and the Jambo AWP is always down for some combat AWPing. Backstab for Swisher, gets them with their backs turned. But him and Sin looking for an unlikely 2-on-5. They won't have room to get this bomb planted. Fnatic play early, and they move to deny that space. Keeping the scoreline looking real pretty as they shut down this A split from M80.
Fnatic just always on the same page. I love them coming through the smoke together there. Clock is not looking good for M80, and Fnatic just keep pressure on. They never let M80 get comfortable. As soon as they hear that tap on the bombs, that's the time to go. 1 player gunned down. Fnatic, hound them.
I just can't believe in the current day and age, I'm enjoying watching Fnatic games.
It's true.
Like, firstly, just for the whole org, an org that fell off hard. You know, the glory days long since gone for Fnatic. Can't even be spoke about in that same way anymore. For the longest time, just failed project after failed project. But not only is it a really sick team, but you've got like BlameF, someone who is undergoing kind of a metamorphosis, trying to get back to the top level. Players had to change kind of how he plays, move away, and he was always quite stubborn about that. But, you know, he's had to adapt and grow, be a bit more humble in this Fnatic team. Crims. In fact, I'm even still saying his name.
Yeah.
The one piece of the old glory days of the Fnatic squad still in this team. Jambo as a super exciting aggro AWPer, maybe the closest you could look to get to like the JW of the modern day.
True. Ooh. Well, Crims might need some bailing out here. Pistols proving to be a threat, keeping the pressure on. Jambo, nice shot on the fade. Sin gets out with that gun, but Hex could win the round right here, right now. Walking in. takes his kill, turns back. Jambo needs a quick shot, but he's jumping away. Hex armed and even more dangerous. They just didn't know about Cypher, who drops that bomb in the site. A chance for a 1v1. Will he take it quickly? Hex scopes up. Block on the spawn. Cypher trying to get weird with it, going through the smoke, catching Hex, but caught it back with the orb. A sigh of relief as Hex wins it on his own.
Yeah, that's the thing with Cypher, you know, he has a real mad dog energy, right? Like, when he's in these kind of moments, he always looks to do the least expected thing. And so maybe in some vein, when you see that smoke comes down, if you're M80, you're having to anticipate a play like that. Good stuff for Hex to handle it. And I mean, you can't doubt Hex's composure. He's had a string of massive clutches all across this tournament. Very quickly been a guy worth keeping your eye on here.
Felt like a guy we wouldn't see again because he ended up in that NRG squad that just seemed to be, you know, playing domestically and not to any crazy results either, let alone seeing them at international tournaments. But here in this M80 team that has time and time again made deep runs in big events. Reunited. Oh God.
Really awkward here. Everyone's low. They're knives out. Now they're out of ammo. Hex dancing around. Don't want to give this guy a chance in a clutch situation. He's even got Slacks with him, who won't have any contact yet, but they're allowed to duck out of there and regroup. That was a really weird round.
Yeah.
Let's see if it can get any weirder.
Low health makes this very hard. But timing is good. Fnatic are really expecting them to still be here. I mean, they're only now taking control of the site. There needs to be some rotates. This feels... Yeah, Cypher's just walked through a ramp smoke. Very Cypher of him.
Still, it's super late, like, info, and you're going to have a bomb plant here, M80. Yeah, they probably don't expect that, but I hope that they just go for it, and yeah, they will. Faith in the idea that they have outmaneuvered Fnatic. So on for a retake. Hex with 2 kills to his name. Slacks. If he can nail an opener on this orb, he's set to clash with Jambo, who's rooting through the spawn.
Smoke fading in CT, though. Slacks getting even more aggressive.
This kill's just weighted so heavily. If Slack stays alive, stays in the picture, low health, but putting the orb to work, and now you've got Temple to worry about. That's the only info you have. You don't know where Hex has gotten to.
Stick.
The stick from Crims. No one peeking yet. Just gonna get there in time.
Rob.
No.
Defuse.
Fnatic grabbed that.
Yeah, last second. Last
Crims
possible second.
with the ballsy stick.
Love that for Fnatic. They see a player deep in Temple. They go, screw it. Let's call the bluff. And even though M80 peak, they prioritize the kill with a back turned. Really unfortunate round loss for M80 and what was a 2v4 at least.
Look at how close that is.
Fnatic will take it. Hurts to lose, but keeps the money on the chopping block here for Fnatic. M80 can capitalize right now, and that entry up B goes a long way. So refrag on the A push, and M80 takes space. Back turned! Late catches it. Blame. He has the cross, but he didn't have Fierce back at all. That didn't seem communicated. As Sin follows up, Blame pulls his knife out, and Crims cut off by Util. This round's over. Oh dear. A bit of a mishap on communication there. Leaves M80 back on the board. And a must-save for Fnatic.
I mean, now bare minimum for M80, they get to capitalize on all that damage of the last 2-on-4. timeout from Fnatic. An awkward checkbook to balance here. They're trying to cobble a buy together around these two saved guns.
Can we chill a bit with the comms though? Like we're talking a lot. I know it's good that we're talking, but we need to chill a bit.
There's always a Swede.
It's nice though. He knows what he wants.
I don't know. I think the comms would have been helpful in that blame fear moment. But yeah, maybe getting eager off Fnatic. Look at this stack as well. Stack and they smoke. So M80 will not be coming in hot here. They've got the bomb outside A. Quite a boost. Nothing gained off it.
Oh, 5-7 on Fear. The support from Blame F gets denied. Swisher running low on ammo, looks for a better gun. Onto the AK now, picking it up. And denying this space. Flash is raining in just to stop them swarming onto Swisher while that bomb sprints into A. And they've kind of said to Swisher, look, you're on your own here. You're just buying us time. And he's done a good job of that. Look at how much time he's wasted for Fnatic. Will go down eventually, leaving this in a 3-on-3, but out of position. And a save called. Fnatic throw in the towel.
Yeah, job done, really. Feels strange that Fnatic is smoking cave like that. When they've got the 5-man stack, you almost want M80 to walk into them, but Fnatic, I guess, don't want to make it too obvious. In that downtime, M80 just get out middle and go donut to A. Seeing, yes, this slower pace for M80, but calculated rounds, allowing them to change their minds. And I think if they've done their homework, they know that Fnatic are a team that do like to play very heavy on the retakes on this map, not just on the bomb sites, but giving them up as well to go reclaim middle late in the round. It's what we've been seeing from Fnatic in all these games on Ancient. Just on late timings, leaving Cypher or leaving no one on B and going to push mid as a 2 or 3.
And it's been a good bounce back here. Started 4-1 to Fnatic, M80. Getting a bit more of a grip on this T side. Next wiping something down. But I also think, a promising start here for Lake and Hex. That's a killer duo in the M80 squad. You'll look to Lake for the openers and Hex to deliver in these clutch moments. In all the other Ancient games we've seen, it's usually been hot starts from Fear and Cypher. But not hitting as hard in this one.
Just impressive how reliable Hex has been in these games here for M80. I mean, since they added him this season, M80 are 13-1 on this map. And yes, keep in mind, that's domestic results, beating teams in their region that they should be beating. But I think we said the same thing coming into when they took down Vitality on Overpass, in that it's just a lot of practice, a lot of reps for M80. Having depth, having things they can fall back on. Experience matters. And they've certainly put it to use here in Europe. Having already taken down Na'Vi just yesterday.
I mean, I'm looking at Hext's clutch stats from this event, and it is crazy. Like, it is otherworldly how consistent he's been. And I mean, there's stuff even missing from this where it isn't like technically a clutch, right? Where he's been in like a 2-on-3, thinking about the VP round where he creeps under and wins it single-handedly.
Yeah, in this game.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal.
Got any numbers for me?
It's hard because I never know like fully how they calculate it, but per this, you know, it's like he lost 1-1v1, which is crazy, the entire tournament. Out of the 5 he's been in.
It's pretty good.
Hasn't lost a 1v2.
Well, they're going to need him. Fnatic are waking up with a buy round here.
I also just think it's a very reassuring sign because NA's always been a region known to choke, and so having a clutch player is just a huge leg up.
I mean, it's such a nice combo to see this opening power and this closing power mesh on M80, because Lake, the desk were talking about how this guy is almost 50% of the opening kills on T side, or the attempts rather, and he has really great success with it as well. So Lake comes out middle in this round, and he trades out too. Hext is gone, slacks his orb, picks a player from the picture, and Lake is very low. They might want to leave here. Fear's the same on a pistol, not wanting to commit. Reset comes in, Swisher knows max 1 here, so he takes the space. And right now he's beating them to the punch. If he can just lock down this rotate, this could be their round for the taking, 1 for 1.
Oh, that's made them reconsider.
Crim's experience, has he read it? Thought about it for a second.
Does he want to give this a go? Lake is wounded. All the money gone for Fnatic. But Crim's plays on.
Worth a try.
Powerful post plants, though. Going to be hard to uproot this. 1 man back in the donut, 1 at main. You have to force a reaction out of M80 and then maybe hope you get lucky. Crims has one of these already just by sticking the bomb. They're going to have a harder time in this 1v2. He's got good util to work with at least. Smoke on the bomb will apply some pressure.
Oh.
There's a man back in main. Tap on that bomb, forces the fight out of Lake, but he needed that instant kill. It's just the stick, and Lake's AWP fires through to find him.
Feels a little bit too slow for Crims in that one, right? Just doesn't want to risk walking the smoke, but that's the only way he can get good timing onto the site. And even as he drops the smoke, they jump check, they don't peek, they have no need to. He hasn't tapped it yet. By the time he's faking, he's got no room for error. So M80, don't panic. He hopes for a mistake. They give him nothing. The smoke shot finds a 5th round on this T side. Breaking Fnatic's money while they do. M80 in a position to win out the half. Whoa! Whoa! Not like that. There's AKs. Forget the 5.7. Go get your guns. They don't realize that no one's here, and so while there were weapons ready for the taking, Fnatic is still stuck back on pistols. Now that door is closed. Can Lake get those guns out? It's high risk, but screw it. I feel like that 5v3 now is in vain.
Flashes in, Cypher's dig, not connecting. Will the second time around, more into the crosshair for Cypher though. And he can't keep it going, can blame F. No, dead out on long, they know where Crims is. He's made no secret of his position, spamming this dig. So Slacks takes the long space, Lake in at the site, Crims. Oh, that's a wild shot. Baits Slacks, gets the shot out the AWP. Crims can't quite find him, has to put a fresh mag in the Deagle, makes it across to the bomb, but a 10-second stick needed. Slacks has all the power in this post plant, and Crim's best option might just be to sit on this bomb. Ooh. Will Slacks get there in time? Only just starting to close in, and nails him on that swing. M80 into the lead as they lock Crims out of another clutch attempt.
3v5 for M80 after those cave fights, and they could have really used those guns. It comes down to 1v1, and Crims couldn't get a right read on it. He might have even had the stick. Slacks was very close as he swings out long. 3 seconds on that defuse. Crims tries to take the fight, and it's the Glock that ends him. M80 looking for that 7th round. Would be a fantastic T-side showing.
Yeah, and just a great recovery from the 4-1 start at the opener of this game, right? They won the pistol, they lost to the 4-spy of Fnatic, and the half very well could have spiraled out of control from then on in, but they've kept up appearances on this T-side. Even taking the cave space here, it's a trade they're more than happy with. Fear goes back to keep an eye on it, but I don't know if he's going to be ready for a second player pushed up in this position.
Oh my.
The catch for Cypher won't stay alive for long, and Lake's been waiting very patiently for that exact move.
.3v3, but smokes it down now. M80 granted path to plant. They've got util as well to keep pressure on in the post plant. Waiting for that cross. Oh, it's right there, so close. No kill. Crims does get the spam instead from the short side, dropping Sin. That bomb is in limbo right now. Slack's gonna try and put it down. Looking for a fight before that. The smoke is just keeping the pressure on, so forget the plant right now. M80, do they really want to risk it? Slacks hasn't found it. It's on default. Goes for full stick. 2v2. Kitless right now. Crimson spam won't make it twice. Last round of the half here. M80 desperately fighting for it.
Slack's getting aggressive. Pushing up all the way around long. Knocks Crims out of play, and that just leaves Blame F in a round where time is quickly running out. Double swing to seal the deal, and a half, 1 out for M80.
Welcome to Masterclass. We're here with Sarah, and we're going to be going over Overpass. You have become the A rifler for Astralis on Overpass. First of all, thanks for joining me, Sarah.
Of course, of course. What do you want to see? Let me hear.
So let's hear the starting utility here.
What we do a lot, it's me as a rifler. I will do this combo, where we do a mid-smoke, and then you do the molly playground. Hitting the first molly, good, so Teeth cannot run past it, actually very hard, and it's very inconsistent, I would say. That's why you use the smoke more, and actually it blocks a lot of vision through mid, so you have to be aware of balloons and fountain and whatever, right? All the aggro plays.
And what kind of counters do you normally see? How do you interact with those?
The fast way is the Teeth doing 2 flashes behind playground here, and then 2 Teeth strafing through it, because any CT is trying to do a peek with AWP here where it will get fully blind, and it's back flashes, so the Teeth doesn't have to dodge. And then they'll get the space fast, but of course the Teeth never cross here if they don't have a smoke here, because the AWP can also play this angle, right?
Yeah. Let's say they take Fountain from you. What are your typical second stage spots?
As a CT, you can play solo, aggressive, like you can even play like, close long with an M4, you can play on the tree, you can play bathrooms, but like, there's also no problem in just playing side as a CT, because this map is so big, so when you see them like banana here, the rotation from B will be so fast, because you'll have a rotation play around here, that you can instantly be 3A if there's an execute.
Okay, so when do you decide to go for a re-aggress to bathrooms, or through banana, or through long?
It depends how you play the round, but let's say you play a round where you want 4 monster smokes, then you kind of want to have re-aggress before the last smoke phase, because if the smoke on B fades on monster, then it's very hard to win the round, because T's have like, they can just go through with no block red.
One of the most contentious spots in terms of how you should play it is connector. What about your philosophy with handling the spot early round, mid round?
I think there's a lot of good stuff you can do in connector. Like your rotation should always nade this door, or your short player doesn't matter. Which means if the T's don't smoke the door, you actually have this line, which means every single T going at short cannot cross into this area, which makes your short player's life so much easier knowing they cannot be on his right side because the connector guy has it, and they can only be on the left, and then it's easier to clear and even get a flash play and just have short.
Okay, how about this? Last thing we do, you are forced all the way back onto the A-bomb site. What kind of spots are you going to play to try to just defend against the side exec?
I feel like you can't really play like just side. Let's say you don't have a smoke, then you have to play like a rifle long and then the AWP on side so that when they take A, the rifle can come back and kind of help. But you can't really just play, let's say, AWP here and one truck because on a normal exec, stairs will get smoked, maybe bank, and then this broken new molly where it pops up here and it takes shadow, truck, and behind the truck.
Oh, wow.
A lot of the possibilities, just don't go too passive side, then you will lose the round, that's for sure.
Okay, hopefully you never lose the round stare. All right, thanks so much for providing us with such great insight here on another episode of Masterclass.
Every team that's picked into Ancient versus Fnatic has come to regret it, but M80 are looking to buck that trend. Behind the Fnatic success on this map, it's often been the CT sides holding them up, and so here, lagging behind is a big problem.
Like with just a really solid T-side showing here, as we've come to expect for M80. Fnatic started strong, but M80 pull a 5-round streak right at the end of the half to take the lead right back out of their hands. Fnatic goes slow and steady into this pistol, taking mid-control with Blame's P250. One util set for Fear.
I mean, Swish has got the Labubu on the USP. And so I have faith in him nailing this shot on the cross. There it is.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay, Swisher. Call to adventure for him and Slacks. Go right into this crossfire.
Oh dear, okay, he got his, but they're in B. Was it worth it? Don't want to chase the Julies in cave. Let them come to you.
I mean, honestly, now it's better for Fnatic that they get that warning and they decide against it. Now they wrap long, stronger post-plant for him.
Oh no!
Jambo gets sandwiched on an awkward timing. And Fear too far away. Defuse being held. They've spotted him out of the double doors. A clean pistol out of M80.
That means everything after a huge streak like that to end the half and already winning game. M80 throwing a pistol on top on their map pick. Fnatic. It's been a quiet game for them. We've not had those explosive moments that we've come to expect from this squad. Hext already in the UK drinking tea without any pressure. Trying to get Rory Jackson back on that major stage. Couple of guns here for Fnatic. But a similarly slow second round. Fear holding a flash for Cypher on his call. And W jump throw.
Here's a cool flash that Fear uses to get his teammates lane control. And jump throw.
It was a W jump throw, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Might not come to matter, though. The lane still gets mopped up. M80 clear it out, and they haven't moved a muscle on this A side of the map. Fnatic left playing through a smoke. Ooh. Fight Lake at range, they get past him.
Okay, it gets interesting now. Bomb can be planted. Smoke on the molly leaves a big gap open in CT. Bomb can no longer be planted, but that kill is huge cover for BlameF. Spam back through it, they try and chase. Here's the plant, they chase it again, and with 8 seconds it makes it down. CT plant, Sin can't stop it, and Hex is just getting whittled. On Crim's contact, not even needed. He's got it in the bag. Crim's jumping through the smoke to find that entry kill, finds 4 in the round on the A sides. Two awkward 1v2s that he can't do anything about. And that's an impactful round for Crims. Saving Fnatic on a second round force buy.
And they want to run it back. Fia left as a lone lurk outside of B. Timing will get the better of him here, but it's info all the same. Fnatic just pick up the pace. Cypher goes to take Donut, trying to get themselves set up in a post plant. So a good leg to stand on here in spite of the 4-on-5.
I mean, you can't lose this. Not allowed to. M80 still look like they want to try. 5v4. Just charging in through Temple together. The rifles are going to rid them of the round.
Oh, a little awkward. Couldn't stop the spillover. Cypher's actually barreled out of the donut, but it's getting cleaned up. Jambo, the safety net from main, keeps that one in check. And a one-round game now as Fnatic find early success on the T side. Money broken for M80. This is about to be tied.
M80 making moves at least, bringing plays into this CT side. Want to see if that keeps up in the gun rounds, but for now, one more eco. As Fnatic feel victory again. Stack once more for M80. But maybe a tell, maybe certain nades thrown by Crims, whatever it is. M80 rotate. Not believing in the A play, and they're right. Jambo spots something. Here's them running at him.
Oh, they hang around for the ecos to stop this push. And Jambo will knock him down. Stops the stack from ever getting weird. And a nice little sigh of relief for Fnatic, who tie this up at A-Tool. M80 now get to bring the guns back into the fold here. All purchased up for Jambo. And if you haven't caught much of this guy as of late, watching him on the T side with the AWP is a real treat. He plays the AWP like it's a Mac 10.
Late no kill since swapping over. But he's in a pivotal position now, alone in middle. Heaven also to worry about. Sin down the ramp. Playing audacious, but no support in this position. He's coming through, back to cave. They suss him out, but they can't stop him. Late. Oh, beats the Mac 10 AWP.
Bit of a jump scare there over at ramp. Oh, but the jump up, the scale up for Lake keeps pressure on these two lane players, and Fnatic aren't going anywhere. They might just have to relinquish themselves to the save. Getting out with these guns at least allows another buy moving forward. Unfortunate for Crims, he knows that with that catch over at ramp, that was kind of his one chance to bring them back into the round, and when he doesn't convert the kill, it goes nowhere. With mid locked down, Jambo's first AWP on this T side silenced. Unable to get anything going for Fnatic. Promising signs on the back of a Lake double.
Counter-terrorists win.
Feels a while since we've had a timeout. Fnatic call it out. Got an awkward money situation to try and solve. They can field 4 AKs, so worth. Nice to see Swisher having a strong game. It was against Na'Vi where he kind of disappeared in the opener. 5 and 18 on Ancient, a map M81 regardless, and it came down to Inferno where he popped off. A lot of output from Swisher this game. Just ticking up. And in an integral position as well. Your cave player cannot be quiet.
Oh, I really don't want that to connect. They'll return the favor.
Yeah, worse. Make them 3.
Re-aggression on the cave side. A ballsy move for M80. But not liking the feel that Fnatic had too much control. They go and take some space back, and kind of losing this control this late in the round is a big problem.
They're doing this at 45 seconds with a resmoke, and they're looking to die in this position as well. Fnatic are going to lose more men before they get into B. That's a good trade. Blame getting a double entry. 3-on-3, Lake low.
Yeah, this earlier spam damage might come to matter. Lake is a shot away from certain death. Still, we've been crediting Hex for his ability to be a strong closer in these rounds. Let's see if he can live up to it here. On the sprint out long, they stop the bomb plant, they deal with Blame F, and now they all tuck in. Crims is to go hunting for everything. 1 versus 1, knows the Slack's AWP is nearby. He goes searching for this bomb plant.
He's wide.
Slack's around on long, chance to stop this, just eludes him. Crims dead on the swing. And once more, stopped shy of an important clutch. M80 will not let these rounds come through.
3 clutch attempts for Crims, and that's his best yet, but it's still not enough to keep Fnatic in it. Slack's decisive move over to swap off the AWP and stay mobile in that 1v1. And a terrifying round for Fnatic to lose after this double entry in cave. Perfect util usage on the B bomb site. That molly to push them off the plant gives Hex yet another impact kill. And oh, it's so tight right now. But 2 rounds in a row for M80, and even a bomb plant for Fnatic is not enough to buy in here.
I mean, you do just think it's like the fashion in which you're losing these rounds starts to feel very, very brutal. Multiple times where it comes down to these close clutches. You're just not able to do that final push to take it over the line. And that starts to hurt. M80 might finally be able to topple Fnatic on Ancient. Been a go-to for this M80 squad, looking good on it. Talked about this is where they were able to take down Na'Vi, and that was in spite of kind of Swisher AFK in map 1. They beat them 4v5.
Really like to see Jambo get activated on this T side, right? Talked about his entry power on the AWP this game. Been looking for Fear to bail them out on some of these opening kills. Cypher having a bit more trouble than usual. Been getting slowed down on Cave by this util, this constant spam, these double setups for M80. But to get Jambo's orb, we need one more eco for Fnatic. And maybe that can be a way to force some 5v4s. So he had his moments on CT side, but that was a long time ago. Team's readying up now.
I mean, I'm really liking how M80 have kind of played around this lane control, denying mid as well. Lake's been super active there. Fnatic never really feel like they have kind of a stable platform to launch these rounds from, and that's where that like ballsy decision to go and retake Cave the other round was just a really kind of sick move for M80. It's high risk, but high reward, and they've kept this active defense up. Bit of a change in this round, though, as they anticipate something different out of Fnatic, and that's the right read. They have a full stack here in seconds. Fnatic can't brave it. BlameF does what he can, but it's just Jambo and not for long. Slacks with a beautiful hold, 4 on the AWP.
Dude, that almost feels like M80 come off the pause and they go, okay, guys, just remember, they might just pace change on us. Be ready to super fast rotate and get ready for this move. Hex is jumping out of position, gets back behind the site, still able to offer damage, and Slacks just plucks them out of the sky. 4 kills, nails every single shot. I don't know how Fnatic don't get an entry with that round, and that was a full force for Fnatic. They were all in off of a long break. That feels like a desperate call to make at this point in the game, and look at where it's left them. They won't get that orb. They may not get a chance here on their T side.
I think, you know, the writing was on the wall in that first half. It's the CT sides for Fnatic. That's where they get the bulk of their rounds.
Oh dear. So much damage.
Slacks had a great sequence, and he still has hot hands from the last round.
What?
Nails the double. Spots BlameF as the last man standing, and so the hope of Fnatic that he can cook in a 1v4. Chances slim. Blame with a blinder. Still has so much more to do, and the rest of M80 are there to stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an eco on an A-pop, and sure, they catch Hex off guard. Even then, he gets so much damage with the Molotovs, and M80 clean up, but I still think that rush round for Fnatic is crazy.
I'm wanted, dead or alive.
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh, the vibes are great.
It's hard to beat that.
Go on, M80. You guys deserve this one.
They're gonna take it. 4 chances here.
That was beautiful. The singing, I mean.
Yeah.
The harmonizing.
Dead or alive. said, Cyber's had trouble getting through Cave. Well, he's up with the Cave smoke this time, but the pressure is non-stop. Spam from two players.
It's another good read, by the way. Four strong here, right from the get-go. They finally abandoned the B-side lean at last round, and it served them well. Now they go back to it. Slax lands a wallbang. Aggression for Lake and Sin. Crims is looking for a way out. Crims is looking to try and save this round on a play out in a donut, all on his lonesome.
And Hex hasn't left.
Just so active, our M80, always making moves. Going back to clear mid now, Wolfpack style.
Crims has a sight. Lake is going to get caught off guard here. Oh, but he still gets a smoke in. Even though he dies, that block is somewhat
25
valuable.
seconds, like, they have to go B.
Yeah.
Crims is purely faking this. Now, maybe that leads to a misread, but M80, as much as they've been mobile, they always leave someone in the site, and that guy's Swisher this time around.
Can't spam that plant.
Fnatic don't even know about him, trapped in at the cave side, and he doesn't try his hand at any type of spam. He uses the element of surprise to deal with fear. It's just blame F, and there's Swisher emerging from the cave. These anchors worth their weight in gold as M80 pick up the win on Ancient. Their map pick secured and one step closer to London.
A few streaks in the mix for Fnatic, but this one ultimately comes up all M80. Great recovery when Fnatic were testing them at points, and we get to see why they brought Ancient into the mix.
It's just one more game now where I'm feeling I'm watching a positively outlook coming out from M80. I think coming into the tournament, they were one of the weaker teams on paper, one of the teams you didn't expect a lot from, but another win right here, now only one map away from guaranteeing a spot in London, which would be sensational for a team that came into this tournament with, I guess, the one goal, and that was not to embarrass themselves. I think they've done well, and I think they were the better team here as well.
Yeah, 100%. Like I feel like the team consists of, you know, a very sort of solid rifle duo, and then you have Slax also putting in a lot of work, and then you have Sin, who's had a time in Big where he's probably learned a lot of things. Maybe he's not like the hardest hitting in-game leader, but it's a team that seems to be working around their strengths. It's not so much about their like set strategies from the beginning of the round. It's more like the mid rounding where they just go on contact and then just play out the after plans. And I feel like they're just a heavy hitter team, and that's why I feel like they also look very comfortable in this one.
We got to see the round distribution just below on our screens there. It did take M80 a little bit of time to get warmed up into this one. Let's go back to the first half, because we've got the round, or the last round rather, that Fnatic would actually put on the board on that CT side to be breaking down, where Hex tries he might. Doesn't pay off for him.
Doesn't quite pay off for him, but I think round 5 have different layers to it, you know. Yes, Fnatic will end up winning this round, spoiler alert, but it's not pretty. Again, they get a nice opening kill right here as well. They move up towards the bomb side, and it becomes a bit of a slaughter fest, so to speak. Fnatic would stand the pressure to begin with. Actually, it becomes a 5v2 just for a brief moment, and you think to yourself, this round is over. For some reason, Fear decides to jump through the smoke. Another trade happens, and all of a sudden you have a 3v2 that is technically unwinnable, considering the HP, considering the situation with the bomb as well, but they somehow, some way get a lot of space, get to plant the bomb, get into a 2v2 at this point with Slax being aggressive, and then Hex is very, very, very close winning this round. Now, the point of showing this round, Fnatic wins the defuse right here, by the way. Fnatic, you have a 5v2. It is at that point unlosable, but there's two sides to it. M80 were great in this game at making every round count, in a sense that nothing seemed out of reach for them. Nothing seemed that if it was a 2v4, if it was them playing 4v5, they could still find ways into the game. For that, I want to give credit. For Fnatic, not capitalizing. You know, that's a round you just win, you survive 4 or 5 players, you build up economy, you build up momentum, but they made it so tough for themselves over and over and over again. Almost losing this round was criminal.
Yeah, and throughout the game, there was just so many situations where it just felt like both teams were just, you know, they were going so head-to-head in these individual plays that sometimes it's just like they had completely lost the idea of where their opponents were. They were catching each other off guard. They would kill one guy, then the guy will pull up a knife, rotate somewhere else. They just didn't really play the numbers that much. It was more about the individuals doing it. And this round also showcased what M80 really wanted to go for in these type of plays.
Shout out to one individual called Lake, who has been shining bright consistently throughout this tournament. It's not like he's a new name on our screens by any stretch of the imagination, but it's new to see him be this consistent across the tournament, and I really like that.
I think that's the thing, yeah. Again, this game was not necessarily a pop-off game by Lake, but again, he finds so much impact and he's creating a lot of space. Even when he only goes 16 and 16, you think to yourself, well, why are you highlighting Lake in this game? I think without him, you know, there's just a lack of space creators within M80. He takes the vast majority of the responsibility upon his shoulders to make sure that there's always something happening, especially here in middle. But in general, Peter, throughout the entire tournament, every time I've seen M80 plays, it does feel like the first point of contact is always Lake. He's more successful than he's not, and I think that's very important when you're such an aggressive entry fragger.
Yeah, it's very important to have a guy that just spearheads your attacks the majority of the time and feels comfortable doing it, and he's shown that once again, and specifically coming into Ange, you know, that is really where he has a lot of impact when he gets this space in middle, and we also saw that M80 wanted to get that space fast. They were actually allowed to get middle a couple of times where they would actually get fast window control to constantly put pressure on their opponents and make these plays that they want to go for, and it's just great to see Lake, you know, kind of stepping up to what we've been expecting from him.
On the other side of things, looking at Blame F, put on some solid numbers, really trying to lead by example. How much do you rate his style of leadership for this team?
I mean, I feel like Blame is now in a position where he's obviously has transitioned a little bit away from the in-game. Actually, I believe it's Fear who's actually leading the squad now, so I think he's actually most likely contributing in the terms of being more like a second caller. I think he has a lot of experience from his time in Astralis, but he's obviously been discredited a lot for his time in Astralis, where he would put up a lot of good numbers, but obviously he's now finding himself inside a team where they most likely, together with Crims, will listen a lot to his experience. I think that Blame has transitioned out of also this passive play that he used to have. He was very baity back in the days, which comes from the name of BaitF, but I think that he's still the guy that puts up very big numbers for the likes of Fnatic alongside with Yambo, so I still think he's a very vital part of Fnatic's success.
He's a little bit misunderstood, you know. I think there's a lot of people out there who can't get away from the fact that he used to be a beta, a little bit of a beta, used to have that accolade to him called BaitF, and obviously the way he was playing in Astralis was not always optimal. Sometimes it was a bit too passive. The man has really changed a lot as of late, and if you're watching his game, if you're watching his demos, if you're watching how he plays Counter-Strike today, I feel like it's not entirely a different player, but he's changed an awful lot. Yet it proves, you know, when it comes to the Counter-Strike, not only the community perception of him, but also other teams looking towards Blame F, they probably still have that in the back of their mind that, oh, that's how he used to play, so he must be the same guy now. So I feel like we gotta give it to Blame F, and we have to highlight that he's changed a lot.
Yes.
It comes at the consequence of consistency as well, which he said he's not as consistent as he used to be. The numbers may not look as good, but I think he's more impactful now than he were before.
It must be a kind of interesting mix of experience coming from, you know, Crims on one side of things, Blame F on the other, both kind of Scandinavian players if we're looking back in history. But that experience, I imagine, is invaluable when you're coming together with an international squad and you have, you know, so many years, so much knowledge under your belt. It's just about adapting it coming into this new iteration.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a two-way thing for both of the players because they come from like kind of new, like different areas of the game where I think Crims has obviously way back has learned a lot. Now Blame F has also played in Astralis, a lot of good teams, where he has also gained a lot of experience. So I think they can actually contribute a lot to it. So I think it's great to see that Crims is so hyped about playing in this team. He said that multiple times. He also gets a lot of respect and time out of Fear. And I think that just showcased that Crims is still in it because he actually wants it. And it's been so long time ago since Crims has played inside an actual arena. So I actually think this type of match is also very nice for him to play.
They're going to have to turn it around quite sharpish, though. It is their map pick laying away. Either way, just to round out the conversation about Ancient, shout out to Slacks, man.
Yeah.
I like what I saw from him in this one. He's not necessarily the man we're looking at and going, you know, you're definitely not in contention of being, you know, a top 10, top 5 within your role, but nice to see him having some impact here.
He's still the highest rated player within the team, and I think the critique of Slacks has been that, yes, you do it against domestic opponents in NA, but the few times we've seen you go toe-to-toe with some of the European players and European teams, you struggled a little. It's been the same case here this tournament. I think, though, he's had a couple of good maps now, a couple of good showings, so he's slowly but surely moving away from that stigma where you can only play well against NA teams. I think in this game, he was very good with the AWP, had some great rounds, had some great punishes as well, can play with the rifle overall as well, and I think that's the next step that he can take, also helping M80 to become more reliable against European opposition. If he can replicate the performances that he's consistently showing against NA opposition, against European teams as well, then you all of a sudden have a decent amount of firepower within M80.
I don't think he has to shine as much as maybe he wants to, because they have the rifling tree, which is usually overshadowing him a little bit. I think he's a very consistent opper. I just think he puts up numbers that are okay. He's not like the most flashy one that goes for like 6 flicks and everything like that, but that's not really needed of him. And then on the other hand, he's like the only German player that hasn't been inside of the big roster that has actually been ruined. So it's good to see that a German player come outside of big and actually deliver and find himself in a quite good place.
Well, either way, gentlemen, it's time to put our credits where our mouth is, I guess. We can head on over to novashots.io, where I hope we sold whatever stocks we put in yesterday. What did we put in?
I think you guys bought a lot of M80 stuff, which paid off quite well for you guys. I sold it all. I prepared.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we should have kept M80 after seeing map 1, but I want to do something.
We can buy back in.
Nah, no, we cannot buy back in.
Okay.
I don't want that. I think we should gamble a little bit here. I think Fnatic have just lost map 1. I think the stocks will be going down a little bit.
Okay.
I think Fnatic is going to come back. So if you're okay with it, I think we should go all in with Fnatic.
What number are we saying?
So you think they're actually going to go back and win the series? So that's so we just had Fnatic lose to now lower their stocks to go all in to actually get more money in the end.
Buy the dip, Peter. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm swapping. I'm confirming, and I will either be an idiot or a genius, and we'll find out.
That's some interesting advice. Either way, it's absolutely free to play at home. So sign up, brother, to novashots.io, where you get 1,000 free credits to be playing with. Either way, we're going to see if Jacob's gamble has paid off. Is Fnatic's map pick awaiting us on the other side of this break? It's going to be going down on Train. Train as the second map in this crucial qualification series. Now, I like to do this thing where I give people the opportunity to live their dream for the day. And you actually had a dream once, Jacob, that you wanted to be the host of a certain game show.
Yeah.
So now's your time to shine. You got a minute and a half. Let's do the dance.
I don't need that much time, but I just want to quiz you, Peter, heading into this map. You know, make it a little bit special. We have Train coming up. Yes, you can win a free FaZe free if you want. Yeah, it's a good one. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorites. We are heading into Train, Peter. A very important map for both teams, for Fnatic to stay alive, for M80 to make a sensation happen. Now, Peter, if you're M80 and you want to win this map, which you haven't done against any European top opposition at any point, there's certain players you like to perform. So I have a little quiz for you right here. Who do you think is the highest rated player for M80 in the past 3 months on Train?
On Train?
On Train.
I mean, the obvious one would probably go Slack since the AWPer, but that's probably not the case. This is like a curveball. So I'm gonna go Sin.
Well, you're wrong.
Okay.
You want one more guess?
Okay. I will go.
Clock's ticking. Clock's ticking.
Hexed.
Yeah, that's wrong too. So you go with no more tries. Now I have another question for you. Who is the lowest rated player for M80 on Train specifically?
Slacks.
No, not Slacks either. The issue is here, right? The highest rated player is Swisher. You could have guessed that. Everyone knows that. The lowest rated player is the most impactful player normally for M80 in Lake. He's struggling massively on this map of Train, which is why I think Fnatic will put it to a third.
I am just incredibly confused, so I hope we can get some order as we head into Fnatic's map pick of Train.
Order, please. Order.
Order, yeah, I'll have a FaZe free actually, Pip. If you could bring that on a tray, that'd be nice. I think he'd make a good butler, maybe. No?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know where to go with this.
No, it's fine. We can go back into the game. It's M80, it's Fnatic. What have you got, Harry?
Well, I was just going to say, right, both these teams have obviously been grinding a hell of a lot. They have a lot of matches logged in the last couple of months. But this is one where that does really stand apart. In the last month, just 1 month,
yes,
Fnatic have played this map as many times as M80 have all year.
Grinding.
And so Fnatic, not only with a far greater depth in theory here on Train, but very, very recent, hell of a lot of reps. And even though M80 have been on the grind, they've also put a lot of hours in. This is one they've largely looked to avoid, maybe because of those struggles talked about on the desk.
Well, it's T-sides, we'll see if Lake really has trouble, but M80 get that favored half. Fnatic get to play their game. Contact pop clear. Be execute available. It's Crim's lurking Ivy. Lake ready to play. And Cypher's going to come clear him.
More aggression out here at Upper Lake. In hot water. Still keeps this in the advantage of M80. It's getting a bit drawn out here for Fnatic. Crim's on the other side of the map is trying to link up with Blame F in some meaningful way. It looks like they might regroup Pop side. Still, Crim's shot in the side of the head, and that cuts off the route for this bomb.
Not really sure what Fnatic were hoping for in this round. Blame is going to get a bomb plant, that's something, but he fakes it out, and no one rushes him, so now he's lost the timing, he's lost a window of opportunity. Hex here, no time. Oh, Blame double kill out of nowhere, and he might have it. It's very close, but no. Doesn't feel like the clock is doing him any favors here. And Blame just holds on. I don't think he did have it. Fnatic just kind of stalled out in that pistol. I mean, it doesn't help when Cypher dies like that. It looked like they wanted to be execute, but they didn't really know how to react once Lake gets his opening kill.
I'm really in two minds about him having time or not.
I mean, I think sometimes our HUDs aren't what they are in game. But why not try? Could have tried. Swung for the kill instead. Like, I trust Blame on his timer there. Felt close. This one won't be. This one shouldn't be.
Oh, dude, the Blame FP250 is hitting.
This one is.
This time, he does have time to get the bomb planted.
Swisher shooting the ragdoll. Okay, they get it done, and we get the buy round from Fnatic nice and early in this T side. In M80's recent games, since adding Hexed, vast majority of their rounds coming on the CT side. Given Lake's struggles, that makes sense as well, so... Gonna need a very strong opening half here. AK's out. So funny watching people go for that pop spam because they just have to spam then immediately leave because they know they're going to get shot back through. But Fnatic get this space early. M80 take T-Con. Oh, Swisher barely survives. Just walks around the corner before Crims can get the shot off. And after taking pop, Fnatic all the way back to this B hall. Maybe just looking to execute. They just still have two lurkers so far away. Dear Slacks. Popped to peek and they're not blind. Cypher on the lurk as well, and Fnatic at both sites.
Hex could still look to make this interesting. They've heard him now, they know where he is. Still two lurkers here for Fnatic. Cypher and Blame F gonna have to move in because this one's starting to tighten up. M80 were aware of this lurk. Sim picks up the first, but that gap afforded. And Hex suddenly left as the last man, just gonna sit on this. Fear swings out.
Wait, no.
Hex to stop him. There's the molly to seal his fate. Blame F. Thank goodness he arrives and gets that Molotov in time.
God, that was way too close for comfort given the entries Fnatic had and all the space as well. 3v5 when M80 are constricted to connector and backlines. Fnatic just win it out off the back of a Molotov on a low health Hexed. Nice try on the clutch, not meant to be. Blame the closer here for Fnatic does exactly that. Hope we get a more impactful game from Blame here. Crims struggled to close those clutches. Back on Ancient. IV space taken, Sin. This molly is not going to come down in time. I mean, yeah, that's not where you want it. Fnatic have IV full control. Sin, they are way past your util. Gets a warning.
Waiting for these smokes to fade, but they will start to roam in towards CT, right into Hexed. Oh, Cypher won't get there in time to complete the chase. Luckily enough, Blame F and Fear reopen this A plate and provide that way out for Fnatic. Blake on low HP, a shot away from certain death. Time running low, however. Don't want to lose the bomb out there in Sandwich. They spot Lake, they deal with him cleanly. And no clutch for Hex today. Cypher takes matters into his own hands.
Yeah, sharp shots for Cypher there. Needed someone to bail them out. Given the low time, there was a good chance to drop that bomb crossing in with 20 seconds, and Fnatic wouldn't have been positioned to pick it up easily. Sin looking exploitable on Ivy. Even in the game against Na'Vi, it was the same case, playing some awkward angles, getting walked on, playing this like this pixel hold that looked very exploitable, and even the AWP did at times. So see if Fnatic are going to look to abuse this position. Oh, good jump spot for Fear. He can get out of there.
And he's like, I'm not wasting time throwing util now. I just saw him all. Let's go. Takes that bomb. A side locked in, and a lockout round from Fnatic as they move into the lead.
Wow, avoiding all the deaths as well. Blame is 16 health, and he's still here. Let the 100 HP players clean it up. And so only damage, no kills for M80 on that eco. All the makings of a 3-map series, unless M80 can level up and give us their best train yet. They said they haven't been taking down any top dogs on this map. Did beat Furia last season, but nothing since Hex Edition. Fnatic charging.
Only one out of Hexed, and you can't stop the spillover. Trying to rotate through Con, it always feels rough, and they get annihilated on that.
Yeah. Jambo rifle looking good as well. Gonna start to see that AWP pulled into play, especially if they can steal it as Jambo's coming in for the close. Look at him go.
How's he get all the entries and he's already here?
Oh, Shadow. Ooh. Oh, wow. Nice shot. Maybe Cypher can grab it in time. He didn't choose to. Jambo doesn't want the AWP. And I mean, they are going into eco around here, so it could be a factor, but at the same time, Fnatic just running quick hits, confident in gun rounds. You go through that Molotov.
Like that. A Lake Deeg to open up. That's a gun for Swisher as well. And the map kind of shrinks down now for Fnatic.
They need kills to get given to them here because they're all spread out. So looking for these entries. A lurk smoke of some sort that Blame tries to work with. The AK coming in for the kill. It's Sin who takes it instead. That's 2 guns on this eco. Might be best to just go for a B hit, but Cypher is so far away.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to play into this in any meaningful way.
Would like to see him take the space because Sin was spotted at A main. Now he might not have a choice. And Molly pushes him back into Fear. Swisher still holds strong. And Cypher does take that space.
This is so awkward though. You're left, what, having a battle into Pop, into 3 players. I didn't see a world in which Fnatic could ever pull this one back, and yeah, they're just out of position. Bomb away from them. Even as Crims gets these kills, it'll build to nothing for Fnatic. M80 on a pistol round. Pull off the upset and bring themselves back into this map.
Yeah, just crunching Pop together, and they don't sit back in that position once they have guns. They go and use them. They go and find the rest of Fnatic's default, picking them apart. M80. What a round to win, given that Fnatic were looking like they're about to start running away with the T side.
You wonder if that's a bit of a penny drop moment for M80, that maybe they've been giving up too much space. You know, allowing these kind of strung out starts from Fnatic. This time it's more active out towards main. Backstab for Jambo. Lake keeps it even as best he can and actually darts through their own smoke. His teammate's buying time. He's behind enemy lines with only a USP.
Oh my.
Able to hold on. It's just fear. Slacks on the line in time. And M80 tie up this game.
Such a ludicrous play for Lake, and the whole time that's going to clutter the comms because they'll be saying there's a player close. He's in smoke, he's near you, he's around you. Fnatic know he's somewhere to be seen, but they can't find him. And he's able to hide in the smoke, then come out behind them. All in the meantime, his team is just spamming and fighting together. Fnatic, fast play out A denied. I don't know why they've been leaning away from the Jambo AWP. I was going to say I'd like to see it now, but they don't really have the money for it. They could buy it, but it will cost them another person's AK, so I don't think this is the round you do it. I just feel like it's such a good opening tool here on this T side. On a map, it can be very hard to get picks on. But Fnatic do take a lot of pop control. And Jambo's a part of that pack as well, but... Oof. Sin sharp. I just like to see them use this T-side AWP a little bit more. They had the option to pick it up earlier. They chose against it, so... Not now, maybe later, but you're running out of time.
And the one thing not having it does is let you keep these pacey rounds coming through, but... Last couple, it's been to their detriment. And so taking the pace out of it now, working this control over towards B. Another passive start from M80. Cypher making noise here, dinked on the spam. Oh, Slacks was just leaving. He's heard them come down the ramps. They're still hanging around on this all. The presence of a second player makes this B-hold feel a little bit safer. They've mollied him back. Hex just has to stay alive, right? Can't afford to fall. Cypher embarking on this big old wraparound, low on health though, and Lake able to deal with him. 5-on-3 in this retake.
Oh, that's a crazy kill for Lake. Doubled up as well, and there's no real estate on this B site for Fnatic. There is nowhere they can stand. M80, a succinct retake altogether out of the connector, and they flush the flank out as well, so not even a shot lands for Fnatic in that post plant.
And dude, finally feeling like you're getting a bit of a read for what Fnatic are liking to do here, right? So often when they've gone for these B hits, it's been Hex there alone, and that's a tricky spot to be in. Because it's not like Fnatic have been running at contact. They've got good util to make Hex uncomfortable. This time the AWP was in the right place, and it was a 2-3 start from the get-go.
And Lake looks good as well. He's hitting nice shots. I mean, even when you saw Fnatic, or sorry, M80 lose to Na'Vi, it came off the back of exactly what you're talking about. Hex alone, these 4-man A stacks, M80 with misreads, trying to play old retakes, and never really getting out connected clean. Fnatic, when they get B, they need more space. We're talking about 1, maybe 2 more gun rounds in this half.
And that's just a nice move, right? Counting down, double swing on Ivy. No, you're not up against much in this round, and so Cypher removed straight away. Early advantage picked up for M80 as they start finding their way in this CT half.
Oof. Sharp, Lake. Sharp as hell. Take them all. There it is. 5-man for Lake with the taps to boot. Lowest rated player on this map. Not for long.
No, and that brings a serious X factor in, right? Like, Lake usually struggles here in spite of being a very heavy hitter in the M80 squad. If he's able to find his form on train, feat that he's struggled to accomplish, that's a big problem for Fnatic. Also, I want to say the setups are just looking way better for M80. One of the things I've kind of thoroughly disliked is in a lot of these 4-man yard holds, they don't do anything with the four players, right? Usually, if you're doing that, you want to try and run some type of pop control or take main away, at bare minimum for slightly faster rotates, just so you have a different point of rotation. It's not just Z. But here, when they're playing 4 players yard, they're taking space, they're taking main, they're taking pop. And then they ease back into these 3-2 setups where it is a bit more passive, but that's fine. Crim's playing into the site is far ahead of the rest of his team, and Hex gets rid of him.
He saw an opportunity.
This is some of the nicest M80 CT sides on train that we've got to watch so far.
Yeah, Swisher took main and he aided the smoke to kill Blame F and T-Spawn. Jambo's all at a point of desperation in this game, but he's already in a 3v5 after his patience in pop doesn't pay off. Slacks is trying to use his force another advantage, not that M80 need it.
He learned where to jump up too. This actually got him killed yesterday in the...
Yeah.
It was the Na'Vi game.
His flicks are on point right now. 5 and 6, but he's hit a couple of nasty ones, and yeah, just save. This one's over. 2v5 and Fnatic. Nothing. I think M80 are upping the level with what's on the line. They took down VP as underdogs. They took down Na'Vi as even bigger underdogs. And now, in an even game, they are leveling up and looking to lock Fnatic out of London.
And it would feel really, really good to do it here in 2, right? To kind of rise up and conquer this map that has been getting the better of you versus international competition. You've only been able to find success on train domestically.
Oh, shot in the back. He died after time.
That's brutal.
No money, no AWP. Jambo waited all half for that, and his round ends with nothing. Literally. Crims realized where Hex was as well, but then he saw Sin rotate in. He just wanted to jump at that chance to kill him. And M80 are loving it right now. They just took down Fnatic's AWP after the clock. He's got Glock in the last round of their T side.
And I think just rounds ago, you were making a conscious decision to not bring AWPs into the field. Now you're robbed of all money in this final half, or final round of the half. Fear makes it out though. Keen double, Slacks and Sin trying to return the favor. Cypher on a smoke molly run. Bested by Sin in the head-to-head. And the advantage flipped back the other way. M80 3-on-2. Jambo with a scavenged gun but doesn't have armor. That's the consequence of dying after time.
Okay. Oh, and the cover is there. Everyone has stepped up in their positions in this map for M80. Everyone is delivering more. Sin on Ivy, holding his own. A point of weakness against Na'Vi, now their strength. And 8 rounds on the CT side is more than enough, you would think, for M80.
Coming into this, the NA mind just couldn't comprehend trains. But finally getting a handle on it. Making big money moves. It's freight for M80. That's where they'll make their fortune. 8-4. A storming lead on this CT side as they break through, and with Lake leveling up on a strugglesome map for him, this could be open for an M80 2-0.
He's one shot, he's one shot. How are we losing that? 1v4. How? Ah! Ah! Where are my bullets going? Ah!
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it. Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up. We've got you back with just the right amount of support. Racing inspired embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win. Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibility. Bills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a cat throne. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea, dizziness, or unexpected skill boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
Can M80 conquer their demons? Train called into question, a worrying point for this M80 squad. But they level up 8-4 over Fnatic, who now move on to the CT side. Pistol round will be weighted heavily here as Fnatic chase to make this a 3-map series.
Yeah, slight interruption here in this second map as we wait for FIA to rejoin the server before we go live. But M80, safe to say, in a position of control we didn't expect, even after an outstanding first map. A level up with London on the line. One spot remaining here in this group stage. One Brit advancing to the OVO Wembley Arena. It's either Depth, the coach of M80, or Cypher, British player for Fnatic. Right now, Rory Jackson's players trying to take him there. Take him back to the good old days. Quarterfinals of the FaZe London Major. We saw Dev playing for Complexity on this very stage. M80, explosive pistol.
Good damage done, but no kills yet. That all belongs to Fnatic, who sweep the board in this pistol. Dinks down range, but they never move a muscle. So this can give them a bit of a second win now, a chance to close the gap on the CT side of Train.
Yeah, I want to see full eco here from M80. Prioritize gun rounds. They've had trouble on T sides. At least on this map. So can't afford to rear its head here. In that Na'Vi game, only had 8 rounds in the first CT half, or sorry, 4 rounds in the first CT half, and so didn't have room to really get going on that T side, only netting 3 after they lost pistol. Simple job here for Fnatic, just got to be patient, let the kills come to them.
thing that will always feel frustrating now is like that pistol round had such a... would have just given you such a huge nudge in the right direction. Because you're dead on, it is the T sides where they've struggled, and that's the case even domestically for this team. They started to walk back. I think they realized we do have to die at the end of this round, so maybe not the end of the world if we just walk it down the ramp here.
3, 2, 1. And well, death is what they get granted. The ecos come to blame. And this is it for M80. Start strong. Or pay the price on Mirage. Fnatic more than enough experience on this map, like you said. More games played on train in the last, was it month?
Yep.
Than M80 have played all year. Cheeky. Fnatic doing a lot here. Nades, spams. Flash to main, and Fear gets the info that M80 is still posturing outside of A. It's a good warning sign at 45 seconds. They even push B off that info. They know it's coming. They might even have a backstab to make it worth their while.
Yeah, M80 missed their window of opportunity here. Jambo, they see him having pushed up, and the alarm bell should be going off for M80. They know that they're going into a stack. Crim's full blind, they get the openers. Fear close, overwhelmed. It's just Blame F. Back of the site, put down. M80 brave the stack head on, and they live to tell the tale. Only one death for them in the round. It ends up squeaky clean.
Worth the wait, apparently. It felt like the jig was up with Fnatic having all the info, the flank as well boxing them in. Hex goes back to deal with it, and the rest of M80 just explode on this outer site. Full flash, close pop, and some keen shots from Slacks at the end.
And I mean, massive opportunity now to break the money of Fnatic. If you can chain together 2 round wins, you put yourself on a path to victory, the path to London. Jambo with aggression, played through very, very quickly, but there's the spot. Now they know they've got him pinned in, and he has no choice but to try get out of there.
Fortunate they let him. That fake Ivy flash is going to keep eyes on it, and no one's there for Fnatic to manually clear the position. Crim's aggressive through the smoke on B, and Hex, of course, holding it. It's very ratty play from Hex, and it's just what M80 needed to open up this B execute, that of which they were going for, regardless of that kill.
I mean, have you just kind of risked a whole round on that smoke walk? Only one man actually in the B site. Smoking Fear off in pop. Well, now he can't commit to a flank.
They're going.
They're just going to have to barrel through Con, but with Jambo falling right away. These rotates come through. Fear and Cypher make it interesting. But look at the space that Lake has taken. This was kind of positioning that Fnatic was struggling to get on their T side. Dead to Blame F on the rotate. Sin's going to do this all alone. No ammo left. Ducks down a fake dink for Blame F. Might think he's lower than he actually is. So Sin wrestling it back. And he makes them pay for it with their lives. That's everything for Fnatic. All the money gone this late in the game. A brutal clutch from M80's captain.
Yeah, a captain who's been struggling to put on strong rounds as an individual in this tournament. He's been really having trouble even getting double-digit games. And Sin shows up with a huge, clinical 1v3 clutch, all headshots to shut them out in an important money-maker round. Fnatic have nothing to show on this CT side, as Sin sends them to the grave. Oh dear. Jambo, clock ticking down, reveals his position. Fnatic with Deagles. And M80 with victory in sight.
I mean, props to this M80 squad. They've clearly learned some lessons all across the board. I think that Na'Vi game taught them a hell of a lot. It's given them a much better leg to stand on here on Train. They've refined and rejigged some of their setups. And on top of that, they're coming at this with a very, I want to say, calm pacing down the tail end. If you remember, when they were choking in the Na'Vi match, it felt like they were very, very eager, overly eager to try and get that game over the line. Well, here, it's just a slow march on towards victory.
They did a lot of pop takes that worked really well. It's something they haven't actually... They did it in one gun round of this T side so far, but they did them against Na'Vi. They won them both times, and then they just kind of moved away from these pop plays for no reason. Maybe thinking they were too obvious, too one-dimensional. But now would be the perfect time to throw in a slow, punishing be clear into a split from Pop. It's how they won their first gun round here, despite that flank from Jambo.
I think the other thing that's nice is sometimes you can fall prey to, you know, like you win in the Na'Vi match and you can kind of trick yourself into thinking that that's job done, right? They were the big threat, and you've seen that plenty of times with squads that pull off upsets, look to go on runs, they kind of beat the big dog and get a little too ahead of themselves.
Yeah, true.
But M80 haven't done that. They've come in ready to play from map 1. Having to turn around on a slow start, they went on to run away with Ancient, and now here, Train, the map that has constantly got the better of them. That's where they're looking to seal the deal. Fast in Pop. Lake smoked.
He's going. Is he? No. They gotta be execute then. And Lake is there to lurk.
Fnatic have the read. 3 strong on this side of the map. It's a hearty stack for Fnatic.
Blame moves back. This Lake timing will be very interesting. Execute going in. They can bail if they want. That bomb is going ramp right now. Hex is found on upper. Down they go. Cypher committed. They don't clear it properly, so Cypher gets a double. Lake lurk. Too late. Does find Fear, but Swisher, 4 kills on the clock. And that smoke does not bloom how he wanted. Rims has him boxed in heaven. Lake's not able to assist, and it's a matter of time for Swisher as Fnatic forced the kill. CT round finally coming through for Fnatic. Keeps them in this game. A Fnatic who have been on the grind, who won a LAN during the London qualifiers. Who are trying to make the lower bracket run come to life just as M80 are.
Insane pathing from Lake. Darting out through the main smoke, not seeing anything and then leaving. Swisher has been having a rough game. Usually one of the brighter spots for M80 on this map. His absence is noted, but there's still time to turn it around as he tries to embark on this Ivy lurk. They're encircling A. Fear hears this. They're going to start chasing Sin down. This is the bomb right here. Heads up play for Fear. He knows what those footsteps mean. He knows the util's getting lined up. Not only now do you own the bomb, but also for these players that are meant to spill out into the A site. They don't have util to support them. Cypher trying to sneak past the watchful eye of the Slack's AWP. Teammates moving in on the main side. There's smokes everywhere, though. This is unorthodox fights. They don't know where Cypher's gotten to. Backs turned. Lake's bailed them out. And a 2v2, a chaotic round. Where does this end for M80? It might just have to be the A play. And so into the stack they go. blameF and Crims here. We're going to keep this comeback building for Fnatic with a heads-up play. Driving a knife through A main. A round that never gets going for M80.
Fnatic digging deep down the game. Was ready to call this off. M80 picking up pace, showing better T rounds than they did before against Na'Vi. Now Fnatic don't want to go out on a quiet CT side, making plays just the same as M80, who had an 8-round first half, taking main, taking pop, always active. Fnatic find a resurgence and they break the money of M80 late in this second half. Slack's AWP is all they've got. Could match up v Jambo here. Full blind. Just takes the shot.
Oh, blameF creeping an upper.
Might catch him here.
Get this AWP pulled out, Lake. He's still knife pulled.
Oh dear.
Round the corner he comes. blameF is close. All right. Hex pulls one back at least. Just playing Gladiator with this AWP.
Not ready for this angle though.
Yeah, finding success in the AWP kind of hinges on Fnatic walking into Hex's crosshair. The moment he steps out into the open, there is multiple players who can look to deal with him. Crims has mopped up the ramp take and Smoke just dribbles on down. That's a couple of times over that's happened for M80. Not a round they were supposed to win. Fnatic don't let it get interesting.
You feel like you take that peak dry, you have a better chance than just the timing shot off the flash. Worse feeling.
Don't need to be hero right now. Just play all rounds. Yeah.
I'd also like a timeout here from Rory Jackson, but it's not come through. M80 haven't used one. Feeling like the stress may be getting to them. 11-9. This game has gotten too close for comfort. Huge opener for Sin.
Still, they're ready to give chase again. Fear and him running this tag team on the main push. Catching M80 a couple of times now. While they line up this util that supplements every one of these A hits.
Could drop the bomb and leave, but they're trying to flush him out of main. Hex through the connector. Lake does clear that position out as well. Jambo playing inside the smoke, just trying to drop one more.
He knows he's between the enemies right now. How does Jambo want to thread this needle? No scope lands. Hex dead.
Big flank.
And now just buying time for blameF on this wrap round. It's pivotal that Jambo doesn't die, so he plays it very, very safe. Trust that blameF has this on the flank. But they don't play in a way. Taking CT, that's where Jambo's ended up on this reposition. And actually, M80 are getting sandwiched here. They've got to pick a fight, and they've got to pick soon. 30 seconds left! Swisher with the tap on blameF! Jambo trying to close the distance. He'll hear the bomb leaving, but Lake has not budged. Lake has not moved. Holding on to this line. M80 from nowhere have just found match and series point.
London point. It's calling. What a read for Lake. Surely they didn't hear the scope all the way back in CT. They knew Jambo could have rotated connector. And just a perfect read to freeze in the 2v2. How does this kill get given to Swisher? Minute chances. Both of them come up for M80. In a comeback from the 3v5 after losing bomb control. Or 3v4 rather, but even so, miraculous round for M80 to pick up. And 3 chances to make it to those LAN finals.
I mean, they still have all their pauses banked up, right? If things start going wrong, they're going to have time to try and set the record straight here. All the pressure is on Fnatic, who just burned their last timeout.
Blame F doing blame F things, I love it.
They know what they're up against, that's for sure.
I mean, the fact that that 1 kill from Swisher, who's having a pretty horrible game, feels like it makes all the difference.
Look at them go!
And now he's just barreling through this util. They want to end this here and now with a fast and direct play. It leaves them in the prying eyes of Cypher and Blame F. 2 versus 5. Cypher dead, but Jambo with the trade. It's just Slacks on the AWP.
Give it a go. There's plenty of time.
Fear up, fear over. Missed shot, but they whittle Slacks down. Just keeping that pressure on, and Blame F gets the trade. And no miracle clutch for Slacks' AWP.
Well, it wouldn't be NA without a bit of heartbreak, without a bit of a roller coaster down the end, would it? So, of course, Fnatic on the lowest buy yet managed to piece it together, stopping that quick A-rush. Cypher up close. So he was on Swisher's screen. I thought they called it, but I guess not. He had other things to focus on. Oh. The Cypher's double shuts down that main pop as M80 have to play to the final limit of overtime. Oof.
Fast rush into Crims, who might just farm him and Blame F.
And they destroyed them.
Been very tricky to get past them over here at B, and they're not going to fall down versus the Pistols. This is it for M80. Last chance to stop this one going into overtime. They risked it all on a fast play out into A.
They're getting pop control quick. It would be nice to just get that control. You don't have to exec off the back of it. Go for the slow main take. Fnatic have been doing main takes all CT side. Let them burn some util. Have the pop players ready to assist. Feels like M80 either go all in or not at all. Pop gets taken by Fnatic this time. Haven't seen this. Blame learns them a lesson. Double kill.
And you can just tell they were expecting a lot more freedom there. You just said how they've been getting this for free. They've been getting it quickly. Nades were out, and they line up for Blame F. Disastrous start to the final round of regulation.
They've won disadvantages before, but they've got nothing here. Stuck in T-spawn, re-smoked.
It also just sucks because it's like now Fnatic can just turtle up and they're fine to play a bit of a lean over here towards this A side of the map. So as you make your way in, you know, you're not even looking at an even odds battle for this A control. It's 3-on-4. Well, a bit of fear and suspicion creeps into Fnatic. Blame F is pushed all the way through Ivy, but this might be feeding misinfo down the ranks of the Fnatic squad.
It is, but they still have strong positions. Cypher backside, Fear watching from Connector, and the longer this goes on, the closer Blame gets. So even if they are thinking it's B, they've not let their eyes off this A site completely. That's a big pick. Blame is the stopgap. Blame is the solution to backstab and close this round and force overtime.
They said Blame F doing Blame F things. Well, there he is arriving. Slacks will get the trade, but is bought so low in the process. It's a huge Blame F round.
Not today.
And Slacks simply doesn't have the time. Knife out into Crims. Into overtime we go.
Wow, Blame F doing Blame F things. If those things are 4K'ing on match point, then maybe yes. Double kill on the push pop. And Blame F has thrown a lot of aggression into these last couple of rounds. They don't know that's coming. And he backstabs the pair to find 4 for overtime. (27 and 14 for Blame F. And M80 have no one to blame but themselves. Into OT we go. Another stinker for Swisher. And while he found the kill, the guaranteed OT, there is more to do on this T side. Run boost AWP. Jambo had a chance. More cautious in the pop dog. Cypher on the boost, something we haven't seen all map. He checks it.
Doesn't feel like as good a position as you think it is. I feel like we always see the guy getting boosted, checked and cleared.
Yeah, it's playing it wider, which is what some teams have started to do, is, I think, better. But I agree, it only works if you don't get checked. Same can be said about a lot of positions. You're hoping for a miracle.
I think it just also kind of feels awkward there, right? Like to Cypher there, not only is he the one getting peeked, but he largely sees body as opposed to Lake,
head.
who has head on his screen. Hexed.
God.
Ready for the wraparound. Jambo dead, and a 5-on-3 takes shape. They are going into the stack. Everyone from Fnatic is here, teed up around the E-box to try and deny the spillover. Swisher just barrels through with support from Sin and Lake. M80 get that elusive 13th round on the board.
Jambo running that flank. It felt like he was running the flank. I don't know if the comms were scattered there. There was only 20 seconds, maybe thinking that they were out in the site already, but Hex just gets an easy kill on the backstab. And yeah, look at that for Lake. He's more than prepared for the boost. Disaster strikes for Fnatic. In a stressful series where they've been on the back foot the entire time. That won't change.
I mean, you know, you also just know, like, if you can find a way to take 2 in overtime, if you can grab 2 T rounds, that is so much of the legwork done. Taking the first is already a huge stride in the right direction. Both squads playing their best on these CT halves.
Yeah, 8-4s.
It's just getting a call from the front here on the harder side. It's a great feeling for M80.
They've been more methodical and pop dog control ever since that Blame F round. Deep molly to clear the entrance of an orb or of a player in the cubby. And they could just go off this again, looking set up to do so. High flashes for Slags. Fear behind the box, uncleared but blinded. And they turn back to check it. Cypher again, multi-kill. Refuses to go down quiet. He's going to get backstab on another one. His shot does find it. 4 for Cypher. With London on the line, the one Brit still playing has something to say. Slags will stop him. Careful, you're burning out. 1v2, Blame flanking again.
Oh my god. Slacks!
Oh!
Got out, but not in time. Blame F.
Ooh.
On another one of these wraparounds. They've only ever been ready for it the one time. He's found a lot of success on these flanks. And with Cypher holding the site and the hit back like this, Fnatic, they had to win that round.
Case here, one for M80, one we've not seen for a while. They've been doing these slower rounds. And surely we'll return to that.
Fnatic are about to make a play over at B. 3 strong here, Jambo, Crims, and Blame F.
Yeah,
so they kind of need something to show for it.
Has Blame been spotted? I think he has. They're spamming. They try to go find him, but Jambo on the ramp picks instead, and now M80 realize they're
not even sure, right? The Blame F now able to go and take all this space. He can go on another one of these big flanks, and he has been very, very good at that, finding these timings, constantly able to tell the rest of his team, guys, B is clear.
Smoking pop from T-Spawn, that just shows how little control M80 have.
And as they move out, Cypher once more gets the drop on them. Mollied here will force a swing, and so they get that trade. Fear and Jambo trying to hold it back. Blame F arriving in support from the Pop Dog, and he might have more kills up the side of the head. Lake left up in the clutch, nearly 30 kills deep on Lake. Slax has come close in a few of these clutch rounds, but have yet to have some serious headway for M80 in them. Can Lake be the guy? Nades pulled, caught out in the open, and brought down even lower. Your chances start to dissipate. He will have a route to a bomb plant, but that's about it.
Blame of the nades.
Gets ahead of it, but forced wide by the util, right into the arms of Blame F.
30 kills for Blame, man. It's just been finding so many backs turned in this game. It's actually outstanding how many times, even if you know he's coming, he still plays on different timings to what you're ready for. Sometimes forcing openers, sometimes playing as late as he physically can.
I mean, it also just starts the whole mind game, right? Like, you're constantly worried that there's someone behind you, and that's a very oppressive feeling.
We swap sides now, and Fnatic lead into overtime. M80 need a flawless CT side. But Fnatic have warmed in now. Jambo actually gets his orb. It was not a picture, it was not a piece of their T-side and regulation. He won't make that mistake again. And Sin, who stepped up on Ivy, refuses to give this kill away, but Cypher's been walking through utility all game long. Sin expects it. This is how you do it.
He's showing them.
Floating lake. Crims, let's see how this goes. Can we go Crims POV? I want to see if he clears this.
I mean, he just checked through the window. I think as far as he's concerned, he has.
It's a crazy wide angle.
So Lake gonna show them how it's done, how to use this position properly.
Resmoke in main, 30 seconds. Swisher playing up close to it as well. It's a very hard sight hit now for Fnatic. Oh, late turn, last second. Crims gets that kill.
Still Swisher up close from bottom of the board. This multi-kill gives a hell of a lot to M80. Jambo struggling to find anything out on this Ivy push, and the bomb's still trapped in main. If they're gonna win this, that bomb's gonna get out, that bomb's gonna survive, and just too many crosshairs, too many eyes on that position.
Dude, Swisher, he just has these games where he gets no kills until you're at match point, and then he puts on a double. He did it to get 12 to force overtime. He's done it again from bottom of the server. Multi-kill, close A main. Don't know what happened to Lake. He just turned out of nowhere. But Swisher had his back. Traded and followed up through the smoke.
Dude, that Cypher def as well feels like extra silly for Fnatic, because the util he ends up dropping was a smoke, which then got put to use, re-blocking late in the round.
Hello, Lake.
Lake, more trickery in the Pop Dog, gets out with one, and he's got Swisher playing trade. A 4-on-3 as M80 still feel the freedom to make moves. In the downtime as well, Hext is doing his best blame F impression, aggression through the B halls to confirm that no one's home.
Sin doesn't need to overcommit to this. He can let them through. They've got a lot of map control right now. But Fnatic are still scared. They go back, they re-clear. This is a very late decision to make.
Ivy can just feel like an awkward position to kind of begin your round from, especially in a 3-on-4 like this. One of the real routes that only feel open here is like a CT wrap, but it becomes too obvious at that point.
Yeah.
Going back now, though, is a new challenge in and of itself. You're going to have to clear these hallways. They've been empty for a long time.
And they know, Sin's just re-cleared Ivy, so they know this has to be B or A main. They've got 2 players on pop side.
You might be ready for Hex. Are you ready for a second man? Will Swisher even be a requirement as Hex swings through the molly?
Beautiful.
Cypher the only one to make it past, but hearing that tag, seeing the flashes in front of him, he knows they've got him surrounded. What is Cypher supposed to do? Tries to hop in, look for a bomb plant, look for something. Slacks will not let him in. Match and series point again for M80, but this time the comfort of this CT side to rely on.
Yeah, their moving around on this map has been beautiful. Sin has not been punished on Ivy like he was versus Na'Vi. He's looked a lot more comfortable. And M80's mid-round moves, always having good reads, always staying active. It's something that Fnatic matched on their second half with those A main takes constantly bleeding the clock against M80. But like you said, this is the only round that matters now. Forget the rest of the series, and M80 are where they want to be. Faster approach to this B bomb site, but Hex has been a hero. 2 teams with recent additions to the roster. Cypher storming on T sides for Fnatic through this lower bracket, and Hex, the closer. So reliable for M80. Here on this B-bomb site, supported by the AWP, Fnatic try one more hit.
Slacks can't see a thing. Hext has bad memories of this position, getting spammed out here by Alexi the other day. But he's looking to make some good ones. Deals with Cypher on the push out. No more from Hext. Just trying to buy some time as his teammates now arrive into a lost B site. Swish is committed to a backstab, locked in a fight with Jambo that he will win out, and the site starts to shrink for Fnatic. It's only Fear left. M80, 1 kill away from London, and Lake will take them there, breaking through on Train. The map that has been nothing but problematic for M80 sends them into London. A huge achievement for this M80 squad. Recent addition of Hex, besting the likes of Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, and now Fnatic. It is a very legit route into London.
And what a moment to be putting those Train demons to bed, going where they have never gone before, a top 6 of a tier 1 LAN tournament. You can see just how much it means to them. And as Harry aptly said, this was by no means luck. This run that they put up, incredible work from M80 to be achieving this.
From start to finish, they've been playing very well at this tournament. Starting off with pushing Vitality to the limit, Peter. 3rd deciding map on Inferno. You could argue M80 could have won that game. Then from that point onwards, going through the lower bracket and playing good, proper Counter-Strike. As you said, Freya, it's not like they got lucky. It's not like they faced one team after another underperforming. I think M80 were better than their counterparts throughout the entirety of the tournament, and you know, more than deservingly so, getting into the top 6 here.
Yeah, fully, and they orchestrated some very nice rounds. They had Lake, the guy that we talked about throughout the day, but also coming to Train where he maybe hasn't been finding his groove. Had some really important frags today. It was a match that constantly went back and forth with a lot of individual plays. That was like what headlined the entire game. It wasn't so much like the tactical. It was more the individuals popping off. But M80, they gotta be very happy. They probably didn't see the comedy themselves, and they should be very proud of what they've done.
I'm so curious of how they're going to handle stepping out upon that stage when you make it to 6 of the very best to come out of this event. And I mean, the team list is no joke. So whoever they're going to have to face in that quarterfinal, that is going to be an incredible test for them.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure they face the loser of MOUZ and FURIA. And I think if that's going to be FURIA, that's again a game within reach for M80. Then that begs the question for you, of course, can M80 hold the pressure when it comes into the LAN excitement, when it comes to the pressure of being in a playoff as well? It's different. It's a different type of environment, but I'm curious to see, because what I've seen so far in this online portion of this tournament is an M80 that plays some proper solid Counter-Strike.
I really hope they can do it. I mean, it is a different environment, coming to play online and moving into an arena, and also now they've kind of made a name for themselves. Like, people have the expectation for them to actually go out and do something. The only good thing maybe is that they're still in this category of a lower tier team coming in to go up against the very big team. So sure, they will not be favorites in any of the matchups, but maybe that's something that will actually favor them.
A dark underhorses, you would say, Jacob, moving into that top 6. Let's put a bow on Group A, though, because that is all the matches wrapped up for the Group A side of the equation. I think it obviously makes sense for Vitality to be topping that. Incredible form from FaZe to becoming second place. The real upset, I guess, was Na'Vi not making it through from that group.
I think that is part of the story as well. For M80 and Fnatic to be in the position they're in, they had to win against some good teams, but had Na'Vi performed to the level that we expected, then I think it would have been tough for M80, it would have been tough for Fnatic, tough for Gamer Legion for that matter, to make it through the lower bracket. So they were offered an opportunity and they capitalized full force on the fact that Na'Vi right now looks like a team that needs not only one change, but a couple.
I think, regardless of how the other teams have been looking, I'm just looking more in the way that they have improved themselves. I think that's for me at least is the key, because sure, they had some close games and they also pushed Vitality, but it's still it's good for them to go out and have these kind of performances, not like in a position where they were given or gifted or anything. They actually fought for their points.
And I think the same could be said for Fnatic. I know they don't make it to the playoff now, but 100%. Overall they played a good tournament. They had to juggle between playing this tournament and a LAN event at the same time, having had days that was 17 hours long playing Counter-Strike, one of the players said. So in terms of that, I think Fnatic also took a step in the right direction. Unfortunately for them, they don't have much to show for right here.
That does wrap up Group A at the Blast Open online portion. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me throughout the duration of this week to be diving into it. But we do have 2 more games to be diving into on the other side of this break. Of course, one more seeding matchup between FURIA and MOUZ, but later on today, G2 versus Spirit as well, to see who else will be coming out on top. Either way, we're going to check in with a couple of the players from FURIA and MOUZ.
Yimfat, another playoffs for MOUZ, and this starts to feel like the normal for you guys. How important is it for you to go straight through to the semis over FURIA here?
I think, of course, it's really important game, as we get one extra day in London if we beat FURIA. But I don't think it's the word end if we still don't beat them. But of course, we still take it as and treat it as any other game. So we really want to win this game, and that's what we do.
Now, FURIA are showing some improvements, and they already gave you a bit of a hard time back in Cologne. Do you have a good understanding of the way this team plays and what they do?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, FURIA has been playing really good recently. I have to give a lot of respect for them. They have improved a lot. So at the moment, they're really tough enemy to play against. Also, they're really sharp individually. But I think at the moment we have some understanding of how they play. We have played against them a little bit, as you said, but also we do some preparation and stuff like this. So we will see how the game goes, but I'm pretty confident coming to this game.
Well, that's very good. You need to be confident against teams like this. But I want to ask you one thing that Zershan said to us on the desk. He said that it still feels like you guys lack the ability to lift trophies. Do you see yourselves as a team, as title contenders here in London?
Yes, I think we are a title contender, but we still need to get the one step, as Exertion said. We still need to lift the trophy, that we are lacking a little bit. But again, this is one of the tournaments where we can prove ourselves, and I hope we can do it this time.
Do you guys understand what it is? Is it more about the in-game at the moment? Is it more about the mental?
I think it's more about the in-game stuff. I think mentally we are pretty prepared usually, and as well, now we have so much experience that you cannot really blame it on the mental side. We know how to play in front of stage and in big games. But I feel like maybe there is a lot of things in game that we have worked on, especially problems we have noticed during the big tournaments we have played in, and it's something we've been working on and constantly working on. So yeah, but when we get fixed those problems, I think that then we are one step better again.
You are starting to play some of the best teams and players in the world. You have performed very well. Is it easier than you were thinking to play good against these players?
Yes, because my team helped me a lot, and sometimes I have problem a little bit only with I don't understand little bit English, and it's only this problem I have now, but it's fixed. I need a little bit time for fix this. I think maybe later I go top one team in the world.
It's a battle for the semi-final spot inside the OVO arena. We've got Furia going up against MOUZ, and it becomes quite an interesting and spicy matchup. But before that, we change things over. I'm hosting now, unlucky for some people. We got Maui back, a slight improvement from Pimp for sure, and then Vu's here as well, just to make Maui look small.
Yeah, we need that one. Standing next to Dupree, I mean, I'm not used to it. That desk that we had between Freya, Dupree, and myself, 5 major wins combined.
Yeah, definitely.
0 wins on this desk, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, we can't hold that at all. So a lot of less knowledge, I would say, than this time around.
Less insight into what Zonic's doing.
Well, that's how it goes.
We'll know about everything else. That's fine.
Vu, how are you feeling today? Did you recover from the poison food of before?
I'm feeling great.
What is
He got poisoned by burgers.
Oh, okay, sure. Right.
I'm feeling great. You know, I like to be back on a desk where I can mog Maui.
Well, let's have a look at our teams. Let's get into this opening match. We'll first start by looking towards MOUZ, because MOUZ, we keep talking about them, super consistent, a very good team across the board, but not trophies in their hands right now.
MOUZ are like the little brother, but then you think about it, and everybody is their big brother. In 2022, 2023, it was FaZe Clan who was their big brother. Last year, you'd probably say that it was some combination of Na'Vi or of Spirit. And this year, it has been Vitality, and it's been Spirit once again. So yeah, wherever they look, it's like they have new family members popping up out of nowhere.
They keep getting some hope that they maybe could make the next step, that they could make the transition into a championship winning team. They've had some good finishes, but now it feels like they're on the decline. They're on the downswing. Their T sides have been going really badly recently, actually, when they were such a great part of a lot of their run, even this year. So I think we need to see a little revitalization from MOUZ. We need to see a different look a little bit if we want to see them actually win this type of event.
Well, you're talking about revitalization. That's what I think about when we talk about Yakinda, and then him going up against Xerxon in this map.
It's a great head-to-head matchup in terms of Xerxon's been kind of flatlining for me as an entry fragger. I mean, he definitely had a great rise for himself from the MOUZ NXT lineup, you know, finding his footing on the actual full-blown MOUZ roster. And for Yakindar, that's adversity. That's overcoming adversity. That's a guy who actually started on a high similar to Xerxon did, and then he had that huge dip in form with Liquid where he was just trying to throw himself through every single situation possible. And now Furia, they believe in him. They are setting him up for more success. They're letting a couple other people sometimes take the entry frags away from him, so it's not all of his own responsibility, and he's looking a lot sharper for it.
When you're looking at Yakindar on this roster, he's getting set up with flashes. Liquid has never heard of those before. Liquid Yakindar has never heard of a flash for his peak. He's getting traded. They just make his job so easy, and that's compared to Xerxon, who oftentimes on this MOUZ roster recently feels like he's been putting his head through a brick wall. He has to make the opening happen, or they don't have much going on for them in the round, and it's tough to do that. His opening success rate continues to go downwards. It's not an easy job to have, whereas Yakindar's got so much support around him, making his job easier. Not that MOUZ is not a tactical team, but Xerxon really has been trying to push forward, and his team hasn't been helping him too much with that recently.
Well, you said MOUZ isn't quite a tactical team. I need to look at the in-game leaders of both MOUZ and Furia, right? You know the experiences with Fallen, but also now he's switched to Rifle, and I feel like he's actually got better in some ways.
Fallen has had his own weird resurgence, okay? I feel like this is a lot of redemption across Furia. They've actually redeemed the brand in terms of actually becoming an elite team again.
Yes.
Yakindar we just talked about, and Fallen himself. The rating, sure, it dropped slightly from when he was an Opper, but not as much as I thought.
No.
I really thought that he was gonna crater into some like 0.8 range territory. Like, I thought he was really gonna just say, this is the last check. I thought this was the last check for Fallen, but now I see a strong case that he could be on many of the top teams in the world, or really, he's definitely earned the place that he has on Furia.
Let me ask you this, Mary, because I already spoke about this with Vu. Do you think Fallen now can go further than the end of this year because of this performance, because of this growing that we're seeing from Furia?
Not only would I say yes because of how decent his rifling has been, I think he's one of the best mid-round callers we have right now.
Wow.
Legitimately, I have been so impressed with when Furia are in a tight situation where players are strewn across the map in different settings. You know that it's hard already for them to speak, as Yukindar spoke, you know, in Russian to Molodoi sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, he talked about that in the interview with you, and then they have to do some light translation. Like, Fallen is coming up with great ways to finish rounds, and it's getting teams like Spirit off guard. Like, they're putting themselves in positions where I am shocked how they're making other elite teams guess.
I mean, it's more than just that, because they're a team that runs really solid execs as well. They have such a cohesive playbook. They have the ability to throw in so many different looks. And I think we're seeing IGLs recently, they've been kind of exposed for not using flashes right. It's no surprise that Furia have the best T-side win rate, or a top 2 T-side win rate in the last few months, and they have some of the most flash assists of anyone in the last few months, because they set themselves up, they set their players up for success off of a lot of really, I'm most impressed not only by the mid-round calling, but really by the execs that they have in their playbook recently. So many teams have these half-baked, oh, we'll throw a couple flashes and we'll just try and trade out. They have strats set up for the entry to get successful, for him to find an opening pick and convert the round. This is Fallen revitalized, honestly, on this Furia roster.
And then a player who is just starting out, Molodoi. This guy right now, for me, he's the rookie of the year, but also he is one who can challenge to be a top 3, top 5 AWPer in the world quite easily.
He's the front runner for Rookie of the Year, without a doubt. I'd say the question, though, becomes what's the ceiling, or even where is C5? I might rank a couple AWPers and their achievements higher than Molodoi, but in terms of, if you ask me, in a schoolyard sort of captain pickup territory, Molodoi would probably be my 5th AWPer to pick today, and I'm picking him today with the skill that he's shown over a couple of the names that I'd say had better years. People like Woxic, who did very well for Aurora Eternal Fire earlier this year. People like 910, even with the depths that he's reached in terms of, or the heights that Mongols have reached. I think Molodoi's pure individual skill is on a level that only a few AWPers surpass him on.
Be picking him over Torzi?
Torzi would probably be my number 4, and Molodoi would be my number 5, but it is really close. Like, I-Test, I actually think I-Test Molodoi might be better than Torzi.
Yeah, I almost lean towards Molodoi, but the success, the consistency of Torzi, it's hard to put them over. I put them in the same tier, though. I think it's it's a kind of a coin flip. If you pick one or the other, it's understandable. But Molodoi, man, when he's on, he's so incredible. He's so quick. And the entries he can get on T-side, there's only a couple of AWPers in the world that can do better than him with an AWP in his hands on T-side.
Well, that's enough on the players right now. Let's have a look at this veto we've got in front of us. And last time around, we saw Train being picked by Furia. This time, they switched it up to Inferno. But they did lose this against MOUZ in the decider last time around. Is that a questionable one here?
So Fallen's been really messing with the vetoes at this event. Because last event, they were going for a lot of Train. And this time around, we talked to him in a post-game interview. He kind of just kept his cards really close to his chest. Just said, we can play a lot of maps. We can play a lot of... It's like VOO talking. It's like, we can play a lot. We can play a lot. And I was like, okay, all right, if you say so. And yeah, they're going for yet another surprise pick here.
Yeah, I thought it was actually going to be MOUZ that might change things up, because Furia look borderline unbeatable when it comes to Mirage. Instead, it's Furia going for the Inferno. I think that makes a lot of sense. Map 3 nuke. I think this is a map pool. It kind of favors Furia.
I like it for Furia. I like it for Furia too.
All right, you guys like it for Furia. Furia's getting a lot of love on this desk, but let's see what happens in the game. Let's quickly get into it with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you for your insights, gentlemen. That's right. Furia taking a swing at one of the top dogs of 2025. And it's a Furia that is coming off of a victory over Spirit by way of Molodoi looking like the best player in the server for the first map, and then Fallen's great calls with a Queserado kickoff as far as the nuke win went. Are we going to get those elements of Furia again tonight versus MOUZ?
I kind of feel like Furia could definitely win this series. I think that right now, I'm not expecting either team to play badly, so I'm really seeing this going 3. I've been so impressed by both MOUZ showing us that they can stay consistent, look like a threat to potentially Vitality if they have to play them, and Furia as well with the peak that they showed us the other day. Now, I was relying on a couple things, but I think that they could replicate some of that success because, as you say, it was a lot to do with the calling being so good, not just Molodoi being so good. So they've kind of just got every ingredient that you need for a successful team. Now it's just about, can they just do it again and again?
On different maps against different opponents, and even kind of bringing them together, right? Like, Molodoi was less of a factor on that second map in the series. We got those 3 key ingredients, but all for different meals. What comes together for Furia this evening is the big question. Hunting down a semi-finals berth for London. We get double Molotovs in the B site. Spinks looking to hold them back as he just hangs onto that pillar. Player pushes in through CT and gets popped by Yakindar. Did they lose track of him? Oh, okay. What's that?
Oh, no ammo.
Around with the gun is empty. Spinks had spammed off so many shots.
It's still 2v2.
And Fallen comes back from Coffin. It's a health advantage slightly here for MOUZ with Jimmy on a full bar.
Yeah, this is not very fun for Fallen. They would love to double push Khan in this spot. Getting a plant is not going to be easy. Torzi in a perfect position to just wait. Zimfat does not commit. He's probably expecting some kind of push. And it's not going to be a fake plant, but it is safe.
Jimmy doesn't get the stoppage, but the Berettas will prevent Fallen from moving over. Missed chance at Molodoy's opening headshots here. Down now to 22 health. They start to close the distance. A woman, he's giving himself another shot.
Oh,
Jimmy down, and instantly the Molodoy clutch.
Ooh, that one's gonna sting. 22 health, and they had to kill him on either side of quad. 2 guys to do it. Jimmy full health, and he dies. That is the power of Molodoy right now. And you know, the Spirit game is a weird one because you have Donk and Shiro playing extremely well, and he went up against all that and was even maybe better than Donk on his, you know, A+ day, which is already incredible to watch. But the rest of the team didn't do so good, and that's where I think they're going to be kind of incomparable, MOUZ and Spirit. They're going to be 2 different tests. The team play from MOUZ is going to be there, but individually, no one on MOUZ is going to match up to Donk or even Shiro, to be honest.
Damage for Torji, but still falling back. We get K-Serrato fallen and Yuri all whittled down. Oof, low health for the Brazilians, and by the time they get to the arch side of brackets, it's man advantage for MOUZ with the force.
With the rotations as well, and they don't need to push down B. They're in the perfect position. These smokes will come up soon. Fury doesn't catch one as they push. Oh, that's not going to help.
Certainly not, because that was one of the players with more health. Molodoy also taken out of this one. Spinks traded, and it looks like Furia recovering, but this scout still hunts down its targets. And K-Serrato safely plants bomb as Xerxin a bit late to the party. Xerxin is the highest rated player for MOUZ so far at this event. The only MOUZ player in the top 10 for this London.
See if he clears this right.
Oh, he gets it because Yuri was low, so K-Serrato's going to find himself between 2, and soon that Moto smoke comes up. He runs through, though, just announcing himself. At least it gives Xerxin the info, but it also gives K-Serrato the chance to pump Galil shots to the guts. Another clutch for Furia back-to-back.
K-Serrato was also awesome in that last nuke map that we watched. We finally saw him sort of take over when we've really, since Austin, been talking about Molodoy and then Yakinder on different maps. And it felt like with the new additions, it would make a better team for K-Serrato to perform, but the story just hasn't been about him, to be honest. He's just been pretty good and there and serviceable, but we saw him take over again for once.
Still dangerously close calls in both these rounds for Furia. They may be starting off with round wins, but it comes with discomfort. Smoke in front of B, where it's a passive K-Serrato to hold. We'll see if the 2 additional smokes of MOUZ burn any more time off of the clock, and when Fallen makes a move, which way it goes. So cool to have seen him call that T-side versus Spirit, buying every round of the game. From Mag 7s and MP9s at the very start of it, auto shotty actually is his shotgun of choice. Just round after round, trying to come up with new ideas and doing so successfully. with such a dynamic map of just
Another
different
good call.
types of buys.
Another good call here. There's only one person on the A site. MOUZ's stack will not amount to... Oh, wait a second. Are they splitting B? It's so late to do that. Oh, no. This is becoming just a bad call. They're taking way too long to make a decision that's impossible. Yeah, they just need to go A.
Yep, Yakindar finds the opening as well, so
even
for a
if,
second that looks sketchy.
Even if they wanted to split B, it was so late to do that, to try to do that. They didn't have any banana control. It takes forever to get up speed, way clear at everything. If there was a scout at quad, it's just your worst nightmare. So that was really sketchy for Furia for a second. Yeah, but instead, what happens now is they've got 5 alive after that. Last round was a 1v2. Last round before that was a 1v2, but now they make money.
Fury with a chance for more as they line up into the MAC-10 spray down. And they keep all 5 alive. It's a much-needed economy boon for Furia here in round 3, as the T side has yet to falter. Close calls? Absolutely. But MOUZ still without a round win.
I mean, whatever possessed them to go back to A. Like, good thing they figured that out.
Feels like probably the clock. You know, it took that extra glance up.
Yeah,
it was right
honestly.
It was right when we kind of looked at that timer as well that I think they did too. Tapped into it and realized, oh, it's not even an option.
It's a little bit worrying, you know.
As was the pistol and the second round. Dangerously close, these have been. Jimmy's gonna have a challenge coming at him from apartments, it looked like.
Wow,
but
they actually stopped. That's actually really smart. I mean, they're still smoked out of halls. I like the discipline here. They have the utility to change it. The CT is gonna be very uncomfortable about the A site. This is actually really great out of Furia. Canceling a middle of a rush like that is hard.
Yeah, it feels like they're very in tune with their spidey senses at the moment.
If Exertion dies, this is just ruined.
B site, soon to be, can't control the spray for the second. Trades good, smokes down, scramble coming out of 2 players here for MOUZ, but they eat a flash. Yuri's coming through it, taking these SMGs to the challenge because there was 3 of them still in the round for Furia. Very much a bonus. Climb up from Spigs, covered by K-Serrato.
That was smart by K-Serrato.
He takes a bit more fire damage. Doesn't look like anybody's gonna deny the bomb plant. K-Serrato takes a bit more chip damage, and Yakindar gets that line deep into the CT spawn. He will remain posted on top of oranges while that smoke on Coffin's up, but when that fades, he knows he's got to get out of here, so he'll send some utility over, like K-Serrato really just cement himself into this corner, but it still looks to me like Jimmy's sniffing this retake out. There's no kit on the 3 players still alive. Time is of the essence here. Bomb past the halfway
point.
point.
Perfect.
K-Serrato about to peek into this, you'd think, but no, he just lets him go.
That last flash did everything. It saved K-Serrato from that push.
Ice cold, they try to depart instead, really testing the waters of that B site, but MOUZ don't find a thread to pull on. There's the kit they needed, and Furia go 4 rounds straight.
That was such an excellent call from Furia. I mean, again, that was the A site that they were trying to hit, but once they got blocked out of halls, they could have been stubborn and just run through it and tried to see what happens, but instead they made the better play. They have early map control, they still 5v5, they actually still have a lot of grenades, and that's the hard part about those rounds, is saying, okay, well, if we stop this, what do we do next? Well, they had an idea, and they went for it really quickly. MOUZ rotated so hard, because they're right, that was what looked like a full commitment site exec. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty... It's just as impressive to make the snap decision as it is that everyone can get behind it so smoothly. It's not often that you'll see MOUZ misrotate and then, you know, have one person pushing because they think that that side of the map is open, that there is no one coming.
Great round for Furia in the sense that they came in with the ump and 2 MAC-10s as well. So you win your bonus. You push MOUZ back into what is now 5.7s and MP9s. We'll see if Torji can be a hero. But utility with a level of discomfort for the start of this one. Looking to re-aggress now, trying to push these lesser guns into the faces of Furia, but it elicits a volley of grenades out of the T's. Yuri connecting to the headshot of Torzi means that Op's gonna have to get picked up by somebody. And all the while, Furia can just continue to sit down at the bottom of this. Does that nade find its home? Barely. Negligible damage for K-Serato. Feels like Furia still happy about this, but they step forward into that scope. Good on Xerxin to not just pick it up, but to press it, the issue, into Furia. Still trying to catch yet another.
He'll have to back up a little bit, just as K-Serato comes around the corner.
MP9 and 5-7 for the 8 defense. 3 players of Furia coming up lane. Great flashbang. Fallen sets himself up. Bomb gets dropped awkwardly as Jimmy takes position into the apartments. It'll get scooped up. Yakindar tapped down by 2 points of health.
They know K-Serato's coming from B. They just don't know when and where exactly.
And that's going to keep Jimmy on a swivel.
He's got the right idea, but to be honest, K-Serato goes the long way around through halls. He's going to have an advantage with his AK. Let's see. Wow, it's so smart from K-Serato to not just get closer, because why does he have to?
Yep. Make Jimmy really squirm if he's the one to come find you.
Yeah, it's just force everyone else to make the first move.
But now they have afforded themselves some mid-play. Brolin's actually doubling back to the bottom of Banana. He wants that off, but is it for the retake? No, he's a guaranteed save. We'll see the other 2 CTs go for exits. We'll see what kind of damage can be done, but because K-Serato never committed, he's also in a prime place to try to get that op back, or at the very worst, just deny it. Bomb kills Jimmy because of it. K-Serato scrambling for the op, and I'll confirm he just grabbed it. So a sniper held for Furia, 5-round streak, keeping their economy alive and denying MOUZ another kind of close round.
Well, one weird moment where they almost made a bad decision on that B split, but they never actually made it. And then outside of that, I think the calling has been 10 out of 10. This has been such a great start for Furia. That's the best they could have hoped for. You know, Fallen's got his players clutching, plus the mid-round calls are really solid. Ball's in your court, MOUZ. You've got to answer back.
Torsi creeps up. He heard that flash. Catchy Kinder watching the wrong direction, so a man advantage for MOUZ, one of the better starts to the rounds they've been afforded.
That is a crazy bounce. What in the world?
Fallen stomping up here. Flash in the corner, yep, but good on Spinks to hold his ground. And Yuri.
No one has ammo.
Struggling. Blind Glock headshot.
Uh-oh, and that's actually, that could make a difference, man. This round is still live because of that. I mean, MOUZ don't have to get worried about it, but still so much utility here on Xerxin. Solid grenade again.
But it's still 3-on-2 for the hit. Brolin in transition between positions. Turns back in time. Molodoi doubling back to the CT cross. Gets killed, and this site holds strong in the face of a late execute. K-Serato looking to get away with the AWP. Money's still solid for Furia, but the op save will help. Here we go. 6 rounds into play. MOUZ find their first.
And it's a good round, too. I mean, they started Torsi, pushed down the stairs. He was looking for a pick and ult. Luckily for him, the tactic they used to try to clear our halls, well, it doesn't blind him. It doesn't affect him, really. He could just turn back for an easy shot. This situation is so awkward for both of them, spamming blind the entire time. Oh, it's a good start back into the game for MOUZ. They're not really a team I doubt at any point of a game, you know, like, it looks like they're getting stomped. I know they can come back. They're winning strong. I know they can actually close it.
Oh, chucking nades. That's why Xerxin gets caught trying to jump back into the corner for the moment.
Man, they're taking so much damage, but they still have the 5v4 with car control. CT scrambling. Furia have been very good at making sure to keep the map nice and open.
See if Yakindar decides to take over anything else. Him and Jimmy have so much space between them and anybody else at the moment. Minute 10. And Spinks gets committed to the corner of the sights.
There was no flank coming in. That would help out a lot for MOUZ. They've just got the stack in place.
Okay, MOUZ, they're going to make the aggression happen, but there's so many bodies still waiting. Are there anybody with guns out, though? Looks like Yuri has his, but the 2 grenade lineups, nobody's actually covering!
Oh, he's got 4!
Quad sprays them all down. The one player with a rifle out is the furthest tucked in, and the corner player was doing absolutely nothing. Mismanagement in the details there for Furia, not anticipating an aggression from MOUZ. Good on them to take control of the moment.
Oh man, the timing is so perfect there for MOUZ. And the spray is fantastic from Brolin, but after one death, KSCEST's got to be responsible to come out and take the next duel. And he doesn't even die. He doesn't even die to the second CT there. He dies to Brolin. I mean, if you're Furia, you just go, well, the timing is unreal. So, and also, I don't know what KSCEST was doing, but he probably could have helped a bit. Maybe yeah, I mean, if he peeked out at any time, he got the kill on the second player. I think he maybe just doesn't take the fight with
What about
Brolin
Yuri
first.
being the most tucked into the wall here? Like allowing that angle to get cleared.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he isn't. You're right. He's on a deeper angle.
Yeah, maybe KSCEST could have swung sooner, but Yuri is just fortunately not hanging out, doing his own thing. And in that moment, Furia gets struck down. Now we see the economy wobble. Double tech 9s and into an opening kill for Torzi. This off has been finding, opening duels. KSCEST, there's nobody else here. That gun is free for the taking.
What a difference that kills makes. How did he even win that? 10 health for KSCEST, but now this Lurk's alive. The CTs are pulling goalie over on the B site.
Yuri gets caught backing up
yeah,
into
but
it.
this will allow the T's to know they can get into B.
Nice, there's that 10 health of KSCEST dealt with, falling on the flyby. Finishes him off. Frag to Pit's not gonna go far enough. This is a 2v4. Cut down to the 2v3. And both of Furia's players have been afforded AK-47s. Where'd that land?
A shot.
Torzi quick onto Fallen. Yeah, missed Incendiary. Doesn't actually cover off anything on Banana, and Brolin's already going to compromise Molodoy here, so nothing further. Good on Fallen to slide over, get the bomb plant, an additional kill, but majority alive, and MOUZ cutting this lead down to size. 3 in a row for the CTs.
It's 2 great shots for Torji that round. And a round with a lot of control overall.
We've also been seeing Torzi getting these opening kills for the MOUZ side of things in a multitude of different angles. Inside of the apartments, peeking off of the site just now, tried to get one going over towards Banana when he was the solo op. So it's a very mobile Torzi at the moment. Towards the top of the scoreboard with Brolin. And this will be another round where he can flex that op dominance because Molodoy, unequipped with his singular AK-47 for Yuri, is the play this time from Furious. And they're not going to be shy about it. They let it be heard across the map. Elicits a piece of util down Banana. That's Xertion and Brolin chucking it early.
1 health.
That was a 90 damage nade. One health. We saw earlier today with the ROPS 1v2 on Nuke that
Every health matters.
Can genuinely make a difference.
Oh, the peak wasn't set up yet. Torzi behind it. Nicely done. And the molly separates us so he can't get run down. He even has control to actually walk into this again if he wants to, but it's more of a risk for the T's anyways. Wow, I can't believe he got that kill. That was a sliver of an angle.
Hit player's gonna... Oh, Jimmy. Nasty with the headshot on Fallen, and then Spinks activates from his cubby. And that 1 health of KSCEST won't make a difference here in this one. This lead has been chopped down to size. It's a 1 round gap, 4-5. MOUZ getting closer.
Torzy playing extremely well here.
Again, fresh angle.
Yeah, it's missing the first shot's one thing, but knowing that the molly's down, it's that slight cone of vision that you can't see on the right side. That's the issue if you want to repeat. But you can see what happens when he has that molly down in front of him. It's like full confidence. There's no trade available. Your Kinder must have hit a very nice shot to get that kill.
Ouch. Another one where K-Serrado is going to have a low health bar. Oh, it doesn't affect the setup at all. Both Molotovs down. MOUZ don't move an inch. Oh, a little bit. Some late spread.
Yeah, they don't actually pair with any of their HEs, so they zoned them, but for no damage. This is the buy I'm saying is elite. Fallen on a Tech 9. Everyone else on guns.
Okay. We'll see if it proves to be enough. They've taken over some room in brackets, down to 35 seconds. Bomb starting to flirt its way back towards Banana, so this is going to be one of those B splits.
Oh, why are they doing this, though? They're taking too long.
Feels like they want it. We saw them on the brink of pulling it off, or at least pulling the trigger, not pushing it over the line. And right now with the smoke in front of Spinks, this could definitely be a 5v2 over on B. Spinks is going to try to give chase. Yuri not watching the flank. Oh, he almost gets the player ahead of it, but Yuri will give cover to the flank. 10 seconds. That bomb has got to find a way up Banana. It's being delayed. 7 to the clock. Xerxin just needs to deny it. It gets in time. No. Final second. And Furia pull off the post plant.
And Yuri's deep on Banana. Torzy, surely he's going to die here. Yeah, no chance. They survived this with 4 alive.
Okay, Fallen. Okay, Fallen.
Dude.
We see you.
30 seconds on that B split. That's the one he was trying to pull off earlier. The last time they didn't have any time. This time they have but an extra second to spare.
Wow. I mean, it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Navi win rounds like that.
I don't know if they want to try it again, but it worked. That's Coach Sid looking on thinking, maybe I should take a timeout so we can talk about that one.
And it's Fallen Sec 9, by the way.
Yeah.
It was the only guy who had a pistol, and he gets both entries on the B site.
No.
You know, they would have lost if he had an AK.
Sure.
He would have got there too slow.
Sure, okay, yeah, it's the movement speed, yeah. It's all calculated at the end of the day. He's just waiting for somebody to criticize him. It worked, no?
HE's just a little too early. I mean, one thing Fury have consistently done well is get map control. Like, no matter their buy, they always seem to be threatening MOUZ big time. Like, MOUZ are trying to make all these rotations around through spawn, but it's never flanking mid. It's never actually pushing halls. It's never getting ult control. Like, full bracket this entire time.
It's a fun boost to try to find Spinks, who's regularly the one floating around Arch. But he's on lane side this round and getting closer, in fact.
Why are they like almost about to try the same thing? Maybe they just do an Arch wrap right now. I mean, there are no 4 rotations.
There's the Spinks challenge. Yeah, topples the stack, gets both. Just the USP and still sticking around.
No one's helping him at all.
Nobody's helping him, and Furia eventually push it over the line. They're just going to go anchoring inside sight and hope that they can hold Furia back. 15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of Furia in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Xerxen sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must
right
have
there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up.
No!
The info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
A 4K 1v3 with 2 no-scopes.
And a second on the plant. Furia laughing their way to a 7-4 lead off a 3v5.
Whoa.
A 1v3 4K with 2 no-scopes, 1 second, and a 3v5 on the round.
m80? It's too many phenoms this year. I don't know what's going on.
Counter-Strike just keeps getting better.
That's crazy.
I don't know if my heart can take it.
It's... They're supposed to be 1 in a million.
Like, what's going to happen next year?
Next year, I don't know. CS3.
Valve don't do threes.
Damn.
This is it. this is the last one. Yuri is going to get dropped by Xerxen, who just winds up lining up too, so maybe finishing with an easy 5th. I say that, we did just witness the Furia 3v5, so let's give this one the benefit of the doubt for the sake of seeing if it gets close. You've still got the Phenom in Molodoy alive.
It's kind of whatever at this point. Like, they got their 7 rounds.
Hell yeah.
There's 3 clutches in these 7 rounds. Massive amount of individual skill shining through.
They're sitting on 3 clutch rounds, 2 rounds with less than a second for the bomb plant. No scopes galore, double Tech 9 fallen moments. I mean, there's an element of magic here for this Furia T side. Some crazy Counter-Strike coming together to Furia's favor. Feels like they may have ran out of wishes for this one, as the 12th will just fizzle out by the looks of things. They'll go for the Hail Mary into the B bomb site. It's a 2v2, you got to smoke for the CT cross. 30 seconds to do it.
Fallen's got the opping this time.
Boom. Exposed.
Ouch.
Molodoy down by now 50 health, so that'll make the cleanup real easy. They know where Fallen's at in the last 20. This is a recovery for MOUZ. Down 5-0 at the start of this, and in the face of all the clutches and X Factor, they've got a bit to work with if their T side has anything to stand on.
"17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, and get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Vice. I don't know, the bell is ringing. Might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot. Follow.
Oh, what? No way!
He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're gonna get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Yeah, you see, definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site. And he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they hit the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Zylo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A fourth. Everybody falls at the hands of Rain. It was a recovery needed by MOUZ and a streak of 4 rounds that they pieced together, but Furia yet again sprinkling in a little X factor. The clutch that comes out of this team, on top of the bogus no-scopes, final second plants and whatnot. You know, Furia 2-round lead, well earned, but that's the kind of lead that you're sweating bullets the entire time, even though you're winning.
I mean, yeah, it's for sure. I suppose. I think that they know it's an it'd be an upset.
But I want you guys to stay focused. Jim, especially you, I know you are 5-5, you didn't really get to see much. But I know that if you are locked in, like you were in practice, we're gonna destroy them now on this side.
That's cool. Out of Xertion, there's a lot of consistency with the types of talks that we're hearing in the listen-ins, and it feels like it's important. Here's an early peek. Whoa, P2000 user Fallen running at this.
Oof, Yukindar puts Spinks to the dirt. 3 players to leave if they want to, and that's when CEST, I would, prioritize making sure that you just fall back to slow down anything at the A site. You die brackets, they know they can sprint the whole time. Anything he can do from pit will slow it down. Molodoy getting that kill's massive, because now the last 2 have to cross over CEST's angle. We just had the Jimmy pep talk, because you know what? He didn't really get a chance to shine in the first half. These 2 kills makes it a 2v3. 43 health for Torzi, popped by Fallen. Another headshot coming out of Mr. Toledo. Jimmy is gonna need the ace. Xertion just tried to hype him up, but he can't get back around the corner. He tries to hide instead of fight, and in that moment, Furia given a chance to run with momentum.
Gosh, that was a very nice try, and it would have been so sweet after, you know, those words of encouragement from Xertion. But in this round, Fallen is the absolute star, to be honest. The way that he took that first kill on Banana and his next fights on his rotations, like, he just did not let up control here this entire time. And literally, Jimmy is the only one to get frags in this round for MOUZ. So as impressive as it was much more of a team effort from Furia. Molodoy's shot from Library was also pretty sweet.
I really want to say that Molodoy kill's the one that like halves their chances. They lost a bit of timing on it. Gave CEST a chance to peek. But hang on, because it's a force buy. With that bomb plant, MOUZ take the odds into their own hands. Catching an aggressive move by Fallen. Yukindar very much announcing how close he is to this smoke.
He really doesn't want them to be this close.
They're right on the other side of it.
He got lucky there. Hit him with the actual smoke. That's the info that he was looking for, but MOUZ are really about to punish this.
Damn. He takes damage in return without getting any further through that.
But fair play, they use a lot of utility to establish this control, and MOUZ try to be sneaky and walk through everything. Now they're in a spot where about equal on grenades. Buy is about equal as well. It's a lot on the line this round. Kinder's playing pretty far back, which puts some pressure on the A site guys. But to be honest, man, the CT sides from Furia so far this event, like, I've trusted them to get the map control back that they need somewhere else when they've, you know, made a push. They never play blind. So Yakinder's perfectly safe in the spot. They want to break open mid, they'll have to do it the hard way.
Okay, Serato steps into it. Makes it ever so easier, and now we get that bail back into sight at 25.
Molotov has a smoke as well, actually.
Yes, sir. 25 seconds, not to mention Yakinder trying to run over with that incendiary. We'll see if his util can get into the equation. Flashbang's good. Yuri to try to draw attention. He also gets flashed back, turned to Molotov, and Yuri finds Jimmy in the middle of all that. Yakinder didn't waste a second. Move over for Torshi, there's time, just enough. But the health for Yuri hangs on, and the two players stack side by side. It's Yuri to come out with even more impact. As they get by the tall box, Yuri just finds a way to fish out these angles and walk away with another Furia round win.
They're winning every clutch. Even if this one's very much in their favor, they've won a lot that haven't been. So a nice try here from Torji. This is the duel that just had to happen, especially with the bye. There was a lot of weight on this round. A lot of weight off the shoulders of Fury after winning it. Now they get to farm up an economy on the CT side. The util usage throughout the round was pretty much perfect, I'd say, for Furia. The map control looked good again. They're a team actually right now that's so much more than just talent. It's pretty remarkable. You know, Furia for me became like, you know, one of the most mismanaged rosters, not just in Brazil, but just in tier 1 or tier 2 for like the last 5 or so years. And then to make these two moves out of all the ones they've made in the past was probably the, you know, I'll say the bravest. And it's worked out tremendously well. It's also, I think, allowed Fallen to be able to call, like, prove that the calling still works because the pieces are now being able to deliver on that calling. But we saw a lot of these great mid-round moments.
Getting weird here. Incendiary also banks a bit short.
Xertion's gonna have a timing. Nice.
There we go. Xertion gets one. 2 Deagle kills coming out. Brolin's P250 pops off, and MOUZ, you know, a lot of X Factor goes Furia's way this half. It's about time MOUZ get one back their way.
Yeah.
So we just get this Spinks walk up, 1 Deeg. Xertion walks up, 1 Deeg. Maybe if that Incendiary goes deeper, the P250 can't get the 3rd kill, but it felt like there was already too much blood in the water. And Furia, of all the rounds that they pull out wild antics, this one was incredibly flat.
Of course, I just had to start talking him up. Some great shots in from MOUZ, and yeah, finally some luck goes their way.
See if damage can be done here by Fallen. Every kill worth it. Terrorists win. That's 2 down and hunting the rest of the pack. Majority alive, MOUZ, and a kickoff with Desert Eagles. Let's watch it back. Into pit first. Ooh, grenade in hand by Yuri. Looked like he was trying to throw it to apartments, but he just backs up, and so it's more than just a bit of magic from MOUZ. It is a mistake on Yuri. And honestly, because of the nature of some of these round wins, look at the economy Furia are left with.
No, I mean, the last round
That's
was
massive.
The round right before that was supposed to be important because both of the teams were going to be broke if they lost. So Furia had a chance to build up their bank, and then they got ecoed. This is the result.
Molly to disassemble this banana setup. A huge amount of utility damage. What? Last bullet.
Oh, that's insane out of Yakinder. Absolutely insane.
25 health to his name. Him and Fallen getting pelted by frags, fires, and flashes. And he walks away with 2 kills, one of which off his last bullet. All right, we're right back to it, huh?
That adjustment was amazing out of Yakinder. Gets relegated to the MP9 for his efforts, mostly just because of the HP. Yeah, Jimmy, your time to shine. See if you can manufacture another mistake.
Yuri doesn't have a grenade to pull out at the wrong time. So he'll be sitting perched up on the apartments, MP9 in hand. It's 3 MP9s here for the A site. Better weapons for MOUZ, and that helps. A lineup that could have cost them, but instead puts pressure on this wraparound from Arch side. Just MP9s and Molodoy tucked down in behind this box. We'll see if they come up and actually clear him. Yuri is not nearby to help. He's thinking about coming back to the doorway, serves up a distraction at least, but they're still clearing corners.
They didn't clear him.
Not fully. They were looking towards the deeper corner instead. Luckily for
They have to get the
MOUZ,
bomb back.
it is just the one. It's fine. On site to the depths of corner. Plant comes through. 3v5 coming forward from MOUZ, but the retake right there.
Ooh.
B players help out. Majority alive for Furia will also help so that maybe they can avoid another awkward bye if MOUZ pull another win out of the bag.
Is that their smoke too on Moto? Why was it smoked there? Unless Molodoy threw it earlier. I don't know.
No, Molodoy never smoked. Yuri didn't have one. Neither had he piece of utility.
Yeah.
Had to have been MOUZ.
I think that cost them their own post-plant situation, just like, and not clearing this a big mistake, especially considering they did this wrap. There are very few spots that they can...
Oh, this smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was MOUZ on the approach.
Yeah, and then that ends up making it impossible for them to cover their own plant, so... If they're going to throw that smoke down, start, you know, clear the angles in the site, because you're not exposed to pit anymore. I think we'll give a few points to Yakinder for that round.
Ow!
Oh.
Okay, all the way.
Wow.
Utility from start to finish. Stuck around a little too long, brother. Just to keep
That's why
us on
Pimp
the
calls him Molotov.
Pimp's working on his English. Now that he's done his Iron Man, he's trying to figure out how to read.
Iron Mike. Iron.
Good trade, Queserado.
Oh.
Torzi sitting on that angle, waits it out. We said majority alive last round could have helped Furia, but this falls on Yuri versus 4 in front of him, and you can tell by Yakindar's lack of movement, there is no help coming. It's a God mode moment from Yuri or MOUZ to take 7. And you can't save either. You're not getting out of here. It's fight to your death. And they are so cautious. They line up! Oh my God, Yuri, if he's able to control that spray, he would have 1 bullet of a chance to kill Torzi.
Oh man, 2 is pretty good there.
Scary situation offered over there by MOUZ.
It's always awkward when you take that much time to set up 1 flash and then 1 player gets blinded by it.
Man, that'll give MOUZ the heebie-jeebies. They knew that they almost messed that one up.
Yeah, they really didn't want to lose extra players too. Look at the money.
Still all right though. Saved off $4,000
Yeah,
across. I mean,
it's pretty good.
Furia have been buying every round lately.
That's what they do. I think, yeah, they totally buy out the back of this.
Probably just be falling back on a 5-7. We've seen a round exactly like that win by way of his pistol. There's that flash out from apartments. Blinds the player who's supposed to look at sight. Good on Torji to save the day there. You know, when a coach's attention is divided over 5 players, I feel like it wouldn't bother me. But if I'm Fallen trying to play this game...
I know, and he's sitting there the whole time?
The whole time, just staring at the side of my face.
I feel like Fallen's the only one who could take it.
Dude,
you know?
I couldn't. I like that coach gets, you know, 1 locked-in POV, but...
Yeah, because normally at least you don't know who he's looking at. You're sitting there,
it could be
playing.
anybody.
Yeah.
But any mistake Fallen makes, he knows there's a set of eyeballs glued to that screen. That's high pressure, man.
Yeah, it is. I guess if it wasn't Fallen, maybe.
Even better than a 5-7, though. Fallen comes out with the MP9, so this is because they were able to have a cleaner round with 3 players alive. But this is 4 non-consecutive round wins going back and forth, so this game's going to remain on a knife's edge. MOUZ trail by 3, but momentum at hand for whoever can string rounds together.
Again, those extra 2 kills could matter. Look at that HE.
Honestly, considering they have less utility this round, the fact you planted that frag, good on you. A boost? No. Oh, Yukinder's bringing another nade back.
Yeah, and the T's are playing in a position where they have to be close by for the HEs. Oh my gosh, not just that. 51 damage on Brolin and knowledge that they're here.
Falling now on
came
high
at
alert.
this too passive.
Full set of nades on Spinks, and he dies with it. No. A lot of value going down the drain here for MOUZ. Some of it gets picked up. Jimmy's gonna try to activate Molodoy. He survives as he gets a little frisky on the corner of Moto. Here comes that boat, rocking back towards A, but it's not just Molodoy. It is him and Yuri locked into this site. MOUZ stomping on the approach.
No time.
All in from short side. Insta-kill for Molodoy. Yuri's here to lock it in, and they don't give him an inch.
Yeah, that was just the last chance, last-dish effort. They couldn't walk at all. They couldn't clear everything. They just had to go. That is another excellent round from Yukinder, who's actually not fragging that hard this game, but the one round he had with a 2K in the mollies and the flashes was insane. Then the HEs here. He's had immense impact so far on this match.
You know, the curse of low utility is almost a benefit because it feels like Yukinder gives it that little bit more thought.
I think it's also, man, MOUZ are sitting there. They're the team who just won the last round. They are sitting behind the half-wall smoke at 40 seconds. There are only so many places they can be. You know, like this is Furia understanding that there's supposed to be more pressure right now. So that nade had such a high likelihood of hitting them. If they were on banana, basically they knew that round was over. This is not what we're used to seeing. MOUZ have had more map control, I'd say, for all of this game.
The irony of Xerxon having the most utility damage in the server, but being the guy that just took 2 nades to the teeth. Taste of his own medicine, just gave Furia 11. And that's the momentum I was talking about. It's not consecutive rounds yet, but it should be a shoe-in for Furia, barring some kind of crazy pistol moment. We know Tech9s can charge, and that MP9 of Yukinder is in front of the half wall. He hears them starting to leave. He is keeping this pressure up all the way. This is a lot of knowledge. And knowledge is power for Furia here in round 19.
They smoke behind him, so Fallen can leave. They've got 4 now on the A site. MOUZ don't know this, but they're going to get flanked in a few seconds. They're sitting back. They hear the passive smoke, more HEs, because they understand what's happening.
And Caserado takes a duel deep into the apartments. Trade's good. And Yuri in with another double kill. Fallen on the scene. That's 12 secured. 4 up this time. Furia are the first to stabilize after the back and forth nature of this second half. And now it's no bombs planted. Everything MOUZ had to buy is down the drain.
Yeah, get used to seeing Furia pull off upsets because they are much more than individual skill, and they have consistent individual skill too. This has been such a great display from them. Very disappointing, to be honest, for MOUZ, but honestly, like, they've been strong-armed. You know, like, it's a position where it's actually not a simple solution that MOUZ could find to have pulled back a lot of these situations. Furia worked hard for them. They played correctly. They knew when to aggress and re-aggress. They did a great job on banana so far in both halves. Rotations in the perfect spot again.
They're ahead of it, and Brolin down with nothing. 0 trade potential on that arch peak. Molodoy hits the sliver that comes around the corner, and it's looking like a Furia bloodbath to close it up. 5 alive as well. We're talking about a Furia that has burst onto the scene since adding Molodoy and now becoming a mainstay of playoffs, which are already guaranteed. But semi-finals, their start in London if they close this next map of play.
An impressive start and a much better showing on Inferno here from Furia against MOUZ. This is what dreams are made of in the situations and the rounds that were going their way. And MOUZ, at times, seemingly lost throughout all of this.
They did not have the response they needed in the second half, and to Furia's credit, I feel like they had all the answers. Fallen had all the answers. The individuals from Furia, especially in the late rounds situations, all of the answers.
I mean, that's a Fallen top frag performance. 17 kills, kicked it off with the Tech 9 on the B play. CT, man, Fallen with the rifle. I questioned it.
He looks good.
He looks good. He looks so good. He's so back.
How'd this happen? I don't know how this happened, James.
Well, no, you guys need to explain this to me, because there was a while where I said, okay, we give it more time, maybe it'll start to come undone. Do we now just say that like this is legit Fallen performances now and this is sorted?
I mean, over the course of him becoming the rifle IGL for this team, he's got what, a .96, and he's playing elite opponents on the regular. I mean, that is a rating that I would be pretty happy if I had my anchor on any team putting up that kind of number, let alone the in-game leader. So yes, for Fallen to do this, and like, the mechanics actually look good. It's not just like, oh, every time he's set up perfectly. It's like, no, he's actually sometimes just spinning around and killing multiple people. What the hell?
Fallen couldn't pull off these performances with the op. And then he switches to the rifle and he's pulling this off. This is craziness.
Don't stop believing, never give up. He is the real deal when it comes to all of this. Let's start by looking through some of the rounds we picked out, though. Some of the moments, for example, where they were getting away with a bit of murder early on at Top Banana.
Yeah, we were talking about Furia and their execs, and I think MOUZ did a really good job of getting in the middle of those execs with this type of play. So they get the initial entry. Xerxin, there's a missed shot from Molodoy, so Xerxin knows there's 3 players there. Where you're going to go after this, you're either setting up for Banana or you're going to have to take mid control. Yekindar doesn't put any pressure mid, so MOUZ stack 3 of their 4 players to B, and they don't flash peek. The player in the cubby there that gets killed at the very end, he's waiting for the flash to pop to peek out. Instead, they walk peek out. 3 players. You can't run an exec if you get killed with nades in your hands. And that's MOUZ. They had a really solid CT side. It was more the star power coming out of Furia, which is not what you're usually expecting to say.
I'm also going to remark on the fact that that is a picture-perfect spray transfer from Roland. They are stationary targets, but at the same time, I mean, that was as clean as it gets right there.
Now, going from one side to the other, Fallen, you guys were glazing him already, but he had moments of ownage and domination as well.
Glazing, I'd like to say respectfully grazing it, James. Okay, yeah. In round 10, this is where Fallen, you need to stop blowing our minds, okay? Like Machine said it before, I'm saying it again. This is that kind of moment where this round is not supposed to work, okay? It's a nice B split that they're conjuring up for themselves. They throw the deep arch side smoke. Yuri gets the 1 kill, and look at the time. Look at the time, 10 seconds left, and this is not a bad position for the MOUZ players to be in, but Fallen, just like a spinning top of death, just barrels into that bomb site, and who needs good strats if you got a guy that's just gonna shoot heads?
Brawlin backed up there, kind of looked away, gave Fallen the kill, but you're still thinking the guy, Newbox, who just got mollied out. They mollied Newbox, he dodged it, and then he still manages, Fallen goes, I know he's Newbox, spin around, insta headshot. 1 second later, there's no bomb plant, there's no round. That is unbelievable gameplay from Fallen.
Well, not just unbelievable gameplay, but also unbelievable communication at times as well. Have a listen to this mic'd up moment.
Contact Yuri. Coming through.
Blind.
Default 1. F's down, F's down.
Apps, headshot. Short. No peek, no peek. Wait,
Drive, 10 seconds. Left side default. Nice. Aiming for there. Nice, guys.
This is perfect communication from the grave. This is exactly what you want to be hearing.
A lot of players talk about dead talk and how important it is to be active while you are even no longer playing in the round. Fallen right there, prime example of just making sure that everything is communicated, and he's so calm when he does it. Like the presence of left side default, get this gun, you know, it's like he's not trying to upset anybody with what he's saying or anything like that. He's letting them play there. His comms are direct, they're quick. Probably, along with Yekindar, the 2 best at communicating in English. So it is actually essential, even more so, for a team like Fury in their current state, for somebody to be speaking and making sure that everybody's on the same page.
This is something Vitality has talked about, where if a player's dead, they're required at times to call for their living teammates so that that player can just focus on the crosshair, focus on the screen, hit the shots that you need to hit. I think that makes perfect sense. And the rotation, we're talking about the communication, but Yekindar, that's a 3v4 or 3v5. Yekindar rotates
rotates from B, gets to the A site in time to actually help the bomb site defense. Furia is just firing on all cylinders.
Well, you know who was also firing on all cylinders? Molodoi. We spoke about him so much in the pre-match, and for good reason when you see him doing some of the moves he's doing. He's making it look really good right now.
His late round ability rivals his opening kill ability. I mean, for him to kick the game off with a Glock 1v2 clutch here at New Box, and then in some of the later rounds, like round 11 here, to be barreling into a bomb site, to just whip out the op, like the close range shotgun opping that he also has in his arsenal. I'm pretty sure Fallen himself looks at those kinds of moments and says, yeah, this kid's got it. He's doing what I used to do.
I think when it comes to T-side opping, I think the only player with the op in hand, the only two players that have better ratings are m80 and Shiro in the last several months.
Good company.
You're not expecting T-side Inferno. It's T-side Inferno. This is not an opper map. This is a map where your op holds an angle, he posts up, he gets a trade, he does all this other stuff. Molodoi shotgun opping, as you're calling it, JW style, aggressive, using the op as an entry potential weapon. It is so impressive. It's the type of thing highlights are made of. It's the type of things legends are made of. That's why people want to see this guy play.
Yeah, and we enjoy watching him play as well. Now, looking at the MOUZ side, are we now a little bit concerned? I know it's just one map. I don't want to jump out and be crazy about it, but it's more the fact that in Cologne, it was 113-11 by MOUZ, if I remember correctly. It was in their favor, and it was the deciding map here. Do you think they just weren't ready for this? Do you think there was too much change-up? Are there too much improvement from Furia?
I don't think they ever saw this veto coming.
Okay.
I don't think that pick was something that they had planned for.
Yeah.
I expect that Cyclone and Brolin probably had some notes in case it came up, but they were probably more so relying on it just not being in the veto or maybe being a decider again. It's tough to read the vetoes in these kinds of games where, you know, this obviously matters for both of these teams, but it matters a lot more for Furia. They haven't had a top 4 finish since, I'm pretty sure, Astana, when they had the debut with Molodoi. And so they really want to secure that berth.
I want to say because of the clutches that we're showing, I'm not that concerned for MOUZ because they had a lot of good openers. They had a lot of good ideas. We had the spray down from Brolin. And then you look, you have Molodoi 1v2 in the pistol. You have Molodoi on the A site there. You have Fallen with the spinning like a top Tech 9 play. Those are rounds where you're looking at MOUZ, they should be winning these rounds. They don't throw it necessarily. It's kind of just some incredible individual play coming out of Furia. And if they win those, then you're looking at a 13-11. You're looking at an overtime game. So to have it, the scoreline might kind of tell a bit of a lie in terms of how close that game I think really was.
Do we think that right now, MOUZ are in a position where they should be able to fight against Furia, right? On the individual basis, because we keep talking about some of the drop-offs they keep having in moments like this.
I would say I-test 1-to-1. I know the ratings and the stats for the year might paint one picture, but I don't see any MOUZ player that's better than Prime K-Serato. If K-Serato's playing his best game, and if Molodoi, you know, the head-to-head with Torzy, I think we just need more data for Molodoi to really jump on it. But man, like he does things that Torzy can't do. He does do things that he can't do sometimes. Like I've seen more from Torzy over the past 3 years. So I'm giving him the edge now, but Molodoi is nipping at his heels right today.
Torzy does a lot of things that impress me. I think he's really evolved as an opper, even coming into this year, even from 2024, which was also a solid year for him. But you come into this, and then you're looking forward from this series and thinking about where are these players going to go. I'm interested to see how Molodoi develops. I'm interested to see how Yakindar can continue as a player with the insane aggression he goes for. I think you have a good point that are they more individually talented on the MOUZ side? When you're firing, when we can get these players at their peak performances, it's hard to count Furia out as a team that's lacking firepower against almost any opponent.
Well, the Furia hype is very real, but we need to get ourselves to a break and understand if that can continue going into Mirage. It may be the pick of MOUZ, but it's a very good map for Furia, and they've been showing it time and time again recently. we're moving into Mirage, but it may not make sense right now. And these guys now have to explain all of it to me because MOUZ picked this, Furia beat them last time, and Furia beat Spirit. Are MOUZ in massive trouble right now?
Yeah, there's a reason I thought that maybe it was going to be MOUZ that mixed up the veto, because Fallen and Furia really want to play Mirage. The last time they lost on this map was in June. They've spent over a couple of months now not losing on this map. They're incredible. Their T sides on this map are second to none. They get something like 0.5 flash assists per round.
Wow.
They have the unbelievable A execute. They have the Mongols. There was an interview where Yakindar talked about the Mongols having this crazy B exec. They stole it. They've got that. They've got one of the best B execs out there. Their default is incredibly hard to deal with.
Yes.
And when you look at the last time these guys played, they struggle a bit on CT side. They go to the T side. They're incredible on that T side. I have so much faith in Furia here. And even though MOUZ, they're a strong Mirage team, I think this is Furia's home ground.
I have to agree with Vu. I mean, he builds a very strong case, one that I would have developed independently, but now I'm going to piggyback off of his points just to say that this game, when it was played at Cologne, was so strange because we're seeing a lot of CT side comebacks, right? You know, the new meta, the money that's and the Molly being a little bit, or the Incendiaries a little bit better now for the CTs. This was a game of two T sides. You know, MOUZ had a great T side to start, winning 7 rounds, and then Fury just goes on to the T side and still wins the game from behind. So all of the points that Vu made about their A exec, their B exec, that is also brought up by the fact that on those defaults he talks about, they've got great mid-rounding. One of the ways they beat Spirit the other day was because they just had Spirit in the blender. They would poke out one side of the map, get a kill over there, shuffle all the way back, catch a Spirit player in rotation, then Fallen's able to outline exactly where he wants all the pieces to converge. He made that, he actually just taught a masterclass on that map playing Spirit.
Well, this sounds like we have a very fierce Furia on our hands going into Mirage, but maybe MOUZ can step up and deliver and take us to a third. We're about to find out with the incredible Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, James. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Maui Snake, for your long-winded thoughts. We want to get into the server because we need to see if Molodoy can do what he did yesterday. It's a very short list of players who can step into Mirage versus Donk, while Donk has 20+ kills and tons of impact, and still be the best player in the server. And that's what Molodoy was yesterday.
To be honest, like, who else has done that?
That's why I said a really short list.
I don't know, but who else?
It's a very short list with one name on it.
Yeah, maybe. I can't remember any game that I've casted.
Is Molodoy.
Where Donk's been A+ and another player was outshining him and won the game. I don't know if that's ever happened. Now, mind you, these are online games. Yakinder was talking about how this team needs more LAN experience. He's kind of talking about him. You know, he choked on stage at Austin. For Molodoy, I think it seems like he's going to be good no matter what, but they need to be able to do this then. And so far, hard run to get there. Proves a lot, but building a foundation with matches like these.
Now let's try to charge out ramp to kick off their pick. Molodoy sitting in the shadows, comes out with one. Second, with the last couple bullets, he ends up finding it, and it serves up the perfect distraction for the other pieces to slide in. Say it one more time.
Wow, Molodoy, best pistoler that starts with them, best opera that starts with them, Mookie of the year.
Yeah, I can't co-sign that one, dude. We're just making up categories. Wow, I really thought
it's the Mookie
one
of the year
was a lot, but this second,
everyone knows how hard that second kill was. We've all been there, and you don't get the kill.
It's okay. Torsi got out of there. He
did the Dumao roar, but not in a good way.
Yeah, but he came back very quickly. Did you see that? He snapped back to reality. Sometimes you just got to let it go. You know, like Nico with the desk smash at Fall Finals. Said if I don't smash that desk, I knew I was out of it for the rest of the game. You know, get your neighbor's consent first, but sometimes it's worth yelling.
Make some noise.
Was it Regon who lives next to a police station and had to lean his head out the window the other day to just tell everybody that things are okay?
I think that's right.
Yeah. That's probably the worst place to live if you're playing Counter-Strike with your windows open. I'm planting the bomb! Yakinder and Yuri gonna make quick quick work of this one. MOUZ just want to get to that third round so that they can enter with something to work with.
You know, so the real problem is, for some games like that last one we saw, you see an underdog win and you go, things lined up pretty well and they played above their level and they were good. That game, I don't think it was that case. I think that game, Furia were the better team. It looked like if you played out the
Guys, let's fuck them, okay? Nothing changed. We still have to win 2 maps, yeah?
Yeah.
It looked like if they had to play out the rest of that map and many more rounds, Furia would keep winning.
Sure.
It looked like it might even get worse with how good they were.
Yeah, because they stabilized the economy.
Player for player, Ykinner, Fallen, Molodoy, they were better than every single player in their same roles on MOUZ. It kind of feels like, why would that even change here on Mirage? That's what MOUZ have to get through mentally right now. It's rare that they get outclassed as a team and on an individual level. In fact, they do so well versus teams that have better players than them.
But they are up against a Furia that's looking for new heights. 6 events since adding Molodoy. 4 of those go to playoffs. Never surpassing semifinals, though. London could be where they break new ground.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah,
like,
another way to put that is they've won 1 playoff match.
Right. But LAN experience is still something that 2 of their pieces need more of. Fallen gets traded out by Jimmy, but K-Serato's on the scene with Molodoy back around the next pillar. He steps into Xerxin. Good kill from Xerxin. And the wall bang comes with it on Ykinner. They know K-Serato's still out here because he got a kill. And, oh, what? They forgot about it.
Yeah, they did, and they had the flank coming in too.
Roland should be good to get it and take man advantage back for MOUZ. 15 seconds on the clock as Yuri eats the flash. Window not being held, and so there's room for Yuri to wiggle out into the retake. Now, if he steps forward, he should be spotted, but he just finds the perfect route, and Brolin will find that angle. It's funny that they go for the bench wallbang, get the kill in that way, but then completely forget that K-Serato had already killed somebody from the same position he was still standing in.
Yes, they weren't paying enough attention because it was just very clear if they looked at the kill feed that there was still someone there for sure. So miscomm, too much action, whatever the case was, nearly lost them the situation, but they had high numbers. And once they got the bench kill, like they put themselves in such a good spot. I don't mind Ykinner, you know, tucking there. It's a risk for them to try to have to spam that from 2 angles, and they risk dying, so. Oh, that HE is gonna hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. Another one. There are no more.
It's a force down here for Furia, not the best buy. I appreciate how they're still playing with vision. You know, like with not much to work with, they're still looking for ways to fight for map control. That's something they did back on Inferno. That's something they've been doing as a team.
Yes, sir.
It's not, they don't use it as an excuse. Oh, we don't have a lot to work with. Let's not go for map control. No, they still find a way.
It's actually always so active, right?
Yeah.
In the upset versus Spirit, same thing. Just constantly poking and prodding, half buys constantly. Again, that nuke game, they bought every round of the map.
All right, there is a big split happening on Ykinner right now. But they're not clearing it properly.
He comes out wide and gets it. Brolin did just get a kill
got the
in that
flank,
moment. K-Serато comes around. Fire looks like it's gone too deep. Ykinner still in his corner, covered by K-Serато. But it's Molodoy with the 1 from Ticket. K-Serато, a double kill, and Molodoy posts the same. MOUZ may have just walked closer to the site, but pulled apart piece by piece the entire time.
To be honest, man, like Ykinner faces forward that whole time. It's K-Serato's coming in through Marketplace. Spinks gets in the window. Doesn't matter. The whole time, Ykinner doesn't have to turn around or clear it because he knows K-Serato has his murder hole. This sets up Ykinner for this easy kill on Brolin, and then they start missing utility. That's where it's sort of unacceptable. Now that molly is meant to block off window, fair enough, but they had another threat they had to deal with. They couldn't. They also know that when they throw that molly deep jungle, there is a line of attack from the window that they have to worry about. That was not the best buy out of Furia, and once again, they made it look like they were on par in weapons and utility.
Yeah, their conversion on buys like that in the last 3 days has been unreal. And that swings games when they have also won every pistol in the series so far, 3 for 3, converted them. Everybody gets onto the A site here for MOUZ. Very deep angle from Molodoy, so they know they've given real estate over for MOUZ to get this post plant. And there's an AK in the middle of this pack for Xertion. Galil for Spinks. 5v5 retake. Jimmy backs up just enough. Now, what's weird here is there's a singular kit. One kit in play. Fire starts to frazzle them. Yuri's got to get that one kit moving forward. Now the kit is on stairs. Somebody from Ticket has to go get that kit. It's the only one they had. Brolin playing on from default unless they go for the 10-second defuse. I suppose that's also the solution.
Yeah, just get the kills really quickly and then it's all good.
Felt like somebody was going to slow it down further.
Close. If it did get slowed down at all, it would have been over. So, dude, let's take a look at those mollies again, because what on earth? They have that situation is very scary from the CT perspective. You lose CT control, that's one thing. Molly, as they're running back to the site, one that lands on missiles, one that lands on triple. As they're pushing through the smoke, it's time for the end of that CT smoke. And so the first one that comes out, when you throw that in front of a smoke, you know it's not going to do anything. But they realize it's going to zone them. Eventually, those players in CT will move back to missiles, will move back to triple, and there will be no place to stand. It's so perfect there for Furia.
Tech9 dispatched of. No trade potential there for Brolin. And again, if Furia are at man disadvantages or playing in the dark in the mid round, that's one thing, but even out of the gate, keeping pressure on MOUZ. You know, this is starting to feel like you had just said, if Inferno had continued in play for the sake of it, it felt like Furia would just keep on winning. And why would that change coming over? It hasn't. It's the same style, it's the same success, it's the same confidence that Furia are exuding that just has MOUZ looking like a lesser team today. You know, while Vitality are undisputedly 2025's #1 team thus far, that season, immaculate, we were celebrating the first season of 25 because the top 4 teams were playing a level of Counter-Strike that was so exciting, and that beyond Vitality, the competition was fierce. MOUZ were in that upper echelon. And here we are kicking off the second half of the year. Vitality looking frazzled. Spirit sometimes scrambled. MOUZ minimized by Furia as they arrive to this new tier of CS. And there's still the big question on LAN. We'll get there. London is around the corner. Both these teams will show up on that stage in one game or another. But right now, it doesn't feel like MOUZ are going to compete this evening.
No, it doesn't feel like that, for sure. And getting to semis, that's one less match in playoffs. Like, the bottom line is you could play someone way too hard in quarters and your whole run is done. There's no more double a limb. It's a massive deal, a massive chance to actually win the event straight up. And that's what MOUZ are looking for, as they shared a tournament window with a team that had the best season in history. They could have won multiple trophies if Vitality didn't exist. Sometimes you exist in some other team's timeline, right? They're peaking at the same time as you, but they're better than you specifically. And Dupree brought it up. Maybe MOUZ have missed that window. That's what they have to prove that didn't happen, that they still have more stamina, that they still have more ceiling to show. Because now a lot of the other teams that were just building up through that first season are now starting to crest themselves. And that's life. Everybody is going to have a cycle of getting better and getting worse. And so there's a very difficult job, a very stressful job here for MOUZ, but it's one that's demanded of you, where in Counter-Strike, it doesn't slow down for anybody. You have to keep being good.
And they genuinely have been good, but just not good enough. Not to beat world's #1 and not to their own standards either. Down a man advantage, taken back by Brolin, who gets dinked, but Yuri just as quickly into the feed. And Spinks, without a kill, does not get a trade over towards that A site. So it's going to be Furia to take a look at middle. They confirm bomb possession, drop behind the mid box. And so while Spinks is taking his sweet time, he's losing teammates and control of this 7th round. And then by extension, Mirage in its entirety. queuing up a 6-1 CT lead. Quesarado off the leash at the moment, has got 10 frags already, 7 rounds into play.
Spinks don't even know if he's going to find his first kill this round. This is unfortunately the worst display for MOUZ so far. Those just simple shots getting missed. A lot of duels they would have loved to take. This is the most confident that we've seen Furia just running around and fragging. Now it gets a bit uncomfortable for MOUZ.
I mean, you can't identify a weakness on Furia at the moment.
And Furia are looking for, like, as an org, like, you know, we casted them all the way since DreamHack friggin' Rio in 2018, losing to Avangar in the finals, and we thought that they would just win eventually.
Yep.
They were just like, it was their time soon, and then they never won. They got Espu, you know, or whatever. Was it Espu? Not even.
That sounds like a disease.
Yeah. Hopefully they got better.
Yes, they won Elisa Masters Espu in 2023.
Yeah, and I mean,
even that was, you know, now 2 years ago.
And now that's 2 years ago.
And that's the only trophy that Quesarado's ever touched.
Yeah, so they're looking for something bigger. A long time for players of this quality. This is maybe the most highest potential of actually winning a tournament lineup that they've ever had.
Man, what I would give to be a fly on the wall of the Furia headquarters when somebody suggested this roster. Fallen, singular kill towards the B site. We're gonna get an attempt here from MOUZ to just barrel through Quesarado. Quesarado and Yakindar, who are sitting on these windows, drawing the line in the sand and painting it with MOUZ's hopes of even exiting onto the bomb site. There has been 1 round win for MOUZ and 1 bomb plant in all of the other rounds around it. Torzi is sitting here on half health, hoping that nobody comes to check him. But the monsters are under your bed, brother. Torzi gets found out, dealt with. 7-1 for Furia. A welcome scoreline for them and their fans, as this is just so much of a gap between these two teams this evening.
Yeah, time to wake up, MOUZ. So far, we're hearing like the pep talks. I think they are saying the right things when it comes to just get back online. Maybe we should feel like we're just a better team, a shoo-in to win some of these rounds or whatever, but they're not playing like it yet. Like they're taking a whole tack here, and I guess is Cyclone's with them for this event, right?
I would assume.
Yeah.
I think I saw him on camera once.
Okay.
I don't think he's at another wedding. But that's been happening lately.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting married. Double op setup from Fallen and Molidoy. We saw that op get passed around when players were dying for Furia versus Spirit. We had that sequence of even Donk getting an op highlight back to back to back. I'll see what they can do out of the gate with it. Molidoy posts his towards B alone. It's crazy how much space sometimes they just allocate to Molidoy and Molidoy alone.
Yeah.
You know, that's another cool thing about this Furia project is, like, even though he's the newest piece and needs the LAN experience, they do just give him a lot. They put a lot of faith in him.
That's also something that Fallen, he did build a career on knowing how to play with, like, superstars in every role. Like, yeah, he does know how to trust people to, like, do their job. And we've seen Molidoy in a spot like this by himself did extremely well. It looked like a scary map, and you're like, oh, wait, yeah, like, if it was anybody else, it would be a problem. But he managed to get 3 kills versus Spirit on a full exec.
Yeah.
And see what it does to the map? When you can have 1 player hold down a site like this, you still got 3 on A.
Pressure on Fallen, though, pulling the middle of that A site with an op.
Also, no utility at all here for the A site players.
So it's Yuri trying to cover Palace from inside a jungle. He's gonna lose his angle. Now Fallen feeling like he's in a pain point. Waits for Jimmy, who slides out and slices through 2 of the players on site. CEST taking a step forward. MOUZ take their sweet time with this one, but off the 5v4, rock the boat around for that full-blown exec, and this one comes with ease. Good on MOUZ to show us a sign of life, because things were getting sketchy as this game went on.
Big time. 5 up.
And I will just confirm quickly, Cyclone is indeed in the TeamSpeak with the players.
Okay.
Where we'd expect him to be, but we just haven't seen him, and also in a lot of the listen-ins, we haven't even heard him.
I know, and like whenever the MOUZ take tack pauses, I'm like, are you really calling Brolin?
Okay, sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I never even see him talk at all, ever.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, listen-ins, it's like the motivational listen-ins. Okay, it's Exertion or it's Torji.
Yep.
But to be honest, those are the players that we've always seen talking.
No, you genuinely hear more from Torji and Xertion than you do Cyclone and Brolin.
I don't even remember what Brolin's voice sounds like.
Maybe that's production being selective.
No, but like,
I don't think it is.
When do you hear?
Oh, hold on.
Come on.
It is 7-1. If we want to win now, we need to step it up. For us right now, we're trying to force things a little bit, and we're not seeing things clearly.
There we go.
All right, Cyclone.
Cyclone.
Yeah.
There we go.
We've proved his existence.
He is here.
I just want one more person.
And you want it to be?
Brolin. Love to hear Brolin speak next. Anything.
Production's going digging.
I want to hear what these Brolin comms are like. These calls.
We've got our best archaeologists on it, digging through the archives.
I don't want Brolin's bones.
I want his flesh. It's so weird to see that round come out of MOUZ because it was so convincing, and yet all the other ones were not even competitive, really.
Yeah.
You know, you get that flash in the pan where it's like, okay, it can work. Do it again.
Do it again. Again, Cyclone's going for like super high level stuff, which means that it's not a, oh, we're not executing the game plan, whatever. It's like, get the cobwebs out and get focused because we should know what to do. And then boom, they have a clean round, so see if they can make it another.
Molodoy feels like, I mean, whenever he decides to take timing for the peek into connector.
Wait, the timing here. Yuri doesn't see this at all.
Unbelievable.
It wasn't
just
spotted.
Slips the net. CEST makes up for it with a double. And right now, Molodoy's burned back. CEST a triple kill as his players go down around him with nothing. Oh, and Molodoy's far away, but it's a USP out from CEST. Even just surviving that much longer allows for the other two from Furia to get dangerously close. Bomb plant on default, and Xertion...
Wait, he didn't see that!
Over towards Tetris.
He didn't see that shadow!
So much has gone unnoticed. Fallen is trying to cross over. Xertion, he's starting to get closer to taking a peek.
But it looks like he's gonna... Fallen could wrap here. Okay.
Here we go. Xertion tests it, but takes damage in return. Molodoy spots him over on default, and it's Torji to find a little bit of a pocket, sitting comfortably on 20 health. Molodoy 44, top stairs, Fallen, pushing it into the bomb site. Advantage over Torji, comes through with a clutch, and that is an 8th for the Furia squad.
I absolutely hate how non-committal that moment was from Xertion. He's jiggling so much. Fallen's not even looking at him. He can take this duel. After Jimmy gets out like this, it should be pure chaos, but look how CEST holds his nerve.
Speaking of non-committal,
3 kills.
CEST given so much more time to just sit there. USP in hand, and even then both players still hesitant to swing him.
No, that was... Yeah, that was a very winnable position for MOUZ.
10 rounds into this game, and it's still no consecutive rounds for MOUZ. 2 one-offs. Silver Linings are able to buy here in the 11th, and they're going to play with pace. Tempo towards Molodoy, stepping into the fire. He has put himself
coming up behind this.
between them. It's going to cost you Kindart. Molodoy's good at the combat ops. He goes for the quick scope, and his counterpart down to the right. He finds himself in cover now, temporarily. Torji seeks him through smoke, soon to fade. Molodoy falling back.
Oh, gets that smoke off bottom connector. Slow things down, allow for a reset, a reassembly of the CTs. And this boost, that could be great. Flash is coming over. But the flash actually lands perfectly. Oh,
didn't see it, now he gets it.
Oh, nice shot, Torzi.
They sit there for a second, hunting And it pays off.
Well, a double cat setup. Late. Brolin inside of ladder room. Are they going to be ready for this?
Will they figure Brolin out?
This is kind of wild because there's like a view model situation that happens. Brolin comes out of here. Depending on if he checks.
Kiserado's
thinking about this.
Yeah,
there it is. Oh, yeah.
But Brolin's got him. He was thinking about it, but wasn't anticipating the swing out from Brolin. Brolin takes seize of the moment. Yuri actually gets a bunch of damage, but that's going to keep both players overcommitted to B. 3 members of MOUZ walk out, looking for a 4-round T-side. Hoping to meet a minimum on their map pick of Mirage. Queues up the save here. There's actually money in abundance for Furia going into the last round no matter what. But I suppose you can't buy AKs.
That's true. Can't put a price on AKs. In fact, I mean, I guess Donk did. He said I'd pay 2 times as much for them. How much more would you pay for an AK on CT side?
1.5 times.
1.5 times. Okay.
Brolin said he saw a shadow on the jump up. There's a discussion going down in alt chat at the moment.
Oh.
He said,
oh, okay.
Queserado said, little shadow or Batman?
He said, oh boy.
Brolin said, shadow, huge. But if I was Brolin, I would just lie about that so that he doesn't try it again.
I would just lie about it and say I didn't see anything.
I'd say, who is this? Wrong number.
No shadow. Just a feeling.
Shadow, yee. Oh boy. Oh boy. MOUZ are winning rounds now. Oh, Nelly. Bye-bye. Brolin blasted. That nade was limp.
Close to a lot of damage.
They say almost doesn't count except for horseshoes and hand grenades, but even in this case, it doesn't count for hand grenades.
He's gonna sit there inside of the window. Sometimes you can just, you still got a really powerful spot, but yeah. Oh, that's the bomb. Oh my goodness. That doesn't get dropped, thankfully, for MOUZ here.
Away.
But Torzi's got to go back to mid.
Okay, gift given to Spinks.
This is kind of a crazy situation.
That
kill could have won the
on
round.
ramp. Oh yeah, could have absolutely won the round. 9-3 half would have come with that.
He's still going A.
Yuri trying to get out of the push. Sits in the depths of the corner. Now it's going to be hard for Jimmy to find him as well. Molly means Yakindar can't fight Palace. Stairs held by Yuri.
They need to go, man.
In rifle control, Yakindar gets out from ramp. Jimmy's going to have to drop down if he wants it. And this is Jimmy trying to solve problems
got
on
by.
A.
Molidoy can stop the bomb.
Xershin trying to get back through jungle. 7 seconds on this clock. You know Molidoy's going to test this. Jumps over. And he stops him. No round here for MOUZ. What could have been stopped in T-spawn is instead an embarrassing A-site stoppage. And Furia just keep on winning.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb.
Thank
you very much. That's the bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids.
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect play.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids. There is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could.
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
FURIA having a field day tonight on Mirage because we're getting another good showing from Molodoy, but what we're also getting is an even higher uptick from Caserado in this one. FURIA take the success they had on Inferno in so many different facets and just apply
plays
it
like this,
MOUZ.
like plays like this, that's, I mean, being able to make that decision in that moment is what makes you special.
Okay.
It's what makes Molodoy not just a fragger. That was literally the perfect idea that had to happen. Knife out probably makes a difference about whether or not he misses a bullet or not and gets that chance. And that's the only place that bomb could have gone down. He made it look easy, but not many players could have made it look easy.
He's just so smooth with it, huh? Looking for their first pistol round win of the series. MOUZ banking on home term comfort for Mirage. Don't you throw this to Molodoy. We have seen 1v5s from Phenoms on Mirage that start on ramp. He is 2 kills into it, and look at the way they scramble.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a P250. Surely it's not his time. 26 health. This is even a step up in difficulty for sure. He can get that bomb back, no doubt.
Jimmy is a far way from this hold. For a little while longer, Molodoy is going to have himself 2 separate engagements. Yeah, Default player is going to let Spinks take the angle.
Jimmy's just holding the only way back. That isn't Palace, so I think he's... I can't tell from the mini-map. He looks like he has the crack spot on the full flank, but also looks kind of like he's just staring at the wall. Okay, there. He can just see everything. This is a guaranteed spot. Now, the only thing is, the later this round goes, if he comes back to A like this and Jimmy stays there, which he should start turning around soon.
Oh, kind of catching him in transition. Spinks not going to swing just yet. Jimmy will come back, so now 3rd set of feet on the site soon enough. MOUZ players ready to swing from top stairs, and they've got him. But you can see the respect offered over with how kind of passive they are until they have him with absolute certainty. Because right now to stop Molodoy, you need 100% certainty.
Yeah, and they haven't had that commitment. They've had commitment issues all game, actually. MOUZ, when it comes to all their engagements, a lot of the positions, exertion jiggling and not taking a duel that could have been won. It looks like they don't have the makings of a varsity athlete right now. This CT pistol will give them a chance to get to a new level because they haven't shown a level that'll win this game. In the halftime break, it should have been like time to wake up. And no one on the team is really saving the day here.
Trying to pop through with the flashes that did find their targets. Molodoy has gotten a deagle kill. Good wall bang for Xerxon. Huge gap on that smoke, and Yekindar tries to play within it, but things get cleaned up by MOUZ, and 5th round found. Again, they should have an element of comfort on Mirage that makes this game competitive. Should. First gun round for Furia on the T side, coming at you hot. Should. Oh, excuse me. I am wrong. It's Fallen who keeps the buys going.
You only got to buy down to 0. It's got that scout. They're kind of ready to move.
Nice nade.
They soften them up.
Trying to take the pressure off.
Oh.
That's the one they were looking for. Spinks has got to scramble back at it. He's getting flashed. Tagged down to 65. M4 for Yekindar. Fallen gets burned out, and the M4 hits the ground again. So the recovery's good. Spinks does enough. And Queserado in with a scout now. Massive ask here. He's tagging bodies left and right. But still 4 players stand for MOUZ. But the solo full buy of Fallen, it's not quite enough for Furia.
Spinks has got to wake up now. He's having a
stinker.
He's having a Kerrigan. He's having a Kerrigan right now. We can say that today because, my goodness, I went back and looked at those numbers. I've never seen numbers like that since Faflaren. I like prime Faflaren.
Why is Fiffy taking
Everyone's
trades?
going out of the bust right now.
Okay, talk shit. One more. Who else?
Oh, man. Who else is ass? One more bad player. This guy was Sanjiing it up.
Whoa!
Oh, okay. Big time. Without any of the support.
Sanji punched on the bench. Here we go. Guns up. And Yekindar just shows a little too much. Just a little too much. And this is that buy, right? The solo Fallen Tech 9 buy. Power of it is he'll just grab that AK off the ground.
They're not actually. They got double.
All's good. Molodoy's got his angle. Whoa, Torzi just had the jump on that one, but Torzi missed his second shot, putting a smoke down in front of him. The Tech 9 Fallen literally picked up the AK-47 that hadn't been shot and still gets a Tech 9 entry.
Queserado's right behind him inside a connector. They're coming in to peek this. Queserado plays it perfectly. He stays hidden the whole time.
They're keeping Torzi's eyes full of flashes. Careful, T-Frag almost exposes players in sight. That could have got, okay, they had their own smoke in front of it, so all's good. Torzi taking damage as he is very much stuck into this bomb site. Hoping Jimmy somehow gets an angle. Yuri backs up, Molodoy kills his counterpart, and Furia from a 4v5 looks to just finish off Spinks, who knows Queserado's out towards middle somewhere, but Queserado plays it so safely, tucked back towards underpass. Spinks stomping the retake, killed by Molodoy, and so MOUZ lose control of the situation despite man advantage.
Yeah, the spite man advantage because Torzi maybe misses a golden opportunity to get some impact before he gets smoked out or smokes himself out. He got the first kill, which is, you know, full credit for that.
Can you make sense of that for me?
Well, why Fallen used a Tech 9? I have no idea. I didn't see what happened.
He ran over the AK-47 top ramp.
Yeah.
And then just barreled in with the Tech 9.
Yeah, then it's just didn't want to switch to it, I guess. That's the only thing I can imagine.
And it worked again. His Tech 9 impact this series off the charts.
Yeah, he is in kind of like a weird gun zone where he's willing to use anything that costs less than $2 grand just for any round.
Sure.
Just whatever. All good.
Speaking of Sanji.
I mean, like, a Tech 9 from that distance, is it really that bad? It's actually not.
No.
It's actually pretty... And you can't run forward and shoot with... You could only do that with a Mac 10 or a Tech 9. Use an AK to try to skill. It doesn't have the same advantages. There are advantages in guns that are like way cheaper that are relevant when you're entering. So he probably just was like, no need to slow this down.
Ooh.
I got a lot of teammates behind me with good weapons. Let's go.
Awkward vent moment there. They don't actually throw a player up, and it's this same round that Cesarado is already taking control of it.
If he blows this open, okay.
Uh-huh. What's up, Frozen?
Batman.
Ooh!
Kind of asked for that.
Yeah, 100%. Can't be breaking your ankles and then staying in the same spot. With how many frag grenades are being chucked down to that exact location? Oh.
This is actually a great spot to go A, to be honest.
Everybody's stomping around, man.
I
Gravity.
know.
They forget about it?
Honestly, Cesarado showing presence here is only worse for the CTs because they can't do anything about mid right now. They only have 2 CTs on A. Xertion is committed left side of window. This is a great time to go for an A split and a great time for Cesarado to be the center of attention. He can literally peek and kill Xertion at any moment. Xertion knows that.
Maybe he fell on purpose to set all of this up. He's taking a lot of attention, but now Xertion's starting to leave. Really trusted that Cesarado was not going to take that peek as he fled. Spinks sheds control of the top shelf, slides down into the corner, and it's Spinks to get his one, but getting tagged all the while awkwardly on the ladders. Got Xertion to work with. Cesarado still sitting inside of the ladder room, connects to the head, but bomb is down with 20 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Yuri and Cesarado have to come together. Xertion, bottom of the stairs, swings into Cesarado as he stomps his way up, and so Op needs to be saved. Furia, this round fizzles out. MOUZ making good stoppage of that A hit.
That was really good. I mean, they had to get that underbarrel kill a little bit faster. Spinks is bringing up the scoreline a lot here on CT side. Very important kills by him. That was a round where Furia had a lot of good leads and a really good chance to hit the A site. But honestly, their spacing wasn't that great either. Criticized MOUZ for that, but when they came out for these duels, Fallen's pretty far from anyone that could have saved that trade. He got the kill, sure, but then even after here, it sort of gets exposed where he's now taking another fight. No one can instantly get the kill. They can't move forward. This means that it was necessary that he got 2 kills with no trade potential to get anywhere. Oh my God!
Boy.
What a
Good
shot!
Trade. Critical
I don't
trade.
even care that that trade came in. What a flick!
Here's the beauty of this one, though. You kill Molodoy, Fallen gets an op. See what he can do with it.
Man, back of the B side's
4
wide open.
flashbangs
CTs
for
are coming.
Ekin there. He is just going to streamline those flashbangs in. 4 flashes from Yeki. We get the push out from the back of Market and Brolin. But again, 4 flashbangs, so it's still feeling awkward for Brolin. Yuri goes down and well held by Brolin. Sliding out through Market makes it all too difficult to get that bomb in. And so nobody in front of Yakindar actually gets the ball rolling. By the time he arrives with bomb, there's nothing. MOUZ doing a great job of swooping away control of the B site. That is Brolin to step up to the task.
I mean, you underscored it. You did a great job with those flashes, so that's all you can really do in that spot. They tried to create some peaks. MOUZ are pretty safe about it. That's such a great kill, but okay. Fair enough. If Torzy doesn't get that trade back, maybe it's a lot scarier. Important that he put that up. And when this half started, no one had a positive KD. Now Torzy's actually up there.
Ooh, he hears you jump spotting. He heard you jump spot. Jimmy won't go again.
It's good for...
Good on Jimmy.
Yeah, changing. Keeping it different every single time.
Push out from bottom connector, though. Here goes Brolin.
And there's no one actually top mid. It's Cesarado who's in danger here if they wanted to peek him. The question is, will he?
Yuri versus Brolin, solo top mid fight. Xerxin versus K-Serrado could happen at bottom mid. And again, we get this 3-player push starting to set its eyes on B.
Spinx is up from above, could take out K-Serrado right here, but going into ladder instead.
But great distraction being offered up by K-Serrado, because once that smoke fades in apps, it feels like Jimmy's gonna have his hands full.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy here from Furia. They're confusing the CTs. Everyone thinks it's the A site. Jimmy's here on fence. Man, this can be one and done if you're not careful.
Flash comes out, it's all on Jimmy. His support system starting to fall around him. Bomb spotted, and he doesn't get anything for his efforts. Yuri and K-Serrado, 3 kills out middle. And again, all they had to do was find the one on B.
What a sick round, man. I think in specific from K-Serrado and Yuri, they took mid control without actually taking any kills. They were an underpass. The CTs knew it, and to be fair, like MOUZ could have done something about that. If K-Serrado was there in underpass and Yuri is all the way back by the B apps waiting to flank, they can swing on him. And they can swing on K-Serrado. They could deal with him if they wanted to, but instead, they loosely, you know, acknowledged his existence. They thought maybe he's there. Then they peeled back. They gave up mid. They gave up mid out of fear, to be honest. I think it's just impressive that K-Serrado knew he could stand there for that long, that Yuri knew he could walk up eventually. They would just leave it. But MOUZ kind of folded to make a joke of it under no pressure, so to speak. And Jimmy really needed them. You know, Jimmy needed them to be up there on Cat, to get some info back, to get at least a kill. Furia have not used a timeout.
You know, Spinx just kind of gets roped into that element of fear in mid, because that could have been Jimmy's Cat support. He ends up playing a part in window and ladder instead.
Yeah, there was a moment for Spinx to take your K-Serrado out of underpass, would have peeked right above him as he was exposed. There was a chance to stay there and wait for them. They had a lot of options, to be honest. They didn't really use anything.
Just that looming threat of Furia getting closer to a 2-0 in this series.
And it's more of what, historically, K-Serrado and Yuri have been the best at. That's jiggling without committing to fights and just scaring the crap out of you. Like, that's how they play Counter-Strike. That's what they're so good at.
T-Smoke to a 40. Kinder, some spacing on boxes. Deep op pick, but this time K-Serrado's not home. He may be. As he floats around in the apartments, he's getting ever closer to that corner. But the thing is, if he fires that shot, Torzy is suddenly in Molodoy's crosshair. Xerxin gives good cover, and Torzy on the retreat ends up finding the trade. Here's Fallen from top middle at least. Some kind of a rebuttal needed here from Furia. 3v5 to 3v4.
Oh, set up off of a miss from Molodoy. That's not something that you see every round.
So if you're MOUZ, you have to punish it.
Yeah, you have to.
This is a rare opportunity offered over. Jimmy sees that as a chance to extend off of the bomb site. An earlier warning system set up on B. Xerxin and Brolin are going to take a like at Yuri, and Yuri brings one down, so the trade's there to keep man advantage in hand, but now it feels like the T's are going to join back in force to go towards this B site. Will Jimmy's aggression catch off Furia?
Kind of Fallen has to do this by himself, so let's see if he reads the push correctly. Jimmy should be in a good spot. Let's see.
Fallen's cautious. Comes in, but looks away from it, so good on Jimmy to get off site, not just lean back to a position where if he dies, they're on site. Instead, now Jimmy's got bomb possession, 20 seconds. K-Serrado can sit here all round long. He's not getting anything for it this time.
Now we're in business if we're MOUZ. They're actually doing quite well here.
This is a rock-solid CT side coming together.
Wait a second. He could die. He could die after time.
Yeah.
He, in fact, will die after time.
Yes, sir. K-Serrado overplays it, and now we've got money-ish. Or do we?
Yes.
Yeah,
he is 1650.
1650 with everybody else above 4.5.
He's broke.
Fallen $3,000 only as well. What could have changed if Molodoy hits that shot on Xerxin?
Everything.
Then, Torzy falling back, there's still 2 T's right there on the smoke to deal with him.
Absolutely everything changes with that kill. It's the butterfly effect. in fast forward right there. So either way, it's a punishment that MOUZ capitalized on, made happen, and this is only bring it to a 2-round game.
Man, 20 rounds of play
Fast
on
B split's
Mirage.
coming.
No consecutive T rounds for anybody. Spinks panic throws that smoke into the corner.
Man, they clear things out. They're waiting for, I think, the
they're going to charge off these limited flashbangs. Spinks looking into the corner. Tech9 barrels down. Jimmy's double from bench. This time it's a big double from Jimmy, but the pressure up from Catwalk.
That was...
It trades out effectively, and Furia sliced through. This is the kind of pressure and unexpected playbook that was the bane of Spirit. This is what got Furia into this game for the semifinals. Was constant buys, constant aggression, and something just slightly different. So many rounds. Torzi's 8 health is banking on Brolin to get something going, but as he chucks out his utility onto the tees, it's not a ton of damage. It's still enough to flush Yakindar into the crosshair of Torzi, but Molodoy from Arch has got this in the bag. Torzi's gonna get pinched, and Furia find 12 by keeping up the tempo.
Fallen's playing baseball right now. That was a great change up. Upcat on the split. MOUZ are not ready at all. They're even ready to create an outpost in ladder room to make it seem like they were just going to default for a second. I think they're just waiting to see if connector gets blown open and the CTs would fight from there. When they had one cat, they knew they were all good. And then the B-side hit is amazing. Honestly, Yakinder, he gets one really important kill. That's when it gets smoked, and he's shooting through that second window. That's the one that really makes a difference, because MOUZ had enough rotations.
Taking a look at it again out of the bat. You got K-Serrato dodging MP9 burst.
It's an A play. They just keep in 2 here.
Tries to get aggressive and Molotov clips him. Good kill from Torzi. Much needed moment for a double. That's perfection. And Fallen, hyper-focused, is gonna lose bomb. Brolin is gonna smoke it. Upgrade, all's good for only a second. Molodoy soon on the scene. And he's got Jimmy to his right side. SMGs prevail. We just saw Furia try to crank that dial, and this time yet again, but because Torji gets 2 kills and takes all of the attention, it's from underneath Palace that Brolin thrives.
It's a nice edge once again. The bait from K-Serrato, the fake with the presence over in B works. The guns aren't great here from MOUZ. That got scary, but Torzi was so sharp with that M4.
The closer Xerxin gets to closing this one, you'd think K-Serrato's chance is limited. He saw you, and it's an instant headshot. There's that peek. Oh, didn't kill him, and neither did the second. He's got the bigger picture. He's got the positioning known. Cross over towards triple. Does he wallbang? Not yet, no. Xerxin plays in the open space. We go double digits, MOUZ.
Yeah, little scary. Best chance, though, to close the game here. It's been 3 rounds, 1 on an island for Furia. This one is an excellent stoppage again from Torzi. Without his second kill, Brolin's in great danger. Just an MP9 under balcony.
The counter-strike that Furia has weaponized against Spirit, and now MOUZ is just one of confidence with less. This is the 6th round that Furia will just be buying to try to keep any semblance of momentum. The elusive momentum that they haven't had since that convincing CT start. Fallen keeps some money, and the off chance they don't close this one.
The question is, what do they think the gap is at the moment based on the way that MOUZ have been playing, and what do MOUZ think is going to come up next, considering...
Oh, he does buy.
Yeah, they force it. They
last
force
second,
it.
though, Fallen. He wasn't buying it first, but they added that Galil over to Yakinder.
Yeah, they're forcing it here. Could have waited 1 round for more money. They instead get an AK Galil out of it.
It's just they've achieved so much with these kinds of rounds.
Yeah, honestly.
It's
hard to doubt them when they've had so much success in these rounds.
It's been their style in the last 72 hours.
They kind of do a good job of buying just the right utility, just enough of it to make it feel like a full round.
Because it always feels like every piece has a plan before the round goes live. Fallen, the mastermind. Meticulously planning a purpose for each of these grenades. Down to one smoke, flashes, and a single Molotov, and everybody starts to group up inside of the apartments, including Yakindar, who just chucked out some utility from mid. If you are MOUZ and you are worried about mid again, we have already seen a moment where they crumble because of the fear. Even though there's nothing behind the mid play, the fear of Furia in middle.
The push from Jimmy.
It's been hot and cold.
The spam is here, but he's just done it so many times. Are they going to watch it? Yeah, they are.
Oh, but still, new position. Jimmy at least getting the one. They know Spinks was already here, and Spinks has been having a stinker of a map. 9 kills to his name. He's got a teammate in Torzy already out through the market, but he goes down on bench with nothing. Fury on the brink of semis, and with Brolin trying to lend a helping hand, Torzy looking to get into the feeds, not able to do it yet. They best the pistols. The buy is not enough. Yuri, 40 health. Knows of the approach. 10 seconds. They start to scramble. They could throw this. Yuri snapshot chance denied. And it'll be another force as overtime looms.
Yeah, it's a confidence swing to close this out. It's a round that MOUZ absolutely could have lost. Spinks played that scared, sitting at the bench, hiding from everything. They came over top. They saw probably his gun sticking out from the bench, waited for their chance to strike. K-Serrano hadn't gone tagged down low. Jimmy also got hard cleared in that corner. There are just these moments that are very scary, but MOUZ are making a comeback happen.
But look at the nades again.
I mean, oh, they get the full kill. Oh.
Deep incendiary from Jimmy finishes off what Spinks starts through the panel, but then comes the pressure. That sea of flashes. Good cut off by Spinks. You'd think surely not 3v5. But look at the health that remains for the original 2 anchors on this site. That was damn near a Molodoy frag. Rotator dies. Yuri gets Jimmy, and remember, Spinks is low. No way.
What?
Oh,
With
this
a knife!
is something special. Molodoy knows no bounds. But still 2 players left in this with bomb possession up inside of the apartments. They're gonna have to go back and grab it.
Yeah, CTs are going back because they don't have to worry about this. They can let this bomb get collected. It's going to be Xerxin to go for a retake in the spot. Honestly, Furia, it's in their best interest to simply move fast and hope that there's some risk being taken, like MOUZ re-aggroing somewhere else. And it looks like they're just betting on that, because how are they going to go back and clear this now? This kind of makes it possible to win for the T's.
Oh man, in with damage already. He takes Brolin down to 13 health, and I love the fact that he's just drawn to the fight. It is an insatiable bloodlust for Molodoy that throws him into Brolin. Yuri, low health, gets that trade, but they don't know about Xerxin's route. He has shown them nothing.
I think they know he would have reaggressed.
5 HP for Yuri. Semifinals on the other side of this 1v1, and that pillar held by Xerxin. We go extended to OT.
Oh my goodness. It has to be overtime. Another win here. In another scary moment, and a good kill on Molodoy, who was a high HP player pushing to market. I think the move was great, to be honest. And I think they read that it was a double up from MOUZ, because otherwise, where would the guy who was supposed to watch the bomb, where would he have gone if he didn't take that risk?
Can we take a second? This?
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, he knows exactly where he is. He just trusts himself. Like, that's a spot where you might want to just go for your gun, hold it, keep an inventory of that moment, spam them down. But Molodoy is just so in tune with this game.
"20 kills deep off the knife." There's been a lot of little looks from MOUZ in middle. But it still feels like Furia get away with presence. There we go. Keeping that
another
pressure
one.
on
There's
K-Serrano.
another one there. Boom.
But he gets away. Survives on 12 health. We'll see what he can do with it as he eats that flashbang. We are on the brink of an exit into the A site. Ramp players yet to pull the trigger. They want K-Serrano into the action. Fallen still on the other side of that con smoke means no immediate K-Serrano trade. And Spinks goes into it. Great double off of Spinks. Yakindar tries to return the favor, but then inside of the corner is Xerxin. and he drops the Molotov. They're trying to surround him, and doing so with strong numbers is why MOUZ now have a lead.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome with the way that they controlled Connector. They used that triple blitz nade into underpass, and were pretty damn successful with it. Obviously, FaZe comes out with 9 HP after also nading himself for 3 damage, but this makes this duel for Spink so much easier. MOUZ took a second to wake up and look alive, but now they are.
Quick look into the ramp, fall back to the Palace. Furia have no other options but to slam it home on A. So here we go, full-blown hit. Xerxin chucking nades out, good flash. It at least keeps Yukindar blind for the opening. Utility at the feet here. Utility continues to find its mark time and time again. Yukindar has been blind for the entirety of his exit. And so he'll drop the only... Okay, calm down, bro. 3 kills for Molotov.
Yeah.
In a sea of nades, everybody else neutralized, and Molotov still comes up, killing more than half of MOUZ alone.
I know, it was still impressive kills right there, but it's actually really impressive that MOUZ can win a round like this, because it feels like in these chaotic situations in the past, it was just Furia every single time. And now they take a lead for the first time in the game. They get into overtime 2 rounds straight. They put themselves in a very strong position. And I feel like Akinder's putting himself in a lot of good positions to find the trades, but he's not actually getting the kills right now.
See when FaZe slots in these nades that keep pummeling him. Looks like they burned through the cash already. Just missed the arm as he's throwing out that util. Oh, and Fallen finds it with the Galil through the edge of that smoke. We go man advantage Furia. Looking for anything on this overtime T side.
Both trying to punish each other's defaults. Spinks will respect the molly. Connector's open, man. They're coming quickly.
Palace goes the way of Furia, and so this A site's got nothing to stand on for the defense. Slowly, they work their way in through the grenades, and Xerxin to do something at all. You gotta play for the round. He tucks into Ticket. He's got Spinks not far behind him. And the flashes continue to interrupt things, but it's being planted opposite triple. Oh, just missed it. Wallbang comes back the other way. Xerxin low now. And man advantage for Furia. But health low on Yuri as well. There are a lot of weak links. The problem for MOUZ is you've still got Molotov up and running. He misses that chance to strike down Xerxin, but he'll sit on the angle and await the next CT. It's going to be Spinks in the scope up next. Doesn't even get a chance to cross. So there is that one much needed T round for Furia in overtime.
They keep hope alive with that one round. I think that sort of mirrors their success in regulation when it comes to the CT sides for CT and T sides for both teams. So chance for Furia to respond. MOUZ definitely looked a lot better than they did on Inferno. A lot better than they did for most of regulation. They barely made it to this overtime, but now they're showing us what more they can do.
Double op instantly out of Furia's CT side. It's fair to say ops online for both teams at the moment.
Yes, I feel like make or break for Torzy in this overtime in this T side. And he's been doing great. I'm not calling him out for anything like missing. He's been critical. I think he just needs to continue to be.
Yuri loses a third of the health.
This is a very fortified A site. Like, you normally see these positions, Molodoy, they leave him in B. Fallen is reading this out of spawn, that this ends A, and they're saying, not only are we having me be the opera here, I'm kind of just hoping that this round doesn't come to me. Because, like, in other situation, they'd split the difference and go, you know, maybe Molodoy, you can hold this. If it come B, you'll be successful. Yeah, you can see Yuri hurrying back with the Kinder here on the stairs.
Boy, exposed
though. Oh, zero nade.
Yep, not ideal. Cesarado insta headshot, that'll help, but Torzy slides into the angle.
Now it has to be Fallen.
Let's see it. That second insta kill to Torzy. Now it's all riflers.
Oh!
Fallen looking for a third on the round as Jimmy's on the approach. He hears that drop down, turns the op right on the break. It's a headshot.
What year is it?
And now between the two ops is Azertion. 49 health. It's
Come
a
on
quad.
now.
All on his own inside B. Fallen steps up.
That's the father turning back time. Part-time opera on a full salary here. Beautiful. That was a straight-up pre-aim.
B-site op sequences are what cost Spirit on this map as well. Both Molodoy and Fallen putting plays into the highlight reel from inside of this site with the big green.
It's been doing this shit for 10 years, literally.
Oh, now right back to Molodoy. You don't know which one's hitting hard, but they're both hitting. And with the deep flames from the defense, MOUZ's lead is gone, and they are sent back towards their spawn, leaving only Spinks and apartments.
They're definitely rattled from that last round. That was the one option that it felt like Furia were not going to be able to stop. Oh my god, a headshot. It's just unnecessary.
It's just also as fast as he could possibly get there. Smooth operator. Smooth criminal.
Now where do you go, man? I mean, last round was hard enough. You went and picked the right site. You know the double op is still up and Fallen's probably still in B.
Dude, we've been talking about how Furia just keep the pressure up.
Wait, they have Fallen and Molodoy are both in B by themselves.
Uh-huh, they're both gonna get a 4K.
They're both here opping.
It's just a shooting gallery. It's a competition between the two to see who shines.
Is this really gonna work? They have the flank too.
I don't know. Flash finds the one op and Fallen misses his chance, so that's the space given over. Two snipers behind these pillars. Fallen finally getting one, and Molodoy goes down empty-handed. This time the ops don't hold the bomb site.
The flank is still coming in. It's potent as well.
Yuri has wrapped this all the way from A ramp, and so no surprise that Torzy backs up into it unsuspectingly. It's going to expose a player towards market. It's Yuri and Cesarado keeping the rifle pressure on. Yuri's able to hit the ground, and he loses his teammate over towards market. Yuri doesn't get the kill on that slight jiggle. So which angle is given to him next? He slides silently forward, gets past Spinks.
Yeah, but now the bomb, it's not planted for this.
And how's he gonna get out to challenge? It's gonna be a tap to try to get Brolin into the action, and Yuri gets exactly what he wants. Dives that bomb, defuse comes through, Furia 15.
Oh, they didn't play the trade in that spot. Yuri calculated that perfectly. The only chance he could have to win that round, he figured it out. The one path to victory and a chance for Furia to now close. Oh, that's the one off shot they get.
Okay. We don't get to enjoy it in the moment, so we're just basking in the attack of MOUZ instead.
Otherwise, I think we got a good example of why you don't have two ops in one site.
Great example. A flash finds one and the second whiffs.
That really didn't work that well, but one great shot actually looks like it makes a difference. 1v2 for Yuri.
It's the double op of Molodoy and Fallen, but the double rifle of Cesarado and Yuri instead.
Are they really going to 3-0 the CT side?
They might. maybe, just maybe.
They don't know he's here.
Cesarado should have the jump on Xerxon in a moment, but it boils down to whether he makes this move. Xerxon's gonna give it over for free, little wild for half a second. It's gonna have to be this walkout onto the A site because middle belongs to Furia. Yuri activates from inside sandwich. 2v5 demanded of MOUZ, or we go Furia semifinals. And so Torji's gotta somehow find a way to shine as an op in the face of Molodoy, and Fallen he will not.
Amazing.
Becoming a mainstay in playoffs for the second half of 2025. A project many doubt, but no one can deny.
And no one is going to deny that kind of a performance. We spoke already about what Furia could show on the T side, but it was this time flipping the script, moving over to their CT side, holding it down, locking it down, and surviving OT.
Just barely. Barely surviving. I'm surprised that they were able to recover it. I felt like MOUZ switched gears. They got the comeback rolling. They brought it to overtime. That Furia were going to find some way to let this one slip through their fingers. But Fallen, rolling it back in many ways in this game.
Never doubted them for a second, Maui. You doubted? I did not doubt for a moment, except for almost that entire T side where they couldn't do anything but hit B. You had an incredible comeback in terms of fragging from the likes of Xerxon. I think you entered the second half with 8 kills, but that's really the story of the game when you start 9-3 down. And when you're looking at that T side from Furia, that's MOUZ just shut down their default. So all Furia had were these execs, these semi-execs, and once you only have that, then MOUZ are in the right spot at the right time, and they can start to snowball that CT side, which is not at all what we saw the last time they played.
It was getting really scary. The pressure that MOUZ were putting on middle there with Torzi, with Brolin, like all of their players just converging. At one point, I mean, Furia recognized they couldn't get anything done in mid, so Cesarado just had to hang out underpass by himself and just try to get some kind of late play.
Well, like, look how we got into overtime, right? Furia wanted to focus on the B side. They were kind of scrambling with lack of ideas of what they wanted to do here, right? But MOUZ were able to lock it down.
I mean, more than one team has found some success as of recent attacking Jimmy on the B site. The problem that came for Furia is that this is more or less all they had in their book that was working. Their A site hits were getting shut down. Their mid plays, they couldn't get a mid conversion into an A site hit. So they have to go back to B time and time again. And they get close, but you can tell MOUZ are kind of ready for this.
Yeah, this is off of all of the, essentially, what we're seeing in how MOUZ was able to win in the last couple rounds. Yeah, they stopped these B hits, but it's because Furia, they went for that second to last round force. It almost happened for themselves. Like, they almost got it over the line, but MOUZ were just able to withstand all of this B site pressure. Like, they knew this site hit was definitely coming, and overall, there's a lot of great stuff that MOUZ did in this game. It just kind of came too late into the map.
Yeah, it took a while for them to wake up, but I know we've been praising Fallen over and over again for his rifle plays. We have to just see back to glimmers of the golden era of him with that AWP play coming in, man. He had it on lockdown when they came at him.
The way that they approached him in this situation almost was like they were just stunned that he even had an op at this point. The scaling got a little bit spacey in this one. They tried throwing, I mean, there was a little bit of utility early on, but that shot right there onto Yimpat is just absurd. I mean, Yimpat peaked him quite well there, but Fallen just flicking right down, even getting the last one too. Like, he knew every single fight as it was coming next. Like, the prescience in terms of crosshair placement from Fallen there really did show you that, yes, this guy was a primary.
Once upon a time, some shots were taken when I believe it was Yakindar that said, Fallen isn't an opper that switches to rifle and just needs to pull out the op all the time. He doesn't need to be double opping 24/7, not naming names. But when he does pull out the double op, he can roll back the years as if it were 2017 and everyone's just dry peeking into him, and he can hit every shot when they do that.
He had a fair few of them good shots, and it does help see Furia make it through to the semifinals. But let's take a look at the group one final time here as we get to see it. MOUZ will be starting from the quarters, Furia into the semifinals. Huge stuff coming out from them. Now, for the last spot in London, there is one final game coming your way. It's Spirit taking on G2. So let's hear from MOUZ and Zontix. MOUZ, in the new G2, with the players you have around you, Hunter going to IGL, do you feel like you're the man of the team right now?
A little bit, but not too much. I think everyone has like this skill level and like the voice to just be not only one star player, but just to be a team and just play for each other, you know?
Okay, I like what I'm hearing with that. And when you say play for each other as well, do you feel like you're now in a position where you're confident with the plays you can make and the space you have?
Yeah, it's good. I feel like everyone trusts me, and I feel like everyone trusts my calls as well. And yeah, everyone's open to just give me space and do what I want to do. And yeah, it just feels good.
And it's looking good as well, at least from my eye test. Does this mean that also you're kind of the second voice of the team?
You can say so, yeah, because I'm playing this impact role position, so I need to be the second. In between me and some players, yeah.
I want to ask you a bit about your thoughts on Zwei, the new player coming in, and just his progress as a player in the team and the system so far.
Okay, so Zwei has a lot of potential as a player because he has a lot of firepower. You could see that he can do multi-kills a lot, and while opening, while anchoring, but still he has different positions and he's not ready yet to perform at his best. But I think this team has everything needed in order for him to play better, and I think he will become a crucial piece in this team in the future.
And from your experience, because you are, even though you're very young, you're a very experienced player now, what would you say he needs to work on the most?
Obviously, there is some things about communication, because communication is a lot different in Tier 1 scene comparing to much worse teams and younger rosters and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is the main thing for any player coming into Tier 1 scene. And there is nothing that particular, that problematic in his in the way he plays. It's just the problem that he's not ready yet to play how he wants and how he would be able to play in near future.
Always honest and well-spoken words coming out from Zontix. And I'll say this, right? They do know there's a lot of work to do on some of their players, but also I didn't expect to see Spirit down here in the lower bracket, especially the way it happened to them in the first place, which is a worrying sign overall for a team of their caliber.
Well, we can celebrate the fact that Fury has looked amazing, but at the same time, I agree. I mean, the way that they were dispatched of comprehensively through kind of multiple win conditions, I'd say, from Furia's side, was you just think that Spirit are going to fire back at some point in that game, but people were not holding up their end of the bargain. Mostly the anchors in some of the matches, Chopper's way, they had a really tough time, and Zontix already just referred to the fact that he has a ways to go.
Yeah, I mean, Zontix, it's his worst event in quite a while. It's his worst event in over a year since Cologne last year so far right now. He's really been struggling, and this is kind of the reason I've always thought to myself that maybe Zontix isn't delivering as much as he could at times because there's so much going well for Spirit. When things are going well, they walk right into him, and I don't think Zontix has been making too many mistakes. He hasn't been missing too many shots, but the team around him has been crumbling. They've been giving up kills. Sway has been faltering, as you're mentioning. Chopper's been faltering, and then Zontix has to rotate into these really uncomfortable spots that he's not used to, because usually it's just donk fragging out and then we're 5v3 and they have to push into me. He has to rotate in, and he's really struggling in those spots.
Well, I'm glad you said donk fragging out, because that was actually what was missing the last time these two teams faced off against each other. That can't happen today, right?
I don't think that G2 really actually struck gold necessarily with what they did versus Donk. Yeah, there were times that he got naded a little bit too much, or he ate some flashes, made the lives of the G2 players fighting him a little bit easier, but I'm not actually completely convinced that that's going to win G2 this game today. If I look at the tools that G2 is working with, Heavy God, I mean, he's good. I think he's great, but I don't think he really goes toe-to-toe with him. In fact, in terms of positions, he doesn't really square off against him all too often.
Let me hit you with the stat here, Maui.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Every time MOUZ has played against Donk on Ancient specifically, which I'm guessing we're going to get in this series, Donk's been the bottom or the second bottom frag. And MOUZ has won the head-to-head with him every single time. He's dominated him in middle.
I feel like Nico helped MOUZ out a lot in some of those.
Maybe a little bit, but we did see that last
It did happen, though. It did just happen. Okay, might be onto something. All right, okay.
So you're trying to say that on Ancient, MOUZ is Donk's kryptonite?
I think he actually is. Straight up, the way they control middle, the way they handle it. The last time around these teams played, because they almost always go to Ancient, Spirit had different ideas. They tried to do some different timing, some different things. Didn't work any better for them either. When it comes to Ancient, Donk in mid, against G2 specifically, MOUZ I think really does have his number.
Now, where are we at with MOUZ? Because obviously back when Nico was on the team, you know, how he was being utilized, it was the best we saw of him. Right now, he's trying to find his way again. Where do you guys think he's at?
I think he's found his way. At the moment, I think he's actually with Matisse. It's not always Matisse going with him, but when they do go together, that is almost as good of an entry duo as Nico and MOUZ at times. It is so incredible, the aim, the sharpness we get out of Matisse when combined with MOUZ. And sometimes it's Matisse on one side, MOUZ on the other, and they don't link up that much. But when they do, I love to see it.
I would say that MOUZ, in terms of his growth, has definitely taken strides on particular maps in terms of control. Ancient is a good example, but I still feel like I'm lacking a little bit of across all the map pool. Am I confident, for example, like Mirage Connector? I still don't really always love when he plays the CT side of that. I don't think being a vocal leader in terms of controlling his side of the map is still his best strong suit. Like with Matisse on T sides, yeah, there's like some good synergy, but on CT sides, I don't know if I always see the most connection between those two. And I know that Nico, Hunter, they used to iron those things out a lot more for MOUZ.
Yeah, when you're talking about CT side, I think that's where there is still some weaknesses, that MOUZ still sometimes doesn't play to his win condition, gets a little overheaty, because their T sides, Matisse and MOUZ, have been incredible recently. Ever since Hunter's become an IGL, it's been unstoppable. But you go to the CT side, last few months, they've both really been struggling, really been underperforming, and you need to see them maybe play a little more safe at times, especially MOUZ. Sometimes he just goes for a kill he doesn't need to, and I can be a little critical of that at times, especially when you've got Heavy God on the other side that's just going to lock it down for you if you give him time.
Now look at this very interesting veto. You said Ancient would be there, but G2 didn't actually pick it this time. It goes down as a decider.
Oh, that's surprising. Yeah, I thought G2 would go for it. I mean, really, they usually just like picking Ancient and Inferno. Yeah. Inferno can't play that versus Spirit because they ban it. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised that they go for the Mirage here.
I'm a little surprised by it, but at the same time, we have to accept that Mirage against Furia, I think they got exposed a little bit. Zway on the A site, Chopper on the B site. They were both liabilities. You look at that map, I think G2 have some things to target that can be very effective.
That's a great point. That is a great point. Because, yeah, if they can copy some of those executes, they're going to be in a great shape.
Now, looking at being in a great shape, there's one player we didn't talk about on the G2 side in Sunpius so far, and at times people were looking if he could be someone that was going to stay for the long haul of this G2 roster. Where are we at with that?
I questioned him myself. I questioned him directly, because the last time these teams played, in my opinion, you tell me your take, Maui, I think if Sunpius was better, the last time these teams played, it would have been an easy conversion for G2.
Yeah, simply put, Sunpius did show a lot in the game recently versus Liquid. It was nice to see him have that little...
that's expected against Liquid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Single series resurgence. But in terms of what I don't know. I mean, like, I just feel like for whatever reason on this team, I haven't seen the full Sunpius unlocked. I just feel like he's I guess he's not getting to call his own number. They've talked about that in some interviews, that you know, he's very comfortable when he gets to just always dictate what play comes next. And right now, I think because of the way Hunter likes to call, especially with how fast it is on T side, he doesn't get that freedom of just like setting up for a pick and working it.
But shouldn't it be as well where Sunpius should be used the right way and be made very comfortable, considering he's back with Saw and this is like the duo together?
I mean, you look at this G2 squad, are you really going to be giving Sunpius all that much room when you've got Matisse, you've got MOUZ, you've got Hunter, you've got Heavy God, you've got the rifling combination there? You kind of have to accept this, Sunpius. You have to take a back seat.
Yeah, that's the I mean, they're trying to set up the riflers. I mean, again, like G2 plays such a high octane style on most of their halves that I don't think Sunpius is getting involved. It's a little bit unfortunate because we know the skill that he possesses, but if they want to play to Sunpius, that probably also means sacking some of what makes G2 as competitive as they are today.
I'd say I'm comfortable with Sunpius struggling on T side. It's the CT side. When he's posted up, I need him to hit the shots to make the life easier for those riflers that he's been struggling with, hopefully only up until recently.
Well, let's see if he can hit the shots in an all-in important game. Remember, the winner of this series is the last team booking their spot into the London Arena. OVO Arena awaits, and Scrawny and Lornas are ready to take the cast.
That's right, James. 5 slots filled, the 6th to be decided between Team Spirit and G2. And my favorite thing about this matchup is that back at Bounty, G2 could pick any opponent, and they picked Spirit. And they showed that they weren't ready yet maybe for that swing. It came close. But tonight, with more on the line, we get to see whether they can kick Spirit while they're down. Because since Bounty, we've had Spirit hiccups.
Oh man, big time. I mean, Spirit are not reliable right now. I'd say G2 are not reliable for different reasons. They look way too good versus teams that are worse than them, and not nearly good enough at all versus teams that are ranked higher than them. So here's where they have to prove that that's starting to change. Good time to do it. I think if they feel like they match up to Spirit well, there's still moments here, even though Zwei got it together a little bit more, where he's not in good enough for him to just like win another Cologne,
right?
Per se.
Yeah, I agree entirely.
So, yeah.
It's wild to me after seeing this team since Bounty that they did win Cologne.
Yeah.
It makes you kind of scratch your head a little, but I liked Vu's late point as we saw the veto come through that maybe some exposure of Spirit's struggle on Mirage is being targeted tonight. Ancient coming through as the decider and not the pick. Left us asking questions, time to find the answers. We know with real game tape that even if Donk has a great game on this map, you can beat Team Spirit.
I wonder
Furia did it. G2 looked to do it tonight.
I know it's just a pistol, but I wonder if they're even changing spots.
Chopper dies first. We'll find out. Time will tell. Smoke goes down. Berettas get blinded. Sunpius finds his B entry. Zontix comes running in to try to stop it. Oh, Sunpius with the triple kill. And so Shiro's Beretta's a little late. Quad for Sunpius. And the devs talked about the potential of everybody else and, you know, not wanting Sunpius to take up that space. Remember that across this team, he does have the highest ever year in 6th place, 2023. We know the ceiling of Sunpius. Tell me that if you don't get that somehow online, it doesn't leave G2 in a better state.
Yeah, but Maui Snake promised us Axile, so that's my counter argument.
And Patsy.
Yeah, but Axile is top 5, so just to draw a comparison. Some people never make it back, Connor.
How's
they don't.
Big doing?
How's what?
How's Big doing?
Yeah, where's Big?
Hey.
Yes?
It's not hard. Excuse me, that's, never mind. I was gonna say the other thing.
Oh, you said the other thing first?
Yep, never mind. Shut up.
So it is hard?
It's hard to determine who is the 14th best SMG player of 2025.
Only Maui has that.
This man is in the trenches, folks. Put respect on the name. Is Chopper that good with SMGs? He's got a whole pack of G2 players coming at him in a second.
And no friends nearby.
No, sir. None at all. So Chopper hears him
You gotta
stopping.
peek, brother. At some point.
Yeah, a little sooner, preferably, because that one goes down instantaneously. This B bomb site belonging to G2 in the first 2 rounds of play.
So what we're looking for with G2 picking this map is Zwei on A. You know, Zwei on A. I don't, you know, when it comes to the anchors and the problems on Dust 2, that's one thing. Zontix was having his struggles too, but on Mirage, on Cat, I love the way Zontix plays Cat. I think he's great at it. He can have an off day, but in general, I don't doubt him. For Zwei, however, it's sort of like, what's the good map to look back and think like, this is, you know, this is the standard he set. So maybe this is going to be the perfect opponent for him. It's going to be a team that really relies on set pieces. They're going to be doing a lot of extremity hits. They're going to be coming in really fast with a lot of good aim. They showed tons of good stuff yesterday versus FlyQuest. It's just that you know, now the competition has improved, and you don't expect Zwei to have that bad of a dig, and we'll see. We kind of get to see if G2 are real as well, because again, the way they played versus FlyQuest, you look at that and go, why can't they do that versus anybody? But they just never do.
We know G2 at the moment for beating up lesser opposition and flailing versus the very best. MOUZ exposed them on a couple of maps, particularly the G2 T side in the face of utility. That's where some depth lacks. 98 damage for Shiro's pistol.
Good.
Usually the 5-7 kills a man.
Yeah, it has to be a little closer, and that's why he was standing just far enough. Calculated.
Heavy got a math man. Hunter slips the net in through mid window, and Murder Hole still unbroken. Donk's just got to play the waiting game. But it's MOUZ right now with bomb possession, leading up through connector. Zwei tries to take position inside Palace. That could lead him to get exposed, because remember, Murder Hole's not open, so what is Donk gonna do other than announce his rotate to the A play? Zwei goes down with nothing, like the Palace player, and so they will run rampant inside of A site. Hunter and Donk exchanging SMG damage, but this will lead Spirit to just stay on beat. Keep your Kevlar, gentlemen. This is a G2 3-0 start.
Yes, looking clean, looking clean. Hunter's got to be happy. The pistol went their way. Their team is fragging right now. Clean round so far. It's exactly what they wanted coming into today. You know, you had to get yourself hyped up for this match. And I'm holding my breath to find out what happens in terms of Spirit's form. Like, looking at the odds on this game, I was like, you know, yeah, probably Spirit will win. But also, why would we be so confident with the potential map pool? You know, the specific maps that are happening right now, they're going to change a lot before they are successful. So who's to say that they'll make those adjustments this quickly?
G2 picked Mirage in their last matchup at Bounty as well. Lost the map 11-13. We're able to take Ancient off Spirit despite them picking it. This time we gotta wait for the Ancient rematch, if we get there. Which could ultimately boil down to what version of Spirit we get this evening. For now, 0 kills on 4 of the 5 Spirit players, so G2 starting strong and out middle to no resistance just yet. It's this crossfire between Donk and Zontix they'll soon run into. And Zontix ahead of the utility as well. Positioning taken up. Donk given a kill, but singular kill. Zontix moves forward. The window player and Hunter gets Chopper in the fact. And Shiro is waiting with a player pinned in con. He's got this. Majority alive for Spirit. Good on them, making the most of the fact that Donk only gets 1 kill. Everybody else steps up around him.
They were quick to jump to help him out. I was surprised that Zontix got a second. I thought he was dead when he got that first kill. But that's why I'm... Oh, get that fly. Oh, no, I thought he was going for a fly. That's why I'm, like, big on Zontix on Cat. He's so confident in this position. I guess he wasn't just hard cleared after he got that first frag.
Sunpius versus Shiro for the first time with Ops. Let's see who picks this one up. Shiro on the angle first, wins it with the headshot.
Damn, he actually got a bullet off, it looked like.
There it is.
It's been a lot of this. Oppers alone, no Cat players are just holding in B, and it's working out very well for a lot of teams right now.
Smoke into the window for MOUZ to get ever closer. Right now it's looking like Mattis to try to carry bomb through apps into B, but you're not getting up Cat. Donk takes the angle before the smoke plumes. Didn't even have to open it to get that kill. Will do so just to keep G2 on their toes. And then he peeks behind it as it's cracked open. Shiro gets support, Zontix on bench. G2 have been slowly crawling closer. Big headshot on Zontix. Shiro finds his second of the round in anticipation of the apartment's push. He falls back slightly. He's burning in between two Molotovs.
They're not peeking him.
Nah, they don't fully swing. Frag grenade doesn't go deep either. Mattis to try to bomb plant, but he loses Heavy God, and so they're already starting to swoop around a lineup here for Mattis. 7 seconds.
Go for the plant, but there's one on Cat.
Yeah, this one's wrapped up. Chopper and Shiro survive it, and good on Shiro to get all the way back into market.
But also,
surprised they don't give him the full swing.
They double mollied him. He had nowhere to go. He had to actually run back. He could have got peeked from 3 different angles. They should have just tried to trade that kill out. That would have actually given them a chance. But either way, Shiro, nicely done, saves the day. After Zontix gets killed by Heavy God, he absolutely must hit that shot.
Money still flowing from G2 with their convincing start, but
there's a pretty good couple kills as well from Madison at the end of the round.
It's enough to keep the hopes high, but I do kind of criticize the way the pace of it all slowed down once Donk got in with the kills. This time they are just going to barrel forward through Cat, or Khan. Mattis, he gets his entry. Donk a little late to it, but he will still shave a player off the back of this pack, and MOUZ returns. Hunter has climbed through with a double kill on the jungle side of smoke. B-site belongs to G2. And playing with the tempo this time around, Hunter finds a moment to thrive. Zway's gonna consider the corner, and he'll figure out that Hunter's hiding within it. MOUZ, very low health.
This would be a surprise if he...
Is he gonna take the chance? No, sir. Writes it off. Just a bit faster to the play. Donk does still eventually challenge Cat, but because they move that much faster, he gets the player at the back of the pack instead of the front runner.
It's a quick set play like we saw with their connector split in that last round, but this time Spirit weren't quite as prepared, and their B anchors, well, they're dying without getting one kill, at least one of them. Last time they had Shiro with an op, he got 2 frags on a hold. This time for Chopper, you just got to put up a frag. I mean, that's just the bottom line. This is the kind of round that G2 are going to rely on to win them a half on T side, and so far so good. And he's tied that to a Mac 10.
Nice double kill, Hunter. You know, you could see Donk, it like clicks in his brain that, oh god, they are that much quicker this time, and so he goes for his spray through the smoke. Like, Donk is not gonna just not pressure a moment. It's the timing of it all. Kind of went under the radar just long enough for them to surpass him. I say that like he doesn't still get a kill, but it was enough to follow through into sight. Again, B players push forward on catwalk. Zontix boosted. Chopper starts to crawl back towards sight.
So fun. They're just playing Battleship with this HE into underpass.
Gonna try to move this pack forward again. Donk not looking to pressure through Khan, but Zontix has been posted early to try to deal with something like this. Oh, wow. MOUZ reacts to it.
That's a monster kill.
Ton of pressure on Chopper. Spotted. He can't play his position. They're gonna put fire at his feet, and Heavy God comes through. The fact he kills MOUZ is great. Donk fast to the scene, but Sunpius with the instant headshot, and Hunter activating yet another critical lurk. This is gonna bottom out the economy for Spirit. G2 have found a way to win rounds on this T side, and it is a heavy Cat emphasis. Different looks and different resistances offered by Spirit, but it's G2 coming out on top. 7 rounds into this map, we go 5-2 G2.
We need the MOUZ POV because they flash cat as well, and Zontix didn't move. And they could have peeked him then, and I think when the flash came up, he thought, well, now they're not going to think I'm up here. I don't know if MOUZ pre-aimed it, but that was so incredibly sharp from him. That's where the body shotting won't cut it if you're Zontix when you're going up against MOUZ, because he's all or nothing. Yeah, like look at that. Oh my god. Yeah, he had no idea. Just a great reaction, and that was such a good kill too.
Yep, Sunpia's getting a kill that looks donk-like in the first 2 bullets there.
Honestly, MOUZ with contacts has been kind of a different beast.
Oh, with context. Contacts, yes. Is it context? I was like, what context?
MOUZ, no context. Twitter coming soon.
You know, maybe Vision's over.
Oh.
Whoa! Nicely done, Donk. Give Sunpias a little revenge to think about. One should not kill Donk and expect him to respect you. Insta-deagle kill, but, I mean, what else comes of this? This is that deep spot from Heavy God that'll let him survive a 5-7 to the head. 2-player T-spawn push. And, I mean, but if MOUZ is... No, but seriously, if he's just goofing around...
I don't think he is.
Play with the timing?
Yeah, it does.
And also Bomb, oh, they get all the way around T-spawn. The dink comes through. 5-7 chasing him down. MOUZ is done for. Did the trades come out? Will they expect a second? Oh, Hunter makes sure to clear thoroughly.
Now they're gonna come towards Chopper, surely, if Heavy God's up here in Palace.
Not yet.
Oh.
Not yet.
Yeah, the walls are closing in around them. Hunter has to make the executive decision, but with Heavy God still here, they've got to join up. And Donk's got to tell his teammates, like, just worry about A. Oh, this late smoke. This is a power position now for the CTs. They can throw this comfortably, knowing that G2 can't wait that long. The flank is coming around. Zontix, you just want to keep your eyes forward, right?
This is the chance at the headshot. 5-7 here for Chopper. Time to shine. Low health, smoke fading. Heavy God about to get into this game, and Donk is hot on their heels from... Oh, he turns! He turns off the angle. 5 seconds to the clock. A 1v2 for Donk. Is he exposed? Oh, it's just
he got it!
Stops the bomb plant. Donk hits the crime scene, and he doesn't get away with the follow-up frag, but that comes down to the second.
It comes down to less than a second. I cannot believe he stopped that, especially with a missed shot. That's actually nuts. And it's because of his opening kill as well that this was even possible. The revenge dig on Sunpias is not just cosmetic. It's not just for the money, it's for the round. Wow.
Half a second.
Yeah, like...
I mean... And they don't plant default because they're worried about a CT peak?
I don't even know what they calculated at that point. They wouldn't have had any idea where Donk is. I think they looked at the time, pulled out that bomb, and was just like, cover me.
Well, that'll kickstart the comeback for Spirit. But everything is invested in this one. Both teams with a chance to run away with a few rounds late in this G2T side.
Yeah, I think most likely was CT, least likely was A ramp. They're almost right by 1 second, so...
Ooh. Donk doesn't win the Heavy God duel. Zwei gets the trade out from window at least. But everybody ready to rock out through that ramp. Oh, Mattis activates and Shiro ready on this narrow angle.
It's a big punishment.
Bomb is allowed to get out from ramp at least, putting smoke up to deny angles. And Zwei floating around inside of jungle really gives a chance, but Hunter doesn't seem to want to jump it just yet. Hunter's not following through. Heavy God's found an opening towards B, but Hunter's going to be heard. This is a great top mid push.
Wait a second.
Chopper's running as well. No, wait, you didn't. Okay, maybe not. He gets the kill regardless. And in my mind, Chopper hears that every day of the week.
Yeah, I just don't think it was just like almost.
All right.
It was just very close to it. Yeah.
Okay.
He was a second away. I mean, when he heard it,
all right,
he was also running.
Okay. I thought they both hear each other, but hey.
No, if you look at like where their circles were at I mean, when they pulled out their gun, when he pulled out his gun is exactly when, yeah. Just a couple steps before that.
Oh, so down to Glocks you go. Here's that momentum that comes with it. Zwei give it a chance to build confidence with easy, baby. Donkin Zwei, 5 kills in about a second and a half.
Confidence is good, but we still want to see Zwei be more reliable on the A site, right? Like seeing him float in jungle in that last position. It's just, it kind of, you know what it feels like, man? It feels like MOUZ on Vitality. Like when Rops joined Vitality, all of MOUZ's roles made way more sense, and you could see the good player that he was blossom in his new positions. With Zwei, it feels like, you know, on his last team, he's more of a superstar, right? The best player on the team or whatever.
Set up for everything.
And so, you know, in this spot, I think it's just too antithetical to the way that he plays, that it's not fitting in properly. But
I think it's a testament to the selflessness of Magix's play.
Oh, definitely. So, yeah, sacrificial, his roles for sure.
You know? He was willing to set anybody up. The only time he was truly the star is when he won them the Shanghai Grand Finals. 69 kills on that series, never forget.
Yeah. One of the greatest Grand Finals performances ever. And Donk still beat him by 1 kill.
Big shoes to fill.
Okay, another test on the B site. Oh, how is he so consistent at getting that kill?
So good, man. He is tapping into godlike form. Oh, dude, the mic, the adjust.
I can't believe he's so good at getting the jump across kill in that window.
Think about how good Counter-Strike would be to watch if every top 10 opper could just be as consistent as Shiro right now. You know what I mean? Like, how many? It's the thing we all hate saying as commentators, like, oh, missed shot from X.
Yeah.
Insert whoever you want, but we say it so infrequently with Shiro. You know, maybe he's not always where he needs to be. You know, he's not the perfect player. Nobody is, except for Donk. And yet, why can't more oppers just be on Shiro's level? Think of the fireworks we'd get.
Positionally, he is like pretty much. I mean, he's in that S+ tier, you know, like he has been for a while. I think he's kind of just like, he's kind of like a Brokey in disguise, but even more consistent. Like the very similar way in the back. You want him to clutch and you keep him alive for that purpose. But in terms of where he puts his fights, like a lot of easy, he always sets himself up for easy shots, and even those hard ones,
he hits.
He's there early enough, and he knows what's coming. He's very good at visualizing it, so he makes the hard shot look easy. He just never looks caught off guard, I think, is the main thing. You know, some people would show up, and they'd be like, all right, I'm coming market window, I'm going to watch this cross, but I'm not totally ready to hit this extremely reaction-demanding, hard flick right now.
Just these adjustments are always so good.
Yeah, he never overflicks.
And he has this weird ability where I feel like the few times when he like maybe does overflick a little bit, he just shoots somewhat earlier, you know, and still gets his kills. Like you see him unscope and the crosshair has gone past, but he found that perfect timing as the scope slid over the body for a millisecond to click.
Here he is again.
Let's see if he gets anything to shoot at, because Donk is racing him to the top of the scoreboard. Clinical accuracy here for Donk. Shiro right next to him. Between these two, A site is closed. Not the names you want to see when you try to get out there. You see that streak, 5 rounds in a row for Spirit to take the 7 rounds.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots. Potatoes.
Parsley.
Damn it. I was gonna say celery. I was gonna say celery.
That one high and right?
Yeah.
That was pretty nice though.
Right on. Tally-ho. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Nice. Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh. Oh, damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get one ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep. Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready?
Oh! Oh, you're shooting lasers. Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn.
Whoa, headshot.
Bullseye.
On the GOAT.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
A bit of a challenge for Donkenshiro to get the game going, but now they end that half with 25 kills between them, and we see their ability to just jump on top of that A site to lend anybody who's on it a helping hand. But the weaknesses that G2 maybe hoped to exploit like Furia did don't seem to be coming together now that we're 12 rounds into this game.
It's like, don't stress it. Go one round at a time. Keep it simple. Because I don't know, you're getting silent. I bet you're getting frustrated, but let it go.
I love the hard read there. I bet you're getting frustrated. Yeah, you guys are thinking about how much you suck right now, but you shouldn't do that. You should just go one foot in front of the other. I like that. That's funny. Oh man, look at this B lane. Great setup here for the CTs. Oi! 91.
Lucky to be alive.
How do you live?
We'll see if he can offer anything. Oh, yes he can. A kill comes out from Hunter while Heavy gets his second. Bomb down in front of... Ooh! 5 clean for G2. That'll get you talking.
How did he survive that? Because, like, where are you getting shot that it does 91 but doesn't kill? Like, how could that even be through the wall?
Yeah, top of his head.
Yeah, but how? How does it not kill him?
Range.
Well.
Damage. Fall off.
Yeah. Damn. But you know what? They deserve to have that win clean because they were ready for a B-side hit specifically.
Gushed. And you had to kill him because now he's got an M4. And he's going to take that chance to just push up into the apartments. Whee! You're not getting out of there, Hunter. You have given them a gun, perhaps. We'll see if Zontix is able to cross. Oh, nice dink. But cleaned up with 4 alive, tied at 7 rounds a pop. You believe in the G2 CT Sidelaunders?
For me, this game is more about how much I am not like ready to believe in Spirit yet. You know, just seeing. I think like long term, they'll keep getting better. I just don't know if that's right now. And you know, we've just seen some very concerning stuff. So, do I believe in the G2 CT side? I feel like, I don't know. Their FlyQuest game, I just don't want to read too much into that.
Sure.
I know they can play well.
I think it might hinge on MOUZ and how he determines to get active in middle.
Yeah.
Sometimes, even, you know, even while G2 are winning versus FlyQuest, MOUZ is having a hard time in these kinds of plays. So he tries it versus the first gun round of Spirit, and he is the first casualty.
Yeah.
Again, able to win because everybody else picked up his slack. Versus the Aussies, that is. 4v5 recovered for now, but this is going to be the A-hit soon enough.
Man, it's a position that G2, again, they do a lot. They leave Hunter and B alone. Are they ready for 3 CTs here? I wonder. I don't think so.
Oh, Heavy God. Love that. Donk doesn't even consider it.
Yeah, okay.
That was weird.
Very.
That was weird, right?
I mean, I thought it was weird when Chopper went up connector through the smoke after they got an opening kill. And then to continue forward with that B-split be, like, looking pretty unaware. I don't know.
4v5 win, though, for G2, so I don't want to take anything from them.
Yeah, also, again, they have the great lead. Yeah. They have a great, like, MOUZ dies. They still have 3 on A.
You know, the talk of MOUZ replacing Nico. Actually, I just want to watch this. I want to see what Donk is really up to here. 2 kills from under Val.
I don't know, like... I guess he's also getting shot from jungle, so...
You know, the talk was like MOUZ taking up a place for Nico, which is always going to be a massive replacement to ask of him. But I do think one of the specific positions where he hasn't been able to plug in and thrive is kind of connector on Mirage. Like, we're getting those moments where it felt like Nico would find more consistency here, but maybe I speak too soon because MOUZ will still try over and over. And this time he finds Chopper on a solo mission out mid.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it's just not Nico. You know, he's not Nico outside on Nuke. He's not Nico taking over Ancient, even though, like, he could be that, like, good in some ways. It's not the same. He's his own guy.
He's Mario.
He's Mario. He's more aggressive than Nico, and he's more explosive, I'd say, overall. Like, okay. I mean, Nico has more range when it comes to... Nico's still 1 of 1 in a lot of ways, because, like, even Donk doesn't get into clutch situations nearly as often, and Nico can play a slower round. Like, throughout history, no one's been able to play a fast round and a slow round as well as Nico on average. So, you know, I don't think Donk is Nico. He might be better in different, like, metrics, but in terms of playstyle and ability and playstyle, no one's really got the same range as Nico. Pretty, I mean, even when we think about, like, Cold Zera, he was only good in the late round. You talk about Olaf, he had maybe more range, but didn't have any of the longevity or any of the same ability on openings and closings. Like, it wasn't the same.
You're starting to make me think that all of these players are actually their own unique human beings with individualized weaknesses and strengths, and that maybe we shouldn't treat them as one-for-one replacements.
Yeah.
Maybe,
but Donk's the best entry fragger ever.
Sold. Dodges the flash. Donk versus MOUZ, and Donk's got the headshot. There's the entry frag. And there's MOUZ down now. Twice versus gun rounds. 0-2 as another 5v4 is established by Spirit off of MOUZ death.
Yeah, he's pretty all or nothing. Well, Donk would have heard this clear. The quick walk back. I don't know if it matters. But we're getting a semblance of the exact same setup on the CT side that won G2 the round previously. And I would hope that for Spirit, they're more suspicious that this could happen again, because if they watched any demos, they would have seen G2 using this setup versus other teams as well. So 5v4 position is nice, but also they're kind of just walking into the same thing. They will go A again. They are just coming low on time.
Pius gets away from Donk. That'll help. But the nade bounces off bad twice.
Those are terrible.
Yep, not quite the trajectory you're looking for, my friend. But Heavy God will still catch Zontix up in Palace. This makes things weird for Zwei to cross with bomb from ramp at 15 on the clock. Dude, huge move here from Heavy God. He was stomping the entire way, but now he's walking back, trying to sell as if he is flanking ramp, and Matt is catching Chopper right before he burns. Shiro connects with his. And they're so focused on ramp because he faked the audio, but they will still keep their eyes on him, and it is Spirit's first terrorist round win.
Yeah, true. They get on this and they stop it before it gets to 5. It's nicely done from Spirit. It was a little bit risky. It was sort of feeding into, again, what we know G2 will do in these spots, which it just sort of feels like foggy calling right now from Spirit's side. But individually, they still put themselves in a lot of good spots to get kills. So, another buy will come in. Lead comes down to 1.
Swinging for mid plays now. MOUZ in window, but it's the cat emphasis instead. Trying to bombard Chopper for the first blood. And seeing that presence on Cat feels like now Spirit just want to target A faster than they would have. It's the most reserved of MOUZ openings yet, but it also means vacant A site. A wall of smokes here would block them off all vision.
Yeah, they're playing on the right side. That's one spotted. I think they just go ahead and toss these pieces of utility, to be honest. CTs are worried about an underpass crawl right now. Where is Donk going?
To mid.
Man, they're using a lot of time in these rounds.
Especially because they could have been here earlier.
Yeah. This boost is actually going to work. It's perfect for Donk's spot. Oh, okay, unless... All right.
What a sick shot out of Donk.
Insane. That is insane.
Molotov pressure into the window. We're going to get the climb up here from Chopper. Donk finds you no matter where you try to hide, but there are kills coming out for G2. Oh, what? Triple! Donk is on an absolute tear. Somebody's going to have to grab bomb. Zontic's the only one to help. And oh, it lands, but it's not lethal.
That's insane.
Wow, he gets all 3 of those kills, clears the A site damn near single-handedly, goes and scoops up bomb, and I mean, Donk just does it all here in round 18.
He literally just won the round. Like, I don't even know what possessed him to make that rotation back to middle that late. Like, going mid is fine for a split. Again, it feels like the calling is a little bit foggy to make the decisions and the sequence that they're doing them, but to watch that from his POV, like, he actually just ripped that round from G2's hands. It could have been one on time because it was coming down late. There were CTs in great spots to stop an A split as it was coming in. They wanted it to be A again. And then, like, that jungle frag, like, what is that? Cat bricks? What is that?
Man, God bless replays. Let's cue it up. Because those were all nasty.
What is this? What is this? What is that? What is that?
Man, like a laser.
Like, what is that?
That's Donk. That's what he does. This one's a sitting duck with a jungle frag.
This one? What is that? Like,
you down.
What's that?
Tough to handle. And there was a moment there where it felt like G2 were handling the moment.
They were.
You know, I believe Zontix also got into the kill feed. And helped clear out what was left at A after Donk's reckoning through mid.
I mean, G2 can only be so mad about rounds like that because they kind of have similar firepower. Like, they get triple entry guys, like MOUZ will do that. It's just no one will do it as much as this guy. Somehow standing out above Heavy God even now, who's having a fantastic game.
Be a shame to waste it for G2. But the game stays tied.
No, they smoked it. They're a little late to nade this.
Good cleanup for Mattis, but Oh, huge pressure on him to get more than the one. Everybody dies around him, and
Good tempo here.
Yep, it's kind of G2-esque in the follow-up through middle, no resistance. They will just charge their way in with full confidence. They take double digits off the back of that one. And between Donk and Shiro, again, just everything is falling around them in their favor.
Definitely, yeah. Love a good cat split, to be honest. And again, it's all about tempo. When they see the double smoke, uh-oh. Okay, at least he stays alive. When they see the second CT smoke coming into connector, they know they've kind of screwed up that moment. And for the T's, oh, punishment on both way.
Hunt them down.
Ooh, that's expensive at a moment like this.
Drop the guns, and now nobody on G2 with really enough to buy. 3,600 on MOUZ.
Ooh.
Everybody else 3K or less.
2 saves would have been nice.
They'll half buy instead.
They set up and they waited to punish the connector nade. They just knew it was going to be late. Those 2 saves would have been nice.
Nice, Zontix. Dinked down to 3 health, still happy to step back into the challenge. And it's some eco farming out of Spirit to go up 11-9. There were small moments here where G2 looked like they were trying to hang on, but rounds are getting racked up with speed now. Unquenchable bloodlust. Yep, you are correct, sir. Try it again.
Looks like the B-split call just totally crushed them. With the lead into an anti-eco, 11 rounds now for Spirit. It was a close affair the last time they played Mirage. It looks like it might end up with a similar result.
Strong starts to both halves. G2 win both pistols, convert fully for 3 rounds on the T side, 4 rounds for the CT side.
Oh.
1 for the road, and Hunter hangs on.
Don't even really need that kill. Just need to make sure he doesn't get a gun.
So this game will ultimately just be, oh, great, you've got some rounds going for yourself, G2, but in terms of gun round v gun round, this is all coming up Spirit.
Yeah.
You've given yourself the best chance to make this competitive, but you are of a different caliber at the moment when it comes to Spirit with rifles. Frag into connector, MOUZ down to 40 health again. He's gonna try to get it going with Sunpius perched. Early look from Shiro towards B.
MOUZ got by right there. Yeah, that's a good find. Clip off on Chopper.
You want a really damning stat?
Yeah, hit me.
In the last 20 rounds, Sunpius has 2 kills.
What?
In the last 20 rounds, Sunpius has...
got a 4K on the pistol.
2 kills.
Oh.
And MOUZ was feeling good.
Yeah, that's when you said he was top 6 highest ranked player on this team.
I brought it up. I did.
It's like Maui Snake promising us Exile.
I know, I brought it up. My bad. MOUZ was feeling good after the first frag, but now Donk is doing what Donk does again, and they're gonna try to end this one on top of Hunter's Behold. He takes damage, but still able to post the double kill. Now Bomb's gonna scramble over towards A while Donk decides what he wants to do. Sunpius...
Wait, Zontix, you cannot go... Wait, he's going
gonna run
B?
it up to B, and he's gonna lose the bomb on Catwalk, and G2 are gonna get double digits off that one. They just lost in a very awkward fashion.
Yeah, and in maybe in a really important moment. That
Very
was
critical.
Yeah, 10 rounds. That actually just gets G2 totally back into the game.
So player spotted on B, gets the double kill. You know he's half health. They must have thought Sunpius was deep inside of the A site, I guess. And then they were going to pinch Market and Cat. They
no
were
idea where
just
Sunpius was.
totally assuming Sunpius was deep on A somewhere.
Yeah, well, he has been a ghost for 20 rounds, so.
Well, that makes things interesting in all the worst ways.
I think every round that G2 get, it's impressive and cool and everything. But the way Spirit are playing, this is not inspiring at all. Like, they've actually misread the mid-round way too many times in a match like this. To be honest, that's something they're actually quite good at. When they're given space, they're very good at figuring out what their opponents are trying to do stack-wise or whatever.
I didn't have a 2v4.
It was just the fragging on a couple of players that's ever been the problem. But 2v4.
2v4 late in the game. Could be the lifeline G2 we're looking for. Hunter's second kill was legit versus that op in the window of the B site. I don't think MOUZ can afford to die early here, so he comes back through connector to play side by side with Mattis.
G2 sometimes in these critical moments. Oh, MOUZ, he can't be the first death in a round like this, man.
3 times in gun rounds. Clipped top con by the op.
See if Mattis picks a good timing.
Especially for smokes that you're throwing when you can be in cover.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's unless the plan was to push in with it as well, and he was trying to advance positioning.
It's a lot of deaths in connector, like that. So the only thing that's going for them, 5v4 Spirit are like typically ending A here. G2 are playing 3A again.
Heavy God in a critical spot has shown us multi-kill potential.
Yes, from underpass.
Matt is going for the mid-fight. Was ready for that right side peek, but Shiro way too sharp. Good pickup from Sunpius. Unfortunately, you needed Heavy God to offer something. And all this round prior to that moment was the rest of Spirit working the perimeter of this site, and then the kill switch flicks on when Donk gets into the action. 2 headshots back to back, bada boom, bada bing. Spirit sitting on 12 off the back of that one.
It's the usual suspects, you know. Shiro and Donk putting together those frags. Overly stacked site again. This is something that we aren't going to get a stat for, right? But a lot of the best teams, this is something that they specialize in. It's like picking the right site, essentially. Like, it's not fighting through the heaviest stack site. Even the best teams go for the path of least resistance when it comes to getting the bomb plant, when it comes to winning the round, forcing as many saves as possible. But Spirit have had the hardest route. And to be honest, it's like a surprise when you take a snapshot of the mini-map mentally, you go back to all of G2's Mirage games, they always stack like this. This is not actually new. And the one round that it was actually more inconvenient to go B, they picked that time to go.
That's the one thing that's given G2 anything on the CT side. It was the pistol, the full conversion. We would be talking about a 6-round streak from Spirit if not for that one mistake to try to split into B and the 2v4 that Hunter was able to fuel.
Double push A ramp. This is where it comes. This is kind of everything here.
Right in front of it. Zway's going to take contact. Nonk's there to trade you, but Heavy gets the double. And the op is still always right there for the trades. Shiro continues with the momentum, but it's Zontix that ultimately drops the ball on this one. Man advantage taken over. Shiro did not grab the bomb as he crosses. He wants space instead. And you've got Hunter tucked into the garbage. Shadow advantage, and Hunter still comes out on top of it. Chopper scoops up bomb. A 1v3 demanded of him. Or G2 get to that 11. Shots through a second. Chopper, don't you dare. 1 point of health more for Chopper, shaved down ever further. And he has slid under Balk.
Oh, it's so risky for him to be here. If Sunpius goes to the top of stairs, he could be able to see him any chance of spam. He's hoping for a re-aggression. Right now, Chopper's just waiting.
No!
Oh, wow.
Sunpius doesn't take it, and he leaves.
And he's thinking about trying to cut him off at B. It's the wrong play. Chopper, will he move? He does. Chopper may have just won this game. 1 on 3 from 6 kills. Well, is he going to overthink this?
And go B?
Oh, my goodness.
You're kidding.
Oh, my goodness.
And Sunpius is a genius.
But Sunpius, now that he's done this, surely he's done. Oh my.
I mean, it comes down to 1 bullet. We'll see if something crazy happens. Chopper's not exposed to the windows, but he's done to the doorway. Oh! Unk overcooked. Yeah. Tough one with all the information to watch. Chopper, what could have been a sick 1v3 to close out, lets this game go to round 24.
Sometimes you just think, well, I did 2 amazing moves. Maybe the last move also has to be amazing.
Right.
When in reality,
it could be the
it didn't have to be amazing.
When in reality, you could have just planted in the sight zone that was
the amazing
4 feet
part
in front of you.
was waiting 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And tricking Sunpius into walking to the other side of the map. Ooh, well, I mean, it wasn't supposed to happen. So, gonna say Hunter kind of wins that round with his kill from missiles.
Okay.
Shiro was waiting for him. He had the shadow advantage. It was a great recovery, couple of kills from Shiro, and so... And maybe Heavy God too, actually.
Looking to end it here and now. Already inside a connector. We've seen moments where Donk has to trade teammates out, but if he fails on an entry frag, big if. Oh, hold on. Heavy God, this flank.
Yeah, it's a gap because Zontic's coming back to clear this. If Shiro turns around,
He's not watching.
It's because Zontix had come to clear this already.
Double kill, easy.
Oh, nailed it.
Cuts Shiro down from behind the boxes. It's a recovery mission now.
Okay, Zontix is coming back kind of early. There's a world where, you know, maybe he gets caught off guard, but...
The hell is Heavy God shooting at? Oh, cat presence. Heavy God preoccupied, but he is considering this arrival from Zontix. And he doesn't get that duel to his favor. Now, they don't know about Donk, who's locked into connector a long time ago. Bomb picked up. Bottom con smoke, making it feel like it's a cat to be. Zontix gets Sunpius, who drops it. Donk then activates top con, kills the A anchor, and the jungle player too.
And you know Donk. Last round of the game, another 2K.
V5 for Spirit to finish this off. Donk waited and waited. And Matt is trying to press his luck through the smoke grenade. Could find the back of Zontix if he comes through. He lets it fade with a double up inside of connector. Chopper the one with a lot of health to work with. And he writes it off. Connector player activates. And that's Team Spirit ending this in round 24. Some tough rounds to swallow for both of these teams. Awkward moments, not the highest tier of Counter-Strike, but a Team Spirit 13-11 win on Mirage regardless.
The exact same score as when these two teams faced off on Mirage last time. Try as you might, try as you can, G2 just can't stomach it and put it across the line. This one was close. There was chances in there, but there's some individual letdowns across the board.
I mean, there's a lot of things to poke at. But I feel like watching Spirit games, I'm so frequently just getting a rerun that the game is locked, you know, both teams locking horns, then suddenly it's just Donk every time to just break it open. Multi-kill. Now you have a bit of a cushion. People can kind of fumble some rounds. Doesn't matter. Donk's still going to save you at the end.
I mean, that was pure Donk go kill. I think he got an entry on like 3 of their last 4 or 5 gun rounds. And when he didn't get the opening kill on that last round, he gets the entry anyways upstairs, and then he just pulls off. You think, oh, he's done. He's got 2. That's good enough. They're going to win the round. And then he just pulls off this totally ridiculous, bogus 3rd kill. And you just know the guy on the other side's like, nothing I can do. They're like, Donk. They just go, Donk, it's over, Donk.
This is just sometimes the reality you're living with. But there were some positive signs from G2, especially in the first half, right, for sure. These B hits we kept looking at.
Yeah, the B hits were what we were expecting coming into this. Why they might have gone with Mirage, again, is you're looking at anchors that are struggling, anchors that are having problems, and Zontix is having quite a weak tournament. So they go for back-to-back, I believe, B hits here. Straight up short, just effective trading. I mean, there's not a ton of utility being thrown here to get anything done crazily, but this is the point when you think your opponents have anchors that aren't delivering the way they could or maybe the way they should, and that's MOUZ coming in third, and you have Hunter on the window lurk, and then you go right back to a very similar play in the following round. You've got Zontix boosted up, you've got a pretty reasonable situation to hold on. It's not a B rush, it's more of like a mid play into a B hit. But you have the instant entry. Again, this time it had a flash supporting, but you have a perfect clear on Chopper here as well with the molly down to close it out. And from there, Donk, there's nothing you can do. Sunpius hits a Donk level shot, closes it out.
That's G2 did such a great job actually in a couple of the games I've seen from them now. Actually, almost all of them in the Hunter era. That's kind of their bread and butter. It's not really this long drawn out default into some crazy mid round. They really know from the very first second that the round starts to when it finishes what bomb site they're trying to go to. If they don't, well, then they're probably losing the round. I mean, like, watching this team as they've tried to evolve a little bit, like against worse teams like FlyQuest, they do try to mid-round a little bit more, and the level of opposition there is just so much weaker.
Yeah.
But against anybody that they respect or is even their superior, then they just really kind of hammer home these just set pieces, more or less.
And next we need to look at what is the unfortunate side of G2, is where you lose a lot of space and then you lose to the low buy at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where it feels almost unforgivable because they were rolling with it. I mean, look at, they're up 5-2. Donk gets one with the Deagle. Still feels like this is the kind of round that you should be able to recover. I mean, Heavy God gets info towards Palace, and at this point, this is all actually looking very good. The default couldn't actually withstand some of the pressure from the Spirit side. The man advantage lies with Spirit, and they tried to go for this conversion on the site. However, it's that Spirit, they saw Heavy God early on. He still is able to get one, but like by the skin of their teeth, Donk's able to get this. Like, it's the only spot that it can't be covered by Heavy God, and it's the one spot that Donk is in thanks to an early push. Like, look at the time also. It's under a second that Donk gets that one, and I feel like that's one where, you know, if you're G2 and how close this game came, like,
so important.
I know it's one where you really feel like that's the one. That's the one you lost.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not only the one that lost them, maybe it was the closer game, maybe they could have gone OT, but that kickstarted the comeback. That kickstarted a CT side from Spirit that was floundering up until then.
And then also we have to look at a round that you guys just need to make sense of for me. Sunpius and Chopper having a little dance in this one.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to make any sense of this one for you. Actually, I can tell you what Chopper was most likely thinking, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me when it comes down to it. He's 1v3. You're thinking here, all right, we're going to bring it to match point. We're going to bring it to an OT potentially. You go into the 1v1, and you were saying to me, James, Chopper's got this, and I didn't want to take that bet.
Oh, the music. What?
This play from Chopper, the only play this works against is if Sunpius went from connector back through T-spawn around to flank A. That is the only scenario. There's like 7 other plays you could have. Why?
It's so absurd. It's actually just disappointing because, like you said, he's cleared CT at that point. He's looked through the bomb site. Sunpius got a kill earlier around stairs. Like, unless Sunpius is tucking deep in jungle, in which case he would kill you while crossing, so you would die that way, Chopper. Or if he went for the big flank. But then if you think he went for the big flank, you could still plant on A. You just play for him to be flanking.
Exactly.
So it's almost like he chose the one option that makes his life as hard as possible.
That's IGL brain. It's
kind of his ideal. Or I think it's highlight brain. You get the 2 cool kills early, one through the smoke, and you're just like, I got to do the biggest brain play of all time right now. I got to do the biggest brain play.
Sometimes simplifying things is the better option, but it's not always the way that it goes for some of our players. We want to touch on Shiro a little bit because we didn't talk about him too much in the pre-match. He did stand up and stand strong against everything that was thrown his way.
Sometimes you want to talk about Spirit being a bit of a donk go kill squad, and they are, but this felt like on the CT side, Shiro go kill. And we've got a few highlights. They're not the most impressive at times, but the point is, these are the times they were able to defend their bomb sites. It wasn't really Zway except against a couple of anti-ecos or half-buys. It was Shiro going A twice, Shiro going B twice. This is when they defended their bomb sites, not when their anchors actually fragged out. And that's, for Spirit, a bit of a problem.
Would you say Shiro also a contender for GOAT of hitting boring op shots.
But he makes them look so good.
No, actually,
now.
a few of those were. I'm just playing on MOUZ Twitter, obviously. But I mean, I think Shiro is just such a reliable force. And yes, we do sometimes falsely, or the community falsely mischaracterizes. I'm not going to take the blame for it. That it's a Donk v all as Donk v all, but it's really actually Shiro and Donk via a lot of people.
Well, you're talking about Donk. Let's take a look at it in some more detail. Let's enjoy the moments of Donk, because it is moments of getting the kills, bailing his team out at times, doing everything required of him, and making it look easy.
I mean, we can talk about the Shiro and Donk show. You obviously include Donk in that one, and it feels like Spirit recently have been leaning more into Donk being needed to get these frags. Donk and Shiro needing to make the plays themselves, especially on CT side. He's just all over the map. And I mean, this highlight, finding an entry, that knocks the whole round down. That makes it very complicated for G2 to get back into it, but just round after round. I mean, some of these, what can you say? It's just kills only Donk can get.
I mean, I feel like with Donk, it's so ridiculous watching him play, because if you've played a lot of PUBG, if you played a lot of Counter-Strike, you learn for certain micro instances in certain fights, what's the best way to peek this? What's the best way to pre-aim that? What if you are expecting some sort of play from your opponents, how should you mechanically try to counteract that? Donk's doing that all of the time, in every single situation. He's crouch sliding away from what their peak is. His crosshair placement is nearly perfect at all times. And when it's not, his adjustments are so ridiculously fast that he doesn't have to be right every single time.
I mean, the fact that he can get this many entries, I think he went like 6-2 in entries and still perform this many frags, this high of rating, it just defies logic. It defies logic.
Now, I also want to touch on G2 maybe floundering opportunity here, in the fact that Heavy God was doing everything to the best of his ability. Even on that last round, getting the 2 kills, you think, oh, he's going to secure them the deal. But, you know, like, where was everyone else?
That's a great question, but I mean, on the Heavy God side, at least when it did go to him, it was so positive. I mean, Heavy God for me, I'm saying he's the second best anchor of the year. He's the second best anchor of the year. Rops is the only one that's definitively above him for me, based off of what they were able to achieve with him. But this guy is just still so absurdly good. Like, he knows exactly also just how much leeway he has on every fight. Like, he just peeks out to make sure that he catches them as they're running at him, and then even when they're kind of running at him, he has also the mechanics to match people. Like, he doesn't match Donk. Like, that's just absurd, but he's really kind of like a star rifler in an anchor's body.
The key we saw in those highlights, you saw it. He was under balcony one round, then he's pushing Palace, then he's pushing T-Spawn, flanking mid. He's not an anchor that just needs to stand still and he's going to let the game come to him. He knows when he needs to do that, but he's going to make the aggressive play. He's going to have impact in a game where anchors usually are, they're victim to their teams. When a team does bad, the anchor usually does bad. Heavy God elevates past that. It's hard to say there's almost any anchors better than him this year.
Well, thank you very much for all of your thoughts on this, guys, because we are now next moving over to Dust 2. It is the pick of Spirit. It is a map that they destroyed G2 on last time, and G2, they need to have everyone wake up and lock in if they want to stand the chance of going to a decided map. 23 days ago, these teams faced off against each other. While G2 stuck with their Mirage, the side of Spirit opted for Dust 2. That was the deciding factor last time, and this time G2 has said, okay, you know what, with this switch up, we should be ready. We should be better. Surely, Maui, they should be better.
I usually do favor the underdog to at least close the gap in a rematch. So yes, by that logic, yeah, they should be a little bit better, but this is just too big of a home map for Spirit in my eyes. This is one that I feel like this and Nuke are ones they just always try to rely on picks. And for G2, I mean, I like G2 when they're going for their super pacey plays on the T side. I think CT side is still where I see some deficiencies in some of the individuals. At least we got something from Sun Pius last game in the beginning, but didn't really quite keep up.
This is a map where Donk, I haven't looked at the updated stat, but he has career something like a 1.6 rating on this map. It's the map where he oftentimes he can play the CT side a bit like T side. He can re-aggress short, he can push B, and Chopper knows to keep him in the action. If he's getting avoided, he'll put him in different positions to make sure he can always find kills. And Shiro is just going to hit every boring and make every boring off shot.
He hits them jumping across.
And he's going to make them look
jumping
good.
across.
He's going to make them look good.
He hits the hard ones too on this map.
Shiro is incredible on this map, and although you saw a little bit of struggle against Liquid, you saw Zontic struggle, you saw Zway struggle a little bit. I mean, this is Spirit. They've got Donk and Shiro. That's all they need.
So 2-0 is what it sounds like these guys are saying. Let's find out what happens at the end of the map. Scrawny and Lorna's back to you.
Man, when even the notorious trash talker of Vu can't find enough to criticize about Shiro, you know how locked in he is. He hits them even while they're jumping Wanders. He's the perfect right-hand man to Donk in his current form, particularly on this map where he's a record breaker.
And right now, Donk is, to clarify with Vu's numbers, a 1.68 in 2025, 1.62 in the last 12 months. And career is something like 1.40 or something. That's all irrelevant. The last 2 years have been, just on Dust 2. I don't know. No one's ever done that. No one ever did 1.70 in one tournament. And Donk in 1 year on one map is at 1.68. There are numbers that just don't make sense, and that's one of them.
Dust's average for Donk is what some consider their highest ratings of all time. There are players out there that wish they could do it even once.
One map, yeah.
And he averages it. But Hunter will humble them off the start with the A-long push. It's 5v4 G2. Now G2 have won both pistols back on Mirage, converted both those pistols, 4 strong starts on both those halves, and still lost 13-11. So you could think maybe they'd win this one as well, and if they don't, maybe things get real sketchy. Donk is on the scene, done it just one. Mattis, no double. Zontix trades out, and those trades continue back and forth to leave Chopper in a clutch. Now, last time he had a 1v3 attempt, the first 2 went well. Since this is a 1v2, maybe he can just put it on ice.
Let's see. He's taking the risk of already walking up quickly.
He's going to be again.
But you know what?
This
time, it's the time to do it. This is what he was looking for last time. Will he get by? Oh.
I respect him for trying to go to the other side again.
Yeah, I mean,
don't.
I hope you would, because it was actually the right one.
You know, stay on it, buddy. Believe. But he still loses, and it's G2 3 for 3 on the pistol rounds tonight.
Loser.
Smooth sequence of trade frags back and forth there to the G2 favor. And then they couple up and get the hell out of there. Ooh, that could have been a scout headshot.
Run from that for sure.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Forget about that one.
Fast mid to B.
Yeah, you got to be careful, man, with Spirit and their mid Bs. Oh, this one's actually going to be a walk-up cat. It looks like the 2 CTs are coming, though, into middle, which means that right now, MOUZ is totally alone.
Oh, and they're screwing the boost.
They're messing this up, and the fake is going to work so well because of it.
They hear one running up. It's delayed to get him going, which means the second CT player can't come back. MOUZ tapping away, gets eagled by Donk. And now the CT scramble up from spawn. They catch Zway at the very least. Here's Zontix in with his. And down he goes.
Wow, actually did pretty well right there.
Not bad at all.
Not even a plant.
Not even a plant.
Thought this was going to be a round done. MOUZ got one dig down long, and they were jumbling up, trying to get boosted up in CT spawn. Chopper got all the way to the B site door. That was pretty much everything that they wanted happened. And still G2 won. That's nice. Sunpius with another quick start.
Woohoo! Had 4 kills in the pistol of Mirage. 2 kills in the 20 rounds that followed.
Malta has to run. Uh-oh.
Hang on now.
Yeah. How do you die from that far away to that? Oh my gosh, man, Zontix.
Huh?
He's
Speak
retrieved
much?
the M4, and he's gotten away with it, and there's no one with the armor to use it. And since he aims for the body, he's got to give it away, right?
Has to.
It's got to go to Dog.
Mind you, remember that 3 HP clutch he had yesterday? Turns out Zontix can aim for the head.
True. He can switch it up when he needs to.
It's a choice.
This is another sort of fake situation where Shiro's going to take a little engagement. He's probably going to try to make this sketchy.
Do what you can. Throw a grenade. Look for the headshot.
CTs are over here. Beast smoked, though, which is nice.
Lets him get closer. Sunpius on for some more easier kills. They're going to run boost? Yeah. Throw chop. Oh, no, they'll fail the run boost and just jump around the corners. And Donk will only get the 1 because Heavy God's here. Shiro with a chance at a second frag could make it real interesting suddenly.
10 seconds,
Heavy God got the kill. He knows he's down mid, but he's going to prioritize the save. That is the right thing to do, but it's the less exciting thing.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't know.
Oh,
he probably
Shiro.
assumed Heavy God just like got to the window, got the B or whatever.
That's fair.
Yeah, he's got a gun, he's got a molly. He's
Great
got
damage.
2 kills, yeah, lots
Honestly,
of damage.
Great damage. If you're cheering for Spirit, that is. Boom. If you're a G2, it's a tough pill to swallow, but Desert Eagles paid off for the attack. Who knows what would have happened if the run boost had actually been pieced together. But what we know is that Sunpius had the support, and they mowed them all down.
Uh-oh. Oh, won't matter.
They do creep out through mid, though. Ooh, and the angle catches Donk off guard. Hey, Shiro also getting jumped on. Not every day you see these two players kind of frazzled by aggression, but G2 catch timing on both. And so, despite Spirit walking through the doorways for free, they get nothing from it. Another continuation of pistol and conversion.
Crawled up, went wide on that just to make sure he could displace the aim. Maltz goes down, but it doesn't matter too much. Still a 2-on-4 in this spot. Zontix 13 health. They would be able to get out long if they want to, but... Maybe if it was Donk sneaking out long, I'd have a bit more faith. Senpai says an op on this angle should be a guaranteed thing. Should be a sure thing.
Bomb chucked forward in the Zontix AK. Will it take the same swing for the same fate?
There's no sense in even trying it, is there?
Hope Sunpius misses.
Oh, he can aim for the head.
Beautiful. When he has to, it's a choice. But with majority alive, G2 get that 4th round consecutive, save the op, and a CT side that's looking pretty strong because Chopper and Zwei still 0 kills so far.
Yeah. And those are the 2 main guys. I mean, back to last time they played Dust 2, it was Chopper and Zwei, yeah, but it was like also Zontix, I think. We'll see. That's mostly a CT side thing, you know. Maybe this makes it even worse. I'm not sure.
Ooh. Op fight. They disassemble.
That would have worked out nicely for Sunpius.
What are we up to, boys? weird because as the struggles go on, I just feel like there are moments where I feel like Spirit are just like less and less on the same page.
Agreed.
And I can't understand why that's happening more often as they have more time together.
Agreed.
But you're the guy that's supposed to make sense of things, Launders, so...
I mean, it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know how it could make sense to them either, to be honest.
Just a weird growing pain.
Like, what can I say? I thought that, you know, this should work. I don't see anything like...
I just really want a solution, or at the very least, an explanation.
It's called Tanir, I guess.
Maybe, at this rate. Who knows? Who knows what's going on behind the curtain? Behind the door, Hunter stands and waits for Zontix. You do get the drop down into the CT spawn with the long challenge simultaneous. Sunpius gonna get caught between players, but there's a bit of disjointedness, so he cuts down long first, and Hunter ends up catching one in spawn. No bomb plant prioritized here by Shiro. Now he's set ablaze. Oof, again the Deagle coming through from Shiro with the headshots, but majority alive in G2 5-0 CT start.
I'll say that the calling could definitely just straight up be better. We can say that objectively, no matter what.
Yep, agreed.
I think there is a system there that makes sense for setting up Donk. I think that's something that Chopper's always done very well. So give him tons of credit for that. And before, everything just looked more competent. You just had too many sacrificial players. You know, it's like, wow, they make so many sacrifices. But also, like, what other team has 3 players making sacrifices to that degree, right? It's such a top-heavy comp. Something wasn't looking right. Looking for upgrades maybe makes sense for sustainability, even if Donk is that good. You know, like, Zywoo is also looking for #1 in the world, and yet his team are all eating. Right? They're all really getting a lot of frags and having massive impacts.
Yeah,
so.
we don't talk about Spirit as a team that could have potentially at some point had all 5 players in the top 20.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
never gonna happen.
Exactly, and you know, we're not even remotely close to that as the thing. So I think that the calling absolutely could be better, and I think we look at the last map. It's like, look, compare it to the Furia game. You know, we want to see comparable quality with way better calling, but look at the Furia game, the mid-rounding, the setups, and everything. And there's no excuse for Spirit. They've been together way longer. They have way more set stuff. They made one change.
So far.
So far.
Maybe that's a part of it, that weird limbo that they're existing in as the rumor mills swirl.
That's true.
You know, it's hard to really quantify something like that. It's the same reason like dead rosters can sometimes go on crazy tournament runs for the one-off after months and months of not finding success. You know, that's the weird psychological that is a layer of our game. That no matter how much we want to try to analyze and make sense of everything that we watch, you just can't really put that in a bottle. What do I know?
About what? Chopper and Zwei are so busted up about this roster move, they can't frag?
Yeah, it's weird, yeah.
They're just too sad?
I'm so broken up by this. I forgot how to click. Here comes Donk, though. If you're looking for a consistency, look no further. He'll catch Hunter's head on the ramp, and that's going to have the long players pinched in a moment. We'll see how long before Zontix activates, and we'll see how far Donk decides to go. Ooh, MOUZ actually activating in the middle of all that, cutting away with a second to the third. There's the long player. Better late than never, but him and Chopper are going to have to finish this one off.
And it looks like Mattis is jumping up. Maybe this catches him off guard.
Trying to swing wide to the site. Chopper goes into his duel in a position where Zontix cannot easily trade, and the bomb is not even planted for Zontix. He's got to cross over. Mattis is going to stick this. Dude. Spirit falling apart at the seams there awkwardly.
Yeah, I mean, if Donk doesn't get every single kill, then
matter
it's
of the
over,
bigger
right?
picture.
Like, Donk comes up, gets the entry on ramp, clean, no trade back. Then a second kill on long, too. And it takes until 15 seconds to get this bomb planted. More so.
And it's planted for Cat after you lose the op who's holding Cat. So you plant it for Cat when Cat no longer becomes safe.
Also, Chopper's picking a bad angle to wait to go for a swing. He's waiting to go for a swing, but you still gotta actually assume that you could get punished in that spot.
This smoke keeps getting closer and closer to falling off the door.
Yeah.
But it's still managing to pop before it does.
That's funny.
So, hey man, if it works. But I'm waiting for it to just
More
teeter
impressive
off.
every time. It's like Jenga. Six and 0, Chopper 0 and 6, Zwei 0 and 6, Donk 666.
Huh? 7.
Oh, come on, you don't know how to space it?
Oh, right. I thought we were reading scores. Now 9 and 6 with that double kill. So again, trying to tap back into what we had going last round.
But he didn't get every kill again, so they're in danger.
Uh-oh. If he doesn't kill all, there's no guarantees. Oh my god, man. Throwing nades and whatnot. You're offering so much health over. Good on Zwei to jump on it, make sure this one goes down. But I'm trying to take a step back and think as a Spirit fan, and if that's the case, I'm still just not inspired by what I'm watching.
Yeah.
Now I'm cheering for it if I'm a Spirit fan, but
yeah, it's hard to get excited when, yeah, because we were just talking about this. Like throughout history, we've seen plenty of teams. I think what makes Counter-Strike so awesome is that individuals can take over just as much as it's about the team. When it's just about the team, that can also be frustrating to play and to watch. It's nice to know you can bring the game into your own hands. That's what makes Counter-Strike awesome. But it's not fun to like cheer for a team that is only an individual, isn't a team. You know, you don't want to watch people
I think that's
get carried. You don't even have to do much.
Right. It becomes, you know, it does, I think it almost fractures your fan base in a way, in the way that, you know, there are people out there who will cheer for Nico regardless of what organization he's on.
Yeah.
You know, they cheered for G2 Nico, they will cheer for Falcons Nico, they'll cheer, you know, because maybe they were there for the MOUZ Sports Nico, and you will cheer for him no matter what, but it almost creates an animosity towards the players that he plays with if they feel like they're being held back.
I have that, actually, with, like, Monasty's career. I've always just felt like, oh, man, I just want the best for him. I want to see him really flourish because, I don't know, maybe it's the movement, maybe it's just the way, how much he knows about the game. Like, he's just done so much and such, whatever. Same thing as Donk, same thing as all these other guys who are phenoms. But yeah, I think of them that they're on this time limit. Like, you're going to get a peak for a certain amount of time. If I don't see them actively harming their teammates' chances of in rounds and making them play worse, then I have to wonder why they're not doing the layup of just a little bit to contribute to the greater cause of, you know, winning games or winning rounds. It makes it harder to watch.
Well, this one's looking hard to play because Spirit are down to a 3v5. They'll equalize it as we mention it. And the FAMAS versus Donk picks up the duel. Good on MOUZ.
Yeah.
Not an easy fight to take, especially versus that particular opposition.
Yeah. Through the molly with the FAMAS.
Versus Donk. But Chopper sees this as a chance to go join forces with Zontix. They're going to try to walk this down into the B site. And right now, with an active G2 in middle, there is a pocket of timing that Spirit could get away with. Heavy God is inbound. We'll see if Spirit just barely slipped the net. Oh, the headshot comes in from Chopper.
That's a big win.
Good presence of mind to keep that crosshair on the staircase just in case someone emerged. And now G2 will be kicking themselves because they left a lot of space in between them and this site. And remember, this was 5v3 G2. Dominate out of the gate of round 8. Now trying to close versus what's left inside site.
No, okay, I was going to say, another player is covering the window. This late molly is actually massive.
Into the damage. Mattis down to 17. Chopper with a chance to clutch again. Fire burning on the window. He's waiting for the door swing. It's the tunnel player first to close that gap. Both to the left side. Chopper goes around and will kill neither. So good on G2. They almost just threw double man advantage, but they will survive with that same two-player edge.
Yeah, he really had to wait for the door player. Like, with the window molly, he kind of just had to gamble on that, but a retake comes through. A couple of good kills from Chopper to bring this one close, but it's from a 5v3, so you'd expect G2 to be able to pull this back. Probably the guy on big box doesn't need to take the fight versus tunnels if that's all Chopper is watching, because he has to hold the door. I guess either way, you could take contact.
Looked like Donk was whispering secrets in the mic.
Incantations.
Well, crazy that this is all occurring in the face of the statistics. All those Dust 2 stats.
But the last time we watched Dust 2 was just as much danger with Donk, just like he was like bottom fragging for a while. Then he came back and he got 8 2Ks in a row and they won the game.
You ready for that?
This happens every game. And then you go, Donk's bottom fragging, what's going to happen? He'll never be able to recover this. You said that for the last 4 maps we've casted Donk at this event, and every single time he's got 8 2Ks in a row and won the game. Oh, it's 10 rounds in the game. Donk's bottom fragging. This never happened before. It's, oh my god, he's a loser. He sucks now. And then boom, he gets 8 2Ks in a row, and he's a stud.
No.
You got the memory of a goldfish. Yeah.
No, this time's different.
Why is this time going to be different?
This time's different. This time they're just going to lose, and Donk's not going to get 8 10Ks in a row.
Well, you know what? Psych, he's already top fragging.
Oh, God. Yeah, well. Spirit are actively putting cement in his boots. 2 kills for Chopper, 1 on Zwei.
Uh-oh. Don't beat that. Okay. Oh, he flicked.
If he didn't. If he didn't. What makes this one different is that Shiro is not right up there with Donk for once.
More kills to go around.
I see your snake oil for what it is. G2. 13-4. Hunter on his own with this one. Incendiary and frag. Oh, trying to get into ramp before it comes. Utility out, but fires a bit too late. Frag grenade barely does any damage, so not what he was looking for out of his nades. And Zwei and Donk will collect a kill apiece. Sunpious chance to shine with the op. Will lose his line of sight into the bomb site. Heavy guard though, element of surprise. More or less. Gets exposed by the nade, and Donk is there to clamp down on him. So there's their second. Sunpious wanted to be the difference maker, and he has at least followed through with
this round's not over.
No. 3 kills for Sunpious. He threw his op away to grab the AK. What if Shiro misses? What if? Ooh, what if he misses?
Oh my god.
We'll never know.
Holy.
If he misses that shot.
That bomb's getting defused.
Mm-hmm. But Shiro's right there when you need him. That's the kind of moment you see when like you're already winning 10-1 or something like that, and we kind of laugh it off and move along, but this is your second round win. Everybody rebuys except for Shiro.
Yeah, that would have been like Brokey versus Navi.
Yep.
On Dust 2.
Look at the state it leaves G2 in.
MOUZ got to be more careful in those 5v5s. Yeah, back on Mirage and here too. You know, there's something to be said about you feeling yourself, you're a star player, everything like that. You want to take your duels, but like sometimes it's just too raw of a 50-50 to risk it. No chance at a refrag in a lot of his deaths. One good scout shot ruins their day.
And Shiro tagged low already. Does he really want to sign back up to that fight? Because it's not one, but 2 scouts here. 2 scouts kind of nasty if you hold the same angle. But they lose Sun Pius, and he goes down without one.
Hit the
nade for 1 point of damage. Heavy God just off the mark, trying to close that gap. Zway gets killed through the smoke on the crossover. Pistols looking to push through. M4 in the middle. That at the very least goes down. Scout still over smoked. That's what they needed. Heavy God connects. Another bit of impact.
Now the time's actually an issue.
And remember, Shiro down low from the get-go. Chopper's gonna try to cross this bomb over and then let Shiro cover from Plat. Oh, he's trying to reach for the AK, and he'll grab it.
A gun upgrade right now. He needs to prioritize the plant. Let's see if he can get down
7 seconds,
on single.
the only plant safe behind box, and he just walks right into Hunter's angle. So G2 win this one off the double scout. Whittling away Spirit, who remain... What? I saw what I think I saw, right?
You didn't see shit. No one saw a thing.
What is happening? Good on Spirit.
For what?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's good on you, bud.
Good on you, buddy.
Keep it up.
Keep trying.
Oh, man.
You know, we use that expression sometimes where, like, an opponent will drag, like, you'll drag your opponent down into the mud with you. Feels like G2 were kind of doing that with this one. But I don't know,
I mean, they saw the scouts. You're going for long.
Yeah, but I don't think G2 are doing it by purpose. I feel like Spirit have just somehow kind of got stuck.
Oh, you're in the mud?
Yeah, they rolled into the mud themselves. And they can't really get out of it. Gonna open up smoke, expose 2, and take a chopper Mac 10 upside the head. Matt is trying to do it all, but him and Heavy God just 1 frag between them, so a nice mid to B split comes through for Spirit. Good on ya.
Yeah. See, Donk's gonna be just fine.
Donk is, but our Spirit, because, you know, we've been talking about Donk and Shiro as a 2-man army lately. This one's feeling much more singular.
The thing is, though, it's not like, let's say, like a Caserado or a Blame F or even like a Rops, where they're playing so late into the round, or like a Shiro or Brokey. Like, these guys can rarely actually win you the entire game by themselves because they're just too passive, like just straight up. Like, there's no take it up openers. But Donk's like high kill games are just so much more impactful than theirs because they just
win rounds.
Your opening kill has its own stat because of how often that leads to the round win. So his top fragging days are just beyond almost any other players. Being an entry fragger is the most impactful role that you can have to like top frag in, essentially. Yeah. Like, these 2 kills win. He's every round he's, you know, he's getting 2 kills on entries.
Boop, boop, headshot coming out of B site.
Yeah.
See, you know, Chopper's kill to CT is nice and all, but
yeah,
it is straight up peeling the 2 players that could stop you from planting on B out of the round.
Yeah, I think the one thing, you know, they added round swing so that we could see who has impactful score lines. Right. But if you look at Donk's kills, you don't need to look at round swing. He kind of exemplifies like what, you know, the point is. You're not getting exit kills in his scoreline. Like, he might get those too, while he also has 35 kills or something, but in terms of least inflated, that's in terms of what KD, when KD actually tells the story. If Donk has high KD, your team is doing really well.
He only really gets those kills after he's earned the swing by getting the 2 that came before.
Yeah. He gets dessert, but because he always has the whole meal first.
Those are the rules. Gotta finish your plate. There's a lot on Donk's plate right now with the rest of his team kind of flailing around him.
They're taking so long on these Dust 2 rounds to make a T-side
I've just
decision.
Seen, yeah, again, like just to get back to that conversation of
and
like
then they're going into
Spirit.
stack again.
I've seen so much better from Spirit, and they just seem lulled into this not tier 1 state, but still out through middle with no resistance. You've got Donk dead, so everybody better pick it up. He's down with nothing. Sway does find 2 kills with the headshots. That is exactly what Donk did a round ago coming out tunnels. Now Zway gets his from window. So it is his round to shine. And all they have to do is keep Sunpius and MOUZ out of the retake. 4 rounds on the T side. We'll see if it is enough. It's been strong starts to each half from G2 so far. This one carried forward with more momentum than the others. But by the end of it, we are still talking about Team Spirit and their instant headshots. So 4 is maybe par for the course once they switch, if they can win their first pistol.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is like just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think the meta has shifted a bit where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much. Just maybe for information, like then yeah, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe Zaibu, for example, in my team will pick up the rotation here, and then like really off angles, which I like, would be like somewhere around here.
Oh wow!
Because this I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh yeah.
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here, and it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here, and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up.
Oh, yeah.
So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in transition. The T's have a reaction like, just going crazy with the single door, like opening and clearing the whole site like this. So this goes really fast and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit, because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast. So you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Rops, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
Team Spirit flailing around a Dust 2 server at the moment, trying to keep Donk's godlike stats alive. But we've also had 3-for-3 pistols. G2 converted clean for momentum at the start of each half, and this time they really run away with it the longest. But we did have 6 rounds back and forth towards the end of this that gave Spirit something to stand on. You can't say this is the most inspirational Spirit you've ever seen, but it could still be enough to defeat G2 tonight. Let's see how this defensive half goes on.
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit like early 2024 Spirit, and yes, they've just made a change, so okay. It kind of just matters, I think, to them what the ultimate result is here. Like, are they winning this match or not? That's what they're worried about. Zway, he's in a spot, again, tested. It's gonna be so important for him to deliver. G2 coming at him hard.
Nice swing from MOUZ. He Gets a little bit labored for the follow-up, but Chopper's cutting him down. Him and Zontix, 3 kills inside A. Zontix gets another from just down beneath, but there was a gush and a follow-through. 1v3 queued up, and he closes.
He got it.
4 kills for Heavy God on the pistol. 4 for 4 on pistols in this series.
Yeah, and here's Heavy God, who's just been stand out in these 2 maps. Even though they couldn't pull off that last win, it was a close game, and his A-site performance was awesome. So shout out to Heavy God for this round to top off the 4 for 4 on pistols. And all with the 1-on-3, no less.
Double scout for Shiro and Donk. MP9 on Zontix. G2 have done a good job at converting all of these strong starts. We've got Spirit struggling on Dust 2 for once. Don't waste this chance, G2. London is calling. And Heavy God opens up versus Donk. That's exactly who you want dead first in these kinds of instances.
He gets tagged, and there's actually still another scout here. So it's another situation, just like for Spirit, where you don't want to play it too slow. You're kind of scared if it ends up being a long play. If you want to find a way to exec. The hard part is just getting close enough to the choke points that you can explode. That's the scary part about rounds like this. But they're running down the clock.
Sway gets ahead. Rob's a kill away. Scout's up in window. MP9 down. And so that scout gonna try to take a door peek next off the 5-7. Chopper jumping 5-7 attempts. Yeah, right. There's a lot of damage across the board, and so they could still mop up. A push into the bomb site with the bomb. Chopper trying to buy time, but he doesn't have time. He needs the kill to stop it. He tries to set up Shiro to his best ability. Challenge to the window, maybe. Flash thrown, Galil to AK. Sunpius comes in huge.
Okay, he plays it fast, just throws that flash. No plans for his opponent to actually dodge it. Just wants to make sure he has an edge. Just places the aim there, takes some damage for it, but wins the one-on-one. I mean, Chopper delaying is actually pretty great. You go for the early fight, and then the bomb just goes down sooner, most likely.
He delayed for long, and that was great, but I did think I felt like he hit that limit where, like...
I mean, at that point...
You gotta swing.
Do you?
I thought.
I think, like, it's, you know, he's not watching the rest of the map. He just needs his teammates to finish up whatever they're doing so that Sunpius has now no choice but to run at him. But obviously, they're having a really awkward engagement with the op.
Scouts and pistols.
This works.
Shiro to top middle. We'll take the instant kill, not looking to milk it for any more. Everybody else stuck into the tunnels at the moment.
That last round was one alive. Last round was already a 4v5. Right, it was a 5v4 in favor for G2. Last one, they played the clock down a lot. Test coming his way with the help of Shiro here. Shiro's got the opening kill and a great gun. Oh, they're going for a cat play. Looks like they're just trying to catch some kind of flank.
Ooh. Donk doesn't finish his food.
That'll be something, but look, Zway can actually flank, so... Okay, timing's pretty good here for G2. I mean, they got a full split coming in.
So he activates the oh man, Zontix double MP9, bomb dropped. Zway through with the flank, catching him on the doorway, and Chopper's gonna have a back turned on Mattis.
I mean, why let your teammates die here? Oh my god, okay.
See what I mean, dude? Chopper is on something tonight, dude. Like,
oh look, he's got him pissed. He's got him pissed about that.
That's true, actually. If there's anybody who I think you can tilt off the face of the earth.
Every time, yeah.
Earth.
The fact that Chopper could be having fun in this spot is, I guess... Sometimes there's no way to communicate that to your opponent unless you do something like this.
He's mad, dude. He's mad. Ooh,
yeah.
He wants to.
Maddest.
Oh, he's pissed.
I do like it though, because like he always looks kind of mad, but he never looks like he never freaks out.
Right.
Like Zwei was like,
yeah, taking his headphones off, rubbing his
head like an 8-ball, like
pulling his hair out.
Yeah, it was crazy. Or like when Exertion like hits himself and then it's like, don't do that.
Yeah.
You know? Mattis just looks like slightly tilted the whole
Although
time.
we did hear that like earlier G2 timeout where it was like, hey man, I can tell you're getting quiet. I bet you're getting frustrated.
Yeah, that's just funny because it doesn't sound like it's your own coach talking to you about that.
It's also funny because he gets knifed and then they take a timeout.
That's like one guy in the crowd trying to make you more mad.
I would love to hear if G2's coach comes through just now and goes, all right, listen, man, I know you just got knifed, but we're going to need you to just remember we're leading 10-5.
Oh, they missed it.
Like Mattis is a ticking time bomb.
They missed it.
And Shiro's going to punish for it.
Now they're going to be really frustrated a little bit.
Donk just gets naded for 20 damage.
24 damage. Zwei has to figure this out, man. Zwei cannot play long. He just cannot play long. He does the exact same thing every single round. He just can't do it.
Are you going to tell him, or?
He just can't be there.
I
don't know if I've ever seen him
gonna break
have a
it to
good
him?
round in this spot at this point. He is actually struggling so much.
He flanks sometimes. That works out.
Yeah, that's...
His flanks have...
Yeah, that is the only
been
time.
okay. But the holds... not his wheelhouse. G2 go quadruple Desert Eagle into tunnels. And we get Donk, who was tagged earlier by a team nade.
Oh my gosh, what was that?
Zontic swings it, 1 kill. Donk, okay, you're lucky he's on your team. Triple kill as they try to push out through the flames.
That swing was so crazy. What was that swing for?
I don't know. See, like jokes aside, we kind of said it in the halftime where we're trying to make sense of what this, fall off from Spirit goes. And just to identify, like, we are getting into the late hours of the evening online Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And I do think that has a factor. Like, let's just address it. It is.
Yeah,
it is online CS at nearly midnight.
I've seen Zwei in the middle of the day miss like that.
Okay, sure, but like all
On
of
land.
the weird things, all the weird things coming through. Surely you may see it on land sometimes, but it feels like it's just being magnified across all the players.
Yeah, for sure.
Spirit aren't used to these conditions, and I don't know. I'm trying to find excuses. I'm trying to find explanation in a world of uncertainty.
No, I think you're right. I think for sure.
Nobody plays their best CS online at 11 p.m. Fact. I don't care who you are.
ZywOo in 2020.
Yeah, okay, maybe. I feel like ZywOo's bedtime's like 9:30 though. Shiro finds Heavy God top mid. Make sure you shut it down. This Glock crawl that's going on. Yeah, I just try to find these excuses now because it's like I feel like I was getting very judgmental.
Yeah.
And maybe it's
I think we're onto something though, for sure. I think if you're watching this game and you don't see what we see, I think it's a little disingenuous. It's not like we're looking for reasons to
poke fun and poke holes in
Yeah, definitely not, I think there's...
I'm here to watch the Cologne champions.
We'll hear the desk
Spirit
say the exact same thing.
Hopefully. Hopefully. And some other stuff.
Yeah.
But right now, it is the recovery for Spirit. I think if Spirit just get this game over with, even if it is not pretty, because it's not pretty, just get this, in their minds, I'm saying, they just are looking to get this over with.
Yeah.
We'll see you in London in a better form. I think truly that's in the back of their minds.
For sure. They kind of know it's all about playoffs. They also know they're up a map. And it does help for G2, like winning 4 pistols, it made the last map feel a lot closer. It makes this one feel like more of a lead.
That alone has made Spirit's night so much more difficult.
Yeah.
The pistols and all the conversions. But here's the Zwei attempt at holding long again. Falls back with flashes coming at him and nobody behind to help at all. He's got to give a lot of real estate just to stay alive, trying to smoke them off. Donk's going to find the Hunter kill. They expose the crossover, but it's a headshot out of MOUZ. Good on him. He's going to try to climb into their smoke. Oh, it falls down too far.
Looks like Donk's still suspicious of it, doesn't want to trust it.
Comes through.
How did he get that spray? My goodness.
Zontic's 1 and done, as was Donk. 2 versus 2. And a bomb plant safe, tucked into the boxes. Our player lets a lot to be desired. And
Chopper.
So it is Chopper and Spirit to test that smoke, and Mattis is about to jump.
That's really funny. Oh man, Chopper has got it together for this CT side, that's for sure. I can't believe Donk got the spray kill on ramp. Might have just been in that first burst anyway. Ooh, Heavy God. That's an upsetting moment for Heavy God because he's been doing so well too. Hey man, that's Mattis Vincier, born to win. Don't get it twisted.
You're right about Donk, by the way. He's 22 and 15.
And honestly, so much impact.
Yeah,
it's like
tons.
an absolutely absurd amount of impact.
Even this last round, catching Hunter, you saw how opening up Catwalk opened the door for all the rest of Spirit to run out.
Like the number of opening kills and 2Ks. And yeah.
And a 2-round game now. With a half buy for G2 as Spirit close the gap.
Those are some pretty solid opportunities for G2. Those doors have closed. Now they've got to try to pull this out on a half buy. It's not a full investment. Set stuff, I think where they can do some of the most impressive plays, to be honest.
And to be smoked and Chopper coming down from A to get into it. It's just him versus Mattis down towards middle. Here comes the pack. Donk sees the grenades, just lets it rip. And they didn't have vision to fire back. Chopper catching the mid kill means it's all in tunnels. Tech9's gonna get the one.
Oh, Chopper got
Chopper
that.
very swiftly on the scene, slides up, kills Mattis, peeks window, helps out. And that is 5 consecutive for Team Spirit now.
And again, half buy, so we're gonna have the buyback immediately in response here for the T side. It's a set tactic, full B play. Donk kind of plays that in a really smart way where he's like, I think some people don't calculate a whole mag in terms of time.
Sure.
Right? And if you're holding down the left side of tunnels and you don't think anyone's crossed and you go for that spray and you need to delay your 4 seconds or whatever. Oh, how'd that miss? What the?
Shiro's off sometimes. It's a bent barrel.
I love when he looks at he like picks up his mouse and looks at his sensor.
Ooh, the bullet left.
It's a big chance. Oh, Ooh, they want to go in front of this. Oh, Zwei saved it.
Very key moment here for Zwei. But Chopper dies in the mid-doors fight, and so man advantage maintained. Zwei's low. Lets it rip. Utility comes over top. Donk is coming back from long at the moment. Zwei delays just long enough. Burned into the open, but a Hunter double, denying Donk any impact here in round 20. Could be the door open for G2, but Zontix to a clutch. Drive-by from Mattis.
Okay.
Late after 5 rounds of wins from Team Spirit, but better late than never. G2 make this one ever closer.
No, again, they saved for this. They made a good round of it too. They've got a 2-round lead, 2 away from actually closing this map out. So honestly, in those streaks on the way back, there were some clutch moments from Spirit players, including Chopper, to actually close those rounds out. Now a couple of misses, and G2 are ready to punish. A last timeout is called here for Spirit.
the barrel.
But, like, it didn't hit him at all. That barrel doesn't absorb.
The lip of the barrel is extra dense.
It might be something crazy like that.
Here we go. Sunpius the long dead at Shiro. There you go. Nothing to hide behind, huh, buddy? Huh?
No barrels around this time. Oh, that actually kind of sucks for Sunpius.
Shiro back to mid as well. Hunter thinking he could get ahead without the op in mid, but Shiro was very rapid in his reposition.
Is a full revenge tour now.
Yes, sir.
And this is just going to be some kind of elongated save where you put a little pressure, you pretend you're going to go for it. Unfortunately, you got a big job on your hands at this point in the game here. MOUZ and Heavy God. There's not too much money for Spirit, so maybe they let you live.
Can try to run it back towards long if you'd like. But weapons too much.
Oh, they actually going?
I wouldn't think so.
I'm actually shocked they would try
they're
this.
Sitting on 3 rounds of loss bonus. Hunter's got 3,500 in the bank. No, they'll let this one slide in the next 30 seconds. But that doesn't mean Spirit are going to let it slide.
I guess they came back to look for Sunpius's op, is what observers were trying to hint
The
right
hunt
there.
Has begun.
But it's gone. Oh,
great. I feel so bad.
Do you have to, though? Because he switched. Mighty switch.
But we're just seeing him so frustrated. He's just been frustrated. He's had his head in his hands. It's just he's not having a good time. And well, it is his fault.
Yes.
That one's his fault. But I can still feel bad.
Yeah, you can still feel bad.
I can feel bad, and I do. But it is his fault.
I feel bad when it's unlucky.
See, look.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He does have like sad puppy dog eyes.
He does.
He's not having
he
a
does.
good time.
That's true.
Like, I don't know if your W is frozen or something, but we should play the game, no?
Yeah,
we should.
Okay, can we fuck them now?
Right to the point. Hey, they're this close.
Yeah. Is your W key frozen or something?
Wow. I would love to hear that from my coach. That would get me hyped up. Because I'm always down to rush.
Well, let's see if it happens, because it's a solo AK for Hunter. Chopper with plenty of bodies ahead. Bare bones utility for G2. Chopper's pushing through this. Oh, what a madman! And he gets away with it!
Wow, but there's still 2 kills on the other side of it.
M4 picked up for MOUZ. Shiro's gonna try to pick his timing. Missed shot. He wants to get into cover ASAP.
Ooh.
And he will dive down into it around the corner. Donk is fast on the flank.
What?
Oh, and he catches Hunter jumping up. MOUZ comes through with another. This is that whole W mentality that gets them into A, but Donk and Zontix pop their heads off.
Damn, just like that. No chance.
11 rounds all. They almost make something of that solo AK, but I can't believe.
Chopper phased that smoke.
With no flash or anything.
No, I mean, well, if you're going to phase
Look
it,
at this.
Why tell people? Yeah. That's mental. Worked out, happy style.
But, I mean, come on. There we go. G2 playing Counter-Strike. W key is not frozen. MOUZ runs through multiple players, gets the frag.
You know,
do it
instead of
again.
A coach negotiating with you emotionally, like, come on, guys, let's communicate and stuff. I like that Saw just calls him out and on a very, like, macho level.
Straight
is
up
like,
level.
What are you guys scared of?
What?
It's kind of, it also just, it enables them to have fun with it now, too. It's not even about follow the strat, detailed and perfect. It's like, open up, man.
Come on, hit that W key.
Yeah, enjoy yourself here a little bit.
What is it, cold in here? You shriveled? Get in the game. And right now, there's space to be taken in mid and cat. Look at Spirit, maybe, you know, sensing this certain rambunctiousness from G2, just kind of leaning back ever so slightly so you don't run into what is potentially going to be another 4 or 5 player rush. Like what? Oh my God.
Man, they're collecting those like you collect golf balls.
They're free if you find them. Chopper, sitting on a wealth of utility, is just going to keep this smoke, molly, flash, frag, flash, smoke, molly, molly, frag, flash, molly.
It's the damn Konami code.
And it could be the cheat code that gives Spirit a 12th, but in middle, Mattis opens, and they're still going to try to come through. Into the scope of Shiro. Utility damage is good, but Shiro missed one, and that one missed shot could be the invite into the A site. Oh my God, a re-aggression out of Chopper.
Chopper's been insane so far. CT side, MOUZ can change it.
Okay, he gets the one in the back drop. Heavy God fake plant. 25 seconds. A potential climb up from Shiro, but he opts to go over towards Zontix. They double up on the ramp. Heavy God gets into the cover, but
Peeling
they're gonna
back.
know. I mean, there's such a limited possibility as to where he could get off to.
No.
You'd think they don't forget about this corner. No, they won't. Zontix ends it, and Shiro, effectively hiding along that wall, is watching Chopper rampage in front of him and Sway take the bullet behind.
Well, it's every little bit from the teammates now that matters. Donk goes down, no kill. Chopper, a second frag into CT spawn. Incredibly important. Heavy God tries to get the instant trade, and then Shiro as well. Put in a tough spot having to combat Ott, makes the adjustments with his op.
Back-to-back buys for G2, but it's overtime or bust.
Whoa.
A missed chance at first blood down mid.
Well, that was a big opportunity. Almost neutralized Donk 2 rounds in a row. Trying to mess up that handsome scoreline. Deny any impact. And we've got a very unique defense here on the A site. I think this really sort of helps out with, instead of Zwei just sitting on the angle at long, coming up with a new way of... Now he's kind of a rotator in a spot where they're watching both choke points, but he can be way more active, which I feel like he just needs.
Shiro moving around with Sunpius trying to get into an angle.
This has been a key head-to-head.
Yes, sir. It's going to be critical again in the final round of regulation. But Sunpius is kind of... Oh, he sees him. Dead to rights.
Oh, okay.
Shiro down with nothing. And will that open up Zwei to find his impact? Well, bad Molotov into the smoke. Flash behind it. Zwei just taking a chance. There's two players on the other side, and he puts the crosshair off the mark. This is falling apart for Spirit. Popped by Mattis, who last round neutralized Donk, and this time comes in with the double headshot. But, I mean, Shiro getting caught in a position where he's a sitting duck. Chopper wasting utility as he throws fire into smoke. Zwei minute adjustment off the crosshair as the smoke is fading. I mean, each of those A players just make a glaring error and open the door for post-regulation play. It felt like Spirit, after losing all the pistols, after letting G2 get all the conversions, we're finally just gonna put this one in, but now instead, we're going beyond.